Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 102, CH 91. Kikakudori. Siriiti, Godi 13. Back in the Siriiti, the mood could be said to be at an all-time low and tension ran high. In the vast plaza where the operation took place, not only were the captains of the 12th and 4th Division present, the Captain Commandant, Yamamoto, was also standing, observing the broken gate and listening to the reports. Even though the situation was serious, Yamamoto did not feel the slightest amount of fear. After all, even in the worst-case scenario where the coordinates were leaked, should any hollows be foolhardy enough to enter, he would immediately reduce them to ash. What pained him, though, was the fact that he may have lost 2 captain-level fighters as well as a vice-captain. Godi 13 is constantly weakening. It was a disheartening sight for him. Even though no large threat like Yawatch or Ikamikadomo existed in the present times, the world was still filled with dangers. Dangers that could not be purged without possessing enough power. The Godi 13 was created to represent justice. But justice without the necessary strength to back it up was nothing but empty words. Still, there was one thing he had remarked. Neither of you two seems particularly worried. Although they had most likely lost important subordinates, be it Anohana or Mayuri, none of them showed a worried expression. It was something he didn't find surprising coming from Mayuri. Yamamoto was sure that even should all the Siriiti be embroiled in a huge fight, he would not care one bit and would be more interested in his next experiment. Anohana, though, despite her callous exterior and admittedly disturbing hobbies, was a caring captain and would have been distraught even at the loss of an unimportant subordinate. At the word of Yamamoto, Anohana squinted a little. She would need to be a fool to be worried about Gojo. After all, she knew very well that he could teleport as he wished. The moment she had heard the report from the militia about how he was ready to sacrifice himself without hesitation and how Gojo was a man worthy of respect with an incredible level of loyalty towards the Siriiti, she had to fight the urge to laugh out loud. So he finally found an opportunity. Though she didn't know why, he had been searching for a way to escape the Soul Society without being branded as a traitor and explore the world. Even so, there was something fishy about this whole situation. It was impossible for such a huge number of hollows to attack just because of the activation of a gate. Something seemed afoot. Before discussing Gojo, we should incarcerate all those who passed through the gate and examine them. Yamamoto was not senile enough to not understand that she was subtly trying to change the topic. But, he did not call her out of it. After all, her suggestion was completely sensible. One would need to be completely blind to not see that this situation is not normal. Thinking of Kanami Tozen, he coughed a little and rectified his thoughts. Even someone blind could see that this situation was not normal. 5th Division. Was it prudent? Looking out through the window, Jin sat with a thoughtful expression. Sitting next to him was what looked like an ordinary member of the 5th Division. He was the one who had asked the question as he looked straight at the men sitting behind the desk in the office. Aizen, who was methodically dealing with his paperwork, adjusted his glasses and settled his attention on the one who spoke. For anyone entering this room, all they could see was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with a rather weak ryatsu. But in Aizen's eyes, the one who addressed him was a tall dark-skinned male with dreadlocks and a large pair of goggles. That man was also wearing the usual Shinigami uniform, but on his back was a white cloak with the number 9 on it. It was Kanami Tozen, the current captain of the 9th Division and the second collaborator of Aizen. Could you repeat your question? I was wondering if your move was really prudent. The last big incident was only 60 years ago. With all our actions in recent times and the loss of 2 captains-level fighters, it would be impossible for the Godi 13 to keep ignoring the situation. Indeed. They are not so stupid that they would not smell a rat. But what of it? Do you think that the serious, kind and loved Captain Aizen could be seen as a potential culprit? At this question, Kanami closed his mouth while Jin, who had stayed silent until now, let out a chortle. It was indeed the case. The current reputation of Aizen could only be seen as spotless. Even if his illusions were not taken into account, the last person to be suspected would be Aizen. After laughing a little, Jin began to walk while showing his usual suspicious smile. Also, I think you are misunderstanding something. Do you really think that this mission appeared out of nowhere? He raised his hand and began to count with his fingers. How do you think the whereabouts of the fallen clan that had vanished for 1,000 years were suddenly obtained? How was it possible for the Central 46 that usually takes years for a single decision to be unanimous so fast? Why were only 3 out divisions singled out for this mission? Even though he was blind and could not see the actions of Jin, Kanami understood perfectly what Jin was implying. So, all of this was part of the plan. Aizen smiled noncommittally. Everything had indeed been part of his plan. He had found the whereabouts of the fallen clan more than a few decades ago while traveling through Garganta. He was even the one who helped them understand how the blanks worked and what they could possibly do with it. Though from their viewpoint, this understanding must have come as a sudden insight. Back then he had decided to leave them as a hidden blade that would bring trouble to the Sorcerer when necessary. But, since Gojo proved to be a threat, he had decided to discard that card and use it to kill Gojo. At the same time, this allowed him to kill another powerful and loyal captain. So it was like hitting two birds with one stone. Of course, Aizen had also taken into account the slight possibility of Gojo surviving and coming back. Even then, it would not matter. He had left absolutely no trails. As long as he stayed in the shadows, killing Gojo was only a question of time. Still. Satoru Gojo, if you manage to survive this, then I will have to give you the same danger rating as Kisuke Urahara and Shinji Hirako. Fuck. Why did I meet so many hollows on my way? In the great void of Garganta, a black-skinned woman wearing a tight outfit that barely hid her form grumbled and cursed as she advanced while lightning enveloped her whole body. It was of course Yoruichi Shihoin. After entering Garganta, she had been ready for a long and boring journey before she reached her destination, but it had been anything but that. Garganta, which should have been calm and nearly devoid of activities, was filled with hollows of all kinds. During all the way she had been forced to purify so many hollows, she had lost count after 100. What should have been a relaxed and simple mission changed into a veritable chore. Thankfully, while she had been a little rusted, the hollows she faced were only Ajuchas or Jillians. Nothing to worry about. Just as she decided to take a rest, she suddenly felt the space tremble slightly before a crack opened. A portal with a shade of black even darker than that of Garganta appeared not far from her. Out of it, 3 people came out, or precisely, one woman wearing what she recognized as the uniform of the healing department was holding a passed-out soifan like a sack of potato over her shoulder and was helping a silver-haired man walking out of the gate. Yoruichi immediately recognized the silver-haired man as the kid she met about 5 years. She did not recognize the voluptuous black-haired woman, but she could feel that the Ryatsu of that woman was eerily similar to that of Mayuri. Did that weird guy have a child? When the trio saw the person standing on the other side of the gate, a short silence fell as everyone found themselves in a rather awkward situation. At least, everyone aside from Gojo. I know what you are thinking. You must think that this really looks like a kidnapping, right? Well. You wouldn't be wrong in believing so. Even in this situation, he did not hesitate to throw a joke. In the end, Yoruichi could only look at the smug face of that man and sighed. I want to punch him so much. And, I think I grasped the most important point of Aizen. Making super plans that always result in making the protagonist stronger one way or another. LOL. He doesn't know that his plan helped Gojo greatly. But really in canon, he wounded Isshin, causing a chain of events to Ichigo's birth. Tricked Rukia, causing Hogyoku to be close to Chad and Orihime. Giving them power. Trying to kill Rukia, ended up with Ichigo learning Bankai. Created the Visored, ended with them beating the Espada. Killed the sweeper in the Dangai, which allowed Isshin to train Ichigo in Dangai without problems, which brought Aizen's defeat. Aizen is so smart that he defeated himself LOL. Chapter 103, ch 92, Go Sleep. Back to a few moments ago. After all the hollows in the surroundings were erased, it took a few moments for Soifan to snap back from the shock she had felt. You. Turning her attention toward the bleeding Gojo, she took a step forward threateningly. What was that? Why did you not report the possession of such a Bankai? She shouted hoarsely. Even for her, the shock was simply too much. In the past, when Soifan knew that Gojo could manipulate Reishi, aside from being surprised, she had not been particularly curious. After all, she, as well as most captains, had faced many Quincy's and knew how limited their powers were. In fact, the only reason Shinigamis even bothered to eradicate most Quincy's was because they refused to stop their hunts of hollows. When a Shinigami killed a hollow, that hollow was purified and sent back to the cycle. But when a Quincy did it, that hollow was completely erased, and thus negatively affecting the cycle. But what Gojo just did, just thinking about it sent shivers to her spine. Coughing a little, Gojo, with the help of Nimue, walked toward Soifan and asked with an impish smile. Why should I have? Why? Soifan seemed incredulous, as if wondering why he was asking such an elementary question. You know very well that any Bankai able to affect the functioning of Soul Society must be recorded and forbidden. The Bankai was the hallmark of genius. All those who managed to reach this level had their name marked down in the record of the history of Soul Society. But, even in this privileged group of geniuses, there were always some outliers. People whose Bankai defied all common sense and were forbidden to use. One such example was Captain Commandant Yamamoto. She did not know all the power his Bankai granted him. But the passive effect of his Bankai was enough to frighten anyone. After all, it emitted a temperature comparable to that of the sun's surface. If used in the mortal world, his Bankai was enough to erase all life in existence on Earth, even affecting a few more planets. Another example of forbidden Bankai was Shinji Hirako, whose Bankai affected the very concept of allies and enemies. The effect seemed absolute, making him a nightmare on any battlefield. Though the effects were also indiscriminate. As such, he could not use his Bankai with allies around him. But even those two paled when compared to what she had seen from Gojo's Bankai. After all, if her deductions were right, Gojo could be said to be the nemesis of all Reishi-based life forms, and Shinigamis fell under that category. She understood now why Gojo had asked her to not try to kill him. She might have resisted easily now, but she also understood that this Bankai was currently incomplete. But what after 10 more years? A decade. By then, wouldn't he be able to erase all life in Seriidii at will? Knowing that Soifan really couldn't help but give birth to some killing intent. The situation was perfect. Even though she was quite wounded and tired, she could feel that Gojo had it worse. He was also currently very close, at this distance killing him would be easy. As for Nimue, Soifan scoffed at the simple idea that a fake vice-captain like this one could stop her even for a tenth of a second. Still. Calm down, calm down. He saved you. You also promised to not harm him. Do not be an ingrate, do not renegade your debt. Soifan had always been extremely loyal toward the Seriidii. But deep in her heart, her loyalty to a certain person was even higher. Because of this, even though she wouldn't hesitate to die for the Seriidii, she would still hesitate to harm someone she was close to. Even more so when this person had just saved her life. She tried to see things from a more positive viewpoint. After all, with Gojo's power, no hollows would be a threat. He might even become the next captain commandant of the Godi 13. But she knew that that was just her wishful thinking. The members of Central 46 were extremely paranoid. It was impossible for the higher-ups of the Central 36 to sleep well knowing the existence of someone with such a power. She had seen for herself how much Saraki Kenpachi was harassed. To the point that the Central forbade Captain Yamamoto to teach him Zenjutsu. Taking a deep breath, she fought to calm herself down and silence her internal struggles before continuing. Let's forget it, for now, the most important thing is to find a way back. Her wounds still hurt and the amount of blood she lost was not a joke. She was too tired to deal with a matter such as this one currently. Oh. Gojo was inwardly surprised. Even though his vision was blurry because of the blood, he did not miss the instant a terrifying killing intent emanated from her. But this feeling vanished as fast as it appeared. Clearly, she had decided to not attack him. It seems like she is really someone worth befriending. Even though he had many countermeasures, in his current stats he was happy to not have to force himself. Still, this sadly wasn't enough. Now, I almost feel bad about what I am going to do, almost. Wah. Before Soifan could ask what he meant, Gojo, who was now only a few steps away from her, placed his index together as he muttered. Domain expansion, infinite void. Soifan immediately felt terrible danger and tried to move, but with how tired she was, her reaction was a step too late. The result was immediate. Her mind closed down because of the intake of an immeasurable amount of information. Help her up. Despite her shocked expression, Nimue did as she was told and took Soifan on her shoulder. Gojo had been careful with his usage and she should only be stunned for a few moments. Well then, I guess we will be considered as missing. Gojo smiled. It had been a long time since he had been so free. Waving his hand, a portal of shadow opened and swallowed the two of three of them. It was time to enter the Dangai. I hope that there won't be any more surprises. And, about Soifan's thoughts on Quincy's being weak. Remember that Soifan only participated in the Quincy's eradication war a few decades ago. She never faced Yawatch of 1,000 years ago, nor the upgraded Yawatch and Quincy that would have normally appeared in about 50 years in the future. Also, a thought. Yamamoto's Bankai can literally erase all life on Earth. Meaning he can't use his Bankai on Earth. But during his fight against Aizen, Aizen feared that Yamamoto would use the Bankai. Of course, they were in a fake space, but it was slightly broken so it was connected to the real world. Basically, Aizen was sure that Yamamoto wouldn't hesitate to use his Bankai even though it would erase all life. Gotta show how cold Yamamoto can be. LOL. Funnily, since Aizen stopped Yamamoto from using his Bankai, he somehow saved humanity the time/XD. Chapter 104, CH93, Art is an Explosion. Yoruichi could only look at the smug face of that man and sighed. I want to punch him so bad. She really wondered how some people could have such ease at infuriating people. At the same time, even though she was looking relaxed, she had already tightened her muscles. Even though out of the three facing her, one was unconscious and the other wounded, Yoruichi was not the kind to underestimate anyone. Even though Gojo was just a student 5 years ago, she had already seen some of what he was capable of at that time. And since he could walk in Garganta, then he was comparable to a vice-captain at the very minimum. So, why is there an unconscious woman on her shoulder? Even though she recognized Soifan, Yoruichi decided to act as if she didn't. She did not forget that she was a fugitive. She did not plan to kill any Shinigami and she did not wish for her whereabouts to be tracked either. You don't believe me when I say that I kidnapped her. Gojo showed a bewildered expression full of hurt as if her not believing her was the saddest thing in the world. So fake. Gritting her teeth, she wondered what she should do. The best option was undoubtedly to flee and continue her mission. But, even though everything seemed alright, she was a little worried about Soifan. But if she waited too long and Soifan woke up, then the situation would become tricky. Should I subdue them first? Just as she thought that. I wouldn't do that if I was you. Her gaze crossed that of Gojo. A smirk on his face as if he was waiting for her to act. Do you believe that you can win against me? Her eyes narrowed dangerously at the provocation. Even though she was quite rusty, Yoruichi was still an ex-captain and recognized as the fastest in the Godi 13. Just because she had some reservations did not mean that she was scared of colliding. Hey, it seems like Miss Fugitive has quite the temper, or should I call you Princess Yoruichi Shihoin? Yoruichi and Nimu's eyes widened at Gojo's words. For Nimu, even though she had heard about the different fugitives, there was basically no information about Yoruichi herself available. After all, the Shihoin family, as one of the 4 great families, was no pushover. Releasing an arrest warrant on the leader of such a clan was the most they could do. In fact, some people speculated that one of the reasons why the Central 46 didn't urge the Godi 13 to capture the fugitives, aside from the fact that they were all captain or vice-captain level, was the fact that Yoruichi was with them. After all, even if they caught her, it wasn't as if they could order her execution. Doing so would most likely cause a civil war. How did you know? The shock on Yoruichi's face only lasted for less than a moment before vanishing. Her mental fortitude was too high for such things to truly shake her. Though she was quite curious. Hey, blame the girl. Gojo snickered as he pointed at the unconscious Soifan. You wouldn't believe the number of posters of you there are in some rooms of the 2nd Division. I am pretty sure there's no one there that doesn't know what you look like. Yoruichi groaned a little. She knew how loyal Soifan was to her. This was one of the reasons as to why she didn't call Soifan when she fled. After all, Soifan had a bright future in the Siriidii and she didn't wish to pull her down. Even as she thought so, she left a sigh of relief inwardly. Seems like he did not recognize me. Being recognized as Yoruichi was no problem. It wasn't as if he could find where she was based with just that. After all, technically, this wasn't their first meeting but the second one. Though that one was with her as a cat. If Gojo were to recognize that, he would be able to at least pinpoint their general location, which would be quite problematic. That is what she should be thinking right now. Not missing the feeling of relief that briefly flashed through Yoruichi's eyes, Gojo struggled to hide his urge to laugh. Even though the aura around her was different, for Gojo, thanks to his eyes, it wasn't difficult to recognize that she and the cat were related. Either the cat had been one of her Shikigami or at least the equivalent that existed here, or she had possessed it. Of course, there was also the possibility that she was the cat. Though this one seemed quite outlandish. After all, he had never read about any Shinigami having the power of polymorphism. Though it would be possible if she wasn't completely a Shinigami. The first time Gojo saw the captain of the 7th Division, he had been curious about what was hidden behind the mask. Even though he had no X-ray vision, by observing the energy circulation he had been able to understand that Sajin Komamura was no ordinary Shinigami but something of a wolfman. Even though he had found no clear information. He at least knew that there existed some hidden clans of spiritual races that were not Shinigami. Well, this isn't important now. After this, Gojo and Yoruichi discussed a little about the situation. Even though the two of them hid the reason for their presence in Garganta, they had at least cleared the air and made clear that no fight was necessary. Yoruichi also managed to ascertain that Soifan was in no danger and so decided to leave the premises. She was a little offended that Gojo did not try to stop her, but she was happy to avoid what would have been a bothersome situation. Watching her departing back, Nimu, who had stayed silent until now, asked quietly. Was it all right? No matter what the situation was, they had just let a fugitive escape without even trying to stop her. Should this be known, the two of them would most likely suffer quite the punishment. It did not really matter to her, but she did not wish for Gojo to suffer from the repercussions. Hey, whether it's all right or not, why don't we ask our dear captain? You are awake, right? Nimu was quite surprised when she felt Soifan stir suddenly on her shoulder. Placing her down, she watched as Soifan opened her eyes and threw a complicated glance at the direction Yoruichi had just left. Since when did you know that I was awake? Why did you think she left without hesitation? Even though Gojo answered with a question, it was easy to understand what happened with his words. The only reason Yoruichi had left calmly was that she knew that Soifan was awake. A myriad of emotions flashed in Soifan's eyes but it did not last long. Tearing her gaze away, she settled on Gojo, and only anger was present in her eyes. Why did you leave me alive? If Gojo had killed her, no one would be able to divulge his secrets. This was the best opportunity. Well, for one, I didn't really want to kill you. Furthermore, why should I kill you now, when I can now kill you anytime I want? A mean smile formed on his face. He wasn't worried about Soy Fan at all. He didn't just make her fall unconscious. He had also left a failsafe in her body. If you try to tattle on me, then, you will go boom. And become a true representation of art. At this moment, Nimue really wondered if Gojo was the villain. And, Yoruichi walked away, but no worries. This isn't the last time we see her in this arc. Also, the thing about the captain of the 7th Division is canon. He isn't exactly a human soul. Explaining everything would create a long as fuck, and so I won't. Even more so since I plan to use it as a plot point for future chapters. So you will have to wait or search wiki. Chapter 105, ch 94, Never fully trust anyone. What did you say? You try tattling on me, you explode. Are you threatening me? Soy Fan's eyes narrowed as she asked this. A threat? No. Only third-rate villains make threats. I am just stating facts. You are free to do as you wish with the information I provided. Gojo was serious. Threatening a captain like Soy Fan was useless, and there were few things Gojo hated more than useless actions. The tension between the two continued to grow steadily, one wearing a stiff expression and the other wearing an easygoing smile. In the end, the light in Soy Fan's eyes dimmed as she asked. So, in the end, you never trusted me. She had trusted him enough to ask all her subordinates to leave and stay with him to face what could only be called a certain death. She had thought that the two of them were companions and had something of a friendship. It seemed that it had been her illusion all along. I have been really stupid. Oh. But I do trust you. Are you joking with me? If not, then you have a really weird way of showing your trust. As I said, I trust and believe in you. The Soy Fan I know is a just and loyal Shinigami, ready to dedicate her life to the Soul Society. I am sure that even if Yoruichi herself attacked the Soul Society, you would face her even if it hurt your heart. This is exactly the reason why I have to do this. A gentle smile formed on his lips as he let out the whisper of a devil. Later, no matter what happens, you can just say that you had no choice and was under duress. Gojo believed in friendship, love, and such things, but he believed even more in proper understanding. Never ask for more than they could handle. Never leave all the weight on their shoulders. Find a way for them to surpass their limits. This was why, even though Megumi had the potential to one day rival him, he had never really guided Megumi before the appearance of Yuji. After all, before Yuji came into the picture, the mindset Megumi had would always stunt his talent. As a teacher, he had to deal with different students who had different skills and mindsets. Underestimating one student meant wasting his talent. Overestimating another student means sending him to his death. The Shinigami world was cruel, true. Every day, Shinigami died fighting hollows. But even though this world outclassed his previous one on nearly every level, there was one that they could never surpass. Brutality. Compared to the pain and misery brought by curses, hollows were just cute children in Gojo's opinion. Since the start, Gojo had developed the habit of never giving his full trust to anyone. Always keep a failsafe when necessary. Always understand what kind of information you can give. He trusted Unohana enough to explain his skills to her, but not enough to reveal his past. He trusted Momo and Toshiro enough to see them as siblings but never shared his worries with them. He trusted Nimue enough to show her his secrets but never left her out of his sight. As for Soy Fan, he trusted her enough to give his back to her but knew that her loyalty to Soul Society as a whole could not be shaken. In such a situation, threats were worthless. What he needed to do was carefully manipulate the situation to give her an outlet. When he took her out, he blended a part of his own reishi in her body. Currently, like a chain, that reishi had already coiled around her heart. Jujutsuki, Heaven's Vow. By setting a vow and certain restrictions, it could bring a punishment should the vow be broken. He had created this skill by basing it on the heavenly restriction. Of course, Nimue was also under the effect of a Heaven's Vow. Though in her case, the punishment was simply fainting and being unconscious until he reached her. Giving a short explanation about the situation to Soy Fan, he was quite surprised to see her simply shrug and begin inspecting her state. You do not seem shocked, nor apprehensive. When I was training to join the personal guard of the Shihoin's family, all the children were injected with a poison that would kill them should they fail and get caught. The same treatment held true when I became a guard. It's only after becoming captain that I got rid of it. I am already used to not being the master of my own life. Soy Fan's tone as she explained her past was plain, but Gojo could feel the alienation toward him. Clearly, in her mind, he was just another jailer. If it was a dating sim, before her favorability would be at 60 and now it should be between 10 or 20, which really surprised Gojo. After all, he had been ready for her favorability to outright become negative. Perhaps she has M tendencies. It was something worth considering. After all, even though she was rather short, Soifan was quite a beautiful woman. He wouldn't mind spending a night with her. You are really a pervert. I am not a pervert. I am a man of culture. A gentleman, if you will. Scoff I may be only 5 years old, but don't forget that I have all your memories and knowledge. Haha, don't mind the small details. Finally satisfied with what she saw, Soifan frowned. She had no way to look at the interior of her body, but, after focusing deeply she could faintly feel a foreign power flowing around her heart. So he wasn't lying. Despite confirming the existence of the bomb, Soifan did not seem particularly worried. In the first place, she had already decided to not divulge his power. In a way, this seal really helped her. All she had to think was, it isn't my fault, it's his. Meanwhile, Yoruichi was advancing with a frustrated expression. Things weren't going very well. She had known that Soifan was supposed to enter the Dangai for an extermination mission thanks to the spy tests I had left in the Kido Corps, but she couldn't understand why someone of her caliber was in such a state. As if it wasn't enough, she wasn't even supposed to make contact with them in the first place. Her mission had been to follow incognito, enter Dangai, observe the situation, and if possible capture some blanks for Kasuke to observe. It should have been simple, but who would have thought that I would meet another Shinigami that can move through dimension? The fact that learning spacetime Kido was forbidden aside, only a very select few Shinigami had even the necessary talent for such things. At least, for as long as she could remember, the only one who could do so was Kasuke. But, from what she had seen not long ago, it was clear that Gojo could also move through dimension, and at a way higher level. I really wonder just how long he will stay at Godi 13. This man and Kasuke were really similar, and this was why she knew that they were the kind of people with no particular taboo. Very dangerous individuals that move at their own pace and live in their own world. She was sure that Gojo would either enter the Royal Guard or leave the Godi 13 sooner or later. Well, not that it matters to me. I should think about what to do now. In the end, after pondering for what should have been a few minutes, she finally decided to just follow them from afar. She did not know how far his sense extended, but it did not matter. She more or less understood the kind of man he was. The kind that would rather play around and observe people moving like chess pieces while showing a charming smile. She found this kind of man quite fascinating. Chapter 106, ch 95, Another Genius. And, now if a Shinigami speaks with his Zanpakuto. Equals Shinigami speaking inwardly. Equals Zanpakuto speaking inwardly. Garganta. Now, what? Looking at the dark void with a sullen expression, Soifan wondered inwardly what they should do. The presence of Yoruichi already put her on edge. There was so much she wanted to ask. What really happened that day? Why did she abandon her? What had happened during those decades? *arg. *Yoruichi. Yoruichi. Yoruichi. Your biased perception is clouding your judgment, just as in your relationship with Yoruichi. You resent her when she's not around, but will do anything for her when she is. There's no middle ground with you. Yoruichi's the one holding you back. She's the real problem here. The frustrated cry of Suzumabachi sounded in her heart. What do you mean? For God's sake. Soifan, you have a bomb in your heart, you are being threatened by a powerful Shinigami, you are most likely considered dead in the Godi 13, and all you think about is Yoruichi. Come on. Is your brain flooded? Stop being such a simp. In her inner space, Suzumabachi was literally screaming. The current situation, while not the worst one, was pretty bleak. But, rather than thinking about a solution to the problem at hand, her partner was busy playing the fangirl. If she had a heart, she was sure that she would have had an attack by now. This was how infuriated she was. Soifan had the decency to look a little abashed. She knew that she had lost herself a little. Even so, she was too proud to offer apologies. Humph. No need to say thanks. I know you wouldn't even if it killed you. Anyways, the situation isn't too bad currently. At least, Mr. Handsome over there doesn't seem interested in your body, which is pretty normal because your style is lame, so there is no danger to your virtue. I guess being lame has its advantages. Soifan gritted her teeth. She knew that Suzumabachi never kept her tongue in check and loved to hurl abuses at her. At the same time, she felt a little wistful. After all, more often than not, the Zanpakuto spirit shared the same personality as their user, or at least close enough. He might be a rogue, but I don't believe that he will use me for such an endeavor. If he wanted to, he could have done it when I was unconscious. Soifan did not particularly care if Gojo tried to sexually abuse her. Despite her lack of experience, as a female assassin, she had received all the relevant knowledge about how to use her charms if necessary and was also prepared for the eventual case where she would fall into the hands of the enemies and was unable to kill herself. Then here is the question. Why did he keep you? Back then, he could have just convinced you to leave with the rest of the Shinigamis and let him deal with the hollows. He wouldn't even need to expose his Bankai to you that way. It means he needed you to stay specifically. That's right, I guess the next question is, what will happen to me once he doesn't need me anymore? Indeed. If he kills you now, aside from that vice captain, no one will know what has happened to you. He can even create a beautiful story about you sacrificing yourself or something like that. No matter how I see it, killing you is better than keeping you alive. So. What are you asking? I mean. If you made all those deductions, it means you have a plan. You do have a plan, right? NOP. Not at all. Just wanted to show you how fucked you are. You are going to die. No cap. It was great knowing you. Reaching there, Suzumabachi immediately cut the connection between them, leaving a bewildered Soifan. If Gojo could hear the discussion between Soifan and Suzumabachi, he would have laughed his ass off. But currently, he was more focused on finding a node that would facilitate the entry in Dangai. Since Gojo had decided to enter Dangai, he had prepared many plans. The easiest one was of course to open a Senkaman from Soul Society or Earth and to enter without a Hell Butterfly. But doing so was extremely dangerous and stupid. The chances to appear in the time currents of Dangai or next to the sweeper were so high it could basically be seen as suicide. This was why it was necessary to go from Garganta to Dangai and finally the Valley of Screams. Should I still explore the Valley of Screams? That had been the mission given. But finding the specific valley that housed the targets would be a huge endeavor with just the three of them. They would need to be incredibly lucky to find them. He would rather focus on Dangai if necessary. But valleys of souls are created by the coalitions of blanks. Observing it could be interesting. He decided that he would give it a try and visit Valleys of Scream once he was finished with his business. If after 3 times he did not find it, he would simply go back. It wasn't as if he cared about some exiled nobles. Now that I think about it, should I find a way to warn Nanao that I am alive? He suddenly grimaced at the thought. Nanao already had a trauma because of the curse of her clan. If she learned that he died just a few days after having sex with her, he was sure that she would be devastated. He could of course go back immediately, but if he entered the Siriiti, he had a high chance of being caught. The most important was, I need someone at the level of captain to be with me. Pondering for a few moments, he decided to not stay longer than 1 week in Dangai. Normally, he would only be declared missing in action after a period of 2 weeks. This means that he could use 1 week for Dangai, 3 to 5 days for the Valleys of Screams, then he would go back. After all, once he obtained fixed coordinates, he could come back any time he wished. He continued to mull as he advanced until. We are here. Both Nimue and Soifan looked around at his words but saw nothing aside from the same endless void. Of course, the world in their eyes and that of Gojo was completely different. Where all they could see was nothingness, when Gojo concentrated, he could see strings of energy all linked to each other. But some of those strings aggregated to form nodes. Those were what Gojo targeted. Since he didn't know the coordinates, he couldn't teleport to Dangai using shadow, but using this alternative method was possible. Gojo heightened his focus, feeling the nodes with all his senses. Slowly, the world around him began to slow down and all color slowly vanished, until all that was left was a monochromatic world where everything seemed to stop. In his mind, thousands of calculations began to take place. For anyone else, the amount of information would have been too overwhelming to make sense of. But, one of the reasons the 6 eyes were required to master Limitless was exactly because of the boost in calculation power. He didn't know how long it took, perhaps a few minutes or few hours, but his back was drenched in sweat when he finished. How long have I been out? I doubt more than a couple of hours. Nimue answered calmly while Soifan stood on the side. He was surprised that she didn't try anything. In fact, he had some nasty surprises in reserve had she tried anything. It was really a shame. Are you really about to open a gate to your destination in Dangai? Soifan frowned. Even the members of the scientific research department would need to work in medium-sized teams for many days before succeeding. In fact, even Kasuke Urahara would need some preparation for a few days before he created a fully functional gate. Even though she hated that man, she had to admit that he was the most talented person she had ever seen. Gojo ignored Soifan's question and took a deep breath, before waving his hand. Instantly, the reishi in the surroundings began to gravitate around and condensed at a specific point. Finally, an oval-shaped gate appeared in front of the eyes of an astonished Soifan and a grinning Gojo. Until now, there had only been officially one Shinigami that could open gates to and from Garganta without having to rely on more companions or machines. Now, there were 2. And, well. What will Gojo discover in Dangai? We will see. Also, officially, only Kisuke can. But most of us know that Aizen can do the same. Chapter 107, ch 96, Dangai. Dangai. The moment Gojo entered with Nimue and Soifan behind him, he couldn't help but shiver a little at the sight that greeted him. From a normal perspective, if Garganta was a vast empty field, then Dangai could be likened to a long endless tunnel. The walls of the tunnel were a row of dark clouds. Clearly, this place was rather normal looking. But for Gojo, this place looked more like a giant death trap. The cloud walls weren't harmless. They were called Koryu, one, and were deadly traps for all spiritual life forms. Should anyone enter in contact with it without proper preparations, one would be rendered completely immobile immediately. Of course, Gojo was no exception. If any part of his body got trapped, he would have to immediately cut that part. Otherwise, it would be game over for him, as he would be trapped until the Kotatsu, too, came and sent him back to the past, but because of the high distortion, his body would be completely torn and reduced to nothing. 3. So, Dangai was your goal all along. Soifan, who had until then stayed silent, finally spoke. Her power of observation was rather high. Otherwise, she wouldn't work as an assassin and spy. This was why she was able to see that Gojo didn't enter Dangai to complete the mission, but because Dangai itself was his goal. She could also understand why he had needed her to follow him. You need a captain level to stop the current. Bingo. No prize though. Gojo shrugged and did not try to deny Soifan's deduction. He wasn't surprised that she got it right. After all, at this point, it was pretty obvious. Gojo, do you know why no Shinigami tried to use the Dangai for such a purpose? Because of the Kotatsu. It's one of the reasons. Soifan, showing a bemused expression, tried to explain the situation. In the first place, the only way to stop the Koryu was to either channel the Ryatsu of a captain, or to use some special instrument. By doing so, one would be able to obtain a great amount of time. But here lied the problem. How long could the torrent be stopped for? Some captains in the past tried, and the best they could do was to stop the flow for about 1,000 hours in Dangai time, or 30 minutes in the normal world. For the instruments, it was even worse, and stopping the flow for even 10 minutes in the normal world would be difficult. The price was that the captain would lose all combat capacity for about 6 days. Meanwhile, the Kotatsu shows up every 7 days. It means that one could only use it once every week. Just to get about 1 month and a half. Now let's say that it would be possible to increase the number of captains. How many of them would be willing to tire themselves out and be put in a situation of danger for nothing? Even if all the captains were willing to work for you, in the end, after 1 year in the real world, you would have only trained for about 44 years. Nimue listened without interrupting. As the vice captain of the 12th Division and the direct assistant of Mayuri, she had a deep understanding of this problem. It wasn't just about fighting. Some scientists wished to use the flow to their advantage to increase the amount of time they had at their disposal. In the end, the project was scrapped as the cost to maintain it was too high and the slightest mistake could mean death. Soifan, meanwhile, didn't stop. But all this is just a question of dedication. There's another more fundamental problem. Even though Shinigami need time to master and adjust to some skills, time itself is not a factor of strength for us. Once we reach a certain level, time itself is meaningless. Shinigami cannot grow indefinitely after all. Gojo nodded. If the growth of a Shinigami could be traced in a curve, one would see that the growth was in no way stable through time but rather needed a special trigger, then was followed by a sudden peak increase in strength. An average Shinigami could suddenly become a master if he awakened a powerful Zanpakuto. The same went for Bankai. If a Shinigami had no talents, even if you gave him hundreds or thousands of years, the result would be the same. At most one could argue that it helped greatly reduce the time needed to master some skills. Time was indeed meaningless for Shinigami. For example, Anohana was not much stronger than her past self during the creation of the Soul Society. In fact, from her words, it seems like she had weakened instead. This was the innate limit. Something that could never be surpassed, and that limit determined how far you could go, not the time you invested. This was the kind of world this was. Soifan finished her explanations and looked attentively at Gojo's face. The reason she explained all this was because she wished to see the expression of disappointment as he realized that his master plan was in fact a failure. She was sure that since Gojo was a young Shinigami, he had been dazzled by the notion of Dangai and thought the only reason it wasn't used was that it was forbidden by the law. All this while, seeing his assured and arrogant face had ticked her off greatly. This feeling was increased by the current situation she found herself in. After all, even if she wasn't flustered by having a bomb inside her body, knowing that her life wasn't her own gave a pretty shitty feeling. Unfortunately, she was bound to be disappointed. After all, I already know all that. You know. Heh. Did you really think I would rush headfirst without a thorough plan? I may be prideful, but I am not stupid. Of course, he knew. How could he enter this place without wondering why no one ever made full use out of it? In the end, the risk and cost of using Dangai far outweighed the possible gains. 5. But Gojo didn't care. He didn't wish to use Dangai as some sort of time chamber to accelerate his training. He needed to go to Dangai in order to feel the distorted flow of time and see what he could glean from it. He hoped that he would not be disappointed. Turning towards Soifan, he asked, "Will you help me?" Soifan, who was disappointed by the fact that she wouldn't see a downcast Gojo, tilted her head at his question. "Why don't you threaten me? I already told you that I have no wish to threaten you. Aside from asking you to keep my secrets, I will not leverage the bomb whenever I need to ask you something. You are free to refuse any request coming from me." Gojo knew more than anyone that blackmail and threat were a form of art. He wasn't above using any of them, but they had to be used in the right way on the right person. The most important was to never break the bottom line of the one you were threatening. For example, even though he forced her to not reveal his secret, since she did not think that he had nefarious intentions towards Soul Society, she did not try to fight back, as she judged that sacrificing her life for this was not worthwhile. But what if he asked her to betray Soul Society? He was pretty sure that she would kill herself immediately. At the same people, companions that had been obtained through unorthodox means were not trustworthy. Then, let's make a deal. I will help you, but in exchange, you have to take away that bomb. Give me 40 years. I will erase my reishi in you by then. Soifan did not miss the implication in his words. Gojo did not want to show his Bankai because he would most likely get sent to the Mago nest. You believe that after 40 years, no one will be able to threaten you? Gojo smiled confidently. That, I do not know. But I am sure that after 40 years I will have reached a level where few people would even be able to touch me. Soifan thought he was speaking figuratively. She did not understand what kind of Gojo was reaching for. Gojo knew that Limitless itself was not that incredible in this world. But it was mainly because Limitless was hindered by his frail human body. Right now though, be it his physical abilities or calculation speed, he was incomparable to his past living self. Are you not worried about me suddenly pulling out my energy and letting you trapped in the flow? Trust is something that goes both ways. I trust that you are not the kind of person to do such things. But more than anything, I trust myself. The meaning was clear. Even if he focused entirely in training, he still believed he could deal with anything she might throw at him. Very well. What should I do? After a tense silence, Soifan finally relented. She did not know if what she was about to do was the right choice or a mistake. But she would take one step at a time. Smiling, Gojo's expression barely flickered as he felt someone pass through the gate he had intentionally let open. How could he let another captain level escape his grasp when he needed so much currently? 1. Wrestling flow. 2. Wrestling surge. 3. Pretty easy to understand, but if I had to give an example, those who watched or played Steingate should understand what happens if you time travel in the wrong way. Imagine that, but rather than some green goo, there is nothing left. 4. Ishin could stop the flow for 2,000 hours or nearly 3 months, which was 1 hour in the real world. 5. This explanation wasn't given in canon but is born from my own understanding of Bleach. In canon, the only reason they gave was Kotatsu and Central 46 forbidding it. But I think it's mainly because Shinigami don't need time for power-up. Though they need time to master skills. One example is Toshiro, Rukia, Renji. Toshiro entered the academy 5 years after Momo and Renji etc. did. But they graduated at the same time, and when they were still vice-captain, Toshiro was already captain and had Bankai. Another example is child Zaraki versus Unohana. As a child, Zaraki fought on par with Unohana when she was still a Kenpachi without even using Shurikai and only lost because he subconsciously made himself weaker. Finally, the best example is Ichigo. XD in 2 years the guy reached the level others took hundreds or thousands of years to reach. The worst is, it isn't even 2 years, since he stayed 17 months without power. So in just 1 year, Ichigo went from human level to galaxy destruction and possibly universal level. XD. And, man, setting up a power-up isn't easy. You wouldn't believe the amount of research I had to do in order to create something logical and badass. Making the relationship grow is even harder. Yoruichi will act as a lubricant. Later. Chapter 108, ch 97, Limitless. Sitting down and closing his eyes, Gojo began to progressively shut down all his senses, only leaving the sliver necessary to react to danger. At the same time, even if not in Bankai mode, Kogo could act within a certain margin and ensure to protect him long enough so that he would wake up should anything happen. After opening his Shurikai, Gojo began to observe the world within 10 meters of him, and at the same time entered the inner world of Kengo. Once he saw what it currently looked like, a smile formed on his face as he understood that he had won the bet. Sitting on the ground, Soifan observed Gojo as he sat quietly in a meditation pose. In her hands were strings that connected her to the walls and stopped the movement of the surge. This technique was called Kaikyo Kotai, 1, a technique that allowed one to momentarily stop the surging flow and allows the others to profit from time dilatation. The price for that was that the one stopping the time could not move and could only use his Ryatsu to feed the technique. Soifan was quite the powerful Shinigami and as such estimated that she could stop the Dangai for about 1,500 hours. This means that she would be unable to move or eat for 62 days and 12 hours, and once this ended, not even 1 hour would have passed. Haha, this is really like a punishment game. As powerful as she was, staying still without sustenance for 2 months wasn't really a problem. Even staying immobile wouldn't be. It was just that it would feel particularly awful. It was in times like this she was thankful for the training she received. After all, resistance towards torture and starvation were necessary. It was also no wonder the death rate was so high. She knew that the training itself had mellowed out after Yoruichi took control of the Shihoin family, but it was still pretty gruesome. Thinking about Yoruichi, Soifan couldn't help but turn her head slightly toward the brown-skinned woman who was standing sullenly not far away from her. Even though the two were not far away, only silence hung between them as neither of them knew how to begin a discussion. In the first place, it was why she had feigned to be still unconscious when they had previously met in Garganta. Yoruichi's mood could be said to be at an all-time low. Not only did she fail the mission, but she failed in such an epic way that it was embarrassing. She might have become quite rusty because of the decades without training, but it shouldn't have been possible for a newbie Shinigami to catch her trail. In fact, not even experienced members of the secret force should have been able to. The proof was that Soifan did not. For Gojo to succeed so easily, she had to admit that he was indeed a well-rounded genius. Since she was already used to Kasuke doing impossible things, it didn't take long for her to accept reality. Still, she had the same knowledge of Dangai and wondered why he was doing that. Well, I just have to stay and observe him. Inner world. What was limitless? In the simplest and roughest way, limitless could be said to be a kind of space manipulation. In a more intricate way, limitless was the power to bring the imaginary concept of infinity to reality. In mathematics, no matter how many times someone divides a number, it will never be reduced to zero. Instead, they will be left with fractional units so infinitesimally it would become immeasurable to their eye. The limitless brings this concept into reality, so anything that attempts to penetrate the infinitely divided space will slow down to the point of appearing to stop completely. As if that much wasn't enough, limitless could also bring the impossible concept of negative distance or bring the divergence of infinity into reality. One could say that limitless was a power that made the impossible possible. In short, limitless is bullshit. Sitting on the throne, with Kogo sitting on his lap, Gojo gently combed her hair as he explained with a wry smile. I never really thought about this when I was alive, but my ancestor was really a monster. For him to create a technique like that. Still, since I have had limitless for years, it shouldn't have been so hard for me to recreate limitless. In the first place, I always wondered, why did I lose limitless, but not Rokugan? This has always bothered me. Looking up at the sky, his wry smile changed into a confident grin. The truth was always there. I had never lost limitless. I was just unable to access it because the concepts it brought were flawed in this world. The last time he entered Kogo's inner world, it had been a white infinite void with one unique throne. But currently, the world seemed to be separated in two as another void seemed to grow in the distance. A dark one. This was without a doubt, the inner world of Gojo. That world that Gojo had been unable to access until now seemed to be slowly fusing with the world of Kogo, making them one. The fact that he had never lost limitless became apparent to him when he became able to use infinite void. A domain expansion was the expression of the inner world into reality. The peak of a cursed technique. But, how could he see the peak without a base beneath it? This was when Gojo understood the true problems. Though this world and his previous one looked exactly the same. The basic laws that governed it were completely different, but at the same time eerily similar. In this world, humans could use Ryuryoku and become exorcists like how in his previous one, humans could use cursed energy and become sorcerers. In this world, Shinigamis and Hollows were beings that existed on a spiritual level and were invisible to humans without a certain level of Ryuryoku. In the same way, in his previous world, humans could not see curses if they did not possess cursed energy. In appearance, the only big difference between this world and the other one was the difference in energy. But there was another one existence that changed everything. Because of that existence, planes of reality such as Soul Society and Garganta existed alongside the human world. This was the main reason why limitless could not be manifested initially. His mind was unable to properly calculate and bring limitless because he lacked many frames of reference. The reason why he became able to use infinite void, albeit barely, was because he had been to the human world and had obtained another frame of reference aside from Soul Society. Calculations were impossible as long as unknown variables existed. As such, he had to transform those unknown variables into variables that could be understood. Still, What a fucked up world. He really wondered what kind of being was the Soul King to create such a universe. In an unknown place, a being deprived of his 4 limbs floated silently while observing the universe through his eyes that could see all. Next to him, a man draped in white with a black beard, the monk who calls the realm name, the one who named all things in Soul Society, frowned. Unease filled his mind as he felt that something impossible was happening. Turning his head, he opened his mouth, intent to ask what was happening, but in the end, he closed his mouth and sighed, for he knew that he would have already received an answer if that person wished to share it. What is meant to happen will happen. Sighing, he continued to write a piece of calligraphy, as he had always done. 1. World Boundary Stabilizer. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 109, CH98, Limitless, 2. Huff. 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 Drip drip. In the tunnel of Dangai, a rough and laborious breath sounded while droplets of sweat hit the ground. How long has it been now? Kneeling powerlessly on the ground, her arms still connected to the surging flow thanks to the special string that transferred her energy, Soifan raised her head with difficulty to observe Gojo, but even that proved to be impossible since her vision was so blurry. Nearly 2 months. For nearly 2 months, Soifan had stayed in the same position without moving, eating, or sleeping. More than anything, her reserves of energy were constantly lowering. To say that she was currently feeling awful would be an understatement. The feeling of slowly weakening was not one she could appreciate. In a way, it was a form of torture all on its own. Thankfully, even though she had close to no Ryuryoka left, she could still somehow manage the situation. But with each second trickled by, she could feel herself getting even weaker. Sigh, I am really too headstrong. She could have let go at any moment, but her pride and mostly the fact that Yoruichi was close to her made her reject such an idea. She didn't want to appear lame in front of her idol. Soifan wanted to show Yoruichi that she had grown far stronger during those few decades and had perhaps even reached her level. Yes. I worked hard. I even developed my own special techniques. If I train for 20 or 30 more years and perfect this skill, I am sure that I will surpass her. In the tunnel, even though there were 3 women, none of them spoke with each other. For Nimue, she may have begun expressing her desire and emotions, but this was only in front of Gojo. In front of the other people, she was still silent and somewhat gloomy. All she was doing was sitting and observing Gojo in silence. Her eyes, hardly blinking at all. Whoa. Creepy. I guess she is really related to Mayuri. Yoruichi, who had just finished a set of exercises, thought as she took a look at Nimue. Like Soifan, Yoruichi had been trained in how to stay still in ambush for days if not months, just to kill that one target. So, even though she had a lively personality, the present situation wasn't really a problem for her. Since Gojo was using the feature of Dangai to obtain some kind of power-up, Yoruichi decided to do the same. Though, in her case, it was more a kind of rehabilitation. As she warmed herself up in the hope of slowly regaining her old reflexes. Even though the results had been average, she was still a little stronger than she had been when she entered Dangai at first, so it was good enough in her book. After all, the best way of training for a Shinigami, in Yoruichi's opinion, was direct combat. Only during combat would one use everything they learned and apply them to the real solution. The proof was that even the act of reaching Shirkai and Bankai required a fight between the Shinigami and the sword spirit. Of course, while training, she also observed Soifan's state regularly and was ready to stop her at any moment. The main reason as to why Soifan was in such a state was because she was losing her Ryuryoku, her source of energy. Shinigamis were complicated beings. Weak souls did not require sustenance. Their Ryuryoku was so weak that it might as well be non-existent. But when they reached a certain level, they needed to eat in order to maintain their existence. Meanwhile, once they surpassed a certain level of Ryuryoku, mainly around vice-captain level, eating became more a habit than a necessity. Once she made sure that Soifan wasn't past the critical point, she turned her attention to the cause of all this. What a monster. Every time she looked at him, she couldn't help but think so. 2 months. It had been barely 2 months. For a Shinigami, such a period was completely worthless. Not even enough to learn a low-level spell. But during those 2 months, the changes that had occurred on Gojo were startling. Firstly, it felt as if he had matured a few years. Even though he still had his boyish look, he looked more mature. Furthermore, his beautiful silver-white hair had also grown past his shoulders and nearly reached the end of his back. But if the changes stopped there, she wouldn't be surprised. His power. Cold sweat formed on her back. If before she was sure that she had a fair chance in beating him, now she wasn't so sure. Even now, standing in front of him, she had a hard time measuring his Ryatsu. No matter how hard she tried, she could not understand how someone could have such a change and increase in power in such a short time. It was completely mind-blowing. I really wonder what he is doing. Back in his Zanpakuto inner world, Gojo showed a wry smile as he watched the translucent second throne placed in the dark side of the inner world. As I thought, it still isn't complete. Even though the fusion had reached a rather high level, it had already been stuck some time ago. Still, he showed no disappointment on his face. After all, what he gained from this trip was more than worth it. He knew that even if he stayed longer, it would be useless. After all, now that he had already taken the most important step, what he needed now were frames of reference. Still. Kogo, you are really incredible. Hey, no need to state the obvious. I know I am the most awesome. Less than me, I am sure you wanted to add. Snort in your dreams. The two bickered like this for a few moments. Gojo had long realized that only when he was talking with Kogo could he be said to be stress-free. He caressed the head of the girl sitting on his lap with a giddy smile. Even though he had found the correct path to completely regain Limitless, and even had some gains already. What truly made him happy was what he had glimpsed. The full potential of Kogo could only be said to be frightening. Well, I guess next I will visit the Valleys of Screams. The valleys were not created naturally, so he doubted that they were part of the frames of reference he needed. But it wouldn't hurt to try. Furthermore, if he could finish his mission on the way, it would allow him to test his new powers. Ha! I can't wait. Thinking so, he raised his index and a scarlet ball of energy formed above it before being snuffed out by him. Grinning, he stood up and placed Kogo back on her throne. Time for me to wake up. He didn't know how strong he had gotten, but he was sure now of one thing. The Soul Society would be shaken. And, excited about Gojo power-up. Well, I am. Had to think many times before choosing that in the possible road. In the end, we will see whether you guys will like it or not. Chapter 110, CH 99, Let's BET. The moment Gojo opened his eyes, the three women shuddered at the sharp increase of Ryatsu. Yoruichi was still alright. But, for Soifan who was pretty much dead tired, and Nimue who was only a vice-captain, the current pressure was unbearable. They felt as if thousands of kilograms were suddenly placed on their shoulders. Thankfully, Gojo had not melded any intent in his pressure, otherwise, it could have ended quite badly. Oops. He was a little disoriented at first, but once he understood what was happening, he immediately took control of his pressure. Nimue couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, while Soifan, who was already in a pretty bad shape after being drained for 2 months, fainted. Just as she was about to hit the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 people immediately appeared next to her and supported her. She has just fainted and is suffering from exhaustion. Nothing worrisome. Taking her in a princess carry, Gojo took out the chain she had used to connect to the wall of Dangai and verified her current state. On the other hand, Yoruichi, who was 1 step late, was gobsmacked and looked at Gojo with an incredulous expression. He was faster than me. Yoruichi could hardly believe it. Even though she had become quite rusty after all those years without fighting and living in the form of a cat. She still believed that aside from Reijin no Tenjiro, 1, a member of the Zero Division, who was also the greatest healer she knew, 2, no one could match her when it came to pure speed. Thinking back to what had happened, she was sure of it. It wasn't speed. It was teleportation. She didn't know if she should be relieved at the fact that he wasn't faster than her or horrified about this outrageous revelation. Despite the many restrictions, there were many Shinigami who dabbled in spacetime techniques. Some were more successful than others, though the vast majority failed. Still, even after thousands of years of research, there were many limits to what had been actually possible with spacetime Kido. Some Shinigami, like Kisuke, even reached the level of being able to travel between dimensions, but none of them could teleport. If she wasn't wrong, if what he did was really teleportation, then he would be the first one since the creation of Soul Society. After making sure that Soifan was alright, Gojo stood up and stretched with a big smile on his face, and began to check his changes. Touching his hair, he mused as he wondered how he looked like currently, but there was only one possibility. Yep. Even though it should be impossible, I must have become even more handsome than I was in the past. His narcissistic thought aside, for him who had an intimate knowledge of his own body because of his healing skill and his shurikai, he could feel that he had greatly changed. While Shinigami could grow older, the appearance of a Shinigami wasn't just a question of time but also of power level and awareness of oneself. Clenching his fist and feeling the power coursing through his body, he nodded in appreciation. Of course, the most important Limitless. After all, this was the main reason as to why he came here. The current Limitless was still somewhat incomplete, but he had already finished the most important part. This made him quite happy. He may have far surpassed his human self, but Limitless was a skill that had accompanied him for most of his life. It was also the skill that helped him reach the top of his world. This was why he had a special attachment to it. At the same time, he was thankful that he hadn't been able to use Limitless at first. When he had entered Soul Society, he still saw himself as the strongest. With a mindset like that, Limitless may have helped him win easily against many, but he would have met his end sooner or later. After all, this world did not lack masters in space manipulation or powerful people with unique skills that could theoretically counter him. More than anything, if he had Limitless from the start, he would have never tried to make contact with his Zanpakuto, and as such would have never met Kogo, which would have been quite regrettable. Well then, Yoruichi, what do you want to do now? By then, Yoruichi had already calmed down. She was already used to seeing impossible feats being accomplished by geniuses and as such, she had a higher tolerance than most. But curiosity was making her go mad. It was like an itch that could not be scratched no matter what she did. She was curious about so many things. What skill did he create during those 2 months? How was he able to teleport? Could he become an ally against Aizen? Back then, she had been too hot-headed and did not wish to stay longer in the Soul Society. This was why she had fled after rescuing Kasuke and the Visored, even though she did not really need to. Had she stayed, with her political power, it would have been possible to harass Aizen until he slipped and made a mistake. Of course, the other reason she fled was that she did not like the boring and static world that was Soul Society. She may have been born as a princess and rose to become the first female head of the Shihoin clan thanks to her talent, but deep down, she hated her position. There were so many things she wished to see, so many places she wanted to explore. But she had never managed to gather the resolve necessary until that incident. Looking at Gojo, her eyes shone with splendor as she said, "I want to fight you." Yoruichi had always been someone of action. Since she was curious, she decided to satiate her curiosity. Rather than asking him questions, fighting him would prove to be more meaningful. Gojo grinned inwardly, as he thought of the best way to profit from the current situation. "Why should I? I gain nothing from fighting you." Yoruichi frowned a little. She wasn't like Zaraki who would madly attack someone that didn't want to fight. As such she asked, "What do you propose then?" He wiggled her finger at her. "A bet." "A bet. Indeed. If you win, not only will I tell you everything you want to know, but I will even work for you and listen to any of your orders." A strange expression flashed on Yoruichi's face, "And in case you win?" This time, Gojo did not hide his grin. "If I win, then you will become my maid and listen to any of my orders." He also shrugged. "Of course, I say all of my orders, but there are of course some limits. The winner cannot ask for the life of the loser and cannot make orders that go against the bottom line of the loser. Furthermore, the loser will listen to the other for only 50 years. What do you say?" Yoruichi, who had been on the verge of refusing, stopped short. If there had been no limits, the choice wouldn't have been difficult. But now, it appeared to be much more reasonable. For Shinigami like them, 50 years was really not that long. Of course, she wasn't stupid. She knew that Gojo had first made an unreasonable proposal followed by one much more appetizing. It was a common tactic in negotiation. But deep down, she had the confidence to not lose. If she went all out and used her shunko, few people could beat her. Worse came to worse, if it was necessary, she could use her final form. Though she hated it because of how unstable the technique was. That was why. "All right." Yoruichi made the decision on the spot. "I accept your bet." They said curiosity killed the cat. Yoruichi was about to learn this lesson hand down. But, just as the two were about to fight. "I object. 1. Lightning fast Tenjiro. 2. The guy is pretty badass. He's the teacher of Unohana in healing skill and was so fast Soifan could hardly perceive him. Personally, I think Ichibe is even faster. But what he used against Yawatch was a special skill rather than pure speed. So it's hard to say. And, there is one thing I always found weird in Bleach. Why did Yoruichi flee? She is the princess of Shihoin. Just saving some inmates sentenced to death means shit. The Central 46 or Godi I-13 can't even touch her without risking war. But let's say that she didn't want to risk war and didn't want to inform Soifan because the girl is a hothead when it comes to Yoruichi. Why not inform Byakuya and his grandfather about Aizen? What about warning Captain Yamamoto or Shunsui or Yukitake? Of course, it would have been a contest between Aizen and Yoruichi since there's no proof. In fact, Aizen used his illusion and created the perfect alibi. Still, as the princess of Shihoin, her voice had way more weight than Kasuka was basically bullied during the trial, if you even call what happened a trial. The guy couldn't even defend himself. Anyway, rant over. Chapter 111, ch 100, Hikaru Genji. I object. Just as the two were about to discuss how to fight, a scream of indignation stopped them. Looking back, they could see Soifan stand up with difficulty, her face drenched with sweat and her teeth gritted. Satoru Gojo, I can accept many things. But do not disrespect Yoruichi-sama. Gojo was a little startled before showing a weird smile. It seems like this girl is really infatuated with you. He murmured to Yoruichi, causing Soifan to blush and Yoruichi to cover her face in helplessness. Of course, it wasn't because of the implications in Gojo's words. She knew Soifan very well and she had no lesbian tendency nor had any romantic feelings toward her. It was just that Soifan's loyalty toward her was extremely high. It wouldn't be a mistake to say that Soifan basically worshipped the ground she walked on. This fact could be seen even now. Gojo had been able to somewhat restrain Soifan with the bomb in her heart. But now, Soifan completely disregarded this bomb just for Yoruichi. Such a loyal woman. It's truly rare. Even though her blind loyalty was awkward to look at, Gojo had to admit that it was also endearing. Few people could say for certain that they understood the heart of all those around them. But for Yoruichi, she could say with the confidence that even if the whole world betrayed her, Soifan would never do so. No matter what Yoruichi did. It was something really enviable. He never had anyone like this in his past life. Not even Yuji and Megumi. He had a best friend, but that friend took another path. Of course, blind loyalty could bring many problems. But it did not change the fact of the matter. Thankfully, in this world, he had Kogo. The only one he could trust with all his heart. Thinking about this, a smile formed on his face. Why do you object? Do you not believe in Miss Yoruichi? Soifan paled before shaking her head in a hurry. Her head was still a little foggy because of the strain she had to endure and as such lacked her usual rhetoric. Gojo did not miss this occasion. How about this, you can also participate in the bet. If you beat me, you win and I serve Yoruichi. If I win, you serve me. Soifan was stunned and so was Yoruichi. You want to fight the two of us at the same time? Yoruichi asked with a bewildered voice. Of course. Why not? It isn't like I will lose either way. Both Yoruichi and Soifan's faces became firm. As skilled spies and assassins, the two of them had been trained in how to effectively kill for as long as they could remember. And because of their upbringings, they saw nothing wrong with using numbers to defeat a powerful opponent. As long as the difference in Ryatsu wasn't too high. A group of soldiers could beat someone powerful. In that sense, Gojo's proposal itself didn't offend them. It was the meaning behind it. You are trying to say that you can beat both of us at the same time? Yoruichi asked, the smile now gone from her face. It had been a long time since she had been belittled like this. Why don't you give it a try? The three of them looked at each other before Yoruichi finally nodded. Okay. Saying so, she approached Soifan and said. As she is now, Soifan isn't able to fight. We will wait for her. Her voice was stern and solemn. Yoruichi was many things and generally, she hated having to think too much. But this didn't mean she was dumb. Anyone else in her place would have believed that Gojo was simply too arrogant or could not understand the situation. Yoruichi, on the other hand, didn't think so. Since she was used to staying beside a genius, she understood one truth. Never judge a genius with common sense. What seems impossible for you isn't necessarily impossible for them. Initially, when Gojo only bet against her, she did think that she could win. Not because she was stronger, but because Gojo knew nothing about her while she had some ideas about his skills. As such, Gojo misjudging her skills was a possibility. But here was the thing, Gojo clearly knew Soifan's abilities and yet, he was still so sure. It meant that either he was really arrogant and stupid or that he really had the means to win. Yoruichi would rather bet on the second possibility. Of course, the easiest way would simply be to forego the bet. She was not obligated to fight after all. But, where would be the fun in such a situation? What made betting so attractive was the thrill of not knowing whether you will win or lose and the prize in case you won. If she won, she would get a great helper, and if she lost it wasn't a big deal. As long as he didn't go too far, she was even willing to listen to some kinky orders. Of course, she wished to win. This was why. I will use these 6 days well. She already knew that it would take about 1 week for Soifan to recover completely. She planned to use this week to explain many things to Soifan and make their partnership seamless once again. She didn't plan to explain the situation about Aizen yet. If she did so and Aizen noticed any incongruity when Soifan went back, Yoruichi was sure that the chance of Soifan dying without even understanding what was happening was rather high. Soifan, I think it's time we talk. Why are you suddenly acting like this? Gojo turned his back to the duo that was resolving the grievances accumulated for a few decades and walked toward the silent Nimue. Hearing Kogo's question, he shrugged inwardly as he said in his heart. Now that I found the clue for Limitless, the benefits Godi 13 can bring me are now relatively low. So, you plan to betray them now? There was no condemnation in her voice. She did not care the slightest bit about Soul Society. She already knew that Gojo had never decided to stay all his life in Soul Society. She just wondered what was the reason for hurrying. Not now. I plan to at least become a captain and finish my bet with Anohana. Then once I accomplish a few side goals, it will be time for me to leave. By then, I will need a team. Ah. So this is why. Yoruichi is a top-level fighter and she has a great identity. Having her on my side will make things easier for me even if I leave Soul Society. As for Soifan, she is hopelessly infatuated with Yoruichi. It's basically a bargain. 2 for the price of 1. Puffed. You are such a bad guy. Kogo laughed, but then turned serious. What about the bastard that created the trap? At this mention, Gojo's warm eyes chilled. The enemy is without a doubt someone high-graded. Either a captain or a noble. But I don't even have to search, after all, if I get Yoruichi, I can obtain that information. I am surprised. You really thought carefully about this. What kind of men do you take me for? Do you think I made that bet just because she was sexy? I am a principled and kind gentleman. Hee, whether you are a gentleman or a thief, you know yourself. She gave a snide remark before cutting the connection, making Gojo laugh awkwardly. Since Kogo knew him so well, how could he hide the truth from her? Yoruichi was an extremely beautiful and alluring woman. Few straight males wouldn't feel their blood boiling at her sight. With how flexible she was, Gojo couldn't help but wonder how it would feel. I really became a dissolute bastard. It wasn't his fault either. The Soul Society had basically no entertainment facilities. So, during those 5 years, he could only entertain himself in the most primitive and natural way. The wretched smile in his heart vanished the moment he reached Nimue. Gojo was many things and he did not see himself as a good person, but he still had his scruples. As Nimue was now, she was basically nothing more than a child in the body of an adult. He needed to slowly raise her and guide her for her mind to mature completely so that she could stand alone on her own. Man, why I am feeling like I am raising her to become my woman. Is it perhaps what Hikaru Genji felt when he was raising Lady Murasaki into his perfect wife? And, next chapter will be the start of the fight. Hope I will be able to make it epic. Also, Tales of Genji is basically the first JP novel, and Hikaru Genji, the MC of the story, is also the first harem MC in Japan history XD. Chapter 113, CH-101, Black Flash vs. Flash War Cry. Garganta. Floating aimlessly in the void of Garganta was Gojo, with eyes closed and expression serene. After making the bet with Yoruichi and Soifan, and talking with Nimue, Gojo had been spending his time in the Garganta. Since the moment he had regained a part of Limitless, he had felt that his mastery over Reishi had reached a completely new level. As such, he had begun to wonder about how he could grow even stronger. One of the solutions he found was strengthening his body. The body was the vessel. The larger it was, the more energy it could contain. But this wasn't enough. A large bowl made out of paper would not be able to contain water. What he needed was a large and sturdy vessel. This was why he had been slowly experimenting with his body, trying to make himself stronger. After all, his body was made out of reishi. If he could make his body as strong as when he used blood all the time, then even Zaraki or Anohana would be inferior to him in this case. Sadly, the results until now were minimal since he was very careful. Should I experiment on some hollows? Hollows and Shinigami were both made out of reishi. If he could strengthen hollows and increase their powers, then he could do the same for himself. He did not even entertain the thoughts of using Shinigami. After all, hollows were things he killed in masses, like curses. He understood that, like curses, hollows at a certain level had their own ways of thinking, and as such not all hollows were evil. The world was never black and white after all. But Gojo believed in only what he saw. Until now, he had never seen any hollows worth sparing and as such held no scruples. Either way, I need to visit Hueco Mundo sooner or later. So might as well do it then. As he was about to continue musing, something caught his attention and he opened his eyes. Before turning around, a platform of reishi appeared under his feet. So you girls are here. Behind him stood 3 women, obviously Soifan, Yoruichi, and Nimue. Nodding to the two women, Nimue walked until she stood behind him and watched his back. For her, this was the best place. The one where she felt the most at ease. Neither of the other two were surprised at her actions. Are you ready? Of course, I am ready to beat your arrogant ass. Gojo nodded, firstly. He raised his hand and created a white translucent cage made out of reishi around Nimue. Hollows could appear at any moment in Garganta, so he wished to keep Nimue close to him. But, the result of the fight between three powerful captains-level Shinigami would be too much for her to bear. At least, with this cage, she wouldn't be affected much. Once he was done, he put his attention back to his two opponents and whistled in admiration. While he was covering Nimue, the two of them had already taken away their coat, leaving a black skin-tight uniform that let their backs uncovered and left little to the imagination. Well then, shall we get started? Immediately, the space around them was flooded and trembled as the three of them released their Ryatsu. Flash War Cry, 1. Violent gulfs of wind surrounded Soifan, while white lightning covered Yoruichi. Encased in this power, the two of them looked like two goddesses of war. Despite the flashy display of power, Gojo was not deterred. He had a way to completely end this fight, but if he did that, there wouldn't be any fun and he also wouldn't be able to test the limits of his current power. This was why. Black Flash. Torrents of red and black lightning covered his body but did not affect his clothes. After all, in terms of energy controls, he was the best. Watching his form, Yoruichi showed no surprise as she had been warned by Soifan earlier. Still, seeing this form that was close to the technique she had created, she had to admit that geniuses were really different. Of course, she did not take into account the fact that she technically was bragging. After all, she was the one who created Shunko and could proudly call herself a genius. Suddenly. Bzzz. Boom. At a speed faster than anyone normally should have been able to react to, the three of them vanished from the spots they were standing and began to fight. Nimue, standing in the box created for her, felt herself getting dizzy as she tried to keep track of what was happening. All she could see were flashes of lightning, all she could feel was the stirring of the wind and all she could hear was the rumblings of thunder. The three people that were facing one another seemed to clash again and again as they left trails of energy on their wakes as if they were racing to the end of the world. If this fight had happened in Soul Society, Nimue had no doubt that they would have been forced to readjust the maps. Even now, despite the protection of the shield, she could feel as if she was being pressed down by a mountain and had difficulty breathing. If Nimue was surprised and admired them, then on the other hand, Soifan and Yoruichi were completely shocked. In terms of pure speed, Gojo was definitely slower than them and not by a little. Normally, he should not have been able to respond to so many of their attacks. But, it was as if he could predict the future and had a complete understanding of where and when they would attack. It didn't take long for Soifan to remember her first meeting with Gojo, 5 years ago. Back then, the same situation had happened. Members of her team, obviously faster than him, were completely unable to touch him. She immediately understood that trying to blitz Gojo was impossible as long as the difference in speed between the two did not reach a certain level. While Yoruichi did not have that information, her years of fighting experience were not for naught as she soon came to the same conclusion as Soifan. Without even speaking to each other, the two of them immediately stopped engaging Gojo but stood on either side of them at a distance of a few meters. Despite the earlier flurry of hits and attacks, none of them showed any signs of exhaustion. Clearly, this had been nothing more than a probing for the opposing side. At the same time, as if by a tacit understanding, neither Gojo nor Soifan summoned their Zanpakuto. Of course, the reasons were deeper. For Soifan, her Zanpakuto was a killing weapon unsuitable for sparring and her Bankai was useless in a fight at such high speed. For Yoruichi, she was simply unable to use her Zanpakuto like normal Shinigami because of some experiment she conducted with Kasuke. The only way she could use its full power was by assuming her final form, but even then there was a problem, she lacked complete control over it. Finally, for Gojo, the reason why he did not use his Zanpakuto was simple. He was sure that he could win against the two of them even without it. 1. Shunko translation is Flash War Cry. The English translation sounds way better. Even more so when compared to Gojo. Chapter 114, Gojo CH-102, Limitless Neutral Phase, Infinity. The atmosphere was filled with a progressively heavier tension as the two sides faced each other. You are much better than I thought. Yoruichi sincerely complimented while Soifan nodded on the side. Gojo was still inferior to them when it came to Hakuta and Ho-Ho. But the two of them were professionally trained for decades in an institution that entirely reposed on those two disciplines. Meanwhile, Gojo had been in the Godi 13 and should have just fumbled around by himself. His results could only be said to be awe-inspiring and not even Soifan could deny the talent of the men. Hey, it's alright. Gojo simply shrugged. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could surpass specialists in hand-to-hand combat with hundreds of years of experience. Furthermore, he had to admit that his fighting skills when he was alive were extremely inferior when compared to them. Thankfully, he had received quite the brutal training from Unohana. Though, I am still a little short. While he looked relaxed, he had to admit that fighting against both Soifan and Yoruichi was not an easy task, not that he expected it to be easy in the first place. Speed aside, the two had a wealth of experience and a great tacit understanding of each other. Their combination and coordination made Gojo waste more mental energy than what should have been necessary. Neither Soifan nor Yoruichi missed the little moment where he became absent-minded. Their forms blurred as they appeared close to him. Boom. Black flash, Blut Vene, 1. Ha ha. Gojo let out a bitter chuckle as he blocked a dropkick from Yoruichi with his right arm, and his left leg to stop an attack from Soifan. Under his kimono, his arms were covered in faint blue patterns tracing the veins beneath his skin. To Gojo, Blut Vene was one of the best defensive skill in his current skill set. Despite this, he could feel his bones crack a little under the power of those two attacks. He immediately retracted, and with a twirl, kicked the two of them. Sadly, the attack missed as they had already prepared for his counterattack and dodged them. After all, while he could react and protect himself thanks to his eyes, he was still slower than them. Like this, a back-and-forth exchange consisting mainly of martial arts began once again. If previously it was mainly a contest of speed, now it is one of pure combat skills. Compared to the flashy fight most Shinigami were used to, this felt terribly mundane, but it was oh so much more straining. Each step and each attack had to be calculated while anticipating his opponent's next move. When paired with his constant use of the Rokugan, the strain on his mind was not a joke. But even so, Gojo found the fight fun. It reminded him of his training with Unohana. The three of them were entangled in a bitter fight where even the slightest mistake could be fatal. For Gojo, the situation was quite tricky, but not unbearable. Slowly, wounds were accumulating on his body, but it wasn't enough to slow him down. Meanwhile, the two others weren't having it easy either. It was surprisingly frustrating for Soifan as her stamina was draining at an accelerated rate. After all, more than Hakuda itself, her fighting style was reliant on her Zanpakuto ability, so she specialized in quick fights. It didn't help that she just recuperated her energy not long ago after 4 months of being drained. Free of wounds she might be, but she could feel herself slowly slipping, and eventually, she knew that she would make a mistake. Giving a glance at Yoruichi, she jumped back and put distance between herself and Gojo, leaving Yoruichi to deal with him. Once she made sure that Yoruichi had no problem holding on, she took a deep breath and slowly began to accumulate the winds around her arms. During those 6 days, she had learned from Yoruichi that Shunko was a technique Yoruichi herself created. Soifan was a little sad to see that her achievements weren't all that impressive, but she was happier to reaffirm how powerful her princess was. I need to do it like this. As the original creator of the skill, Yoruichi's understanding of Shunko was far ahead of that of Soifan. Although the elements they used were different, the core principles were the same. Gather. The wind whipped around her, flapping her clothes and showing a spring scene to anyone who could pass in the surroundings, but it didn't matter to her. Huff. Slowly releasing her breath, she clenched her fists. She rushed toward Gojo, breaking multiple sonic barriers in the process, and punched with all her strength, releasing all the energy encased in her fist. Yoruichi meanwhile, who had been holding back Gojo, immediately used him as a springboard and jumped out of the way. Boom. An explosion of light filled the place while a huge tornado nearly pushed Yoruichi away. Even from afar, Yoruichi had to admit that this attack packed quite the punch. If Soifan managed to perfect it, it would become a big killer. Even if he wasn't taken down by this, I doubt he should be well. Just as she murmured this. Do you think so? She felt a presence behind her. But, as if she was prepared all around, she executed a dazzling series of actions. Shunko, full power. She released the full power of the basic Shunko. If before she was simply surrounded by lightning sparks, now the lightning around Yoruichi changed and took the form of 2 large white wings on her back. Be it speed, strength, or reaction time, all of them were increased exponentially in this state. This was followed by her gathering all that lightning in her fist and releasing it in a fraction of an instant with a mighty punch. Compared to what Soifan did, the two could not even be compared. Like a divine punishment, the sea of lightning swallowed Gojo, leaving him no time to react. The reason why she wasn't surprised about him appearing behind her and could react so fast was that she already knew that he could teleport since he used it in Dangai once after awakening. Since Soifan knew and told her how powerful his healing skills were, she did not hold back at all in this attack. It was impossible for him to still be able to fight after receiving such an attack. After all, it was powerful enough to completely take down someone at the captain level. You lost. She felt a little giddy at first, but as the lightning slowly vanished, she could only open her mouth wide. Really? She wasn't the only one. Be it Soifan or Nimue, none of them could hide the astonishment and confusion at the sight they were witnessing. When everything cleared out, all of them could see Yoruichi, her hand stretched and her fingers closed in a fist. Her fist was just a few centimeters away from Gojo's face, but no matter what she did, No matter how she tried to come close, it could not advance. Giving her a smirk, he added, "You cannot touch me. After all, the distance between me and you is infinite. Limitless neutral phase, infinity. 1. Calm blood dress. And, I must say, writing this fight was hard. Normally Bleach is all about who can make the bigger explosion. Less technique than pure Hakuda. I wanted to use other big move of Soifan and Yoruichi. But Soifan only learned the new Shunko after being trashed by Yoruichi in canon, and Yoruichi did not show the third form of Shunko before the war. Chapter 115, ch 103, U1. Limitless neutral phase, infinity. How the hell? Even with Yoruichi's centuries of experience, she could not help but become bewildered at the sight that surpassed her cognition. Yoruichi never saw herself as unparalleled. She could have accepted it if Gojo had managed to dodge her attack, or even if he had defended from it thanks to a difference in Ryatsu. But this? Soifan. Gojo did not even react as Soifan appeared like a ghost behind him and launched a kick at his midriff. Sadly, like with Yoruichi, she seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall that did not let her advance no matter what she did. You should stop, you are simply wasting your time. Yoruichi and Soifan appeared next to her. Their expression grave as they observed Gojo warily. So, this is the reason you wish to enter Dangai? Soifan asked with suspicion. She more or less knew Gojo's skill set, and this was the first time she had seen him use such a skill. Of course, it was possible that it was another of his trump cards, like his Bankai, but she did not believe so. You are right. Creating the skill is the reason I had to explore Dangai. He had already learned his lesson after what happened with Nanao and was careful with his words. To put it simply, you didn't touch me, but touched the infinity that was between you and me. Infinity. Yoruichi frowned at those words. She was beginning to grasp what that skill was about. I will explain, put out your hands. Gojo raised his two hands and waited for them to do so as well. Sharing glances, Yoruichi and Soifan advanced and did as he instructed, each of them pushing one hand toward him. At first, there was nothing wrong. But, after reaching a certain distance away from him, no matter what they did or how much they pushed, their hands couldn't advance anymore. See? You are not exactly stopped, but the closer you get, the slower you become. Looking at the incredulous expression on their faces, Gojo couldn't help but feel proud. Bragging was always extremely enjoyable. Infinity is an omnipresent concept. My technique just allows me to actualize it and bring it into reality. I can even bring concepts such as convergence and divergence. Though, currently, I can only do so with divergence. This part made Gojo really feel a little funny. Divergence or red was born by using a reverse curse technique, basically reversing the negative cursed energy into a positive one. Only by doing so could a jujitsu sorcerer learn how to heal themselves and others. Even when he was alive, it took him years and nearly dying to learn this technique. But here, he learned it first before being able to use convergence or blue. He could only attribute it to the fact that Ryatsu was already a positive energy. The more Yoruichi and Soifan listened to him describe this technique, the brighter their eyes became. Even Soifan with her usual cold face could not hide her admiration. At the same time, they could not hide the dread that was gradually growing. Can anyone learn this skill? Gojo shook his head, perhaps it would be possible for my descendants. But aside from this, it should be nearly impossible for any other Shinigami to learn this. Both Yoruichi and Soifan let out sighs of relief at those words. They did not believe that this skill was invincible. There was no such thing as absolute or invincible in this world. But, if Gojo did not exaggerate, then this skill was the absolute nemesis of all close combat Shinigami like them. Thankfully, it wasn't the case. So, I win. Looking at his cocky grin, Soifan could only grit her teeth in frustration. We can't beat you, doesn't mean you can beat us. So it should be a draw. You really think so? Of course. Very well then, I wanted to try it anyways. Let me show you something, Bankai. Bankai, Tengaku Futego no Gikuza. From Nimu's perspective, the moment Gojo activated his Bankai, the three fighters completely vanished from her sight and all she could see was a large black cube with white stripes floating in the space. The external form is similar to that of Captain Tozen. Her father and creator, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, had documents about all the important members of the Godi 13 that were filled with information about their skills, personality, habits, and other information. She wasn't privy to all the information, but she knew that Tozen's Bankai could be classified as a domain type that trapped his opponent in an individual space. In that space, he could set rules such as taking away the sense of hearing and sight of those imprisoned. I wonder what is happening in it. She couldn't help but tilt her head in wonder. When Yoruichi opened her eyes, all she could see was a world composed of pure white, making her feel as if she was alone in the world. Right in front of her was Gojo and a gorgeous silver-haired woman. Both of them were sitting on a throne, and above them were two orbs akin to two eyes of a god passing judgments. One was a black sun and the other a silver moon. Where are we? His Bankai. Soifan, who was next to Yoruichi, showed an awful expression. She still vividly remembered how the army of hollows had been completely erased. Furthermore, his Bankai seemed completely different. Welcome to my world. Gojo stood up and opened his arms wide. Even though his head was throbbing like crazy, it was already way more bearable than when he last used it. But for him, the greatest and most important change was that he was right. Limitless is indeed the way to perfect my Bankai. Compared to simply covering a large zone, the ability to completely imprison people in his world was incredible. It was as close as possible to a domain. You guys said that you didn't lose, right? Smiling, he waved his hand as the reishi in the air swirled and changed into stars that filled the sky of his world. It was a breathtaking view, but for Yoruichi and Soifan, it was horror incarnate. Taking back his seat, he leaned back on his throne and crossed his head while looking at them like mice trapped in a cage. You cannot touch me, neither can you escape. All you can do is, passively receive a beating until I am completely exhausted. So, what now? Looking up at the sea of stars high in the sky, Yoruichi debated briefly about going all out, but, remembering the effects of Limitless, she sighed and raised her hands in surrender. You won. And, whelp, I made fighting Gojo to be one of the most disgusting things possible. Now he can only keep his Bankai active for a short time, but, once it becomes perfect. Hee hee. Also, I won't stop here. Currently, Gojo has space with Limitless and matter with reishi. Now there is still a third one that is missing. You don't need to be a genius in physics to guess the third one. Chapter 116, CH 104, Truth About the Past, 1. And, if you want to reach until CH 134, then read on my free website, https://www.hikarugenjispace.com/gojo-ch-134-election-2, and if this still isn't enough, then join my Patreon to reach until CH 152, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Once Yoruichi surrendered, the world that had imprisoned them dissolved fully, and they once again found themselves in the void of Garganta. Looking at Gojo, who was bleeding from both his eyes and noses, she couldn't help but sigh. So you were bluffing? Gojo grinned at her words. That was indeed the case. With infinity, they truly had no way to hurt him, but the same could also be said about him. He had no way to hurt them either. The only way available to him was his Bankai, but unfortunately, while it was definitely easier to bear the load of information that filled his mind, it was only relatively easier when compared to the initial debilitating effects. He had thought that finding Limitless was the way to complete his Bankai, but it seemed that it wasn't enough. He needed a key, most likely one last key, and he already had an idea about what he had to find. The universe was composed of time, space, energy, and matter. 1. In the world created by his Bankai, he initially only had the equivalent of energy and matter through reishi. Later he obtained the equivalent of space through Limitless. All that was left was time. I should also work on the matter part. Even now, he could only create organic matter, through the manipulation of reishi. Aside from this, the best he could do was create energy weapons. But, while this was already incredibly useful and powerful, his control over reishi shouldn't be limited to this. In theory, he should have been able to not only destroy things composed of reishi but to also create things. This showed that his skills were still limited and that he wasn't making full use of Kogo. After this trip ends, I will focus on controlling matters. Then I will visit Hueco Mundo and complete my control over space. Only then will I begin to search for a way to manipulate time. The more he thought about this, the more excited he became. If he could control those 4 powers individually, he wondered if there would be a qualitative change to the power he was wielding. While thinking so, he walked toward the place where he had left Nimue and lifted the protection around her. How are you? Even as he asked, he was inspecting her body to see if she was suffering from any wounds. After all, it wasn't impossible for powerful Shinigami to completely kill weaker ones with their Ryatsu alone. Even though Nimue was a vice-captain and none of them targeted her, it was better to be safe than sorry. Once he was sure that everything was all right, he finally turned back to the despondent Yoruichi and Soifan. So, what will you do? I can understand if you renege on the bet. After all, I have no way to force you. Yoruichi scratched her hair with an annoyed expression. All right. No need for this poor attempt at reverse psychology. Since I dared to bet, then I am of course ready to lose. But, I can only speak for myself. She shot a glance at Soifan. Soifan, on the other hand, was very tangled inside. At the end of the day, she was still the captain of the 2nd Division and leader of the secret forces. What if Gojo asked for sensitive or secret information? At the same time, now that she finally reunited with Yoruichi, she did not wish to show her bad side. In the end, she gritted her teeth and accepted. You can make me do anything you want, as long as it doesn't affect the interests of the organizations I am affiliated to. Gojo showed a meaningful smile as he looked her up and down. Anything? Really? Soifan flushed. Don't go too far. Heh. Can't take a joke. Gojo simply shrugged and stopped paying attention to Soifan. Right now, he needed to think about his future. Sooner or later he was bound to leave the Soul Society, but he didn't wish to flee like a bereaved dog with no home. As such, it was necessary to prepare. Before leaving, it would be best if he could pull some people to his side. In his mind, the picture of Momo and Toshiro flashed. Those two were still new to Soul Society and as such not as loyal. It wouldn't hard to have them follow him when he left. He then took a side look at Soifan and frowned a little. Getting Soifan to follow him normally would have been impossible. But, his gaze landed on Yoruichi, and he smiled. With her on my side, it should be much easier. From what Gojo had observed, Soifan certainly wasn't lesbian. She held no attraction toward women in general and neither was she bisexual. Furthermore, from her reactions, she had without a doubt a certain interest in him, even if said interest was somewhat limited. But, this did not change the fact that she was sexually and emotionally attracted to Yoruichi. In short, she wasn't attracted to Yoruichi because Yoruichi was a woman. The gender of Yoruichi did not matter. She was simply in love or at least, obsessed with Yoruichi. Nothing more, nothing less. Such a pure feeling was really beautiful and rare but, at the same time, also rather easy to distort. Thankfully, it seemed that Soifan had not evolved into a full-blown yandere. Well. I think it's time to go search for those nobles and while we're going. He smiled at Yoruichi. Why don't you tell us what happened 60 years ago? It was time to know the whole truth. 1. So, let's be clear. I am no scientist or physicist. I know that saying the universe is composed of time, space matters, and energy is like a super oversimplification. But things are what they are. And, the feeling Soifan has for Yoruichi is hard to describe. Once again, she isn't homosexual and I even wonder if she is straight. All that matters for her is Yoruichi. The best example of this is Sata Matsuzaka from Happy Sugar Life. She is in love with Shio Kub, a little girl. Satu is neither lesbian nor into underage girls. She is simply in love with Shio. If you don't know the anime, search. One of the greatest yandere in my opinion and far more interesting than Yuno. Chapter 117, ch 105, Truth About the Past, 2. At first, Yoruichi was quite hesitant about sharing her story, even more so since she didn't plan to let Soifan hear it but, because of the bet with Gojo, she was obligated to listen to him. Furthermore, she had a faint expectation in her heart. If a genius like Gojo joined forces with Kasuke, winning against Aizen should be possible. There were even more chances of success if Gojo had never met Aizen and as such never looked at the Aizen's Shirkai. Once her thoughts reached this point, she stopped hesitating and began to summarize the story. Back then, there were already many weird cases of Shinigami or members of the Rakangai vanishing mysteriously. Shinji, who was the captain of the 5th Division back then, already had suspicion on someone. In the end, it was that person who pulled the rug under everyone and used the occasion to explore the mystery of holification. Holification. Gojo was a little intrigued. One didn't need to be a genius to understand what it meant just by hearing the name. What happened to those captains? Yoruichi sighed. Thankfully, Kasuke and Tesai managed to save them. But, everything went to hell. Suddenly, Shinigami appeared on the scene and Kasuke was sent before the Central 46. Those old bastards accused Kasuke of pursuing holification experiments and using his comrades as experiment subjects. As such he was sentenced to eternal exile on Earth after having all his power sealed. Since he used spatial displacement and temporal stasis, 2 forbidden Kido, Tesai was sentenced to imprisonment in Shugu, the 3rd underground prison. As for the Shinji and the others, they were sentenced to be treated as hollows and as such, executed. She spat out through her gritted teeth. Back then, Kasuke had tried to explain what actually happened but no one listened to him. The worst was, Kasuke really did research holification so he had no way to defend himself. In the end, I intervened and helped them escape, hence becoming a fugitive alongside them. Gojo mulled a little at the information he received, but in the end, there was one that mattered. Who is the culprit? The culprit is, or rather, the culprits are, Kanami Tozen, Jin Ichimaru, and finally, Sosuke Aizen. What? Soifan jumped out, her expression showing how shocking Yoruichi's statement was. In the Soul Society, if you had to ask who was the most popular captain, Aizen would without a doubt be one of the strongest contenders. Back then, there indeed was doubt about Aizen. But, there were 125 witnesses who could prove having seen him in the barrack of the 5th Division. Out of those 125, one of them was Captain Shunsue Kairaku. Yoruichi showed a bitter smile. It's the fault of his Zanpakuto. Soifan's shock was replaced by confusion. Wasn't his Zanpakuto a water-related one? It was a lie. His Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, is not an elemental type, but a pure illusion one. Yoruichi then proceeded to explain. Kyoka Suigetsu was monstrous. Though it lacked the offensive might of Zanpakuto such as Ryujin Jaka, no one would dare to underestimate it after knowing its true ability. Kanzen Simon, 1. It allowed Aizen to completely control the 5 senses of the people who watched the transformation in Shirkai of the sword. As if it wasn't enough, the effects were eternal and permanent. Aizen only needed to fulfill the conditions once, and from that point on, he would be able to pull his target in illusions at any moment. This was one of the reasons she left the Soul Society. Since she had already seen his Shirkai release, she could never know when he would pull her into an illusion. The feeling of not even being able to trust your own senses was not one anyone could appreciate. That bastard. He made a joke out of all of us. While Soifan was beset with rage and humiliation, Gojo was organizing the information in his mind and came to one conclusion. So you're telling me, Thighs Guy basically took down 4 captains, 4 vice-captains and framed 2 other captains while making another captain who was incidentally the leader of the strongest clan into a fugitive, all that in one night and without even drawing his sword once. Gojo whistled. What Aizen did was the equivalent of cutting down the strength of the Godi 13 by more than half in just one night while keeping the perfect alibi. Man, why do I have to face another scheming type? This way of acting strongly reminded his old friend, Suguru, or more precisely, the one who possessed his body, Kenjaku. Aizen wished to surpass the limit of Shinigami and used hollows, while Kenjaku wished to evolve humanity and use curses. Thankfully, this time, unlike against Kenjaku, not only was he not in the dark, but Aizen did not know his true power and abilities. I get that his sword is scary and all and that his mind is even scarier, but what about his strength? Yoruichi shook her head. I don't know how powerful he is exactly, but he effortlessly blocked the Hado #88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho, 2, launched by the commander of the Kido Corps with a Kido of his own. Furthermore, he didn't even use a chant and used the Bakudo number 81, Danku, 3. This time even Gojo showed a more serious expression. The power of a Kido was dependent on 3 things. The power of the user. The rank of the Kido. The presence or absence of a chant. Since both the men named Tessai and Kasuke used chantless Kido, and with Aizen using a lower-ranked one but still coming out on the top, it didn't need to say about who was superior in that clash. So he is strong, smart, and has a hack's ability. Why do I feel like I am describing myself? He joked around inwardly but thought seriously about what his next actions would be. If he had to be honest, he had no interest in fighting Aizen. After all, he wasn't the one slighted and it wasn't as if he was loyal to the Soul Society. Gojo did not care about why Aizen was acting like that either. But still. If I am right, that guy is the cause of the earlier swarm of hollows. This would mean that the bastard had tried to kill him. Had he been weaker, the plan would have surely succeeded. Gojo was neither a saint nor a kind Buddha that could forgive every slight done against him. In fact, he saw himself as someone incredibly petty and vengeful. Since Aizen had tried to kill him, it meant that they were enemies. Unknowingly, a chilling smile formed on his face. All this time, he had been acting with no clear goal aside from becoming stronger. While it wasn't wrong, Gojo knew that such a goal was a little empty. Now though, he just found something that would spur him on to reach greater height. Since Aizen wished to break the limit of Shinigami, wouldn't it be fun if he broke through that limit first? Thinking about what kind of expression that man would make then, Gojo could not hide the feeling of sadistic glee that was sprouting in him. Well, those were very interesting revelations. What do you plan to do? In the future? I don't know. But now. Hey, I have some very interesting idea. 1. Perfect hypnosis. 2. Dragon Strike Heaven-Shaking Lightning Cannon. 3. Splitting Void. https://www.dailymotion.com/video/xfx, link for Tessai Hado number 88 vs Aizen Bakudo #. And, so let's make things clear. Aizen illusion isn't perfect. In Bleach, it failed 2 times. One with Unohana, and the second with Yamamoto. In the 2 cases, they had to rely on their years of experience and very specific circumstances. Well, I guess I did what I had to do. The next little arc in this volume will be the fight against the exiled nobles. This one will be done very fast because they are honestly completely unimportant and will be soon forgotten. Gotta end it fast. But, some fan service before going. Chapter 118, CH 106, Valley of Screams, 1. What a humiliation, what a humiliation. Haha, when I proposed it, I was just joking around, didn't think you would really do it. Hey, you are underestimating me. Showing some skin isn't a problem honestly. Furthermore, I really needed to wash off the blood of those guys. Currently, Gojo was watching a scene that would make even the most steadfast monk fall into depravity and sin or the greatest pervert spew blood from their noses. On one side, he could see Soy Fan crouching down in the water and hiding her curves while her face was completely flushed, evidence of how ashamed she was. On the other side, swimming happily was none other than Yoruichi. Her graceful curves and healthy brown skin was a sight to behold as she moved from one side to another in this makeshift bath. The last one, Nimue, also naked and showing off her heavy breasts, was standing in the water behind him and massaging his shoulders. Her face, as blank as usual. Though a shade of red appeared when she lowered her head and looked at the lower part of Gojo. Even now, Gojo had a hard time catching up to what was happening. It had really been only a joke. But, though the scenery was beautiful, it wasn't the most important. Be it the embarrassed Soy Fan, the shameless Yoruichi, or Nimue, all of them were regularly throwing stares at the new addition of their little team on Gojo's side. Turning around, Gojo looked at the little girl that was crouching next to him in the water. Even though she looked like a 10-year-old girl, one could see that she would become quite the beauty once she grew up. Her large amber-colored eyes filled with curiosity were observing the surroundings around her. Gently caressing her purple hair, Gojo asked. "Senna, how is it? Is the water too hot?" "No, Papa. It's all right." Gojo could only chuckle bitterly while thinking about how the hell he suddenly became a father. A few hours ago. In the future? I don't know. But now. How about taking a bath with the help of my two new maids? Gojo smiled as he proposed, already expecting an explosive reaction. You. How could you make such a shameful proposal? He grinned at Soy Fan's response. Really, messing around with her was becoming addictive. Her straight-laced and over-the-top reactions were always funny to behold. Well, I should stop now. Jokes were only funny as long as they didn't go too far. But. Haha, I was dash. Sure. Why not? He was interrupted just as he was about to finish. Huh. Yoruichi-sama. Soy Fan opened her eyes wide in surprise, screaming at the top of her lungs. For a moment, even Gojo was caught off guard. Of course, it didn't last long. Looking up and down at Yoruichi he asked. Are you sure? I mean, what's the big deal? It's just showing some skin. Furthermore, sniffug. I haven't taken a bath in days, and our fight made me sweaty. Yoruichi shrugged and showed a grimace as she felt the grime on her skin, clearly not fazed at all by the proposal. Heh, look at that. Well, if that is the case, shall we go on? It was impossible to take a bath in Dangai. This was why Gojo decided to meld pleasure with actual work. He decided to open a gate from Dangai to a valley of scream. Valleys of scream were akin to small pocket dimensions that drifted all around. By using Dangai, the tunnel that stood outside of space and time, it was easier to connect to said dimensions and enter them. In fact, it wasn't impossible to enter one valley by mistake if you walked in Dangai long enough. Either that or you would end up devoured or imprisoned by the time current. Of course, the word easier could only be used in relative terms. For Gojo, who now held limitless and the cross-dimensional power known as Shadow, moving through the dimensions was now as easy as breathing. In fact, he couldn't help but wonder. Could I go back to my world? This was a question that was worth pondering. But at the same time, there were many problems that were stopping him. Firstly, even though Hueco Mundo, Human World, and Soul Society were three distinctive universes, those three universes were linked by the being known as the Soul King and they could be said to exist in the same reality with their own set of laws. That could be known as Great Universe B. In his previous world, Great Universe A, even though there were many similarities, the differences were as startling. This place also had its own set of laws and could be said to be a parallel universe. Logically, no matter what happened, two parallels should never touch each other. But, Gojo knew for a fact that they did touch. After all, he was the living proof, though he wasn't exactly alive, making him the dead proof. In any case, since he had moved from A to B after dying in A, even if it was a freak incident, a kind of event that could only happen at a certain time at a certain place, it still showed that movements were possible. But here came another problem. When he was in A, it was in Japan in 2021. But in B, Japan was in 1946. How did time move between those two great worlds? What if he used years of research only to appear thousands of years after the day he died? Since he was currently a soul, could he even survive in A? After all, the laws of the universes were different there. Man, I have a headache. Sometimes, thinking too much about problems was also a problem. Throwing those thoughts at the back of his head for now, Gojo observed the place they stood in. So it's a valley of screams. Kind of a letdown. Gojo chuckled at Yoruichi's words and slightly disagreed with them. Of course, from a simple exterior, the Valley of Screams was nothing to marvel at. There was a blue sky and a large expanse of earth. In a way, it was like a very large canyon. But what Gojo could see with his eyes was a completely different spectacle. What a great concentration of energy. Like in Soul Society, everything here was made out of reishi. But it felt different, impure even. He tried briefly to control the reishi here, but it proved to be much more difficult, as if someone was instinctively resisting his control. This kind of thing only happened when he tried to control the reishi of shinigamis. This proved that the impurities that were interrupting him were none other than the blurred consciousness of the blanks, the souls that had lost their memories and were ejected from the cycle of reincarnation. Looking at this vast world, Gojo could feel like cogs were running at high speed in his mind. The progress of the fusion between his inner world and that of Kogo that had previously stagnated was slowly accelerating once again, thereby proving his hypothesis about needing to obtain more frames of reference. At the same time, he felt like all the reishi in this world was following a current and gathering toward a certain direction. Furthermore, he could also feel other presences in this place. Well, girls, it seems we will have to postpone the bath for now. A grin split his mouth as he thought about how lucky he was. If he wasn't wrong, then he had found the jackpot. And, like I said, the part with the exiled nobles will be pretty fast. There are more interesting places to explore. Also, I was wondering if you guys were interested in the western branch of the Soul Society. I might make a volume about Gojo adventures in that place later in the story if people are interested. Read further on my site, https://www.hypergenjaspace.com/gojo, ch. 136, Mugen, no, Shiro/ or subscribe to Patreon to get even more chapters. Chapter 119, ch. 107, Valley of Screams, 2. Valley of Screams. In a cavern, a white-haired man wearing green armor paired with a kimono stood up from his seated position, while showing a solemn expression. It seems like we have intruders. Around him, the 5 remaining members of his clan stirred and stood up with him, their expressions grave. What is happening? Ganryu, the white-haired man, the leader of the group, took a look at the last remnants of the once prestigious Ryodoji clan and showed a bitter expression for a short while before shaking off the feeling of melancholy. It was only for an instant, but I felt 3 Ryatsu. 2 belong to someone at the captain level and 1 belongs to a vice-captain. At those words, the expressions of everyone worsened. In their groups, aside from Ganryu who was comparable to a captain of the Godi 13, the others were only equal to vice-captain at best. If this was all, it wouldn't be much of a problem. But, before being exiled from Soul Society, the Central 46 had confiscated and sealed their Zanpakuto. So, they couldn't even use their full strength properly. Ganryu, who understood all this, sighed and asked, Mio, what about the blank manipulation project? A somewhat handsome dark-haired man raised his hand and nodded, the situation still isn't good. We would need a few decades to perfectly attune our wavelength with the blanks. But it should be enough to fight and defend ourselves now. Very well. Benin. Yes. Benin was a tall tan-skinned woman wearing the same style of clothes and armor as the others. How is the Shinenju? The Shinenju is only about half-formed. The memories seem to have condensed into the seed, but it lacks a certain accumulation to be complete. Ganryu bit his teeth, frustration evident on his face. Everything was happening too fast. The scheme they had created should have been in the development phase for a few decades. But now, they have been flat-footed. Still, the worst hadn't come to pass. Both the Shinenju and the blanks were a natural phenomena and Shinigami would not destroy them intentionally. Listen very well. We do not know their objectives, but the chances of this being an extermination mission are low. After all, they would not have sent only 2 captains if that was the case. As such, it's imperative to test the situation. Are we the targets? If so, what are the orders they received? Either way, we need to capture the vice-captain to get the information necessary. Ganryu spoke fast. The enemy should be unable to feel their Ryatsu. After all, he only managed to do so because those Shinigami hadn't tried to hide, unlike them. Jai, Ryan, and Bao. Yes. A tall and large tan man followed by a blue-haired man with a mask on his jaw and another one with a veil covering his face answered. The 3 of you will deal with that vice-captain. Try to capture him, but if that proves to be impossible, then just kill them. Understood. Benin, Mio. Yes. Your job will be to follow me and support me against the 2 captains. If possible, I will let you 2 deal with 1 captain, while I take care of the other 1. After all, not all captains were at the same level. Even without a sword, Ganryu was a powerful Shinigami. Furthermore, he had always prioritized Hoho, Akuta, and Kido. Losing his sword didn't affect his strength by much. This is only a light greeting. If things turn sour, prioritize escape at all cost. The clan must live on. An expression of rage filled his face as he spoke emotionally. For a millennium, our clan was forced to scrape out an existence surviving only by concealing ourselves in the dank crevices of the Dangai. Our hatred for the Soul Society was the only fuel that drove us to endure that living hell. Then we discovered how to avenge this injustice and obliterate those who condemned us to this wretchedness. Now the moment is at hand. No one is going to stop us. No one could understand the pain and suffering they went through. For 1,000 years, they moved into exile after suffering a complete humiliation. Each day, each hour was a struggle. They had to watch their comrades slowly fall and die one after another. Now let's go. Ganryu gave the signal to advance, but, just as they were about to move, clap clap clap. Sniff. What a touching and moving discourse. I must say, it brought a tear to my eyes. Who is there? Ganryu and the others widened their eyes as they began to survey their surroundings. Oops, I guess you can't see me currently. At those words, a curtain of light seemed to tear apart the space along with them as a white-haired man wearing the Shinigami uniform appeared in the space between all of them. Third seat of the 4th Division, Satoru Gojo at your service. Impossible. Bakudo number 26 Kyako, 1. Ganryu completely ignored the provocative introduction and gasped at the realization of what happened. This particular Bakudo had the effect of hiding the physical form and Ryatsu of the caster by bending light. It could even be used in combat to mask the Riryoku used when setting up a trap for the target, masking individual abilities. But, even though it was without a doubt a very useful Bakudo, it was still one rank below 30, meaning that it wasn't even a mid-rank Kido. How could it be possible for it to hide someone standing between all of them? Wait a minute. He could still feel the 3 Ryatsu from far away, but this one. Who the hell are you? Bastard. While he was deep in thought, Jai acted by throwing a punch while shooting. In his sense, the bean sprout in front of him did not even emanate the slightest energy. It was clear that it was just a low-level grunt good at stealth. His punch was both heavy and fast. The air around him seemed to be unable to withstand the impact as a mini shockwave followed his attack. Furthermore, the fist was even larger than the head of the man that had appeared out of nowhere in their midst. Die. Just as his fist was about to connect. Jai. No. Ganryu woke up and shouted to stop, but it was too late. Boom. Bakudo number 39, and Kozen, 2. Arg. My hand. Hitting a rotating yellow wall, Jai's punch was stopped short. It was then followed by a scream of pain and a splash of blood as his fist was completely broken and twisted beyond recognition. But, this didn't stop here. Boom. Faster than they could understand what was going on, a large cloud of dust was floating in the air and the cave was trembling. When the dust settled, they could finally see Jai with his head completely embedded in the ground while his face was held by the white-haired Shinigami. All this while, a smile was still on his face. Heh, I have been trying to be polite. But sneak attacks are no-no, you know. Gotta play fair, otherwise, someone's gonna get hurt, just like you. Puffed. Ganryu felt a chill as his intuition was proven right. Even now, despite the enemy using a mid-ranked Kido, he could only barely feel his Ryatsu. This could only mean two things. The man in front of them was so weak that they could not feel his energy. Or the man in front of them was so strong that they could not even understand the difference in power between them. 1. Bent light. 2. Round lock fan. And, Ryatsu in Bleach is really an interesting thing. While it isn't a clear indication of how powerful someone is, it can do pretty scary things. For example, in Ichigo vs Zaraki. At first, Ichigo couldn't even really feel Zaraki's Ryatsu. All he could feel was death. As for Aizen, after he fused with the Hogyoku, his Ryatsu was off the chart. For 1, he couldn't even be felt, and 2, any poor bastard below a certain level that came close to him could die while being completely twisted and shredded. Read 30 chapters ahead for free on my site, https://www.hyperagendaspace.com/gojo, ch, 137, / or subscribe to Patreon to get even more. Chapter 120, ch 108, Pathetic End. Valley of Screams. Standing on a cliff, Yoruichi watched the scenery that seemed to stretch infinitely. Next to her was the serious-looking Soifan and fidgeting Nimue. What do you think he will do? I don't know. Yoruichi asked Nimue, but all she received was a terse answer. Watch your tone. Ha ha ha. You are still too high-strung. Forget it, Soifan. It's clear she didn't mean disrespect. Laughing out loud, Yoruichi calmed the outraged Soifan and once again focused her gaze far away. I don't understand. To think that his Ryatsu would once again grow so much just after setting foot in here. This was something she could not wrap her head around. The growth of a normal Shinigami was never really stable until it reached its limit. Sometimes, just one epiphany was enough for their power to jump on many levels all at once. Of course, there were other ways to accelerate their growth. Kisuke's machine that allowed to reach Bankai in just 3 days was one such example. There was also the training available high up in the territory of the Division 0. By taking those shortcuts, it was indeed not impossible for a Shinigami to reach his full potential in just a few years. But, from what Soifan told her, since the moment Gojo entered the Soul Society to now, he had apparently never taken any sort of shortcut. Even if the recent event where he entered Dangai was not counted, he had already reached the level of a captain. Even more so, if Limitless was added, he could proudly say to be one of the strongest captains in history. She was supposed to accept that such a startling growth had happened in the short span of 5 years. Worse, he still had even more room for growth. What a monster. This was all she could say about this, and this was why. I am really curious. She was becoming more and more intrigued about the man known as Satoru Gojo. Just how far could he grow? What heights could he reach? How could he change the face of the world? She felt as if she was standing in the front row to witness history being made. Yoruichi-sama, should we follow him? Yoruichi was startled out of her thoughts at the sudden question, but it didn't take long for her to understand and answer, well, our help isn't really necessary. If he decides to spare them, you won't be able to stop him anyway, so might as well watch. But I understand what you mean. The Ryodoji clan is really dangerous. At the very least their intentions are. They failed to take power thousands of years ago and thus were exiled. Who would have thought that they would try to destroy the world now? As the previous princess of her clan, Yoruichi's knowledge about history was quite vast, and this was why she felt no compassion for them. They tried to steal power and thus brought a large number of deaths because of the civil war that ensued. Their goal had been to take down the 4 clans and they failed miserably. Furthermore, from what Kisuke had explained to her, with the power of the Shinenju and the blanks, it was possible to break down the balance between the spiritual and physical world and make them collide. The result of such a collision was pretty evident, utter and total destruction of the 2 worlds. This went beyond the scope of simple vengeance and was nothing more than a totally psychopathic decision. Even so, if they managed to secure the Shinenju, the fallen clan would pose no great threat. The decision is his. Will he kill them? Or will he let them go? I am really curious. Soifan bit her lips but in the end, did not refute Yoruichi. Like this, the 3 of them stayed up and looked at the horizon. The answer they had been waiting for was delivered faster than they initially thought. Because, a few minutes after the end of their discussion. Well, it looks like he is more ruthless than I thought. Yoruichi showed a bitter smile since she realized that she had once again underestimated Gojo. They could feel it. Out of the 5 foreign Ryatsu, only 1 was remaining, and that 1 was flickering, like a candle that was about to be snuffed out. Let's go see what happened. I curse you. Heh, I am a specialist in dealing with curses, so no big deal. The cave that initially felt a little crowded was now awfully empty. After dealing with Jai, the situation had deteriorated fast. All of the others had lunged at him, with the wish to take him down. Sadly, the difference in power between the 2 sides was simply too wide. What happened couldn't even be called a fight. It was nothing more than a pure and simple massacre. No matter what they did, no matter how they moved, they could not hurt him, not even touch him. Meanwhile, each of his hits were fatal, each of his attacks were of a magnitude so high that it was laughable. His sword showed no hesitation as he cleaved each of them and brought them a swift death. Ganryu could do nothing as he watched the last of his companions die. He couldn't even flee because he was being chained down by chains made out of reishi. Dog of the Central 46. Haha, believe it or not, but I initially didn't want to kill you guys. If possible, I would have simply captured you and brought you on my side. Gojo wasn't lying. Since he had decided to one day leave the Soul Society, he thought that fallen nobles should be powerful enough to help him create a new organization. Unfortunately for them, I don't deal with people ready to operate a genocide on a universal scale. Billions of life existed on Earth and the number of souls in Soul Society was even multiple times that number. From what Gojo remembered, on Earth, there were 15 dead people for every person living. In short, those people had been ready to destroy 2 worlds alongside more than 100 billion beings, without counting animals, just to satiate their revenge. Compared to them, even Sukuna was an angel. Either way, you are going to die now. So, let's hope you will be a kind person in your next life. Saying so, 3 spears of light appeared above him before swiftly piercing through Ganryu's body. Like a criminal being executed, Ganryu could do nothing as he saw death coming to him. All he could do was gaze at the beautiful light that was nearing him like the scythe of a death god. Weirdly, at the moment of death, what he felt was neither hatred nor resentment, but only freedom. Dying like this might not be bad after all. It had been 1,000 years. 1,000 years of pain and suffering. Many people thought that by not killing them, the Central had been merciful. But, what people forgot was that there were many things worse than death in this world. Death was a sweet release for his weary soul. Like this, Ganryu Ryodoji, leader of the Ryodoji clan, passed away with a smile on his face. And, in the movie, most of the members of the clan were killed so easily it was pathetic, and that was them after decades of strengthening themselves with the power of the blanks. Currently, they aren't even half as powerful as they were in the movie, so I honestly had no interest in making a fight chapter with them. Now then, this volume is coming close to the end. Let's see what happens. Chapter 121, ch 109, I am a father. Looking at the body of Gonria that was slowly vanishing in particles of light, Gojo couldn't help but feel a little complex. He hadn't been lying when he said that he had intended to recruit them. After all, even though they were quite weak, they had survived 1,000 years in exile in extremely awful conditions, showing how strong their minds were. If they had only wished to take revenge on the Central 46, he would have accepted them with arms wide open. Unfortunately, world destruction wasn't really in his plans. I really hope that wherever you reincarnate to, you will have a better life. Giving a short prayer for the departed and bitter souls, Gojo shrugged before turning around. Took you a while, girls. At the entrance of the cave, he could see Soifan followed by Yoruichi who was hugging Nimue. Clearly, no matter how many upgrades Mayuri brought to Nimue, it would have been expecting too much if they wished she could keep up with two of the fastest Shinigami alive. Well, this honestly went faster than I thought it would. Yoruichi shrugged as she put down Nimue and ignored the slight envious look Soifan had been throwing toward the girl. Since Gojo did not kill Soifan despite the fact that she had so much dirt on him, she thought that he was the kind of soft-hearted person that couldn't bear to kill. But from how fast he dispatched them, it was clear that she was wrong. He was far from being as soft as she thought he was. Gojo only shrugged in response. He wasn't a bloodthirsty maniac, nor was he a hero willing to sacrifice himself for others. Even back then, during the Shibuya incident, he had been able to stay cool-headed even while watching humans being killed in droves. In the end, the only reason he had even been sealed was because of his own power rather than because of whatever weakness. Of course, it wasn't as if he could explain that. So he simply gave a faint smile and left at that. It wasn't worth discussing anyway after all. At least the mission is accomplished. We will be able to leave soon. Nimue. Yes. Do you still have the trackers? Those trackers were the ones that had been given to all of those who passed through the door back then. Of course, Gojo had already shut them off after dealing with all the hollows. Nimue nodded, expressing that everything was all right. She knew how important those trackers were for Gojo's plan. Gojo did not wish for the Central 46 to know that he could open dimension gates. It was one thing to succeed by using the technology of the 12th Division, but it was totally another thing to be able to do so alone. Since it would mean that he had dabbled in space-time Kido. Which he obviously had, but he just didn't wish to let them know about it. At least not yet. The space technology of the Soul Society was nothing to scoff at. He didn't know when he would have to leave the Soul Society, but he knew that he would most likely have to rely on his shadow and teleportation to escape. It would be one thing if they didn't know about it, but if they knew and prepared beforehand, it wouldn't be impossible for them to freeze the space all around him or fuck around with his coordinate and send him in some weird place. Ha ha ha. I will just throw everything on Mayuri's head. Thinking about the scrunched face of that scientist, Gojo shook his head with an amused smile on his face. Well, let's go girls. I want to at least see the Shinenju before leaving. Even though it was faint, Gojo could easily see the current of energy rushing in the ground. Following the way, they walked for a short while before finally stopping. Amazing. What stood in front of them was a large tree with a shining cocoon in the middle of it. A mix of blue and white light was emanating from it, giving a sort of sacred feel. Though this sacred feeling was changed into creepiness when the white figures with red masks that looked like phantoms were continuously walking toward it and leaving after a while to fuse with the earth. It's a little disturbing. Gojo heard Yoruichi speaking but didn't pay attention to it. Instead, his attention was focused elsewhere. It's alive. He didn't know how it was possible, but the Shinenju in front of him was indeed alive. It felt like the memories were fusing into one soul, which shouldn't be possible. The Shinenju was a natural phenomenon, and though it only happened every few 500 years or every millennium, there had been no records of Shinenju being alive. Should I take a closer look? He couldn't stop his curiosity. Walking toward it, as if he was in trance, Gojo continued to try to decipher this mystery. Hey! He heard a voice calling him, but he only ignored it. Meanwhile, the more he neared, the more it felt like the cocoon was responding to his presence. Finally, once he reached it and was about to touch it. Gojo! Stop! He woke up with a startle when he felt his arms being gripped by a soft hand, but it was already too late. The moment he came into contact with it, it felt like an explosion happened in his mind. The amount of information sent in his brain was overwhelming. Anyone else in his place would have most likely already fainted, but for him, this was nothing. At the same time, he could feel a part of Ryatsu slowly leaving him. Ugh! Behind him, he could hear the voice of Yoruichi grunting. It was clear that she had been the one who tried to stop him and wasn't able to deal with the flow of information like him. He could also feel a part of her Ryatsu entering the cocoon. Since she was in this situation because of him, Gojo didn't hesitate and slowly tried to control the flow of Ryatsu. Weirdly, it had been easier than he thought it would. In fact, the energy of the Shinenju was happily responding to him and like a tamed pet, stopped sending memories their way. Though, it continued to absorb Ryatsu from them. Finally, after absorbing about 10% of his Ryatsu it stopped. Gojo felt like he was watching a baby satiated after drinking his milk. Are you alright? Ugh. I feel like vomiting. Once he was sure that everything was alright, he turned around and asked Yoruichi. He was about to comfort her, but he was stunned by what he was seeing. A large wall of energy seemed to have formed around them and separated from the outside. On the other side, he could see Soifan banging repeatedly on the wall and Nimue showing a worried expression. Thankfully, they seemed to have calmed down after he waved at them. What is happening? Yoruichi asked after calming down. She didn't seem to want to blame him for now. After all, it was clear that he hadn't been in his right mind. Gojo showed a bitter smile. I don't know, but I believe we are about to find out. Crack. As if it had been waiting for those words. Crack crack. Large fissures appeared on the cocoon followed by a huge sound, reminiscent of a beating heart. Thump thump thump. Damn, it feels like the start of a horror movie. Gojo wondered if he was about to observe the birth of a monster and was already gathering reishi in his hand. Standing beside him, Yoruichi wasn't much different. He could see faint sparks of lightning flowing around her body. The speed of the beating heart was increasing, the cracks growing, and the tension rising. Finally, with a large bang, what came out was neither an abominable monster nor some kind of weapon of mass destruction. Though, if cuteness was a weapon, then it would be the most destructive one. Mama. Papa. Looking at the little baby that was squealing and dangling her hands while calling out to him, Gojo couldn't help but wonder what kind of shit he had stepped on. And, so, for those who watched Memory of Nobody, this Senna will have many differences from the original because of the circumstances of her birth. Her personality will remain because I really like it. But her skill set will obviously be different. How much, you might ask? Well, you will see. Anyways, this is nearly the end of this volume. Just one more chapter then epilogue. The next volume will start with a little time skip. Also, give me your opinion on this volume overall. I think it's the longest as of now. Chapter 123, CH 110, Family Bath. After the shock of seeing a baby come out of a cocoon passed, Gojo and the others wondered what they should do. Even the blanks that previously crowded around dispersed, as if it had nothing to do with them. For Gojo, the situation was even more serious. The fact that he suddenly got a daughter out of nowhere aside, he could feel that while she had a spiritual body like one belonging to souls and Shinigami, there were some little differences he still couldn't really pinpoint. At the same time, not only was the amount of energy in her small body incomprehensible, but he could also feel a faint part of his and Yoruichi's Ryoryoku in the body of that girl. That energy was slowly being assimilated with that of the child. Ha! Mother. The reaction of Soifan was hilarious. It was even more so since the one who should have been shocked was simply showing a thoughtful expression. Well, in a way, she isn't wrong. We can be said to be her parents. Clearly, Yoruichi remembered how a part of her energy had been absorbed by the cocoon. At the same time, she couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. I never thought that I would be a mother like this. Though, that kid is pretty cute. Yoruichi crouched down and took the baby girl in her arms. The slime and goo on the body of the baby didn't seem to disturb her. Boom. My little girl is indeed beautiful. As expected of me. Gojo was a little surprised at how calm Yoruichi was, and it made his respect for her increase. But even so, there were some lines that shouldn't be crossed after all. I am pretty sure that she is so beautiful because of me. He could accept many things but he refused to concede on that front. Gojo's rebuttal made Yoruichi's eyes glint, and this was the start of an apocalyptic battle to determine who between them the girls looked more like. Watching them like this and taking a look at the ever-impassive Nimue, Soifan opened her mouth wide and couldn't help but wonder if she really was the weird one in this situation. After everyone calmed down, though only Soifan needed to do so, they decided that the baby needed a bath, and by using some low-level Kido, they managed to create a hot spring of sorts. Back to the present. Still, who would have thought that she would grow up so fast? Yoruichi commented idly while scratching Senna's hair. She had heard many times about how children would grow fast if the parents took their eyes off of them. But this time, it was simply absurd. They had only taken their attention away a few moments to set up the bath, but in that short moment, Senna grew up from a toddler to a young child of about 9 years old. It didn't help that she even named herself. Will she continue to grow like this? Yoruichi asked with a worried expression. Even though Shinigami's and souls' growth depended more on the mental image they had of themselves or the time of their death, time still affected them somewhat. On the side, Nimue showed a complicated expression, one mixed with expectations and worries. The reason for such feelings was clear. Senna was like her and closer to an artificial existence than a normal one. This was why she felt expectations at the prospect of finding someone truly similar or close enough to her. At the same time, she remembered that the most successful Namuri experiment, experiment number 6, died 2 years after her creation because of an abnormal division of her cells. Nimue couldn't help but wonder if the same was happening to Senna, and if so, how long she had left. Thankfully, nah, everything is alright. She shouldn't grow any more than this for a while. Of course, I need to inspect her for a while to get more accurate data, but I am pretty certain already. Nimue immediately let out a sigh of relief. She had an almost blind confidence in Gojo, and if he said it wasn't a problem then it wasn't one. Yoruichi meanwhile raised a skeptical eye, but, remembering what capabilities he showed in front of her, she decided that it wouldn't hurt to believe in him and observe the situation. Once the worries were abated, Gojo smiled and he relaxed in the hot bath and admired the stunning views that were presented to him. 2 pairs of mountains and 1 vast plain with 2 small bumps. It was an artistic scenery worthy of being painted by the greatest artists. As a man of culture, Gojo did not discriminate between the mountain faction and the plains faction. He believed that all sizes should be appreciated equally. You are pretty blatant with your gaze. Heh, what did you expect? Did you think I would blush and close my eyes with an embarrassed expression? Puffed. Ha ha ha. Well, ha ha. Not to that extent. But indeed, people are surprisingly prude sometimes. Saying so, Yoruichi sneaked behind Soifan and grasped her breasts. Yo Yoruichi-sama. It seems like you have grown a little since the last time. Ignoring the fretting Soifan, Yoruichi continued to molest the girl like an old pervert. Poor Soifan was caught and could only feebly fight back. The situation was really funny for Gojo. During this short adventure, he had seen many unexpected sides of the ever-serious Soifan. He had to admit, the gap between her serious and her flustered face was incredibly cute. While Yoruichi continued to molest and begin to attack even Nimue, Gojo took Senna and began to massage her scalp. He unfortunately didn't have any soap on him, but it was enough for now. At the same time, he couldn't help but use the 6 eyes to explore the interior of her body and could only marvel at the power of nature. The child was strangely silent. Only speaking sometimes and calling him father. She understood a little. After all, the Shinenju was created from the memories of tens of thousands of souls. Even though it seemed that his presence had cut the date of the natural birth short, the number of memories in her mind was already overwhelming. I will have to pay attention to her mental state regularly. His thoughts stopped at the question of Yoruichi. Now that I think about it, what are you going to do with Senna? If you want, I can bring her to Earth with me. Ah. Earth? Ha ha ha, when did I say you were allowed to go back to Earth? Gojo gave a wide smile as a mischievous light danced in his eyes. This will be fun. And, just to stall any questions. Even after Senna grows up properly, like with Kogo, she will never become part of the harem. Also, I think I more or less finished Dangai. Perhaps I could have done better with this volume. I feel like some parts were really dragged out too much. Anyway, the next chapter will be the epilogue. Hope you loved this volume. Chapter 124, Epilogue 5, 3 Geniuses. Central 46. I really hate this atmosphere. In a room nearly devoid of light aside from one flashlight illuminating the center of the room, what looked like a court hearing was happening. So you're telling me that you succeeded in the mission thanks to a portable portal created by Mayuri Kuratsuchi? Indeed. Looking up to the old bastards perched in their chairs and covered by veils, Gojo, who was wearing his blindfold, wondered what he should eat once this hearing finished. As for the Hollow's Tide, you managed to escape it after a fierce struggle. That's the case. Some nice sweets would be good, after all, he spent a huge deal of energy in the past. In the end, the reason we managed to find you in the Valley of Screams was thanks to repairing the tracker that was initially deemed as destroyed. You perfectly summarized my report. Be it in this world or the other, they are all the same. Old decrepit bastards who did nothing but tie themselves with outdated rules and were not worthy of the power they held. Even though he couldn't see their expression, he could see their energy churning, showing that they controlled themselves with difficulty. Captain Soifan, is this report without falsehood? I have nothing to add. Soifan, ever stoic, answered shortly. Even though the representative seemed irked, he could only hold it in. After all, not only was Soifan powerful, but she had both the Fan and the Shihoin's family backing her. What about you, second seat? I already made my report. Nimue, who for once stood alongside Gojo rather than behind him, also gave a short answer. But once again, the Central had to control themselves. After all, the current scientific research department wasn't like the one at its start. Currently, it wouldn't be wrong to say that both the Shinigami on the field and those in Soul Society were completely reliant on the technology they produced. Ah, the feeling of crushing people with influence. It gives a different kind of thrill. Gojo loved putting down old bastards who thought they were worth shit with his power, but he had to admit that those bastards becoming speechless because they were facing more influential people than them was a sight to behold. Captain Soifan, Vice Captain Nimue Kuratsuchi, and third seat Satoru Goji. I don't know if I should call you lucky or unlucky, but, on behalf of the Soul Society, I must sincerely thank you for your efforts. Your reward will be appropriately given in the coming days, you are free to rest. Even though they didn't fully believe the reports, the Central 46 had no choice other than to reward them appropriately. After all, the mission was already considered as a high-grade one and became even more dangerous later on. A reward equivalent to the effort was necessary. It was then that Gojo raised his hand. For my reward, I don't need money or anything of the like. All I want is... It seems like your plan failed. Heh. Jin, standing in the office as always, was looking at the smiling Aizen with curiosity. Rather than seeming distraught at his foiled plan, the smile on his lips conveyed the joy he was feeling. Jin, what do you think of the reports they wrote? Jin did not bother answering because he knew that Aizen didn't need him to. As expected, Aizen continued. I carefully read those reports, and everything was bullshit. As such, for them to have entered the valley, it means that one of them managed to open a portal or they received the help of someone who could. Clearly, the first option is the most likely. Aizen couldn't put down his smile. To this day, aside from him, only Kisuke could open a dimensional portal by himself. Now, there was a third one. It was the mark of a supreme genius, someone possessing unparalleled talent. Furthermore, he knew how big the hollow wave should have been. For them to survive and come back unscathed, it meant that they completely obliterated all the hollows. This proved that Gojo was without a doubt comparable to a high-level captain or had some extremely powerful wide-scale destruction-type skill. Haha, another like-minded person entered the game. Since Gojo had voluntarily manipulated the reports, it was clear that he wasn't that loyal to the Soul Society and was in fact quite wary. Soifan also gave false reports, which honestly was rather surprising since he knew how stubborn and inflexible Soifan could be. For her to accept a false mission report made him deduce that Soifan was on the same boat. Nimue was the greatest masterpiece of Mayuri. Since she followed Gojo like his shadow nowadays, it also meant that Mayuri was in the same boat or at least something close to it. Finally, there was Unohana. Nothing more needed to be said about that madwoman. Ha ha ha, truly splendid. To think he managed to create such deep connections in just 5 years. Taking him down won't be easy. His heart was beating at the notion of a new challenge. At the same time, Aizen truly regretted not understanding Gojo's personality sooner. If he had managed to do so a few weeks, months, or years ago, he could have managed to ally with the men. Now though, since he already tried to kill him once, the die was already cast. The smirk on his face grew larger. Let's have some fun, shall we? Karakura Town. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Kisuke, who was initially sitting down on the floor, suddenly exploded out of laughter. The cause being the transmitter in his hand. This isn't funny. A slightly grouchy feminine voice came out of the transmitter. Fighting to calm his laughter down, Kisuke chuckled. I mean, it was supposed to be a simple mission. Who would have thought that your first mission after 60 years would end up with you being tied down because of a bet? I guess I wasn't careful enough. Though, there's nothing to say since Gojo really beat me fair and square. Hey, is he that powerful? Powerful? I don't really know. His firepower pales in comparison to some and his endurance is pretty low. But I can't say one thing. While there are many people he can't beat, even fewer people can actually beat him. Yoruichi refused to explain what that manpower exactly was, but from her words, he deduced that it should be some kind of defensive power. What about your daughter? Puffed. Ha. Ahem. Satoru took care of that. Now, Senna is officially known as Senna Gojo. Satoru Gojo simply said that she was his family in Rakangai. As for me, I simply appeared in my cat form. Kisuke nodded. Since all the people in Rakangai were departed souls, the families there were in fact composed of people who had no relationship with each other. Still, they saw themselves as family and it was an endeavor encouraged by the Soul Society as a whole. As such, no one would be wary of that girl. I would have really liked to at least take a look at her. She is basically a completely new form of life. A race that is close to a soul without exactly being one. The scientist inside him was itching, but it couldn't be helped. As for Yoruichi, he wasn't worried about her. Not only was her cat form the greatest form of camouflage, but even in the unlikely chances she was discovered, absolutely nothing would happen to her. The Central 46 would never dare to order the execution of the previous leader of the Shihoin family. Raising his head to gaze at the starry sky, Kisuke smiled. It seemed that a new variable appeared. He wondered what kind of storms that man would bring. And one problem with Aizen is that he craves to have people equal to him. In canon. The first was Kisuke and second was Ichigo. Weirdly he never really showed respect or longing for Yamamoto, or perhaps I missed it. Either way, be it because of arrogance, loneliness, or hidden hope to be stopped. Aizen always wanted strong opponents, or rather strong and smart opponents. Goji suits him. Chapter 125, ch 111, Family. Ota-san. Ota-san. Wake up. Just, give me 5 more hours. Ha. Shouldn't it be 5 minutes? 5 minutes aren't enough for my awesome self. Now, shoo, let me sleep. In a large bedroom nearly devoid of any decoration, a rather comedic scene was happening. One young purple-haired girl, seemingly a young preteen of 13 or 14 years, was busy shaking a silver-haired man lying down on the bed. In the end, the girl stopped trying to wake him up directly and opened the curtains. Arg. Accursed son. My enemy of all mornings. Even though he kept fighting back and refused to move, in the end, he could only keel and accept his defeat under the blinding light of the mighty sun. Alright, I got it. Geez. I am getting up. Ruffling his hair, his eyes still blurry with sleep, Gojo stretched and yawned. What time is it? It's 10 a.m. Only 10. Why would you wake me up so soon? He mumbled and complained as he stood up and did some light stretching. During the last few days, he had been deep into research, trying to understand more about his powers over energy and creation. Who would have thought that I would become a scientist? Gojo could only shake his head in wonder. Some might ask themselves why he was acting like this. In the past, he would have simply answered because he wanted to stand at the top. Now though, more than power itself, he hated the notion of not being able to bring out the full power of Kogo. It felt like he would be letting down his partner and other half if he did not give his all for her. Ota-san. You forgot you have an appointment with Captain Byakuya and Captain Jushiro about the manga adaptation of his novel. Haha, sorry Senna, thanks for waking me up. Gojo's face palmed himself. If he had to be honest, that entertainment project had been more like a joke and honestly a long shot. But he was surprised at how much thought Byakuya put into it. Ha ha ha, now that I think about it, the tome 10 of Silver and Black-Haired Hot Swordsman is coming out today. He could only laugh speechlessly at the fact that out of all the new novels and manga that slowly appeared over those 5 years since he came back from Dangai, the BL manga and novel about him and Byakuya was still the bestseller and uncontested #1. He remembered when Byakuya tried to take down that manga, the female soldiers and nobles of the Siriidii nearly rioted. It had really been a sight to behold. That day, looking at Byakuya's helpless and disgruntled face, Gojo laughed so much he nearly died of asphyxia. Ota-san. Hurry. Hurry. Nimue-san already prepared the bath. Senna did not allow Gojo to reminisce any longer as she took him by the arm and left the room while running. Of course, if he really wished not to, there was no way Senna could have moved him. But watching his cute daughter act like this always brought a warm smile to his smile. It had been 5 years since his outing to Dangai. Those 5 years, like most years in the Siriidii, had been completely boring and uneventful. The only true change that happened was the creation and development of the entertainment department, under the control of the 6th Division. Thanks to that, the ever-so-boring life became a little bearable. Of course, not everyone was happy, mainly the 9th Division that was in charge of the Siriidii news magazine, under the control of Captain Kanami Tozen, or as Gojo called him, the blind bastard. Aside from this, another thing to note was that Senna had officially become a Shinigami. Last year, Yoruichi expressed concern about Senna's mental development. Even though she only looked like a child, she was pretty mature mentally, though a little withdrawn, only talking to Gojo and those close to him. As such, they decided that sending her to school was a good way to develop a relationship. It was a good idea on paper, but it didn't help much. As expected of his daughter, she crushed the 6 years training program and graduated just after 5 months before joining the 4th Division. If he counted himself, Toshiro, Momo, and now Senna, in just 10 years, the normal graduation time had been broken 4 times. He wondered what kind of face the instructors made. He wasn't surprised at Senna being a genius. Her body was basically born to manipulate Ryoryoku. In fact, in terms of energy control, if Gojo didn't have the 6 eyes, he was sure that he would have been worse than her. This was how talented she was. Thanks to that, she was currently specializing herself in theory before becoming an accomplished doctor. After all, he didn't want her to be in the face of blood and death so soon. What really surprised Gojo was that Senna had managed to bond with an Asachi. He really wondered what kind of power her Zanpakuto would have once it awakened. Senna aside, his love life had settled down somewhat. For one, he was in a sort of relationship with Nanao. The girl had bawled her eyes out when he came back alive from the mission. Furthermore, he didn't wish to give bad examples to Senna while raising her. So he had been careful to control himself and mainly spent time with Nanao or Ranjaku. Over those 5 years, his relationship with Ranjaku had warmed up considerably and the two of them flirted so much that people already considered them a couple. Gojo wasn't blind to the interest Ranjaku had for him. But at the same time, he had a hard time breaking the last wall separating them. After all, Jin Ichimaru was her best friend and basically a brother to her. After completely washing the drowsiness away with a hot bath, Gojo, now wearing his Shinigami uniform, walked in the living room and couldn't help but drool at the magnificent scent wafting in. Seems as appetizing as always. Thanks, Nimue. He took his place as Nimue answered back to his compliment with a happy smile. It had been slow, but as time passed, Nimue gradually opened her heart to the world. The process somewhat accelerated after Senna came into the picture. While she still wouldn't show much when in front of outsiders, but she became way more expressive when they were in the house. She had even developed some hobbies, mainly related to housekeeping. It was to the point that Gojo was sure that he would die of starvation if Nimue left him, because his stomach couldn't accept anything else below the level of her cooking. Finally, I am starving. Cats shouldn't eat at the table. Continue and I will scratch you. Nya, there, under my chin. Oh. Ever since Yoruichi came back with him, aside from training with him every night in his basement, she would spend most of her time in her cat form and play around with the females visiting him, like Nanao or the others. Aside from Anohana and of course Soifan, none of them knew that the cat they were playing with was in fact a former captain. Scratching the head of the black cat sitting not far from him, Gojo smiled as he watched the table full of laughter. For him, who used to eat alone when he was alive, it was really a weird and heartwarming sight. None of them were related by blood, but he liked to think that what they had was even better than a normal family. Smiling joyfully, Gojo put his hand together and gave the signal to start eating. Itadakamasu. Today was a good day. And, a simple heartwarming chapter to start VOL 6, Captain. The name may or may not change, but for now, it will be that. Volume 6 will be very pivotal for this story and there might be some more time skip because I need to reach a very specific date in Bleach timeline. Let's hope I don't fuck it up. Chapter 126, CH 112, Entertainment. Walking up to the domain of the Kuchiki family with Nimue walking alongside him, Gojo couldn't help but smile at how similar it was compared to the 5 years ago when he went to Byakuya to discuss the project. If there was one difference though, it was that, rather than walking behind him like she used to do, Nimue was standing right beside him. What is Senna doing today? Nimue took out a digital notepad, courtesy of Mayuri, and began to scroll the page until a red shining point and small blue dots could be seen on a big map. She is currently in the 11th division. Visiting the little Yachiru, I guess. Yoruichi is with her, right? Gojo nodded, not worried about the situation. It might have seemed excessive to place a GPS tracker on his daughter, but not only was Senna perfectly aware of its existence but she was even given clear instructions about what to do if she was in danger. Whether she liked it or not, as his only weakness, Senna was a high potential target for anyone who would wish to deal with him. There was also the fact she was the first of what could be seen as a totally new species. Though calling it a species when she was the one and only representative was a little weird. He couldn't afford to leave such things to luck. Not only did she have a tracker, he even placed a heavenly vow on her, as he did on Soifan. The only difference was that this vow had no restrictions. It just served as a way for him to immediately be able to find her coordinates and teleport to her should anything happen in the unlikely event. It would also generate a fixed Kido, the Heido number 81, Danku, 1, up to 4 or 6 times if she was in danger. Danku was a powerful Kido that could block any attack at a level below that of a Bakudo number 89. In a way, it wouldn't be wrong to say that Senna was the second most well-protected being in the whole Soul Society. The first of course being the Soul King. The Soul King, huh? Gojo's thought stopped at this, as a crazy theory flashed through his mind. No, I must be crazy. He tried to convince himself, but the idea wouldn't leave him. In the end, he decided to throw this question at the back of his mind. After all, he lacked an important element to prove his theory. I wonder if there is a way to meet the Soul King. The meeting with Byakuya was going pretty well if all things had to be considered. They were just reviewing the situation of the past year and the growth of the available works. What was funny about the development of this manga and light novel business was that the most popular types were geared towards love stories or slice of life. The shonen, or more precisely Nekketsu, 1, were not really that popular. The main sales of those types came from the 11th division and ironically enough, most of Nekketsu authors were also from the 11th division. Gojo laughed at this but also understood the reason. People were drawn to manga and the like because they wished to escape their everyday life, wishing to live through the adventures of the main character. In the normal world, Nekketsu were the most popular because magic and such didn't exist in the mind of humans without cursed energy or Ryatsu. But for Shinigami who had to fight regularly and risk their lives against hollows, reading more stories about fighting monsters wasn't particularly appealing, except for the members of the 11th division of course. Surprisingly, one of the most popular authors currently, aside from the BL1, of course, was Nanao, author of the novel, Please Don't Get Carried Away. A rom-com novel about life in a futuristic normal high school. It was followed by Soifan, author of The Road to Assassination, a thriller-type novel that followed the villain who was being pursued by a hot and sexy detective. However, the uncontested master standing at the summit was none other than Jushiro Yukitake in his novel, Sojio no Okatawari, previously published in the Seriidii News. The novel was about a man fighting evil and saving villagers. It wasn't particularly popular between Shinigami, but it was overwhelming for children of the Seriidii and the Soul Society in general. The only problem was that because of Jushiro's health issues, the novel was constantly on hiatus. But every time a chapter was announced, the sales were crazy. If not because of those hiatus, even the silver and black-haired hot swordsman wouldn't be able to stand in the first place. Well, this is it for the report. Since Captain Jushiro gave his permission, we are going to prepare the manga adaptation of the first 5 volumes of Sojio no Okatawari. Standing calmly on the podium with different graphics behind her, Rukia finished the presentation. The growth of Rukia during those 5 years had been startling. Currently, she was already the co-third seat of the 13th Division. There was already talk about her being transferred as the vice-captain of the 6th Division if she continued like this. I have one question. Gojo raised his hand. Yes. Your presentation was beautifully well done, I must say, and the graphics you showed are very accurate. I just can't help but ask. Didn't we ask to tone down on the rabbit's face because of what happened with Byakuya last time? Byakuya and Rukia coughed lightly to hide their embarrassment, while Jushiro gave a small laugh. It was a recurring problem whenever one of the Kachiki siblings made a presentation. Seeing the drawings of Byakuya had been an eye-opener for Jushiro. It had eternally changed the way he saw him. But more than anything, things really changed. 10 years ago, he would have never imagined seeing Byakuya act embarrassed or something like that. It was a heartwarming sight to see the ever-stoic Byakuya caring for his sister. Their relationship was still a little stiff, but it was clearly much closer than what it was 5 years ago. That wasn't all, the Soul Society as a whole was slowly changing. The projects that had been introduced were helping low-level Shinigami, as well as citizens of Rakangai, find a way to live an easier life. Currently, they had already managed to bring more order and wealth to the districts in Rakangai below the 10th. It was a slow but progressive change. At this rate, in 50 or so years, it wouldn't be impossible for the Soul Society to be completely different than now. Of course, Jushiro didn't wish for a perfect world where there was no injustice. Such a world was nothing but an utopia. But if he could make the world a little less dangerous, if he could make children a little happier, then it would be more than enough. All of this was thanks to one man, Gojo Satoru. The man was bringing changes to his wakes. He didn't know yet if it would be negative or positive for the Soul Society as a whole in the future, but whenever he looked at Gojo, he couldn't help but have an uneasy feeling. It was like looking at a man busy making his goodbye. Perhaps I am thinking too much. Soon it will be the election of the new captain of the 3rd Division. If Gojo managed to succeed, he was sure that Gojo would be in measure to bring even more and hopefully even better changes. 2. One misconception is that shonen/seinen is a genre. Those terms define the target audience. Shonen for young boys and teens and seinen for adults. For example, Shingeki no Kyojin is a shonen, same for Full Metal Alchemists. It also designed the magazine. For example, a manga published in Shonen Jump is a shonen. Simple. What people really mean when they think of shonen is neketsu or hot blood. Basically, mangas like Dragon Ball, Naruto, One Piece, and of course Bleach, are neketsu. 1. Splitting Void. Chapter 127, ch. 113, Kisukirahara. On that night, the clouds and the stars were illuminated more brightly than usual, a kaleidoscope glittering the sky. However, the silver white-haired man gazing at the horizon from the terrace did not seem to be impressed, for his face remained impassive. Brooding. Nah, just wanted to look a little emo. Chuckling, the man turned to face the source of the voice. A dark-skinned tall woman wearing a skin-tight outfit that perfectly showed her bountiful curves. If you are here now, I guess that Senna came back safely. Yes, she was completely spent, so I tucked her in. Shrugging, she walked straight to him before sitting not far away. How was your day? All right, I guess. Byakuya and Yukitake are good people. They are more interested in helping people rather than obtaining outright benefits, so discussing with them is easy. A smile of respect formed on his face. Gojo could fight and die for people he cared about, but spending so much effort for people he didn't even know. No thanks. Still, even though he had no interest in doing it, he still respected those who could sacrifice their lives for the greater good. Heh, little Byakuya has grown up now. Yoruichi chuckled. In a way, she could be called Byakuya's teacher. At least, in the way of Ho-Ho and Hakuda, she had helped him many times and taught him many things. Seeing the young and brash man of then becoming a respectable adult brought mixed feelings to her. It showed her that even though time passed slowly for Shinigami, things could never stay the same forever. What about you? She laughed at Gojo's question. Senna and Yuichiro, those two little imps have been making Ikaku's life a true hell. Yuichiro brought her all through the 11th division to fight or pull pranks. A warm smile formed on Gojo's face. Over the years, he had really begun to see himself as Senna's father and he cared for her greatly. He hoped that she could stay just happy and carefree all the time. After a while, his warm smile slipped and hardened. Looking at his profile, Yoruichi sighed and asked, "You finally managed to observe everyone." He grimaced a little. "It took some time and I had to take many missions, but I finally managed to observe all the current Shinigami. Aside from me and Tozen, all the Shinigami I observed had traces of foreign Ryatsu mingling in them. Even Captain Yamamoto. Even him." Yoruichi closed her eyes. 5 years ago, after they came back from the valley, Gojo proposed to observe and study her body. At first, she thought that it was just him acting as a pervert, but later, she understood that he wanted to find a way to determine whether someone was under control or not. It had taken a few years but he finally succeeded. Sadly, it brought very grave news. Kisuke had already speculated that all the Godi I-13 and Central 46 were under Aizen's influence, but it was one thing to have speculation, and it was another to obtain confirmation. Well, the situation isn't hopeless. For one, his power is illusion, rather than outright mind control. Otherwise, the whole Soul Society would be under his control. Still. Yoruichi nodded. Even if he can't take control of them, it's still dangerous, very dangerous. It's to the point that even captain-level Shinigami aren't immune. Yep. Secondly, even though he can put people under illusions. That's all they are. Illusions. It doesn't directly increase his power level. If he fought against someone like Yamamoto for example, he would be toast. Gojo chuckled at his own bad pun. But he wasn't joking. The Bankai of Yamamoto was completely forbidden because it had the power to destroy the whole Soul Society over time. Yoruichi nodded. The same goes for your Bankai. Illusion or not, if he is in that Bankai, he won't be able to escape. The problem is that, illusion isn't all he has. Indeed, this was the problem. On top of his illusions, Aizen was a powerhouse that wouldn't lose to anyone. At least this was the information Gojo had obtained from Yoruichi. Furthermore, he had 2 captains following him and perhaps even more. No matter how one cuts it, Aizen was a tricky opponent to face. Yoruichi was still watching Gojo attentively even as he said how dangerous and tricky Aizen was. Perhaps he hadn't noticed it himself, but his own lips were slowly twitching upward as if he was enjoying the situation. She had already seen it in his gaze long ago, but this man was no saint fighting for the people. He didn't care about Soul Society. He didn't care about avenging those who fell victim to Aizen. He cared even less about bringing justice. All this man cared about was showing that he was superior. Facing Aizen and destroying him would be an enjoyment unto itself. He is very dangerous. She had already ascertained it, but Gojo Satoru was a wild card. His potential was out of this world and his power already stood near the top. Still. He isn't like Aizen. Even though he was dangerous, over the years, she had come to appreciate the sassy narcissistic man. He might be callous and egoistic, but he had a heart and had people he cared about, and for her, this was more than enough. Well then, it's time I guess. Are you ready? Yoruichi nodded. We can go at any time. Let's go then. A shadow grew and swallowed the 2 of them, plunging them into darkness. When the light of the moon finally shone on their face again, the 2 of them were in an old factory. But, they weren't alone. Welcome. Welcome. Satoru Gojo, I presume. Happy to meet you. My name is Kisuke Urahara. Looking at the blond man walking with a cane and tipping his hat at him, Gojo nodded before letting his gaze trail over all the people surrounding him. A smirk formed on his face at this sight. This promised to be a very interesting night. Chapter 128, CH 114, Visored. Welcome. Welcome. Satoru Gojo, I presume. Happy to meet you. My name is Kisuke Urahara. Giving a light bow filled with flourish, Kisuke straightened up and looked at the men he had heard so much about. A man of legend, Satoru Gojo, in just under 10 years he was breaking record after record, and if he managed to become captain in the upcoming event, he would become the fastest Shinigami ever to become captain after graduating from the academy. But if Kisuke had to say what really impressed him the most, it were the events that followed recently, the slow but steady changes of the Soul Society. It wasn't perfect. There were still many things wrong and things that would most likely never change. Still, the men in front of him had managed to bring changes in the never-changing Soul Society. This was why he gave a bow. It was a sign of respect towards a fellow revolutionary. Even though the atmosphere was heavy, Gojo could understand respect when he saw it. In the same way, he couldn't help but become curious about the legend in front of him. A man who went from a poor noble house to one of the most renowned scientists in the whole history of the Soul Society. Even to this day, the results of some of his research were used to support soldiers when on mission. Someone who did the impossible by creating the first and only independent department of the Godi 13. This was why Gojo put away his usual frivolous smile and gave a light bow himself. I am indeed Satoru Gojo, I am happy to meet you, Kisuke Urahara. Standing on the side, Yoruichi smiled. She had always wondered what would happen when those two unprecedented geniuses met. She was thankfully not disappointed. Once he was done with his bow, Gojo looked around at the people that had been observing him in silence. I guess I am facing the previous captains and vice-captains. His frivolous and easygoing smile came back in force. He could give a bow to Kisuke because he respected the achievements of the latter, but that was all. He would never show weakness in front of people who were obviously judging and measuring him. You should call them Visored, the name of their team. The blonde guy with the sketchy smile on the side is Shinji Hirako, their leader. Ah. Gojo gave a gentle smile, but Yoruichi suddenly felt that something bad would happen, the guy who got done in by his own vice-captain. Bastard. Sigh, I knew this would happen. She facepalmed while wondering if she should stop the small blonde girl from rushing towards Gojo. But in the end, she didn't need to intervene. Hiyori. Calm down. The blonde girl, Hiyori, stopped, her expression full of struggle. But. Stop. It isn't like he is wrong. I really did get tricked by Aizen in an epic way. Oh. Would you look at that? Gojo wasn't into gratuitous provocation. The reason he uttered those words was because he wanted to observe and understand this group known as Visored. If everything worked out well, they would become allies for a while. But, as the Chinese say, it was better to have a powerful enemy than having a pig-like teammate. Gojo knew that losing was always a possibility. Still, it was one thing to lose after being outsmarted by your enemy, and it was another thing because you had someone stupid guarding your back. Clap. Bringing his hands together, Kisuke managed to calm down the pressure that was steadily increasing. Come on, we are in an unprotected zone. If you guys continue to show off here, we will have a swarm of Shinigami on our ass in little time. Shall we move away? A few minutes later. Boom. A fist encased itself in the wall. Shit. Do you believe what that guy is saying? I don't like that bastard. Sending a flurry of fists, Hiyori continued to pound on the wall to blow away some steam. Stop damaging that innocent and helpless wall. Anyway, you would have gotten thrashed if Shinji didn't stop you. You should have felt it, right? A tall and slim black-haired girl wearing a pair of glasses commented while reading a book with rapt attention. From afar, it seemed like a book completely normal, but they would be mistaken. After all, it was filled with erotic pictures. Hiyori, hearing the remonstrance of Lisa, scowled but didn't deny it. When she had been about to attack, it had only lasted for a split second, but she had felt like she was being crushed alive. Though it hurt to admit, that guy wasn't someone she could deal with alone. Perhaps if she used her hollow powers, but not even she would use that power just because she didn't like someone. She might be brash, but there was a limit to it. His music is sublime. I can feel it in my blood. I am sure he will be a reliable ally. On the side, another blonde man, with a French cut, added. He was scribbling music notes in his notebook while his expression was feverish as if filled with inspiration. Fuck. Am I the only one who finds that guy fishy? I mean, he reached that level in 10 years. Are you kidding me? What if he is one of Aizen's goons? Well, this is a possibility we cannot put aside. Even if he isn't with Aizen, he could also be working for Central 46. I am sure those old bastards would love to see our corpses. A man with short silver hair and the number 69 tattooed on his chest, Kensei, was busy doing a handstand push-up as he answered. Well, in the end, it doesn't really matter, does it? Shinji will make the decision that will be the most helpful to us. The others closed their mouths shut at this, expressions of trust clear on their faces. Shinji Hirako wasn't the most charismatic guy around, but he had their full trust and they would respect whatever decision he ended up taking. While the Visored were debating about the decision Shinji would end up making, the man was currently playing poker with Gojo and Kisuke in the room adjacent to them. The atmosphere was pretty light despite what one might think, and there were even some laughs, as Yoruichi, the dealer, was giving the cards. They weren't talking about any kind of alliances or anything of the like, but only simple everyday things such as their respective lives both in Soul Society and on Earth. Finally, when Yoruichi dealt the card, Gojo smirked as he looked at his hand. Well then, shall we play? Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12 plus 12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14 plus 14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold 14 plus 14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 129, CH 115, Work with Me. The tension was high, and the silence heavy in the air. In a small room with a fan lazily blowing air, 3 men, 2 blonde and 1 silver-haired, looked at each other with impassive faces. Looking at their cards, each of them raised the bet as if they had the greatest hand. It was then, I fold. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Kisuke placed down his cards. He had been trying to bluff, but his hand was really bad and he didn't want to take any risk. Facing Gojo, Shinji showed his usual harmless smile and showed his hand. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, a straight flush. It seems like I won. It was indeed a very big hand, basically impossible to surpass. Shinji was about to take away the coins, when he was interrupted. Tututu. Who said it was the end? Shinji and the others were surprised, the only hand that could deal with a straight was. Grinning, Gojo revealed his card one after another. 10, J, Q, K, a royal flush. Kisuke whistled in admiration, you beat an odd of 1/649,739. Bravo. What can I say? I have always been very lucky. Shrugging, Gojo took all the coins on the table with a smile on his face, leaving a distraught Shinji who covered his face with his hands and groaned. Hayari is going to kill me. It was the 4th time they were playing and he had basically lost all the money they had. Just thinking about how he will be welcomed brought him cramps to his stomach. Kisuke on the side was laughing out loud, finding this sight funny. He never bet too much and would always pull back when the situation seemed bad. On the other hand, Gojo simply grinned continuously. Playing cards against him was asking to be humiliated. His acuity aside, it wasn't that hard for him to see what card everyone was dealt with, no matter how fast Yoruichi acted. When he was alive, no jujitsu sorcerer who knew him would dare to play against him because they knew that they would lose everything if he did. Shall we continue? Ugh. Forget it. I only have the clothes on my back now. Shinji shook his head and looked at Gojo up and down. Now then, shall we talk about the more serious business? The atmosphere immediately changed. At the end of the day, money was just that. Money. As Shinigami, it was the least important thing for them. What was more important though was the reason this man named Gojo wanted to meet them. Gojo, feeling the spiritual pressure of Shinji, showed no change in expression. Shinji was without a doubt a powerful captain. But it was mainly because of what his Bankai could do. If Shinji had to be classified according to pure power, he would be near the bottom or at least a little toward the middle line. But if one was asked who was the most dangerous, he would definitely be at the top. After all, his Bankai could cause chaos throughout the whole Soul Society. Sadly, this Bankai was useless against single enemies, and as such, Gojo did not fear it. There. Calm down, Shinji. We were just enjoying ourselves so much. Don't break the mood. Shinji sighed, Kisuke, I am sorry, but this time I can't comply. This matter isn't just about me. Any decision I take here might completely change the lives of my companions. They chose me as their leader because they believed in me. I don't plan to break that trust. Shinji was completely serious. Gojo was simply too suspicious. So suspicious that it wouldn't be wrong to think that he was working with Aizen. Of course, perhaps he was being a little paranoid. But he could not afford to joke around with the lives of those who trusted him so much. Gojo, who had stayed silent all this while, shook his head. I think there is a misunderstanding. You see, when did I say I needed you? The scene fell in a strange silence, but Gojo did not stop. You guys seem to be under the impression that I need your help to deal with Aizen, but the truth is, I don't. He twirled a card between his fingers and continued, of course, you guys are strong, and having you with me would be helpful in the future. But that's it. I am sorry to say this, but you are not particularly needed. In the first place, when did I ever say I wanted to form an alliance? The words flying out of his mouth were shocking, but the more Shinji and Kisuke thought about it, the more they realized that Gojo indeed never talked about anything pertaining to an alliance or anything of the like. So we jumped to the conclusion by ourselves. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt so ashamed he wished he could find a hole and hide. It didn't help that Yoruichi could be seen rolling on the floor while laughing and that Kisuke was coughing on the side to hide his laughs. Still, I wouldn't refuse if we could work together. Thankfully, Gojo did not make things difficult for them and took a step back. Heh. Kasuke grinned. How could he not see that Gojo acted like this initially to disrupt Shinji's rhythm and then take control of the discussion? This was a pretty basic way of negotiating, but no one could deny how useful it was. Still, his smile slipped the moment Gojo decided to drop a bomb. What I wish for isn't some alliance to deal with one man but something totally different. Tell me, do you wish to create our own version of the Godi 13? And, will Gojo create his own organization? Who will be the members? We will see. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 130, CH 116, Finding His Way. What did you say? Do you wish to form an organization equal to the Godi 13? Or even superior to the Godi 13? An awkward atmosphere greeted the question uttered by Gojo. Yoruichi, who had stopped laughing at Shinji, stood on the side as she quietly observed the situation. Gojo had never informed her about this goal of his, but she long guessed that he had such a goal. Interesting. On the other side, Kasuke showed an intrigued expression at the confidence Gojo was showing. He really wondered what gave him such great confidence. You are insane. Shinji, whose usual smile was nowhere to be seen, sighed as he took his hat and twirled it with his finger. Why do you think so? You guys, visored, were all either captains or vice-captains. One of the visored was the vice-captain of the Kido Corps, and the man that was with Kasuke earlier should be a captain. Yoruichi and Soifan are nobles as well as members of the secret force. Kasuke was the leader of the scientist department and I am a member of the healing department. Gojo showed his fingers and continued to list their current full force before concluding. With just a few of us here, we could already be called the Godi 13 version light. Shinji frowned because he could see that Gojo was making sense. The Godi 13 was composed of the army itself with the different captains, the secret force, the Kido Corps, the healing department, and the research department. As Gojo said, they really had all the elements to form their own organization. But the Godi 13 isn't just that. Even though Shinji and the others were disappointed with the Soul Society and Siriiti, they held no grudge towards the Godi 13 itself. They respected the rules and the ideals it stood for and were happy to uphold them even though they were no longer captains. The Godi 13 represented an ideal, the goal to keep the balance of the world. Of course, it wasn't perfect, very far from perfect even. They had done many things they weren't happy about, like the massacre of the Quincy. Even so, it did not take away the meaning behind the creation of the Godi 13. I mean, the Godi 13 really did a good job as protectors. A little too bloodthirsty, but if Quincy were less prideful, the massacre wouldn't have happened in the first place. But, you know it right. No matter how good the Godi 13 is, as long as it's tied down by the Central 46, then it will eventually become rotten. Gojo shrugged and continued, let's make something clear. Once again, I don't need you. There is no one I need in this world aside from my sword. The moment he said this, an insane spiritual pressure filled the room before completely focusing on Shinji alone. Ku. Shinji's breath became stifled and Kasuke raised an eyebrow in astonishment. What a frightening control. Even for him, it was basically impossible to stop his Ryatsu from spreading widely when he used it. Gojo did not care about Kasuke and Yoruichi as he continued. I don't care about protecting the world. I see no meaning in sacrificing myself for the weak. I fight only for the things I am interested in. If you have no lofty goals, why then do you wish to create an organization similar to Godi 13? Why, you ask? His pressure completely receded in his body and he stood up, showing a calm and gentle smile. Because it's fun. A few minutes later, Gojo stood alone on the roof of an abandoned building and observed the wandering souls. Sometimes, he would use his sword to purify them and send them to the Soul Society. After all, it wouldn't be pretty if those souls ended up getting eaten by hollows. You have been pretty harsh. Why didn't you try to bring them to your side more calmly? Kogo asked with an intrigued voice. Even though she was the other half of Gojo, it wasn't as if they shared all their thoughts. His actions made her pretty curious. After all, Gojo was pretty charismatic and convincing. If he wished, it wouldn't be impossible for him to convince them if he took his time. Gojo, looking up at the moon, shook his head. I could have, and it was initially what I wanted to do, but I wonder if what I am doing is meaningless. After all. While it was pretty embarrassing when he talked about creating an organization similar to Godi 13, he couldn't help but become lost. Why was he even bothering to do all this? Back then, Yamamoto brought 12 great criminals and created the Godi 13 with the goal to quell the chaos in Soul Society and protect the balance of the world. But, what about him? What did he fight for? He had no idea and no particular goal. He was like a cloud, aimlessly drifting in the sky. I understand what is worrying you, but why do you need some lofty goals in the first place? Wishing to become the strongest is a good goal. Fighting for fun is another good goal. At the end of the day, what matters isn't how large and awe-inspiring your goal is, but rather how fulfilling your life was. This was the reality. In this world, some people were born with a grand destiny. They were fated to become leaders of their city or country. They had many obligations and many ideals. Some failed and some succeeded, but they were all written in the annals of history. Meanwhile, the vast majority of people were destined to a life with no particular achievement. Becoming an adult, finding a job, marrying, having children, growing old, and dying. An even more vast majority lived without ever finding happiness. Be it because of their economical or personal situations. Those people would never be remembered and would never affect the matters of the world. They would die and be forgotten for all but their loved ones. But, did it mean that their lives were meaningless? Did living without accomplishing anything made you worthless? The answer was no. Everyone had their own goals. Be it big or small, exceptional or mundane, it did not matter. Gojo felt like a heavy weight on his shoulders vanished. The words of Kogo had allowed him to clear the doubts that had plagued him for a short while. The truth was, he had come to like this world. At first, he had been isolated and alone, but slowly, he began to create connections and had people he cared about and who cared for him. He even had a cute daughter. In more ways than one, his current life was even more fulfilling than his previous one. Also, you did not forget, right? Through heaven and earth. We alone are the honored ones. Indeed. You promised to make me the strongest sword and I promised to make you the strongest Shinigami, or, was it a joke to you? Gojo regained his confident smile. Of course not. I am not into playing second fiddle to anyone. For people as talented and charismatic as us, the top is nothing more than our rightful place. Of course. Like this, one man and one sword grinned while their eyes shone with an unprecedented thirst for strength. After calming down, sigh, oh well. Let's go back to business. Gojo spoke as if their heart-to-heart talk did not happen a few moments ago. Did you manage to find it? Kogo did not mention the short episode either. She knew that Gojo wasn't the kind to show the weakness in his heart easily. Furthermore, they indeed had something more important. Yep. I saw it. Completely looked and analyzed it. Though, I don't know if I will be able to replicate it. Gojo wasn't lying when he said that he didn't need the visored. As such, why then did he try to meet them? On one side, it was about curiosity. On another, it was about observing Kasuke. When Yoruichi talked about how Aizen made the visored what they are now, she did not mention how exactly Kasuke managed to stop and control the process. This was why Gojo had speculated that Kasuke had a device similar to the one under Aizen control. This theory of his was further proven after he was given permission to enter the library 5 years ago and obtained a very interesting piece of information. This was why he wanted to meet them. He had made a bet about where such a device would be kept and it seemed that he was right in betting that Kasuke had it on him. After all, someone like Kasuke would not easily trust others with such a thing. He was also very curious about the body structure of the visored. This was why he had proposed to play poker. During that time, he was able to completely examine them as he wished and even if they felt it, they would just think he was trying to find what cards they had. The result had been more than fruitful. The Hogyoku, was it? Gojo put a finger under his chin and stared thoughtfully at the moon. It seemed that he would need a few more hours of research. I really need to master time manipulation and integrate it in my Bankai. He wished to create his own version of the Dangai and get more time for himself when doing experiments. Standing up he stretched a little and began to walk towards the little store not far away from where he stood currently. It was time to meet Kasuke alone and have a little discussion with him. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4 plus 4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12 plus 12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12 plus 12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14 plus 14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14 plus 14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 131, CH 117, find it yourself. Hi. You vanished after dropping a veritable bomb, you know. Appearing in the Jardan behind the shop, Gojo was not surprised to see Kasuke welcoming him. So you can feel the dimensional movement of shadow. Kasuke moved his small fan to hide his mouth and chuckled, I really couldn't. But after Yoruichi explained how you move through the dimension, I was really curious and did some little experiments. I must say, this is truly a marvelous skill. Thankfully, the Quincy's of 150 years ago didn't master it. Gojo shrugged, he did not participate in the Quincy's massacre and was not particularly interested in them. The ones that truly intrigued him were the Quincy's of 1,000 years ago. Sadly, the records about them were pretty rare. He had asked Anohana for some information about them but all she remembered was cutting them in a trove. Oh. Some sweets. Skipping happily, Gojo took place next to Kasuke and looked at the carefully made sweets with shining eyes. May I? Of course. Tessai is the one who made them. He always had a magic hand when cooking. Gojo did not ignore the fact that Tessai was the previous captain of the Kido Corps. Taking one beautiful round ball, Gojo gulped it down and immediately groaned in pleasure as the sweet melted in his mouth. Delicious. It was surprising how such an imposing man could make such beautiful and delicious sweets, but Gojo was too entranced to care about it. Does he need sweets? Looking at Gojo stuffing himself, Kasuke quietly analyzed the situation. Truthfully, most of the information he had about Gojo was second-hand information. As ironic as it was, despite being trained as a spy, Yoruichi was not a snitch. She had never really shared Gojo's skills with him aside from some very basic ones. Perhaps he needs them to get more energy. This should be a habit from when he was alive. After all, Shinigami don't process food in the same way as humans. Basically speaking, Shinigami, or souls in general, were deceptively like humans. Once their Reishi's level reached a certain level, they could feel pain and hunger. They could also have sexual needs and were able to reproduce. They could also age and die or get sick. Even so, this was where the likeness ended. He should have been a special human when he was alive. Kasuke mused. From the record, the first time Gojo appeared, he was already pretty strong and had his own fighting style. This was impossible for someone without training and who was used to fighting. From his name and habits, Satoru Gojo was Japanese when he was alive and he should have been living in Japan. Then, why was he unknown? After the short previous meeting during the poker game, and some small information Yoruichi had sent him, his impression of Gojo was a flashy and very prideful man. Such a man couldn't have accepted laying down in the darkness while he was alive. Of course, it was also possible that the man worked for some organization that couldn't be seen by normal people. But after having lived in Japan for some time, Kasuke knew no such organization. This could only mean that Satoru Gojo, a powerful man with incredible innate skills, had appeared out of nowhere in Soul Society. Perhaps he was active in the Western branch. This was another great possibility that he couldn't ignore. Though Kasuke did not really think so. Once again, a man such as him should have been known and renowned in the world of livings. Perhaps he was a soldier who died during the war. This was more likely. The Second World War had been pretty devastating and the number of soldiers who died was simply too much to count even now. It became even harder when the civilians of Nagasaki and Hiroshima were added. Fascinating. Truly fascinating, oops. My bad habit is rearing its head. Kasuke smiled bitterly. He knew that he should curb his curiosity when it came to personal matters. While he really wondered who Gojo was when he was alive, it didn't matter as much as knowing who he was now as a Shinigami. Gojo, may I ask if you were serious about your plans to create a new organization equal to the Godi 13? Gojo popped another sweet in his mouth and smiled in bliss before answering. I never joke around, well. I do joke around quite a bit. But this time I am not joking. Puffed. Ahahaha. I see. Then, would you want a small scientist with you? Gojo stopped and looked seriously at Kasuke. I know I am the one who made the proposal but, why? I know how crazy it sounds. If we do it, we might, no. We would become the enemy of the Soul Society. A thorn in their eyes. Heh. Indeed. Yamaji would never allow such an organization to exist without control. He would either try to integrate us in the Godi 13 or destroy us. That's it. Why then do you wish to join my sinking ship? Kisuke closed his fan with a snap, but is it really a sinking ship? He showed a meaningful smile as he looked at Gojo. Then looked up at the moon. Of course, I am not someone who likes to make empty gambles. The position of captain for the 3rd division will soon be open, right? Indeed. First, you should succeed at it. Once you become a captain, I am sure that it won't be long for them to contact you. If you still wish to create your organization after meeting him, then I will join you. Who are you talking about? Gojo had an inkling of who Kisuke was talking about, but he wanted to confirm. Kisuke gave a smile full of derision as he uttered, "Who?" Of course, the Soul King. And, not much to say. Kisuke analyzed shadow movement basically 50 years in advance compared to canon. So the Quincy's and Yawatch would have a way harder time invading the SS if nothing changed. Of course, many things will change. This is just the beginning. The Division 0 might appear in this volume or the next one at the latest. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 132, ch 118, talking about life. The Soul King. The supreme ruler of the Soul Society. An entity who lived in the Ryokyu, 1, a separate dimension kept suspended above Soul Society that both served as the official residence of the Soul King as well as its royal guard. Not much was known about the Soul King himself, for the simple reason that very few Shinigami were even allowed or had the chance to meet him. Gojo had always found it hard to understand. Despite being known as the king, he did not rule the Soul Society. Most, if not all the decisions in Seriidii were taken by the Central 46. Furthermore, even after searching through hundreds of books, there were basically no clear information about him. It was as if all records of him had been purposely erased or kept hidden. He had once asked Yoruichi about the Soul King, but all she did was to show him a strained face and an expression full of shame as if remembering an unbearable past. After that, she asked him to never ask a question about the Soul King since this was a secret that concerned the security and the stability of Soul Society as a whole. Even though she had bet her freedom to him, this was the only thing she refused to accept no matter what. Now that Kisuke had also talked to him about the Soul King, Gojo was now sure that whatever secret was hidden, uncovering it would be really interesting. Of course, this wasn't all. The way the Ryokyu worked really made him think of his own Bankai. If he could enter that place and observe it as well as the Soul King himself, he was sure that he would be able to develop his skills in a more comprehensive way. Seriidii. A shadow stretched on the ground in a Jardan before two people, Gojo and Yoruichi, walked out of it. Whenever I see you bypass the security measures of the Seriidii so easily, I can't help but wonder what would happen if that skill was given to enemies. Hey, if it was me, I would first try to assassinate the strongest enemy, in this case, Yamamoto. If this fails, I would use the portal to bring a large number of cannon fodders ready to be sacrificed so that they create mayhem and scatter the forces. Yoruichi stopped and looked at Gojo. Don't tell me, you seriously made a plan about attacking the Soul Society. Ha ha ha, how could I? I am a pure pacifist. I will never send the first hit against Soul Society. Yoruichi did not miss what he left unsaid. He might not send the first fist, but what would follow would be a full retaliation without any kind of pity. Today had been an interesting day for her, even more so since she satisfied her deepest curiosity. A meeting between Kisuke and Gojo. Though, now that she saw how easily they clicked, she couldn't help but wonder if she should be worried. Those two could be rather extreme when they wished. She couldn't even imagine what kind of shenanigans they will be up to once they become more used to each other. Yoruichi was about to follow Gojo in the house but, feeling the ryatsu of someone entering, she immediately changed into a cat, and fled. She had already recognized the signature energy of Nanao and she didn't wish to be present during the intimate scene that would follow. Even now, just thinking about how the little girl who would hold her large book and follow behind Kairaka like a lost kitten was now being a grown-up woman who would moan under a man, made the usual teasing Yoruichi blush a little. Feeling the energy of Yoruichi vanish, Gojo gave a small grin while opening his arm wide to welcome the black-haired woman. "Come and give me a hug." Nanao blushed a little. She didn't know that even after 5 years of a semi-steady relationship with Gojo, she still felt like a little girl when facing him and his relentless teasing. Letting out a sigh of resignation, she appeared and hugged him gently, her heart at ease. Sniffing lightly, she could feel the fragrance of another woman on him, but this did not particularly disturb her. She had recognized this fragrance many times and even smelled it on Gojo's daughter and in the house itself. She didn't know who that woman was, but it didn't matter. After all, she knew what kind of man Gojo was. The simple fact that he basically reduced his dalliance to zero as after he came back 5 years ago was already a miracle in her opinion. "How was your day?" "Ah." Nanao yelped when Gojo swept her feet and took her in a princess carry before bringing her to the living room. After putting her back down, Gojo asked gently while helping Nanao take off her black coat so that she could move easily. Letting out a sigh of contentment, Nanao smiled a little. "You know very well. The same as always. Though, there was a little change today." "Oh." This caught Gojo's interest. Soul Society was a place where few things happened. He wondered what had happened. Captain Yamamoto had called my captain to discuss an issue. A project initiated by Captain Yukitake a few years ago. Is it about the entertainment business? Even though he said this, he did not believe it was. He just had a meeting with Jushiro and Byakuya this morning. If there was any problem, he would have been warned. "Don't worry, it is about something else. An initiative to increase our scope of actions in the human world." "Ah." Gojo nodded, remembering what it was about, the Shinigami Substitute Initiative. "Yes. One of the blocks in this law is the worry about what humans, given such power, could do if left unchecked or if something happened. In the end, Central 46 decided that if this plan was to take place, they would need to establish a way to observe and control the substitute at any moment. Heh, and let me guess, the sub wouldn't know that he is being spied on." He sneered at her silence. He was not surprised that the first thing that came from Central 46 wasn't how to make this initiative truly work, but rather control them. Of course, he understood that taking the appropriate security measure was important. Still, there was a limit to it. No secret could stay a secret forever. Sooner or later, the substitute would learn the truth and by then, it would bring the very result they tried to avoid. Well, in the end, this ain't my problem. So, why did Yamamoto call you too? Central 46 already approved the project. All it lacks now is the approval of Captain Yamamoto or rather, Godi I-13 as a whole. Such a decision cannot be taken without a vote of all captains. Oh ho. So that means, a summit. Yes. The selection for the new captain of the 3rd Division had been brought forward because of this. Soon, it will be decided who between you and Jin Ichimaru will become the captain of the 3rd Division. Gojo licked his lips in anticipation. It seemed that things were happening faster. The time of reckoning was coming. But what interested him currently was another thing. "This is truly interesting, but why don't we talk about life?" The suggestive smile he showed left no doubt about what he meant, and the blush on Nanao's face showed that she understood clearly. What followed was a truly magical night full of moans and sweat, too. 1. Soul King Palace. 2. Aside from the first time with each new girl, all the other SMA chapters, with the same girl, will only be available to Patreon as special chapters. And, I have some problems with Nanao, but I guess this is also the problem of most harems. It's hard to make the girls accept without making them feel like soulless dolls that exist just to please the MC. In SHK, this isn't really a problem since most of the girls might really kill each other if it wasn't for soul, lol. But here it's a little harder since I don't want to make characters OCC. Thankfully, Seriiti follows medieval Japan, so harem itself isn't a problem. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 133, ch 119, Why Christmas? Let's have a special Christmas. What? Huh. This was during a meeting between Gojo, Joshiro, and Byakuya. Christmas. The gifts, the party, the fat old man with a creepy laugh that knows the address of everyone. That kind of Christmas. We should have a special Christmas. Byakuya seemed troubled as he interrupted Gojo. I do know what Christmas is. It's just. Why would Shinigami celebrate Christmas in the first place? Joshiro let out a speechless laugh after Byakuya's words. In the first place, Shinigami did not believe in anything. At most one could argue that they were related to Shintoism or Buddhism. 1. Gojo face-palmed before shaking his head. Yara days, do I have to explain everything to you guys? Who cares about religions or whatever? Christmas is a day to enjoy between friends and family. A day to gift and be gifted. It is simply a day that should be full of happiness and laughter. No need to make it more complicated than it should. Sighing he continued, the atmosphere in the Soul Society has been quite strained lately because of the summit that is about to come and the selection of the new captain. There is also this thing with the Shinigami substitute that is a topic of great controversy. The other two sighed because Gojo was indeed right. Be it Gojo or Jin, they were both known as very powerful Shinigami who were equal to captain in all but the title. People could already feel an incoming bloodbath because even if one was voted, nothing stopped the other from challenging him for the title. While only the 11th Division used this rule frequently, it was a system usable by anyone. Furthermore, many Shinigami were against the substitute Shinigami project. They didn't like the fact that some humans would simply be handed power so easily. All in all, the atmosphere has been extremely bad lately. It looks like you guys have the same opinion. We need something to lift the spirit, even if for one day. We can even use this as an excuse to take funds from Central 46 and buy many gifts for the children of Rakangai. Joshiro's eyes shone at this while Byakuya was visibly moved. The main reason the two of them were so into this new entertainment department was because of the help it could bring to the people of the Rakangai. But, giving gifts to everyone would be unrealistic. That's true. But gifts alone aren't all we could do. We could set up a special program. If we have the help of Mayuri, it would be even possible to broadcast it through all the 320 districts. We could also contact the Shiba family so that they prepare some fireworks and we could use the 11th Division for security. There is so much we can do. What do you think? Are you with me? Joshiro was visibly excited, so much that his face flushed and he began coughing repeatedly. Asterisk cough asterisk let's cough let's do it. Byakuya meanwhile calmed down a little and looked at Gojo with a weird expression. After Joshiro left to discuss with Kai and Shiba, his vice-captain, the only ones still left were Gojo and Byakuya. After sitting in silence for a few moments, Byakuya asked bluntly. What are you really thinking? If Byakuya was asked to describe his relationship with Gojo, he would be very hard-pressed to do so. The two of them could not really be called friends. But they were pretty close and believed in each other. In a way, Byakuya saw Gojo as a rival. Someone who could fire up his cold heart and make him more enthusiastic about training. It was also thanks to Gojo that his relationship with Rukia was warmer. The previous stiffness that existed between them had all but vanished. This was why he knew. Gojo was definitely acting weird now. Hearing his question, all Gojo did was smile and shrug. I just want to make some good memories. After all, his time in the Soul Society could come to an end at any moment now. Byakuya frowned, a heavy feeling filling his chest. But he knew that he could do nothing more. Don't do anything stupid. As long as you don't break any laws, the Kuchiki family will protect you. After those words, Byakuya stood up and also left. Looking at his departing back, Gojo chuckled. Ha ha ha. So he can also become embarrassed. Unfortunately. His eyes narrowed as he thought. The Kuchiki will not be able to deal with the troubles I might soon bring. To what I owe the displeasure of your visit. In his underground laboratory, Mayuri was busy cutting down the body of a hollow and grumbled in his usual high-pitched voice. Haha, I am also happy to meet you. Mayu-chan. Don't call me by that accursed nickname. I understand Mayu-chan. But isn't Mayu-chan a cute name? Or is Mayu better? Mayuri growled and was ready to call out his Bankai just to try and kill this bastard. Unfortunately, he could only give up and sink in despair because his Bankai was already at its 10th upgraded version, too, but the poison still couldn't hurt the fucking bastard. Pinching the rim of his nose, he sighed and went back to his experiment. If you are here about the result of the experiment, you will soon have an answer. It hadn't been easy to understand the secret behind the creation of the hollow, but I should be able to create something similar. Oh. Gojo looked at the barely recognizable Metastasia, 3. Well, seems like years of torture haven't been kind to him. I even feel bad looking at him. Mayuri scoffed. As if you could feel something like remorse. Hey. I resent that. Even more so when coming from you. Gojo showed a hurt expression before losing interest in the monster that was so far gone it couldn't even beg for its life anymore. Anyway, getting results is definitely good, but this isn't why I came to you. What do you want this time? Mayuri ignored Gojo and went back to cutting the hollow. He had already studied all its structure, but it was one of the few enjoyment he had. Looking at the interior of the body of Metastasia was like looking at a work of art, and he could only marvel at the ingenuity of the creator. I want you to create a TV and many scale projectors, at least 320. Mayuri nearly killed Metastasia because of how his hands trembled. After leaving the 12th division, Gojo went directly to the 4th division. Well, you seem pretty happy. What happened? Raising her head from the heap of paperwork, Anohana smiled at Gojo and asked curiously. Ha. I just had an interesting discussion with Mayu. Mayu. Anohana tilted her head before giving a helpless smile when she understood who he was talking about. Either way, what brings you here? I am hurt, you know. Why couldn't I just come to meet my dear and beautiful captain? All right, sit down and out with it. I have other things to deal with. Gojo shrugged helplessly and sat down as he was told before explaining his plan. So you want to use all your money to pay for new clothes and special disguises, etc. Anohana frowned a little and tapped repeatedly on the table before asking. Why? You have never been the sharing type. First Byakuya, then Mayuri, and now even you. Just what kind of person do you take me for exactly? An uncaring, prideful bastard with a slight psychopathic tendency. Gojo was speechless. Anyway, you still didn't answer my question. Why? I mean, I soon won't really need that money. Might as well spend it now rather than have it confiscated by the authorities later. Silence filled the room while Anohana stopped tapping the table. After a while, she let out a sigh. I don't care about what you do. You are a grown-up man. Just know that if you leave before we have the occasion to fight, no matter how far you go, no matter where you hide, I will find you and I will kill you. Gojo smiled wordlessly, for he knew that this wasn't mere lip service. Anyways, about what you want. The problem isn't money itself. But the schedule is too tight. Even if you were to hire all the seamstresses of the Seriidii, it wouldn't be enough to do this. Is that so? Looking at his disappointed expression, Anohana frowned before she sighed in defeat. I know someone. I knew I could count on you. Let me finish. Yes, ma'am. So, as I was saying before being rudely interrupted, I know someone. She owes me a favor. But she can be a true bitch. It was rare for Anohana to slip and use the rough speech she was used to in the past. In terms of skill, she is the best seamstress in the world, of that, there's no doubt. Gojo couldn't help but become intrigued. Who is she? Anohana showed a rare serious expression as she answered. She is one of the original 13th captains alongside me and Yamamoto. Currently, she is known as the Divine General of the North and is the 4th officer of the Zero Division, Senjimaro Shitara, 4. 1. Bleach takes heavy inspiration from the cycle of reincarnation Samsara. In Samsara, we have 6 realms, or 5 depending on how you see it. God Realm, Soul King Palace. Demigod Realm, Soul Society. Human Realm, Human World. Animal Realm, Beast Realm. Hungry Ghost Realm, Waco Mundo. Hell Realm, Hell. The Beast Realm was briefly mentioned in Blood War. At least we know that Komamura, wolf-headed captain, and his clan were once exiled there because of some sins they committed. 2. So yeah, Bankai can be upgraded. Normally the Shurkai must go through a reforging of sorts. But I don't know how Mayuri did it, the guy always upgraded his Bankai. 3. Hollow that got destroyed by Gojo during the mission of the 13th Division. 4. Senjimaro mean 1,000 hands. What is funny is that Anohana's true name, Yachiru, means 8,000 style. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 134, CH-120, Division. Senjumaru Shitara. In Unohana's office, Gojo quietly muttered the name. Before I continue, what do you know exactly about Division 0? Honestly. Not much. Gojo did have some information, but compared to the knowledge of Unohana, it would be pathetic. It was better to shut up and listen. I see, Well, I guess telling you this isn't a problem since you will most likely be called by them after you become a captain. Unohana tapped the table for a while before continuing. Firstly, you must understand that the Soul King's palace is basically in another dimension above the Siriidii. There lives the 14th division of the Godi 13, the Division 0, also known as Royal Guards. She snickered when she thought about what they were supposed to guard. The so-called Soul King. Well, he doesn't need to know anything about this now. Seeing it for himself will be better. Currently, Division 0 only has 5 members. But all of them, aside from one, were captains of the Godi 13 at one moment or the other. All of them were elected to become members of the Royal Guards after they made great achievements or brought radical changes to the Soul Society. Unohana frowned when she thought about the leader of Division 0. The only one out of the 4 who never was part of Godi 13 for the simple reason that his existence predates that of the Soul Society. The 5 members are the Divine General of the East and the First Officer, Tenjiro Karinji, also known as the Hot Spring Demon. He was the first captain of the 4th Division and entered Division 0 after he created Bakudo 1. He is also my master in a way. Unohana showed a soft smile as she remembered the men with a kind but awful temper. Then there is the Divine General of the South, Kiryu Hikifune, also known as the Ruler of Grain. She was the captain of the 12th Division before Kasukirahara and entered Division 0 after creating the first artificial soul. Gojo whistled. Artificial souls were the bread and butter for Shinigami working on Earth. In a way, they were the spiritual version of artificial intelligence. It seemed that even before the creation of the research department, the 12th Division was already the cradle of great scientists. The third one is Otsunomea, the Divine General of the West, also known as the God of Sword. He is the first captain of the 2nd Division and entered Division 0 after accomplishing the splendid feat of creating Zanpakuto. Oh. So that guy is kinda my father. Haha. So what does it make me? Your mother. What a horrible thought. I know, right? The mention of Otsu really intrigued Gojo. He knew that Shinigami could fight without relying on Zanpakuto. Soifon and Yoruichi were the prime examples of that rule. Still, there was no denying that Zanpakuto themselves were simply too useful. A Shurkai or a Bankai once revealed could completely turn the direction of a battlefield. Furthermore, Gojo believed in one simple truth. If someone can do it, then I can do better. It was a really arrogant and short-sighted thought, but he didn't care. It was this belief that supported him and allowed him to reach greater heights. Furthermore, if he wanted to create his own version of Godi 13, it was imperative to create his own weapons. Then we have Senjumaru Shirata, who is the Divine General of the North. What do you think was her accomplishment? Unohana smiled and pointed at him, more precisely at his clothes. Senjumaru is known as the Great Waves Guard. She was originally the captain of the 9th Division and became a member of the Royal Guard after creating the Shihakusho 2 uniform all Shinigami wear. She also created a device called the Shirata Scale. It is an alert system that is used to monitor the world itself. Unohana did not explain more about the Shirata Scale. After all, while she liked Gojo quite a bit and was willing to break some rules for him, there were limits to it. Still, what she said was enough for Gojo to understand that Senjumura wasn't just a simple seamstress. I must say that Division 0 seems really awesome. A division that regroups the greatest freaks of the Soul Society. But, you forgot someone, right? Such a group could never function without a powerful leader. Who is he? For the first time, Unohana hesitated a little. After all, the moment she uttered his name, he would become aware of it. Still, it wasn't as if they were doing anything illegal currently. So it should be all right. You are indeed right. The leader of the Division 0, known as the monk who calls the real name, is the oldest and most likely strongest Shinigami in existence, Ichibe Hayasub 3. Royal Palace. Sitting on a praying mat, a bald man with an impressive build and a thick black beard who was previously in meditation opened his eyes and looked around. Why did Unohana utter my name? His title of monk who calls the real name was not just for show. As the one who named all the things in the Soul Society, his own name carried a curse on it. Those he deemed unworthy could not utter it, and of those who could, if anyone did, he would be immediately warned of it. As one of the founding members of the Godi 13, even though she was but a child in front of him since her age did not even amount to a fraction of his, 4, Anohana was still someone worthy of respect. If she called his name despite knowing the curse put on it, it means that she judged that it was something worth doing. Caressing his beard, he stayed in thought for a while before catching the hint as his name was uttered a second time. Oh. Who is that young lad? I seem to have seen him somewhere. Despite his power, it wasn't as if he was omniscient or all-knowing. Still, it didn't take long for him to remember who he was. Gojo Satoru. One of the candidates who could receive the honor of becoming a member of the Royal Guard. Though he really wondered if it was such a great honor nowadays. Sigh. I was first rejected by Sosuke Aizen. Though it was for the best since he created something like the Hogyoku. Then it was Kisuke Urahara. Followed by Mayuri Kuratsuchi. It isn't easy getting new blood. Ichibe laughed heartily while muttering information that would shock anyone who heard it. Still, for Ichibe, it was nothing problematic. There were few things that could escape the eyes of the royal guards. After all, they had to be constantly aware of the situation of Suriitii in order to better protect the royal palace. As the one who gave the name Zanpakuto to the creations of Otsu, followed by Shirkai and Bankai, and as such brought those two concepts into reality, he knew the name of absolutely all Zanpakuto in the Soul Society as well as what their true abilities were. If not because the royal guards never interfered in the problem of the Godi 13, he would have flattened Sosuke Aizen long ago. Who could have imagined that Aizen could create something like the Hogyoku by gathering the scattered nails of the Soul King? Though, in the end, this didn't matter. It was Yamamoto's job to deal with that rebel, and only if he failed, would he be free to destroy the insolent bastard that dared to insult the Soul's King. Now that young boy is the true problem. Compared to Aizen, the silver-haired boy was the true source of headaches for Ichibe. More precisely, it was his Zanpakuto, Tengaku no Kogo. Even now, he couldn't understand how it was possible for such a Zanpakuto to be born. In the first place, how could a Zanpakuto emanate the aura of the Soul King? 1. Healing spiritual art. 2. Garment of dead souls. 3. There are always debates about Ichibe versus Yamamoto. For me, in terms of pure destruction, no one can beat Yamamoto. Zanka no Tachi is without a doubt the most powerful Bankai in Bleach, aside perhaps Ichigo's and perhaps Aizen, but Kubo cucked us and didn't show Ichigo's new Bankai. Same for Aizen. Anyway, Zanka no Tachi is powerful. But compared to Ichibe who controls all names and all that is dark, yeah. Ichibe doesn't win in pure power. But overall, his skills are sick. 4. Ichibe is the oldest Shinigami alive and is a few million years old. And, I personally think it's kinda dumb how they never helped kill Aizen. But I am pretty sure that when the Aizen arc was in full swing, Kubo hadn't created the concept of Division Zero yet. Or perhaps he did. It doesn't really matter in the end. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 135, CH 121, Dark Determination. After discussing with Anohana and setting up a date to meet with Senjumaru, Gojo was about to stand up and leave when he was stopped. Gojo, do you think you are strong? Gojo stopped and smiled at Anohana. Why the question? Do you think I would be affected by the mention of how powerful the members of Division Zero are? Anohana nodded. She knew very well that Gojo was different from her. For people like her and Zaraki, the knowledge that there were stronger people out there was like music from heaven, something that filled them with much joy and happiness. They did not fight to become the strongest. All they enjoyed was the rush, the adrenaline that coursed through their veins while they fought stronger the opponent. On the other hand, Gojo was different. While he did enjoy fighting, what he really enjoyed was the feeling of dominating his opponents and proving his might to the world. For him, the knowledge that people stronger than him existed was like a curse from hell, something that should fill him with bitterness and despair. I am not the same as when we first met, you know. Furthermore, what if they are stronger than me now? In the end, we alone will be the honored ones. It might take 10 years, or 100 years, even thousands, but, so what? Laughing out loud proudly, and, even as I am now, who would lose and who would win is still something left to discuss. Waving his hand, Gojo left the office of Unohana. As for her, looking at his back, a small smile of satisfaction filled her face. He has indeed grown up very well. If she was worried previously, now she had no doubt, the last fight between them would fill her heart with much joy. As for Gojo, currently he wasn't thinking of such a complicated problem. He was just wondering how to convince the women of the healing department to all disguise themselves as Santa. A bunch of sexy women in red and white skirts were always something beautiful to look at. What do you think are your chances of winning against Satoru Gojo? None whatsoever. Deep down in a laboratory, Aizen was observing a small bluish orb that was floating in one of his testing tubes. Standing behind him, with the same creepy smile, was Jin Ichimaru. Taking away his attention from the orb, Aizen looked at Jin and smiled. You do not seem particularly motivated. Where is the child who killed his superior just to appeal to me? Back then, Aizen had not really been the one to recruit Jin, since it was Jin who appealed to Aizen. In order to prove his worth, Jin did not hesitate to assassinate his direct superior as well as many other Shinigami. By doing so, he also put himself in the same boat as Aizen, since the Soul Society would never forgive him for his crime if it was discovered. Of course, Aizen knew the true goal of Jin, but it was simply something too amusing to discard. It isn't about what I want. If we go through a vote, Gojo already has Soifan, Unohana, Byakuya, Shinsui, Isshin, Zaraki, and Jushiro. I am also sure that he has Mayuri in the bag since his daughter follows Gojo everywhere. As for Yamamoto, with that Toshiro kid, and Gojo's own talent, chances are high that he will also vote for Gojo in the end. Jin shrugged. There were 3 ways to become captain. First was the captain's proficiency test. A test that requires the ability to perform Bankai. Nearly all Shinigami become captains using this method. At least 3 existing captains, including the captain commander, have to witness the test. The second way was personal recommendation, which was, as the name implied, to have personal recommendations from at least 6 captains and approval from at least 3 of the remaining 7. Finally, there was the trial by combat. To defeat a captain in one-on-one combat with at least 200 witnesses from the captain's division. Gojo already had the 9 votes required, and since what happened 5 years ago, even though it was never witnessed, there was no one who doubted that he had a Bankai. This would leave the last option, but not even Jin could say with assurance that he could win. If he really used his full power, Aizen would know all his cards and his plan would be a failure. He had already invested too much time and killed too many people to let this plan fall through. It was why he couldn't bet everything just to win against Gojo. He knew that Aizen was suspicious of him and that all his actions were perhaps just a game in the eyes of the men. But, it didn't matter. As long as Aizen did not find the true power of his Bankai, Jin knew that he still had a chance to take his revenge. Settling his gaze on the small bluish orb, Jin could barely control his rage and as such, gave a wider smile. Damned Hogyoku, 1. He could never forget that day when he saw Aizen absorb a part of Ranjiku's soul. In the past, Ranjiku was far more talented than him. In fact, the difference in spiritual power between the two of them was pretty wide. Sadly, her growth had been stunted after what Aizen did. It was only later that he understood what he had taken away. A nail of the Soul King. Jin was not clear about what really happened, but it seemed that the Soul King had lost many parts of his body for some unknown reason. Each of those parts were enough to change someone normal into a powerhouse or give them strange abilities. The best example were the Fullbringers on Earth, humans who had obtained the ability to manipulate the souls of certain objects. Most likely, Ranjiku had been a Fullbringer or had the potential of one when she was alive. In the end, this did not matter. What mattered was that Aizen destroyed the future of Ranjiku, and might even have killed her if things didn't work out. Jin could not, forgive nor forget. On that day, he swore that he would avenge her and punish Aizen one day. Until then, he knew that he would have to stain his hands with the blood of many innocents. His own end would most likely not be a happy one. But, so what? So what if he had to kill hundreds of people? So what if there was no happy end for him? Ranjiku was more than a friend to him. She was family, the first and only person to have ever shown concern for him. For her, he was ready to fall into the deepest part of hell and become the most wicked devil. Hearing his answer, Aizen smiled deeply. He felt a weird sense of satisfaction at the realization of how influential Gojo had become after just 10 years. He saw Gojo as his equal and his archenemy, in the same way, he saw Kasukirahara. It was even more so because the man was negatively affecting his plans. Even so, it pleased him. The stronger Gojo was, the happier Aizen was because only then would his victory be much sweeter. Compared to the pleasure he would have when crushing those two, destroying that thing that dared to call itself king was nothing more than a mission. Ignoring the small killing intent Jin was unconsciously leaking, Aizen began to observe the Hogyoku once again. The orb was still not up to the standards he wished. But, once he managed to steal the one created by Kisuke, everything would be perfect and he would finally become a transcendent. 1. Crumbling orb. And, when I think about it, Jin is a little like the Itachi of Bleach. He killed many people, all this to avenge and protect Ranjaku. The same way Itachi didn't hesitate to massacre his clan to save his brother. Does it make Jin a good person? No, not at all. But does it make him an endearing character? Yep. Many like me are fans of him. Anyways, I will see what I will do with Jin in my story. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 138, CH 122, Tokunada Tsuneyashiro. After Gojo announced his Christmas plan, the Suriitii became rather active. While Gojo was yet to be a captain, because of his influence as a healer and his endeavors in the entertainment department, he was basically known and respected by everyone. In terms of popularity, he did not fall behind Aizen and was in fact even more popular. After all, who could ignore the one who brought you health and entertainment? Thus, while it was a first for the Suriitii to celebrate Christmas, not even the Central 46 tried to stop him. Of course, it wasn't just that. He had bribed some members of the council here and there. It was rather funny to see souls care so much about money in this world. This showed that human nature was something that couldn't vanish, whether dead or alive. Thanks to his bribes, the council had been rather tame when it came to him. This went to show how corrupted the Central 46 was, but as long as it profited him, Gojo did not care. Though I wonder if I should just kill them all before leaving. When he was alive, the Elder Council was a thorn in Gojo's side, but, even though he could have easily killed them, he never did it for the simple reason that he knew how useless such an endeavor was. If he wished to have people follow him and his ideals, he couldn't simply kill anyone that was against him. With such a mindset, he focused on developing a new generation of jujitsu sorcerers. Meanwhile, he had no such hang-up here. He did not have any great ideals, nor did he wish to convert anyone. It was then that he thought about those close to him here and sighed before smiling. Anyways, Christmas is coming. No need to have bloody thoughts. Christmas was supposed to be a day full of joy and fun, not plotting and murder. Sitting in a spacious room, a slender man with green eyes and medium-length, dark green unkempt hair that was tightly tied by a braid along the left side of his head was drinking green tea. He was clad in a loose-fitting, black shihakusho over which he had added a white hattori. Tracing the rim of the cup with his finger, his handsome face was covered with a frown. Tokunada-sama, what might be the problem? Standing beside him was a man clad entirely in black from head to toe. At his question, Tokunada wiped away the frown and showed an insidious smile. Nothing. I am just wondering when this stupid home imprisonment will end. The guard lowered his head when he felt the indifference in his voice. About 70 years ago, Tokunada had been incriminated for the murder of his wife after being discovered by Captain Shunsue Kairaku. As a member of the Tsuneyashiro family, the strongest and noblest out of the four great families, he was acquitted and judged innocent officially. In the end, the only punishment he received was being imprisoned at home where he had everything from servants to even singers and women. Dissatisfied. I do not dare. The guard shuddered and immediately kneeled in Dejiza. Ha. No need to worry. Now that I think about it, you were the guard and servant of Kakio when she was alive, right? As if you didn't already know it. All he could do was swear and grit his teeth. Kakio was the name of the late wife of Tokunada. She was a gentle and righteous woman who was loved by all the servants in the house. Though my pain is incomparable to what Tozendano, too, must have felt. Thinking about the equally gentle blind man who was now captain of the 9th Division, all anger vanished from his heart and all he felt was sadness. This is so boring. Tokunada did not miss the change in feelings of the man and lost all interest in provoking him. Since the day he learned about the original sin of the Soul Society, or more precisely, the sin committed by the four great families, Tokunada's view about the world had greatly changed. If such a crime could go unpunished, why then would he be punished for simply killing some woman? His greatest joy in this meaningless world was to bring sadness and soul-crushing despair to other people. This was what he did when he killed his wife. This was what he did when he beat down Kanami Tozen while mocking him about how helpless he was against Kakyo. But it wasn't enough. Bringing despair to individuals wasn't enough at all. I need to become the head of the family. Only by becoming the head of the Tsuneyashiro family would he be able to inherit the Enreikyoten, too. Like the Shinken Hakioken, 3, of the Ise clan, the Enreikyoten was a Zanpakuto that could be inherited. In his opinion, the Enreikyoten was not only one of the oldest Zanpakuto, but also one of the most if not the most powerful Zanpakuto. Thinking about the sword and all he would be able to do once he became the head, a mad light danced in his eyes. By the way, the new sensation is Satoru Gojo, right? Indeed. Meeting him will be very interesting. He was really curious about that man. Gojo Satoru. A name that sounded like thunder in the Seriidii, as if there was no one who didn't know about that man. Messing with him would be very delightful. A snake-like smile formed on his face as he thought about it. This guy is the main bad guy of CFYOW. For those who don't know, it's the novel that depicted events between the second last chapter of Bleach and the last chapter of Bleach. Since those two chapters are set 10 years apart. Just for a reminder. CFYOW is canon. But SFWY, where the 7th and 8th Kenpachi are introduced, isn't canon. Though I might really introduce them. For those who read SFWY, you will see how similar Gojo's Bankai is to the one belonging to the 8th Kenpachi. It could be an interesting point if the two fought. I will see. 2. Law of the Bewitching Lucid Mirror. 3. Divine Sword, 8 Mirror Sword. And, whelp. I think I finished introducing all the concepts I will need for this volume. Now it's time to meet Senjomaru and then go for Christmas. Those chapters are basically the calm before the storm. For those who have no knowledge of Bleach, I hope you are able to follow. If you don't hesitate to tell me so that I can give more details. Chapter 139, CH 123, Women of Division. It's surprising. Are you really going down? A purple-haired woman with a heavy figure asked with a motherly smile. The one she was addressing was a slender and very youthful woman with fair skin, and long black hair that was adorned at the back by a large golden ornament in the shape of a crescent moon with numerous small lines radiating outwards. The two of them were clad in the standard attire of captain of the Godi 13 with the exception that there was no number on their back but rather, 4 flowers. Kiryu, what brings you to my city? Yes, I plan to go down to the Seriidii. Anohana brought me some interesting information. The royal palace was divided into many sub-palaces. Each of them was occupied by one of the 5 members of the royal guards. They regularly visited each other. Kiryu Hikifune laughed merrily as she eyed Senjomaru up and down. You know very well that I am here to verify your diet. If I didn't, you guys would starve yourself to death. Senjomaru shuddered and took a few steps back. Enough with your food. We don't even need to eat. In fact, I believe that we have more chances of stuffing ourselves to death because of you. Just because you don't need to eat doesn't mean you shouldn't. Food is life. Life is power. You need to eat to become stronger and stay healthy, right? Senjomaru was speechless. If anyone said this, she would simply laugh it away. Souls could feel hunger and starve when they still had an above-average Ryuryoku, but as soon as they surpassed a certain level, food would once again become meaningless. But this was different when said food was cooked by Kiryu Hikifune, former captain of the 12th Division. Her food could literally heal and strengthen the people who ate it. She called it food enhancement. Using the same logic she used to invent Jikongan, 1, Kiryu would imbue the base ingredients of the food she created by infusing the materials from the onset of growth with her Ryatsu, fundamentally changing the nature and properties. Through the use of these ingredients, she could augment any food she made, which would then empower anyone who ate it beyond any level they could ever imagine. If it wasn't because the process was extremely demanding on her body and she could only produce a very limited amount every few years, she would have most likely tried to feed the whole Godi 13. Then again, it wasn't as if anyone could eat her food without the risk of exploding because of the sudden increase in power. Shaking her head, Senjomaru observed the different tissue rolls she had in her possession and decided to discard them. She had been lacking inspiration lately. Her creations had been stagnant and unimaginative. This was why, when Anohana said that she could help her get great designs, she jumped at the occasion. Of course, she had no great expectations, but she was curious. It was something Ichibe understood, and that was why he didn't stop Senjomaru from going down. If said in a graceful way, all the members of Division 0 were people who researched the truth and were full of curiosity. In a cruder way though, they were super huge nerds who happened to have the power to destroy countries. Loyal as they may be, but they were first and foremost researchers who affected the whole history of the Soul Society. I am coming with you, by the way. Senjimaro did not seem surprised and continued to search for her sewing needles. I promised I wouldn't bully anyone. I know. I know. But admit that your track record is pretty bad. For example, how many times did you sneak into Mayuri's research center? Senjimaro smiled mischievously. My, sneaking in. What big words. I never sneaked into his laboratory. I simply placed my hand against the door and it opened so easily. I think Mayuri-kun should invest in better locks. Fufufu. This is why I must follow you. Furthermore, I am really curious about that guy. Heh. It seems like everyone was affected by him. Kiryu smiled bitterly. How could we not? His healing power and skills as a healer interest Tenjiro. The way he uses Reishi and Raitasu intrigues me. Otsu is going mad because he doesn't understand that boy Zanpakuto, and Ichibe is worried because of him. Now he is even making you interested in him. Senjimaro stayed still. Indeed. Satoru Gojo was an enigma for them. All his skills defied common senses and made the research they made seem like a joke. It was even more so because they were aware of one truth, the fact that he only entered the Soul Society 10 years ago. Well. If you are curious, then I guess you will be able to satiate your curiosity soon. Indeed. If you are ready, let's go. Let's use the Tenchiren, too. So what are we doing here again? Standing in a huge square, Gojo and Unohana could be seen discussing calmly. We are waiting. They should be down soon. Today was the day Senjimaro was supposed to come. Gojo had already managed to smooth his way through all the obstacles and the last one was the lack of Santa costumes. Doing Christmas without a Santa costume was blasphemy. On the side, Gojo had contacted some seamstresses, but it was simply impossible for them to produce such a large number of clothes in such a short amount of time. If Senjimaro was half as good as Unohana said, then it would be great. Soon. Looking up, Gojo frowned. Is it that thing that is coming down like a meteor? It is. Boom. As soon as Unohana finished talking, a huge pillar fell from the sky and landed brutally on the ground, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Using his power, Gojo stopped the dust from reaching them and easily dispersed it. What's that thing? Gojo was rather surprised. Try as he might, he could hardly see what was inside the pillar. The concentration of reishi in that thing was so dense that nearly nothing could go through. It's the Tenchiren. This thing is able to pierce through the dimension wall separating the palace from the Siriidii. From what I have heard, it's pretty comfy inside. When the pillar finally opened, it was accompanied by a great fanfare of music as a slender black-haired woman stepped down. Behind her, 6 mechanical hands seemingly made out of gold were each holding an instrument as they played the music. Hello, Unohana. It has been a while. Coming from behind Senjimaro's eccentric entrance, Kiryu waved her hand at Unohana before giving a friendly smile to Gojo. Hello young man. You must be Gojo-san, right? Nice to meet you. Who is she? Oh my. Excuse me. Where are my manners? My name is Kiryu Hikifune. Second Officer of Division 0 and Divine General of the South. Nice to meet you. Heh, so this is the rumored Gojo. What a handsome lad. The name is Senjimaro Shitara, by the way. I am the 4th Officer as well as the Divine General of the North. I hope your design will not disappoint me. Looking at the 2 women standing in front of him, Gojo could only give a stiff smile because of what he was seeing through the 6 eyes. Haha, what a bunch of monsters. He had tried to overestimate the royal guards as much as possible, but it seemed that he had still been quite short of the reality. Nice to meet you too. My name is Satoru Gojo. I hope we will have great cooperation. Well. It doesn't matter how strong they are, since I am stronger. This was the first meeting between Gojo and the members of the royal guards. 1. Artificial soul pill. They house the Jiken, artificial souls, that Shinigami use when they are on Earth during their mission and have to use Jigai, artificial bodies. 2. Heavenly Pillar Palanquin. And, honestly, Division 0 is broken in another way aside from power. It's their ability to incredibly boost anyone in a short period of time. I really don't understand why they never used their skills to boost all captains and vice-captains. Or perhaps they did and it was not mentioned. Chapter 140, CH 124, Dethroned King. Hueco Mundo. In the endless desert that was the Hueco Mundo, different places were occupied by different high-level hollows, making them their territories. In a way, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of such lords and all those territories were generally off-limits for powerful hollows who had recovered the capacity to think. But out of all the self-proclaimed lords of the Hueco Mundo, there was one that nearly all hollows recognized as the most powerful and the most ancient. He named himself the God King of the Hueco Mundo. He was the oldest hollow and resided in Las Noches, 1. His name was Barragan Luzenbairn. Las Noches. I have received a report about someone who dared to kill my soldiers. In the vast desert of Las Noches stood only one throne, and atop of it sat a large skeleton clad in a royal purple coat with black fur, a golden crown on his head, and a golden bracelet around his left arm. Sitting still, like a power of nature, Barragan looked curiously at the three intruders. Even though said intruders had already killed many of his subordinates, Barragan did not care. With one call, he could get many more hollows of such level to serve him. Standing in front of the other two, a glasses-wearing man advanced toward him. We have never met before. I presume you are the king of Hueco Mundo. That's right. Who might you be? You don't look like hollows. From your attire, Shinigami. Barragan shook his head, not that it matters. I was bored. Had you not come, I would have split my army in two and made them kill each other. You are a welcome distraction. He opened his arms wide and said grandly, welcome to my palace, Las Noches. The wind stirred at his words. But. Puffed. One of the three intruders, a silver-haired man, snickered. What do you find funny? The one who answered him was a tan-skinned man whose eyes were covered by bandages. You call this place, without walls or ceiling, a palace? I guess the king of Hueco Mundo likes his jokes. Barragan scoffed, I have no need for a ceiling. I am the king. The very sky of Hueco Mundo is the roof of my palace. Stop it, Kanami, I am in no mood for arguments. Stopping their conversation, Aizen stood once again in front of Barragan and slowly unsheathed his sword. Let's talk, king of Hueco Mundo. Take a look at my sword. Its name is Kyoka Suigetsu. For a split second, Barragan felt great discomfort. Shaking his head, he once again looked at Aizen and remarked that nothing had changed. What are you doing? He knew about the Shurkai of Shinigami. Why then did this sword not change? On the side, both Jin was forcing himself to not laugh out loud. In the end, this is all he was worth. Ignoring the antics of his vice-captain, Aizen spoke. There is one thing I would like to ask. Are you satisfied with what you have? What? Do you ever feel this is not where you should be? Do you not want to rise even higher? He stretched his hand toward Barragan, I will aid you if you follow me. I will give you more power and show you a new world. At this proposal, Barragan's answer was, laughing. He laughed and laughed out loud. He laughed because of this stupid proposal. He laughed because of how angry he was. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. A new world. More power. Don't make me laugh, you insects. The deep socket of his eyes blazed with an eerie glow as he gazed at the intruders with disdain. His reaction kept growing and the pressure was making all Las Noches tremble under its might. I am the king of Hueco Mundo. The king of the world. There is no one higher than me. Nor there is a new world for you to open for me. Standing up, he waved his hand dismissively and ordered his soldiers. Kill them all. I am tired of dealing with that filth. Even as hundreds of hollows rushed toward him, Aizen showed no fear but rather, he smiled. I see. I guess it was how it should be. Holding his sword upside down, he muttered, Shatter, Kyoka no Suigetsu. The surroundings seemed to break, like a mirror, in front of Barragan. What was that? His mighty army was no more, replaced by corpses upon corpses of hollows. How could this be possible? When did this happen? This is your world. The sadistic smile on Aizen's face was something he would never forget for his lifetime. Was it all right? I don't think one defeat will be enough to subdue him. Leaving Las Noches, Kanami asked while looking at the despondent Barragan seated on his destroyed throne. It does not matter. The last thing I need is loyalty. As long as he is useful, I will keep him. Aizen answered offhandedly. Clearly, beating down the so-called of Hueco Mundo was nothing particularly extraordinary in his opinion. What is the hurry? I thought you didn't want to recruit Vasto Lord before a few decades from now on. I have no choice. I studied the movements of Gojo during those years and I feel like he is up to something. If I am not wrong, the black cat following him should be related to Yoruichi. Heh. So he made contact with him. Indeed. Perhaps I am wrong, but I refuse to leave everything up to fate. It's necessary to prepare earlier. I see. Then, who is the next target? After recruiting a treacherous king, now I need to find a faithful knight. Aizen smiled. He already had a target in mind. Soul Society. While Aizen and his group were visiting Hueco Mundo, Gojo was having a deep discussion about fashion trends with Senjumaru. Looking at the sketch Gojo had given to her, she couldn't help but mutter. What a shameless outfit, I like it. It was truly a style rarely used in the Soul Society. Just imagining all those stupid folks from Central 46 foaming at the mouth because all the women in Seriidii were wearing such outfits made her heartbeat accelerate. This is going to be so fun. I am in. When do we begin? Gojo hesitated a little. We need to make everything in 4 days. Do you think you can do it? She showed a prideful grin at her questions and patted her meager chest. Who the hell do you think I am? My name, Senjumaru, too, isn't for show, you know. 2 days will be more than enough. Gojo's worries could finally settle down at her assurance. This might be his last time clowning around in Soul Society. He wanted to enjoy it to the fullest. 1. Hollow Knight Palace. 2. Thousand's Arms. And never really understood the arrogance of Barragan. He lived for so long. Even before the creation of Godi 13 and the first Zanpakuto. Such beings should have been wise and understood that there's always something higher. But in the end, he was just a frog staring at the sky. Even the way he died in Bleach canon was so pitiful. Chapter 141, ch 125, Completed Preparation. Godi 13. What is this? Looking at the 3 special packages and the nearly more than 200 normal packages that were continuously being sent through his door, Yamamoto Genryusai, despite his thousands of years of experience, couldn't help but show a bewildered expression. On the other hand, Toshiro, who now held the 3rd seat of the 1st division, couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. This is a gift from Nissan. He said that even if no one else accepted them, it was imperative that you, at least, wore one. Toshiro had been curious about the tradition behind Christmas since Gojo was making such a big deal out of it and, after seeing a particular character in that story, he more or less understood why Gojo was insisting so much on the commandant wearing those clothes. He is as amazing as always. At first, he thought that it would just be a small party like Oban. Mainly affecting the first few districts of Rakangai. But no. This time Gojo was really going big. Spectacles, music, demonstration fights, and many other such programs. Furthermore, he had paid and mobilized many Shinigami so that they inspected all the districts and placed projection machines that had been created by Mayuri Kuratsuchi. He also managed to get a bunch of toys from the human world to share with the children of Rakangai and Seriidii. The most impressive was the absurd number of costumes available. All the divisions had received them. Red and white for the 1st to 3rd seat and green for the Shinigami below. Even the members of the Kido Corps weren't forgotten. Since all divisions had more than 200 members each, this would mean that he essentially provided more than 3,000 costumes easily. Even now, Toshiro couldn't understand how he did it. All those expenses should have cost too much. Even if Gojo had managed to become rich thanks to the entertainment department, this wasn't nearly enough. Well, it doesn't really matter. He was already used to Gojo making miracles. Power of deflation. Ha ha ha. Laughing like a madman, Gojo was currently swimming in a sea of coins. Puffed. I always dreamed of doing this once, but this isn't all that was cracked up to be. Like damn, pretty sure I have some coins in my pants. Ugh. Stop being so vulgar. Shrugging, Gojo laid down on the sea of coins and released a satisfying sigh. His research on the manipulation of matter had been going great. At first, he had been under the misconception that he needed to know the structure of an object before copying and reproducing it. Because of this, he had spent some of his years reading books about biology, metallurgy, and other such subjects. Later though, he understood how stupid he had been. Even though he was a doctor, it wasn't as if he knew everything there was to know about the body of a Shinigami. This didn't stop him from reconstructing one. This was when he got it. He didn't need to know, but to understand. By using the 6 eyes and the domain of his shirkai, he could analyze and grasp the structure of any object. Once this was done, all he had to do was reproduce it. What was the first thing he reproduced? The answer was simple: money. Thanks to his power of creation, he literally had an unlimited amount of money in Soul Society. Of course, he had to be careful in order to not affect the economy of Seriidii, but, in the first place, the Seriidii wasn't that concerned about money overall. This is truly interesting. Your power is something I never witnessed. Standing on the side and watching him, Kirio was scribbling crazily on her notebook. She had always been curious about the manipulation of reishi that was innate to Quincy, but she wasn't as amoral as Mayuri and was against human experiments. Taking one of the coins rolling on the ground, she twirled it between her fingers and took another coin from her pocket. As I thought, there is absolutely no difference between the two. What a masterpiece. Haha, what a bunch of weirdos. Gojo could only be baffled at her reaction. When he revealed his power, he had been ready for her to show concern about the economy or whatever, but she was completely uncaring. Her mind was only filled with the thought of studying and understanding his power. They are all super nerds. Gojo chuckled. That statement couldn't be more right. They were nerds, yes, but they were nerds who were more powerful than 90% of the captains. Looking at Kiryu, then at Senjomaru who was busy working on the last clothes on the side, Gojo's eyes shone as he observed their bodies. More importantly, the interior of their bodies. What do you think those bones do? I don't really know. But I feel like they are linked to each other through those bones. I would advise against copying them. Gojo clicked his tongue but did not refuse her advice. Just because he could make his body stronger by copying it didn't mean it was a good thing. The structure of the body of the members of the royal guards seemed different. Gojo didn't know if it was only those two but, with how he felt like the two were linked to other people, it was clear that it was something common to all the royal guards. Did you notice? Sure did. Those bones seemed to have properties similar to that of the Hogyoku. Ever since he had witnessed the Hogyoku, Gojo had been curious about how he could recreate it. But, even though he understood the structure, it seemed that he was completely unable to recreate it. This meant that Hogyoku wasn't just composed of reishi but also of other substances, something much more important. Now after analyzing the body of Kiryu and Senjomaru, he understood that the Hogyoku and those special bones were sort of related. Does this mean that the Hogyoku is related to the Soul King? This was becoming bigger than he thought. He had already stealthily stolen some hair from them to study at another time, but it wasn't enough. It would be great if he could get some blood before they left. I have finally finished. Shouting in happiness, Senjomaru stood up while holding a short Santa Claus skirt as well as a tank top. This was the dress he wished to send to Soifan. Smiling, Gojo stood up. Thanks for the hard work. It seems that we can now celebrate Christmas. And, the arc is coming to an end. So is the piece. After the Christmas arc ends, events will happen one after another. Hope I will be able to keep the hype. Also, let's admit that Yamamoto would look lit in a Santa Claus costume. Badass Santa XD. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 142, CH 126, Diablo Santa. And, don't forget to give stones XD. I wish to go back to the top on WN now that I am back. Tusan. What do you think? I think that my little Senna is the cutest. In the compound of the 4th Division, a heartwarming scene that could capture the hearts of many could be seen. After Senjomaru finished making the clothes, Anohana proposed that they stay in her quarters, hidden from everyone. It had to be said that the authority of the royal guard surpassed all in the Seriidii. This was why, when they came down, they should have been welcomed by a bunch of dignitaries as well as Yamamoto. But since they hated this, both Senjomaru and Kiryu came incognito and wished to leave incognito as well. Gojo, meanwhile, was at his home and had given the costume to Senna. Senna was wearing a collared, red long-sleeve shirt with a light white scarf to match, a long white skirt, and red boots. Her hair was decorated by a pin in the form of a cute snowman and she had a red hat with white stripe on her head. Man, oh man. He hugged Senna and twirled around with her while laughing. Until now, Gojo had never understood why parents would gush when looking at their children in costumes. It didn't help that the Jujutsu Society didn't exactly foster good familial relationships. In his own family, Gojo was more revered as a god than anything else and knew very little about such interactions. Now though, he could totally understand. Looking at the cute Senna waiting for his opinion while nervously fidgeting filled his heart with warmth and joy. Tusan. Ha ha ha. Let me go, you are messing up my hair. Oh. We can't have that now, right? My little Senna needs to show that she is the cutest. Chuckling, he placed her back to the ground before kneeling at eye level with her. Tell me, Senna, do you like it here? The Seriidii, I mean. Senna tilted her head in wonder at the sudden question but still answered with a smile. I like it. It's fun here. Also, I can play with Yuchan, and the big brothers of the 11th Division are super cool. Ken-chan is also super gentle even though he looks so scary. He is like a big teddy bear. Gojo let out another chuckle. Perhaps only Ichiru and Senna could call Zaraki Kenpachi gentle and teddy bear without risking having their necks broken. Showing a warm smile, he gently pinched her cheek. Then, would you rather stay here? Soon he would leave the Soul Society. His first destination was the human world, but there were chances that he would visit Hueco Mundo for an extended amount of time. Gojo couldn't help but wonder if making Senna live the life of a fugitive was too harsh. Ha! I am really becoming too soft. It was hypocritical of him how he didn't mind training young teens while knowing that they would most likely die fighting curses, but now here he was, trying to protect his daughter from all harm. Even so, Gojo didn't care. He already knew that he was a hypocritical bastard. He wasn't about to change now. Senna's eye widened at his question before shaking her head hurriedly. Ken-chan, Yu-chan, bald head, and the others are my friends, but I don't want to leave Tucson. Tucson, are you going to abandon me? Tears could already be seen at the corners of her eyes. Even though she was young, Senna was in no way stupid or unaware of her surroundings. Shoo. No need to cry. Everything is all right. Gojo wiped away her tears and calmed her down. Listen to me, Senna. Tucson will always be with you, no matter what. If anything happens, you just have to call me and I will come. All right. Asterisk sniff asterisk okay. Even though she nodded, it was clear that her mood had become heavier. Gojo thought for a while before waving his hand, creating stuffed toys of him and Yoruichi in her cat form. Ah. From the way her eyes sparkled, Gojo could see that he made the right choice. I initially wanted to give them to you at the end of the day, but here, Merry Christmas, Senna. I love it. Merry Christmas, Tucson. Gojo nodded in satisfaction. Those toys had been made by Senjimaru. They were self-cleaning, did not keep odors, and were also self-repairing. Furthermore, Kiryu had added sleeping artificial souls in them that would activate should Senna be in danger. Finally, Gojo had enchanted it with enough spells for attack, healing, and defense to change it into a small tactical weapon. He had also added a GPS function and a record function should it be damaged. When combined with all the protection Gojo had already given to Senna, it wouldn't be a mistake to say that even the members of Central 46 weren't as well protected as her. It might appear exaggerated for many, but in his opinion, nothing was too much for the protection of his daughter. In fact, in his opinion, it was still not enough. The truth was that he couldn't always be with Senna. So he had to give his best to protect her. Well then, it's time to go. Merry Christmas everyone. Here is your favorite animator, Ishin Shiba. I hope everyone is alright. Hello everyone. Here, Ranjika Matsumoto at your service. I will be helping Captain Ishin in describing the super events that will happen. Simultaneously, in all the districts of Rakangai and in the sky of Siriidii, large screens appeared, on which Ishin and Ranjika were visible. Ishin was wearing a red shirt and red pants while Matsumoto was wearing a short red fluffy skirt and a simple red swimsuit bra. Gojo had chosen them for the animation because they were the most laid-back Shinigami in Godi 13. Currently, they were in a super large hall that had the size and form of a stadium. The bleachers were full of Shinigami seating as all the Shinigami aside from those on mission or those sent to the different districts were present. So, first things first, a short speech of the Captain Commandant, Yamamoto Genryosai. An epic music resonated as light filled the stadium and Yamamoto slowly appeared. Asterisk put music, https://youtube.be/bhe_I98krmo asterisk. He was clad in a Santa Claus costume but behind him, a large trail of fire followed him. When he finally reached the center of the stadium. Oh ho ho. Be good everyone, or I will take your soul. He gently caressed his large beard while laughing loudly. Boo-hoo. It's Santa from hell. Diabolo's Santa. Laughs and shouts filled the stadium at the entrance of Yamamoto. Since no Shinigami was Christian and because it had been an impromptu situation, Gojo had to make some slight changes in the lore. Furthermore, he had to take into account the personality most Shinigami had. In the end, he invited some writers and gave them a script, a story that depicted a slightly more badass version of the normal Santa and his adventure in redressing bad boys, killing hollows, and sending good souls to the afterlife. It had only been a few days but it was a smashing hit and what should have been a simple one-shot of 5 chapters was on its way to becoming a new series. Either way, the main character was an old man who shared many similarities with Yamamoto, something that had been intentionally done by Gojo. Yamamoto had been a little reluctant at first, but even though the old man was stubborn, he did like entertainment. This was how this moment came to be. Standing alone, under the gaze of everyone, Yamamoto looked emotionally at all the Shinigami. I will not give a long and boring speech. The moment he began to speak, silence immediately fell in the stadium as well as in the whole Soul Society. Today is a day that will be remembered by all. If I had to be honest, initially I was against this initiative. I could not understand the interest in celebrating such a useless day, but now I understand. This day doesn't need to have meaning. All that is necessary is to know and understand that this day is a special day where all of us can be united. A day where we can share gifts and happiness. A beautiful day, made to forget all sorrows. This is why, Merry Christmas everyone. Merry Christmas. A clamor so loud the ground itself shook was the answer Yamamoto received. How long had it been since he witnessed such a magnificent scene? Though the reason this was happening was slightly ridiculous, Yamamoto couldn't help but feel glad. All of this was thanks to the help of one man, Satoru Gojo. If he had been previously hesitant about giving his vote to the man despite the pleas of Toshiro, now he held no such qualms. Gojo had been able to do all of this simply as a third seat. What would he do if he became a captain? This was something he wanted to witness. Chapter 143, ch 127, Christmas Night. Why is the one who organized everything not participating? Ha ha ha. Sit down and drink with me. Walking with silent steps, Yoruichi asked as she sat down beside Gojo. I thought you didn't like drinking. Taking a big swing from the bottle, Yoruichi released a sigh of contentment. Heh. I really don't. It's just that, I drank alcohol on the day before the Shinigami Academy enrollment. I once again felt like drinking now, since my life is about to change again. He had already sent Senna with Nimue so that the two of them could have fun during the festival in Rakangai. They should spend all night with the Shiba. During those years, Nimue had become quite close to Miyako, Kaion's wife. Gojo guessed that he saw in her a surrogate mother of sorts. Yoruichi kept silent for a while before asking, are you talking about becoming captain or, leaving the Soul Society? I don't know. I have different plans, I guess. Currently, they were in the back of his house, and Gojo was observing the different events by watching the large projection in the sky. Gojo had been pretty thorough during his preparation. Aside from the speech with Yamamoto, he organized different events such as gift-giving, songs, dances, comedy acts, and so on. For the children of Rakangai, he increased the production of Jushiro's book and also added new clothes and swords that were pretty sharp. After all, at the end of the day, nothing could beat a practical gift and there were few things more practical than a weapon to defend yourself within this world. He had even prepared a special guidebook for training. Those who did not have the required Ryatsu level to enter the academy will never become Shinigami, but it didn't mean they couldn't become a little stronger. Rather than letting the civilians be helpless in the face of hollows, it was necessary to give them a way to protect themselves. The final gift, and the most important one in his opinion, was a special ward he created. Once the main component was installed, it would fuse with the ley lines and erect a powerful barrier. Furthermore, since the barrier passively absorbed the reishi in the atmosphere, it would stay active indefinitely. It was an anti-hollow barrier that could resist the full power of a third seat for 3 days. The barrier was also equipped with an alarm system connected to the 12th, 11th, 2nd, and 4th divisions. There would be more than enough time for Shinigami to come and take care of the situation no matter how far they were. All in all, Gojo could be said to have greatly increased the security of people from Rakangai, so much that it was hard to believe. Yoruichi, of course, knew all this and she couldn't help but admire him more than ever. This was also the reason for her surprise. The Gojo she knew was a boastful and arrogant man. How could he not shout his own greatness after managing such a feat? Gojo, who could understand the question in her eyes, smiled. Sooner or later, I will be branded as a traitor of the Soul Society. What do you think will happen to what I created then? Yoruichi did not even need to think. The Central 46 will order the destruction of everything out of shame. Yep. Those old bastards would rather destroy them than keep something so useful. That's why I didn't boast about my creations. Only the captains and the Central 46 know that I created them. For the others, it will be the results of the investment of Central 46 and the work of the 12th Division. Yoruichi immediately understood. This was the same with Jigai, created by Kasuke. Even though everyone used them during missions, it wasn't very well known that he was the creator. I didn't take you to be the altruistic type. Ha. I am really not the type to do such a thankless task. But you know, no matter what, Soul Society took pretty good care of me. It's only fair that I pay back some of it before leaving. Gojo did not believe in karma. However, he believed in paying back the good with good and evil with evil. He might have only spent 10 years here, but those 10 years were full of joy and happiness, something he only obtained in the latter part of life when he was alive. He held absolutely no loyalty for Yoruichi, but he had a duty to the citizens of Rakangai. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Flashback. Are curtains even necessary in the first place? Does it matter if regular people see us? It isn't like they can see cursed spirits or jujitsu anyway. Of course, it matters. The prevention of cursed spirits is most important for the citizens' peace of mind. Not only that dash. Yeah. Gotcha. Sigh, it's such a pain looking for the weak. Don't you think so, Suguru? Sitting on the roof of a high school, two young boys were conversing. One was silver-haired with a pair of black glasses, while the others had black hair tied in a chignon. The black-haired boy, Suguru, gave a wry smile. You are wrong. Society should protect the weak and keep in check the strong. You see, Satoru. Jujitsu exists to protect non-jujitsu users. You are being righteous again. You know, I hate that stuff. What? Applying reasoning and responsibility to jujitsu is what weak people do. Don't get all proud of yourself for spouting that garbage. It makes me want to barf. End of flashback. Haha. Man, I was really hateful back then. It's a wonder I even had friends. He reflected on his way. If he had to be honest, those events were what shaped him into the man he was. If he hadn't had to kill Suguru with his own hands, perhaps the one that would have turned to evil would have been him. Not like he was all that good. Still, it was ironic that after despising curtains and protection of the weak so much, he was using curtains to protect the weak now. Truly an amusing twist of fate. Yoruichi couldn't imagine everything that was going through his mind, but she made a clear observation. I guess taking care of Senna made you more mellow. Yeah. I guess so. Sometimes he wondered if he had become weaker mentally because of it. Until now, he never had any true weakness. Not even keeping hundreds of people hostages had stopped him. He had been willing to act even though they were getting killed in front of him. But, would it be possible to do the same if Senna or Nana were the ones in danger? Gojo closed his eyes and thought deeply. The only answer he found was no. He would definitely be restricted should they be in danger. Those two had become his weakness. That's why there was only one way. I just need to eliminate all possible threats. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he finally gathered the resolve. On the day of the captain selection, he had a big surprise in reserve for Aizen. Once he was done gathering his thoughts, he finally took a look at Yoruichi. I must say, those clothes really suit you. Currently, Yoruichi was clad in shoulder-length gloves, boots with knee socks, Santa-themed hat, and an extremely revealing tank top that showed the upper side of her boobs and her impressive cleavage. Liking what you see? Of course. You are sexy and beautiful. Neither Gojo nor Yoruichi were the kind of shy people who would cower because of someone else. Furthermore, even though they never had any sexual relationship until now, Gojo had seen Yoruichi naked many times over those 5 years. So there was even less reason to be embarrassed. Was it because of the alcohol or was it because of the previous heavy mood? The two of them drank even more and continued to flirt progressively more boldly. In the end, was it Gojo or was it Yoruichi that initiated it? It didn't really matter. What mattered though was that the two of them were now heavily kissing. And, do you know what I like about the flashback of Gojo/Suguru? It's because yesterday I just went and watched Jujutsu Zero LOL, I really like the coincidence, though I did post this chapter on Patreon more than a month ago. Anyway, the next chapter will be hot. Chapter 144, CH 128, Taming a Black Cat ***. When did this begin? If Yoruichi was asked this question, she would not be able to answer. At first, she was just curious about him. The power he held, the charisma he emanated, the decisions he took. Everything about him, from his face to his personality, attracted her in a way she couldn't explain. Rather, she could in a way. This was the same way she had been previously attracted to Kisuke in the past. In the end though, this had ended before it even began. Kisuke had no interest in romance and she had been too childish to capitalize on the small window she had. By the time she understood what was happening, the two of them had just ended up becoming good friends that could tease each other. With Gojo, it was different. From the very start he had never tried to hide his appreciation, but even then, he had never crossed certain limits. It had been a while since Yoruichi had felt wanted. It was even better because she also shared feelings for him. Was it because of this? Or was it because the two of them acted as the mother and father of Senna? Either way, it did not matter. What really mattered was that those 5 years with him had been extremely colorful and her feelings had grown more and more. Was it love? She didn't really think so. Was it simply lust? Once again, she did not think so. It was a mix of the two, with neither of them being more than the other. Perhaps there was also the feeling of not making the same mistake she committed with Kisuke. This time, she had decided to act on her feelings and not wait passively. She would be the one in charge. She would even tie him down to the bed if it was necessary. This was what she thought. This was why. So, why am I being tied down, again? Gojo mused as he laid down nearly naked on the bed, his boxer being the last protection of his privacy. His hands were tied above his head with rope made out of ryatsu. Standing above him was Yoruichi. Her luscious tan skin shone under the moonlight filtering through the glass window and her 2 fingers traced gently his muscular naked torso. I am just making sure that you don't escape. Ha ha. If the creator of Bakudo number 37 Tsuruboshi, 1, knew that you used his art for such a questionable reason, he would cry in his grave. Tsuruboshi was a kido that had the effect of creating a bunch of ropes made out of ryatsu and a cushion in the middle that could slow down anything's falling. It seemed that Yoruichi had tweaked the original spell and changed it. Of course, had it been a fight, there was no way such a spell could constrain him. But, this wasn't a fight to the death. Though, why not simply use Bakudo number 4, Hainawa, 2? Hainawa was a spell specially designed for restricting the movements of the enemies. Yoruichi looked at Gojo with an incredulous expression. Seriously? We are both half naked on a bed and what interests you is why I didn't use a specific kido. Gojo chuckled awkwardly. It looked like he had spent too much time acting as a scientist. I am sorry. Gojo raised his head slightly. Understanding his message, Yoruichi leaned and smiled happily before they shared another kiss. Hee hee. You don't need to apologize. While still using him as her bed, she slid a hand down toward his hips. Do you think you can take responsibility for making me feel this way? Oh. Her fingers slipped towards his hips, tickled along his thigh, and pulled down his boxers. Just as the tickling sensation registered, she reached his most sensitive spot. Her fingers were flexible and as delicate as if they were carved from marble, looking more like a work of art than a real hand. And yet those very fingers moved in a surprisingly nimble manner as they wrapped around his shaft. I have already seen it many times while bathing with you. But this is the first time I am touching it. Though, why is it soft? Don't you find me attractive? Gojo chuckled. He knew that beauty was in the eyes of the beholder, but he was sure that Yoruichi would be considered as beautiful and sexy by at least 90% of people. That's not it. I just have great control over my body. Furthermore, just showing some skin isn't enough to make me hard. Gojo smiled innocently as if throwing a challenge. Hearing this thinly veiled challenge, a large grin formed on Yoruichi's face as she began to gently move her hands up and down. Even though she had no direct experience, she had received training about different ways to bring pleasure. Seduction was the most used skill by female assassins. Gojo was a healthy man. No matter how much control he had, there was no way he would not react to the advances of such a beautiful woman. His penis began to fill with blood as she toyed with it. She could feel his pulse as it pressed up against her hand. Well, Gojo. Am I attractive? She laughed and looked confidently down on him. She never doubted her own beauty. It didn't matter how powerful they were, there was no woman without a certain sense of vanity. Her expression was hard to see with the moonlight shining in behind her, but it made her long eyelashes twinkle and made him feel all the more like he was being absorbed by her beautiful eyes. He did the best he could to nod despite having his hand so restricted. Of course, you are. He didn't want to give her the satisfaction of saying it out loud, but he truly found her beautiful. Her deep-looking brown skin was smooth and the glistening sweat made her look even more alluring. Her revealing clothing did not look obscene at all because the flowing lines from her bust to her waist were just too perfect. Her stomach was thin and a little muscular in her but was indeed a little big, but that plumpness is really sexy. Strength filled the hand teasing his penis. Come on, come on. Even if she was confident in her beauty, seeing the one she wanted, admiring her so much made her even more ecstatic. Ugh. Gojo couldn't help but groan. As if tempting him, she wrapped her fingers around the shaft instead of just pressing down on it. The throbbing at the base of his hips shook the reasonable part of his mind. He normally had enough inhibition to resist his desires, but this cheerful and kind young woman was using the entirety of her exotic body to seduce him. He didn't think even a monk could resist in such a situation. Of course, I'll just take you by force if you resist. A somehow bewitching light filled her eyes as she slid the piece of clothing covering her upper body. She knew that Gojo was letting her do as she wished for now and could easily take control anytime. But it still excited her to see him so helpless and under her control. His eyes opened wide when he saw that hidden flesh within arm's reach. In fact, it was so close he did not even need to reach out. He gulped as he looked up at the perfect curves of that melon that was trembling ever so slightly. When she saw him breathing more heavily, Yoruichi laughed seductively, breaking the rope binding him and guided his hand to her breast. It did not take him long for him to grab that cup in his hand too. NN. CC-mon, Gojo. Earlier she had retained the composure of an adult, but she too began to melt when he began roughly attacking her bust. The great hills of her breasts were large enough to bulge out between his fingers as he squeezed and fondled them from below. He continued his persistent attack, waited for her to moan, before pinching her nipples. Those stiff points were darker colored like her skin. That made them look incredibly obscene, so he could not help but tease them. Not satisfied by only pinching them, he tickled her trembling areolae too. He also poked at the depressions at the very ends of the tip meant for lactation. NN. Stop that. Don't tease my breasts. How could he stop now? His persistent petting made Yoruichi's limbs twist around. Hiya. Don't tug on them like, ah. I mean it. You are just too damn irresistible. He said with a small smile as he continued. She too grinned. You're such a naughty boy. Are you trying to make me submit to you? Heat had entirely filled her eyes, and her movements became more intense. She had been touching it quite a bit already, but removing the boxers exposed his sweaty hips to the cool air, making him shudder. She murmured. Aha. You're so damn cute. I want to tease you because you're cute and teasing you makes you look even cuter. I don't think I'll ever be able to stop. The usual Gojo was someone prideful and full of power. The gap between what she was used to seeing and what she was seeing now made her heart beat faster and faster. She even felt like she could faint because of a nosebleed at this rate. She seemed to like their respective positions. He was lying on his back and she was leaning over him on all fours. She pressed her face close to his neck and revealed an intoxicated look. NNN. I love this smell. It makes me so horny. She was truly becoming crazy, as if going into heat. All that remained in her mind was pleasure and even more pleasure. His somewhat tanned skin gained a unique youthful scent when it was soaked in sweat. She could not get enough of his scent in as she delightedly stroked his rod. Stop, stop. Wait, Yoruichi. Wait a second. He had been so absorbed in caressing her tits that he forgot that he was in a rather precarious situation. How humiliating would it be for him to come just because of a handjob? In the first place, how the hell was she so good at it? Every time she moved, he felt a shudder of pleasure. Why would I stop? You want me to tease you, don't you? Her aggressive arousal seemed to be growing as she whispered even more strongly into his ear. Her wild and beautiful face grinned as she felt his penis swell in her hand. Are you about to come? Come on, come on. Not yet. Let me see that cute look some more. She continued to move her hand faster and faster, until, finally. Coo. Semen erupted from the tip of his dick and filled her hand. It was the first time Gojo had ejaculated so powerfully. Yoruichi slowly retracted her hand from his boxer and began to admire the white semen, then slowly, she licked it. Her eyes immediately began hazy as she showed an intoxicated look. This isn't the end, right? Gojo took a deep breath before suddenly turning around. A mean smile on his face. Of course, it isn't. He may have lost the first round, but he would show her who was truly cute between the two of them. 1. Hanging star. 2. Slithering rope. N. LOL. Gojo was a little dominated this time, but no worries, he will pay back. I just think that sex is more interesting when the partners switch roles from time to time. Girls also want to have fun, you know. Chapter 145, ch 129, Taming a Black Cat, 2, ***. A few seconds was all he needed to strip Yoruichi completely. The only article of clothing still left on her body were her panties. Gojo found this way more enticing than having her fully naked. This time though, their positions were different. Gojo was seated on the bed, and Yoruichi was kneeling in front of him. Her beautiful and large breasts were pressed together and squashed against each other, a little bit of lotion already layered down on them. The sweet softness and elasticity surrounded Gojo's sensitive penis. As well as the gentle pleasure of that flesh transmitted a new kind of sensation. It was something he had always wanted to try. He had to admit, while it wasn't as pleasurable as sex itself, there was something about seeing a woman kneeling in front of him and service him that brought shivers down his spine. Can you move now? Yes. Her cleavage enveloped the mushroom-like form and she moved her breasts up and down. Ah. This is even better than I thought it'd be. He had wanted to test it at first, but he quickly began breathing heavily from the pleasure. This pleasure was different from the stickiness inside a mouth, the pressure of a hand, or the all-encompassing feel of the vaginal flesh. Ugh. The sensation on the head was weak and nearly only a tickle, but as she moved her breasts up and down, that slight pleasure continued without end. Instead of leading directly to ejaculation, it seemed to permeate his entire body. He felt like his hips were slowly melting away. But then he looked down at her. Yoruichi was down on her knees and rolling her own large breasts around to pleasure his erection. And then. Gojo. He reached out and grabbed the defenseless pink points moving up and down before him and she let out a groan of surprise. Is something the matter? No, continue. He rolled her areola around as he gave her a command. She seemed to hesitate, but she finally nodded obediently and resumed bouncing her breasts. He had already remarked that her breast seemed to be one of her weak points. He wanted to tease her in the same way, so he began an even more indecent attack on those bouncing balls of flesh. The more he teased her, the more sensitive her nipples grew. Her ears, neck, nape, armpits, back, and sides were also sensitive. As he traced his fingers across her body, her entire being shivered. Sometimes he would also pulse his reishi and excite the different parts of her body with just a touch. His understanding of the body could only be matched by the likes of Kasuke. If he so wished, he could give enough pleasure to melt her mind. But this wasn't what sex was about. NHH. When he gently stroked her hair, she breathed from her nose like a relaxed kitten. When he obscenely stroked her areolae, he could see her whole body twitching. She also began pressing her breasts more strongly against his penis. He could feel her breathing quicken as her breaths tickled his legs. She clearly wanted him to grope her bust until they lost their shape entirely. Eliciting that indecent reaction gave Gojo a slight sense of satisfaction. Yep, being on the receiving end isn't bad, but I truly only feel happy when I'm the one who dominates. As he grew intoxicated with the sensation of soft feminine flesh, Yoruichi gave him an upturned glance and let clear saliva drip down from her mouth onto the head of his penis, a cheeky light seemingly dancing in her eyes. After already coming once, he thought he could hold on longer, but Yoruichi's skills were truly on another level. I am about to come. Yoruichi answered his warning with a bewitching smile and wrapped her lips around the head of his penis as it poked out from between her breasts. She was wordlessly telling him to come inside her mouth. Ah. He had never before experienced technique this superb, and it brought him straight to heaven. He released the lust that had been building up as he watched Yoruichi's sexual show. The fluid was thick and plentiful. The thick cum erupted out and he felt himself floating on a cloud. With an obscene smile on her face and a mischievous glint in her eyes, Yoruichi sucked at the tip of the throbbing flesh rod, trying to squeeze out as much as she could from him. Oh! Caught off guard, Gojo gave a low grunt. He had never experienced an ejaculation like this. It felt like his urethra was a straw and she was sucking the semen directly from his testicles. Yoruichi. If you do that. More than just a single ejaculation's worth was sucked out. It felt like every last drop was drained from his balls. He almost felt like his soul itself was being sucked out. NN. Yoruichi breathed from her nose as she slurped up the extract and gulped it down like a tasty treat. She forced every last drop from his urethra. Ah. Once the unprecedentedly intense ejaculation ended, Gojo breathed an intoxicated sigh. I've never felt anything so amazing. Even though she turned the table on him at the last moment, he still was very satisfied. But the horny woman was not going to let him stop here. Despite his member being a little soft, she placed the entire thing in her mouth and worked at it inside there. Wait. Yoruichi. He honestly did not want her to touch his penis so soon after coming, but as the woman forcibly sucked at it, the seductive mood returned. Delicious. Her sensual smile sent a chill down his spine before he returned a confident grin. So this is how you want to play. After calming down a little, he took her by the arm and brought her back to the bed. A cheeky smile was still present on her face as she wanted to see how he would counter her 2 wins. It's time for a payback. Gojo didn't disappoint her as he used his finger to trace slightly south, until it reached her tender place still protected by her panties. Oh. What I am seeing here. He brought back his finger and looked at it. They were completely drenched. I only touched your breast, but look at how wet you are. He smirked as he said this. He wasn't trying to be mean, but he just couldn't help but tease Yoruichi. She switched so fast between shy and bold, it was very interesting. This made him want to bring her even more pleasure no matter what. He groped one breast with his left hand, sucked at the other nipple with his lips, and roughly rubbed against her crotch with 3 fingers of his right hand. He could feel moisture through the thin material. This perfectly plastered the thin panties to her pussy and the shape of the contents showed through. Gojo shut his eyes and felt along that feminine shape until he touched a small bump. HHN. With a quiet groan, a tremor ran through Yoruichi's slender body. He looked up at her with her nipple still in his mouth and saw her tanned face had grown tinged with pink. Her long eyelashes were shaking anxiously. Oh, so even she has a sensitive clit. Having found her weakness, Gojo struck a triumphant pose in his heart and focused on tormenting that small bump. Ah. Toying with her clitoris through the thin panties must have been the perfect level of stimulation. She was clearly feeling great pleasure. Why you mustn't, on. Her words were belied by her gradually fading resistance and she finally collapsed onto her back. She wanted to take back the lead, but Gojo had surprisingly nimble fingers. She had been pressing her thighs tightly together, but now they limply fell open. As he warmed up the center of the stain with his 3 fingers and teased her breast with his left hand, Yoruichi's eyes gradually grew blank. No. What? I feel funny. What is this? She had always seemed to control everything, but now she looked utterly confused as to what was happening to her body. No matter how powerful she was, her body was still that of a woman. Yoruichi was, apparently, holding back her moans, which only made Gojo want to make her moan even louder. Her heart was still struggling, but her body could not fight him any longer. Gojo removed his mouth from her nipple. He used his right hand to toy with the clitoris, forming a visible bump in her wet panties, and used his left hand to pinch her nipple, which was wet with saliva. Finally, he reached for her panties and pulled them down. It had been obvious through them, but the inside was really soaked. Fingers alone won't be enough. He wanted to utterly destroy her. He grabbed the back of Yoruichi's plump thighs and spread her legs wide. Warm air rose and filled his nose with an intensely sweet scent. He placed the thumb and forefinger of both hands on either side of the maiden's hidden slit and spread it wide. That's embarrassing. When Yoruichi realized he was carefully examining her vulva, she covered her face with her hands, but her damp eyes were secretly peering out from between her fingers. She was too embarrassed to let him see her face, but she was also curious about what he was about to do. The anxiousness brought her both pain and pleasure, making her mind even more cloudy. Their eyes met and the woman asked a hesitant question with her legs spread. You, is mine weird? Are the, lips weird? She was a little worried. After all, it was the first time she let anyone see that place. Even though she didn't mind being seen naked, she wasn't shameless enough to show her most intimate parts to anyone. Not at all. It's beautiful. Gojo soothed her worries. Her vagina was a beautiful pink, like a strawberry. And it looks really tasty. Feeling hungry, Gojo stuck out his tongue and took a lick. A short sweet moan, unlike her, escaped her mouth as she jolted and reflexively closed her legs, but Gojo's head was in the way, stopping her from doing so. It tasted a little salty. That had to be the flavor of her love juices. It was an oddly tantalizing flavor that seemed to melt his tongue. I want to lick her more and more. Gojo lost himself in this first taste, his tongue crawled all over to slurp up the hot love juices that flowed out. When she heard the obscene wet noises, Yoruichi writhed as if she could barely stand it. That place is dirty. She held Gojo's head between her knees, arched her back, and convulsed, but he showed no mercy. He was so delighted that he was bringing pleasure to her that he spent a good time using his tongue to enjoy the firm sensation of her virgin flesh. Her moans tickled his heart. After fully tasting out her vagina, he pulled his mouth back and used a finger to poke at the clitoris inside its hood. He wanted to see all of Yoruichi and to make all of the young woman his. He pinched her clitoris between his thumb and forefinger. No. He had her weak point in his grasp. Because of that, she clenched her fists like a baby and shook her head in protest. But it was too late. Even the purest woman would be helpless when fingers wet with her own love juices squeezed her clitoris. Gojo rolled his fingers around to toy with the clitoris contained in its hood. Yoruichi seemed to be doing her best to fight the pleasure rising within her, but her youthful limbs trembled, her mouth hung open, and sweat coated her body. Please, no more. I am going to, Despite her urgent cries, Gojo peeled back the hood. So this is Yoruichi's clit. It's so cute. The exposed clitoris was as beautiful as a ruby, but the way it trembled looked almost painful. Gojo stuck out his tongue and gave it a lick. Stop, Having her most sensitive point licked so thoroughly after being exposed was too much pleasure for her to bear. Saliva dripped from her mouth and tears gathered in her eyes. Heh. Now come, Yoruichi. His tongue moved quickly to lick around her clitoris. She finally succumbed to his technique. She looked up toward heaven and let out a silent cry of joy. Her lower stomach started twitching and then her juices sprayed out. It was like a water balloon had been inflated until it burst. Wow, I've never seen a woman squirt so much. In a way, that young celibate woman's lust had exploded after building up for years. It's like a storm. Pant. After squirting like that for a short while, the woman who had always seemed so superior was now too weak to even close her own legs. It's so erotic. Gojo's eyes and wet face shone as he observed Yoruichi. It was a thorough victory. But it wasn't enough. I heard that women can come many times in a row, unlike normal men. Why don't we test this? This time, it was Yoruichi's turn to shiver at the implicit threats. Gojo's message was clear. He was going to completely mess her up, and she was going to love it. Chapter 146, ch 130, Taming a Black Cat, 3, ***. An hour later, Yoruichi laid down weakly on the bed, all strength drained from her. Her body was sweaty and the bed was wet because of all the juice she sprayed. Even now, a few minutes after Gojo had let her off, her body was still twitching because of the intense pleasure she had received. She had been forced to come again and again to the point she felt a little delirious for a while. Yoruichi looked up at Gojo as she slowly gathered her bearings. Originally she had thought that it would be easy to dominate him with her technique even though she lacked experience. But she was the one who nearly drowned. Even though she had nearly drowned in pleasure, it was not enough. I want more. She stood up with difficulty and walked on all fours on the bed before reaching him. Pushing him down on the bed, she placed her butt over his penis and slowly, ever so slowly, began to lower it. Gojo was a little surprised that she still had the power to move, but he didn't stop her. He had dominated her enough to show who was the boss, so he could let her have control of the situation now. Her shiny brown thighs sank down and the taut labia sucked in the head of his penis. Ah. The tip had not even fully entered her slit yet, but her thin eyebrows twisted and sexual moans escaped on her breath. This was it. This was the moment she would truly entrust her body to someone else. She did not know how long their relationship could last, but she didn't care about the future now. What should happen would happen. All she could do was enjoy the present. Gojo, on the other hand, did not utter a word. He was completely spellbound by those well-formed hips sliding forward and back, left and right as if taking aim. Both of their hips would shake as soon as her wet flesh touched his tip, so they had a difficult time doing it. He enjoyed how her plump butt would hit him. Finally, the widened head lined up with her secret entrance. Wow. It's going in. He commented on the events before his eyes. It might not have been his first time, but this moment was always the most awaited one. A tight ring of flesh wrapped around his penis as if measuring its circumference. He was impressed by the pleasure his aroused penis's nerves received from the warmth of the soaking wet woman. He was even more impressed by how the delicate pink flesh flexibly swallowed a portion of his body. As their union grew deeper, Yoruichi's lovely body arched backward. Unable to wait as she slowly lowered her hips, he lifted his own hips. Her beautiful vagina squeezed tight to deepen their bond. Gojo had already come before, so she was in a precarious state. Yoruichi. Ha. Maybe I got a little too worked up. That felt way too good. Her tone was a joking one, but a look of longing filled her face as she placed her hands on Gojo's stomach and adjusted her position. Her body occasionally trembled as if experiencing an electric shock. He could tell how great the pressure building inside her was. Her beautiful breasts lifted by her upper arms bounced and her hair fluttered through the air, reflecting the moonlight. When the head of his penis reached the deepest point, a new honey-like stickiness wrapped around it. He didn't feel the tearing of her hymen despite knowing she was a virgin. But, when he remembered the way she fought, he was sure that her hymen must have been destroyed long ago. Heh. How do you like my body, Gojo? Yoruichi was breathing so heavily she could barely speak. She had never felt so full. Each time the head pushed into her deepest place, her ample breasts would shake and she would writhe in ecstasy, but she still remembered her position as the older one. It's amazing. It feels so good. And... Hey, stop that. Gojo could not help but thrust his hips up into her twitching and nearly convulsing vagina. I'm happy I could do this with you. A bright smile appeared on Gojo's face. Ha. You are really a womanizer. I wonder how many girls in Seriitii fell in your clutches. She smiled bitterly, brought her face in close, and moved her lips to the side of his face before nibbling at his ears. Yoruichi wasn't possessive and as a noble, she wasn't against the notion of polygamy. Still, it didn't mean that she had nothing to say about it. Yoruichi, that tickles. So your ear is one of your weak spots. Oh. She breathed onto and licked at his earlobe, sending a numb shudder down his spine. In response, he subconsciously reached out his hands to fight back. He grabbed both of the soft breasts pressing against his chest. Hey. Not so sud dash, He lifted the swollen breasts from below as if weighing them and gave them a good squeeze. They felt wonderful and the penis buried in her hidden garden would throb each time he teased her nipples. Wait, come on, calm down. Then you stop with the ear, Gojo's ticklishness seemed to weaken the dam keeping him from coming and Yoruichi's bust grew more sensitive thanks to the attack on her nectar hole. At some point, it had once again become a competition to see who could overwhelm the other first. And then. Gojo. You're such a dirty boy. Yoruichi. The way you wiggle your big butt is just too lewd. I wouldn't be doing that, if you weren't making me feel so good. As she straddled him, her seductive rear started wiggling around in circles all on its own. Just as it seemed to be moving right, it would start left. Meanwhile, her inner flesh continued to gently constrict, stroking the brazen younger boy inside her. The creaking of the bed grew louder and louder. Yoruichi. I'm coming again. Go ahead. Come. I'm also about to. Her hair shone just like silk as it flew through the air and her moans grew to their peak. The surge gathered in Gojo's penis and he instinctively thrust his hips upwards. He buried himself to the hilt in her vagina. Her brown hips were lifted into the air as their union grew all the deeper. The wonderful shock was so great that a scream-like moan left her throat. Her spine arched backward with her upper body leaning forward, their colliding cheeks separated and they could look each other in the eye. And then. Heh. Without exchanging a single word or sign, they pressed their lips together in a tight embrace. They looked like lovers reunited after many years. Gojo. KH. I'm coming. Her entire body was erotically wet and shining with sweat as she tensed up like a beast and breathed her adult moans of pleasure into his mouth. Ah. Yoruichi. Come. Ku. Come with me. They seemed to melt into each other as their lower bodies jerked madly together. Exclamation point. In addition to her sweet moans, her fleshy crucible also begged him by sucking him in. He had no choice but to spray his carnal desire inside it. His load of juices was no less impressive than the first as he fired it into her womb like a bullet. They continued pounding their intertwined skin together until he had expelled the very last drop. Ah. Sex is really amazing. I feel so full right now. Yoruichi seemed to literally become a blazing inferno. A switch flipped inside her as a large grin covered her face. I see you're still full of energy, too. You can keep going, can't you? Gojo tilted his head. Her endurance is really out of this world. He was curious to see how long she could go on. He nodded and said, let's continue. Without breaking their connections, she twisted her hips and made a complete turn, showing her back to Gojo. Take me from behind. Gojo didn't need to be told twice. It was the kind of order he was happy to follow. Still keeping their connection, he hugged her from behind and raised his body. It took a little twist, but she was now on all four with Gojo's dick deep inside her. Once on her stomach, she propped her upper body up on her elbows and looked back at him lewdly, to urge him on. You should find it easier to move like this. Just pound me as much as you want. Gojo didn't bother answering. He grabbed her large brown butt and began thrusting his hips. Yes. The hard cock stirring up her wet vagina produced lewd sticky noises which echoed in the room, but neither of them cared about this. Ah, harder. Pound me deep inside. Gojo was happy to oblige. He intensified his thrusting speed as requested. It's hitting me so deep. He gave her what she wanted by pounding his dick into her as hard as he could manage, and it certainly did appear that she was enjoying it. Yoruichi had become completely unable to utter coherent sentences, and all she could do was moan and groan in pleasure while Gojo moved back and forth inside her. Her mind grew cloudy once again and her eyes rolled in the back of her head. This was a direct, brute force attack with no plan at all. He grabbed her wiggling but by the hips and held her even closer than before. She cried out in surprise when he pushed his cock as deep inside, as much as he could manage. Coo. She really is tight. He was apparently doing it right. Every time he pushed up into her, she would gasp and tremble, and then let out a heated breath and go limp. The pleasure from her womb led her inner flesh to crawl pleasantly across his shaft. I can't believe how wet you are inside. It's so sticky. While he enjoyed the squeezing and repeatedly applied pressure deep inside her, he noticed her vagina filling with thicker love juices that gave off an even stronger and sweeter aroma. Is she about to come? It could happen at any moment. He could feel her vagina twitch and wriggle all around his shaft. If he stimulated her too much, she would come right away. He pushed against her womb gently, like handling an explosive that would go off if shaken too much. He wanted to delay her release a little for a much sweeter explosion. Now that she was a little more used to the stimulation he was providing, she began grinding her hips against him again. He had been worried about making her come unexpectedly, but now he was way more worried about himself blowing his load. Shit. Her pussy is squeezing and stroking my dick all over. How can this be so good? Pushing on me deep inside is great, but I need this kind of rubbing too. I want it all. Yoruichi was gradually giving in more and more to her animal instincts. Her hip movement picked up speed as she greedily sought the pleasure. The lewd sound of her thick love juices being stirred up grew loud enough to hear easily. She squeezed his penis tight while moaning in pleasure, man producing even more love juices as if to tell him that he could be even rougher with her. Shit. I'm going to, come first at this rate. The hot mass in his lower stomach rapidly grew more intense and began rising up from the base of his shaft. The pounding of his growing and throbbing penis shook her vaginal walls and womb, and she could no longer control her own pleasure. Her inner flesh squeezed even tighter to melt his dick and enhance the urge to ejaculate. While they both drove each other to climax with sweet pleasure, love juices and precum flowed endlessly out to soak her female whole. Sensing the danger of the coming ejaculation within the vortex of sweet pleasure, he grabbed her breasts that were bouncing because of their intense movements. The mounds had been forming bell-like shapes as they bounced, and they felt even softer and more melted than when he had felt them before. Heat filled his fingertips as they sank into her soft flesh. My boobs, all of a sudden, why yes, they're so sensitive. Yoruichi hissed in pleasure and began to move and act even more wildly. He pinched her nipples, the one hard point on those soft mounds. At the same time, he had just about pulled his erection out of her but then thrust all the way back in for a merciless blow to her womb. It's so good. Yes. Yes, ah. She tensed up like she had been zapped by electricity while he continued the hard thrusting from behind and finally achieved orgasm while her entire body convulsed. Her mind grew completely blank because of the explosive climax while her vaginal walls squeezed tight in orgasmic pleasure. Coo. The urge that had reached the base of his dick rapidly grew and a scorching sensation rushed up to his urethra. Now that he had reached his goal, he stopped fighting the pleasure and let go. Ugh. Maddeningly sweet pleasure soaked his dick while a milky torrent surged out and quickly filled her vagina. The intensity of his ejaculation struck her womb and its heat filled her vagina, causing another wave of trembling pleasure to wash over her while she leaned back on the bed. When Gojo slowly withdrew from her body with an audible pop, a large amount of white cloudy liquid began to flow out from her beautiful body. Crack. Outside, a sound so small it was imperceptible resounded, but Gojo simply showed a smile. His last thought as he hugged Yoruichi and brought her to the bathwa. I wonder if she enjoyed the show. It seemed that he had to find the time to visit the second division later. Chapter 147, ch 131, Original Sin, 1. After the events of Christmas, nothing much seemed to change on the surface. The festivities had lasted for a total of 3 days. The regular switching of the workforce allowed even those that were on missions to participate. In the end, the event had been deemed as the most grandiose festival ever done in Soul Society and the main characters were none other than Byakuya, Joshiro, and Gojo. As for his relationship with Yoruichi, like with Nanao, they were in a weird state where they were more than just sex friends but not quite lovers. Ever since their first time, Yoruichi had become quite enamored with sex and would work him out every time she had the occasion and Senna was out. It was an enjoyable relationship for both. Currently, Gojo was standing in the prairie of Rakangai 1st District. Yo. You are here a little earlier than planned. Isshin Shiba greeted him in his usual way as he appeared next to Gojo with a shuinpa. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the curtain that was barely visible as it surrounded the village in the 1st District. I must say seeing something like this really puts me at ease. Even though it was basically impossible for hollows to attack the first few districts, it wasn't as if some small fish never managed to slip through the net. Sadly, while they were small fish for Shinigami, they were calamities for citizens of Rakangai. Now though, thanks to the curtains created by Gojo, the mortality rate of people in Rakangai would greatly decrease. Well, this is for my awesome self. Just a little gadget. Gojo wasn't really moved by the thanks of Isshin. In the first place, he just did it on a whim, to repay the grace he received. He did not need anyone's gratitude. Furthermore, after having Joshiro literally kneel in front of him while weeping tears of joy, no thanks could rival that. I wonder if I should deal with that thing in his chest before going. Gojo was curious. Even though he thought he didn't plan to copy the bones of the members of Division 0, he still had some inspiration to greatly reinforce his body. The most important thing was that, by comparing the power in Joshiro and those bones, Gojo could confirm that they were all related. Ha ha ha. Indeed. You are really awesome. I never could have thought that you could pull those stuck-up members of Division 0 down to help you. It's all thanks to Unohana. Well, I always thought that the Shiba family was just a normal noble family. Gojo chuckled, heh, who would have thought that not only were you the hidden 5th great noble family but you were also related to Division 0. Isshin gave a bitter smile, we have nothing to do with them anymore. Since its creation, the Shiba family had always been estranged from the 4 other clans. By the way, I know that the 5 families predate the Godi I-13 by quite a bit. Just by how much though? Pfft. I can't tell you everything since this involves the greatest shame of our family. But the 5 families don't just predate the Godi I-13 or even the Soul Society. Isshin gave a calm smile as he looked at Gojo, the 5 families predate the creation of humanity itself. Our ancestors witnessed the separation of the 3 realms with their own eyes while standing on the side of the Soul King. Of course, they ruthlessly betrayed him later. Isshin left those words unsaid as he focused on the super large cannon that was slowly being raised. You see, at first glance, our family specializes in fireworks only, but another duty of ours is to direct this great cannon. This cannon is one of the few ways to access the Soul King Palace. Seems like a pretty important duty. Gojo whistled. No matter in which era, the one who had the key of the house was generally the one the master considered as the most trustworthy. If the Soul King believed in them, how could he let that family fall so low that they couldn't even hold a place in Siriidi? Perhaps it's a ride. The mention of the Shiba family was buried in history. This was equivalent to erasing all information about who held the key. This was perhaps one of the best ways to make a fortress inaccessible. After all, the Shiba would be the most obvious target during invasion if they were known. Well, I don't think it's something that is well thought of. It feels more like. It felt more like they got exiled by the other 4 families. Gojo didn't know whether he was right or wrong in his conjectures, but he didn't care. He just had to ask the truth to Yoruichi during the night. Oh ho. How many years has it been? This cannon is still as inelegant as always. I really wonder who had the bad idea to create such a way of transportation. Just as the discussion between Isshin and Gojo was winding down, 3 Shinigami, Anohana, Senjumaru, and Kiryu suddenly appeared. Heh, I guess my ancestors wanted to send a clear message. Isshin grinned as he looked at the 2 royal guards, or should he say 2 royals jailers. He had never been particularly a fan of Division Zero overall, but the sad reality was that his opinion didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Oh. Isshin-chan, how have you been? Pretty well, if I must say. What about you? Kiryu. Of course, Kiryu was an exception. After all, who could hate such a gentle woman? Still. You certainly, you changed quite a bit. Isshin gave a nervous laugh. He remembered that Kiryu was a lean, tall buxom woman whose breast size did not lose to Ranjaku. When she was still in the Godi 13, she was one of the most popular captains for the male Shinigami. She was basically an idol. Since Kiryu had developed her food creation skill after entering Division Zero, Isshin did not know that Kiryu needed the extra fat as a precaution when she cooked seriously. While Isshin and Kiryu reminisced, Senjumaru approached while holding a bag filled with clothes. Here is what you asked for. Gojo smiled as he took the bag, thanks. I am surprised you didn't ask any questions. Senjumaru gave a complicated glance at Gojo when she remembered what kind of clothes Gojo asked her to sew. I thought that we would become comrades a few years after you become captain, but it seems like that will not happen. After all, if her conjectures were right. All Gojo did was shrug. Still, you are pretty gusty. What if I sold you out? Ha. I know you wouldn't. I am pretty sure you guys have no interest in Siriidi. As long as whatever I do doesn't affect the Soul King Palace, we will not be enemies. Senjumaru opened her eyes wide and threw a glance at Isshin. No worries. I have placed a sound isolating barrier and a light distortion barrier. He can neither listen to us nor read our lips. I see. Senjumaru smiled and shook her head. As you said, we shall not interfere. Even if the Siriidi was burned to the ground, we would not interfere as long as the one doing it doesn't threaten the palace. After all, the Soul King hates Shinigamis. What do you mean? She turned and began to walk away. It's time for us to go. This was definitely an enjoyable outing. For your question, if you are curious, ask your friend Yoruichi about the original sin of Soul Society. Chapter 148, ch 132, Original Sin, 2. Fess up. What happened? You have been out of it today. Even Nemu could pick on your feelings, and you know she isn't the sharpest when it comes to empathy. It had been a few hours since Senjumaru and Kiryu went back to the royal palace, leaving Gojo alone and brooding as he ruminated on Senjumaru's last words. Currently, he was laying down in the bathtub while Yoruichi laid down on top of him as well. Normally, they would have been frolicking a little before ending their sex session under the shower, but Yoruichi had sensed way earlier that Gojo wasn't in the best state of mind. Cupping her beautiful supple breasts in his hands, Gojo gently pinched her nipples as a way to distract himself. NN. He hesitated a little before deciding to simply ask the question that was burning a hole on his tongue. But, it wouldn't hurt to put her in a more receptive state, would it? Thinking so, his left hand continued to caress her breast and pinch her nipple while his right hand gradually went down south until it reached her most intimate place. It was time to let those magic fingers work to the delight of Yoruichi. Well, let's see how fast I can make her come. NN. Ah. Pretty fast, it seems. Feeling Yoruichi's body spasm uncontrollably and hearing her high-pitched moan as she cried her release, Gojo grinned while hugging her. Even for someone as prideful as him, having a woman like Yoruichi surrender completely to him was always an ego boost. Slowly, Yoruichi's climax calmed down and she gradually came out of the haze of pleasure that was clouding her mind. Panting, she muttered, I don't know what you want to ask of me, but your way of bribing me is pretty awesome. Yoruichi was not the kind to drown in pleasure and throw everything down the gutter. But she wouldn't say no to a good climax either. The pleasure Gojo brought her was quite heavenly. So, what's it about? This time, Gojo did not hesitate. Do the words, original sin, tell you anything? He could feel Yoruichi grow suddenly rigid in his arms for an instant before she softened and released a sigh. I wonder who you heard it from. Senjumaru. I am surprised those guys said anything. You must have left a good impression. Standing, giving him a full view of her sexy naked body, Yoruichi walked out of the bathtub before looking at Gojo. Let's go to the bedroom. This isn't the kind of conversation we can have while bathing. What I am about to tell you is something very few people know. In fact, of the current captains, I believe that only Jinrei Kuchiki and Yamamoto know about it. I am not even sure if Anohana, despite being one of the first captains, is aware of it. That's just how hidden this secret is. Kasuke also knows it, and he theorized that the same went for Aizen. Gojo stayed silent as he listened. What I am about to tell you about is the sin and shame that all members of the 5 families and all Shinigami, by association, must carry. This is the story of how the Soul Society, or rather, the universe as you know it, was created. It hurts to say, but the Soul Society and the Shinigami themselves are based on nothing more than a treacherous fantasy. Yoruichi then proceeded to tell her story. Long, long ago, a few million years ago, before the world took on its current form, in a chaotic place where there was no border between life and death, there was an original protector who stood up to protect the Quincy, the Shinigami, and also Fullbringers. It could be said that he is the ancestor of them all. He was a Quincy and also at the same time a Shinigami, and also just a normal person bearing countless abilities like a Fullbringer. He was the symbol of hope that ruled over all in the chaotic world. That's the one who became known as Soul King. That chaotic, primordial world was overrun by hollows. To protect the original inhabitants of that world, the Soul King proceeded to annihilate all the hollows that preyed upon them. However, these actions eventually started to destabilize the world. In response, 5 powerful beings from that time decided to work together to fix everything. At first, everything was alright, the 6 supreme beings brought an era of peace. But, one day, the ancestor of the Tsuneyashiro brought a proposal. Even to this day, no one knows exactly how he managed to convince them, but, for their own respective reasons, they sealed an unresisting Soul King inside a crystal and used his omnipotent powers to split their world into 3 new ones, Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the human world, and in the process created the cycle of life and death. Despite the Soul King's lack of resistance, the 5 beings were unconvinced of the Soul King's cooperation and feared his immense power. As such, using the Shinken Hakioken, 1, they proceeded to first tear off the right arm of stillness and the left arm of progress, before taking their time to carve out his heart, whittle away his legs, and mutilate and tear out his organs, leaving the Soul King trapped in an agonizing state for millions of years. Currently, the Soul King is a being that is stated to be neither alive nor dead, and exists in a state between stagnation and progress. Due to this, the Soul King could not die even while his body was mutilated and sealed away by the 5 ancestors. The title of King is not but a cruel mockery. The Soul King rules over nothing, and the royal guards are not but glorified jailers whose duty is not to protect the king but to guard the system that supports the 3 realms. After all, he served as the very linchpin that sustains the 3 worlds. Should he die, the world as we know it would be destroyed. Yoruichi finished her story with a shrug, her expression clearly upset and irritated. This is the original sin of our ancestors. Everything we know is nothing more than a lie. We speak of justice when we live thanks to the suffering of one selfless being. Suffering that lasted millions of years. We are nothing but ostriches who hide their head in the sand and act as if everything is alright because we fear changing the status quo. She shook her head. No, I guess not all of us were ostrich. Out of the 5 ancestors, the one who will become the ancestors of the Shiba clan was the only one against the plan to seal the Soul King. Even though he was finally convinced, he was wrecked by remorse and gradually took his distance from the rest. Because of this, the following generation continued to push down the Shiba clan until it fell to its current state where few even remember that it was once one of the 5 great families. When Yoruichi finished her story, she expected to see Gojo shrug and feel nothing. But she was surprised to see him pensive. Gojo was just thinking about how similar this world was to his previous ones. Even though to a lesser extent, way lesser, the stability of the Jujutsu world rested on one being. Master Tengen. Master Tengen, also known as the Star, was responsible for preaching the foundation of Jujutsu sorcerers and spawning religious groups that worship the Star as their deity. He was an immortal and eternal being that was constantly evolving and had to be reset every 500 years by merging with a specific human being in order to prevent him from evolving past humanity and into a potentially dangerous state. Furthermore, he was basically isolated in one place with few possibilities of visit. Before the resurrection of Sukuna in Yuki and the plot stirred by Kenkiju after he stole Sugura's body, the peace and secrecy of the Jujutsu world was kept thanks to the sacrifice of the life of those vessels, and the sacrifice of the freedom of Tengen. It seemed that no matter which world, peace could never be reached without sacrificing something or someone. I wonder. For the Soul King, perhaps death is salvation. Gojo sighed wistfully before shrugging. I more or less understand why Kasuga dressed the Soul King as it, or that thing. I guess it's hard to feel any respect toward a being in such a situation. Either way, thanks for telling me your story. I have managed to get hints about the curse that is plaguing the ISE family. What reward do you want? Gojo managed to sweep away the heavy mood with his last sentence. Showing a grin, Yoruichi pushed him on the bed, making clear what kind of reward she wished for. 1. For those who forgot, it's the sword of the ISE clan, Nanao family. Its power is the ability to take the power of a god into itself and disperse it in all directions. For those who didn't read the novel CFYOW, this story is 100% canon. Chapter 149, CH 133, Election, 1. In a courtyard, a tall man wearing an eye patch and a white cloak over his black kimono with spiked black hair and bells all over his hair was humming while holding his sword. It was Zaraki Kenpachi, the 11th captain and captain of the 11th division. Behind him, the members of his division were mumbling and questioning his mood. After all, Zaraki had been quite cranky those last 5 years after Gojo had been classed as captain unofficially and was forbidden to face other captain-level existence like their captain. "Hey, Yuichiro, do you know what is happening?" A red-haired man with tattoos on his forehead talked quietly as he approached the small vice-captain of the 11th division. "Oh. Ren-chan. He. Ken-chan is happy because today is supposed to be the captain selection. He is impatient to see how much stronger Sa-chan grew." Abarai Rinji, now 6th seat of the 11th division, was immediately convinced. He knew that by Sa-chan, she was talking about Satoru Gojo, his classmate, something of a friend, and someone he aspired to become. Since he graduated and entered the 11th division, the two of them didn't have much interaction but they still keep in touch and he would sometimes take care of his daughter when she came to the 11th division. That guy was always a monster. Thinking so, he couldn't help but wonder how the captain selection would go. From the way things were going, there was a high chance that a fight would happen. After all, even if Satoru or Jin were elected, if the other one really wanted the place of captain, they could still challenge the other to a fight. What Rinji didn't know was that Kenpachi was happy for a different reason, a reason that, aside from Zaraki and Yuichiro, only Gojo knew. Knowing what would happen soon, she briefly wondered if she should be worried but in the end, she shook her head inwardly. As long as Ken-chan is happy, that's all that matters. She didn't need anything nor did she want anything else. Well, there was one other thing she wanted as much as that. Thinking so, she couldn't help but think about her last conversation with Satoru after Zaraki fainted during their fight 10 years ago. Flashback. About 10 years ago. In a vast field that was completely reduced to rubble, one tall man was standing with his eyes completely blank. His uniform was torn to shred and his body was full of bloody wounds. Facing him was an equally blood-drenched Gojo who was so tired that he had a hard time standing. His only noticeable wounds were his bloodshot eyes and the dried trace of blood on the corner of his eyes as if he had been shedding tears of blood. Ha! What a monster, to think that even despite all this he is still standing. Though he at least went unconscious. In the fight between them, from start to finish, Gojo had been barely able to hang on. The only reason he managed to win was by constantly healing himself and ditching wounds after wounds to Zaraki. This had truly been a bitter fight. Even so, he had managed to win. Haha, so this is the end. I guess, Ken-chan lost. Walking toward the unconscious Zaraki, Yuichiro showed a worried expression but she did nothing to Gojo. Pushing him to the ground, she used her small body and raised him before preparing to walk away. But. Hey. There is something I want to say. What? If it's about the bet, don't worry. Though it's pretty outrageous, Ken-chan won't go back on his words. No, this isn't about that. I can help you, you know. About him knowing your true name, I mean. Flashback end. His face was so funny when I refused. She chuckled when she remembered how surprised he had been. But this was an easy answer for her. Zaraki Kenpachi was everything for her. Her friend, her father, her brother, and more importantly, her wielder. She didn't know how her existence was possible, nor did she care. It would indeed be easy to have Satoru reveal her true identity to Zaraki, but then, what meaning would there be to it? What she wished for was for Zaraki to realize it on his own. Well, all of this doesn't matter. Since Ken-chan made that bet with him and lost, soon we will see what will happen. At least that defeat hadn't been for nothing. After it, Zaraki became insanely strong, or rather, slowly got back a part of his strength. If they had kept fighting, it would have been possible for him to become as strong as he was a few centuries ago, but now it didn't matter. She was sure that soon he would be able to fight as much as he liked whenever he wanted. Furthermore, the deal they made was without a doubt something Zaraki wished for more than anything else. A proposal he could in no way refuse. Yuichiro. It's time to go. Yuichiro smiled as she stood up and jumped on the back of Kenpachi. Let's go. I know a sure way for us to reach the first division very fast. Okay. Let's go. Boom. Looking at the vanishing back of Zaraki and Yuichiro after Zaraki busted the wall of the room while running, Rinji facepalmed as he asked Takaku. Do you think they will be alright? Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Even if Yuichiro gets them lost, they just have to jump over the walls. This was truly an 11th division-like way of thinking. 9th division. Standing up with his arms wide open, a tan man with his hair tied up in dreadlocks and wearing white bandages around his eyes was having his cloak put on him. The one who was helping him was a black-haired man with the tattoo of the number 69 on his face. Once he had his cloak on, Kanami Tozen, captain of the 9th division, smiled while looking in the direction of the one helping him. Thanks, you have been a great help to me, Shuhei. Those words overwhelmed Shuhei Hisagi with joy. Ever since he entered the Soul Society, there were only two people he ever admired. Your words are too kind. It's an honor for me to be of help to you. The first one was his savior, Kensei Meguruma. He was the one who inspired him to become a Shinigami. The second one was the man standing here right now. For him, Kanami Tozen was a man whose ideals were what Shinigamis as a whole should aspire to become. This is why he worked so hard and managed to receive the title of vice captain just 10 years after graduating. It had been an arduous task and he worked harder than anyone else. What really helped him pull ahead though was the existence of two people. Toshiro Hitsugaya and Satoru Gojo. All his life, he had thought that he was a sort of genius. It was only that night 10 years ago, when he fought alongside them against those hollows, that he understood what a true genius was. In fact, for a moment, he had even fallen into the abyss of self-doubt. But thanks to Kanami Tozen, he understood that rather than envying them and looking down on himself, the existence of such genius should make him strive even more. By using them as examples, he had managed to unearth his true potential and reached greater heights. If Kensei Meguruma was the one who saved and changed his life as a civilian, then Kanami Tozen was the one who saved and changed his life as a Shinigami. Well then, I guess it's time to go to the First Division. The First Division headquarters also served as the main place when captains had to reunite and take important decisions. Hearing this, Shuhei showed a struggling expression. I can feel that your heart is disturbed. What's the matter? Since he was blind, Kanami Tozen had developed his other senses to a level few could hope to ever reach. Shuhei, knowing that he couldn't hide anything, sighed. I just wonder why you do not wish for Satoru Gojo to become captain. Kanami was not surprised by this question. This had been a frequent topic of discussion. I know people like Satoru Gojo. Self-centered. Mocking. Arrogant. Egoistic. Such people have nothing to do as captains. He is like Zaraki Kenpachi. A killing machine that will cause only more bloodshed in the world. Shuhei could say nothing about those words. After all, the Gojo he knew was true as described by Tozen. But this was the Gojo of 10 years ago. Even though he didn't speak regularly with Gojo, he did go on some missions and he could feel that Gojo was a little different, a little warmer. This was even more so after his daughter appeared. Sadly, this was something he couldn't put into words since he had a hard time understanding it himself. Remember Shuhei, justice without a great cause begets nothing more than slaughter. This is why, even though Gojo may have the strength of a captain, I believe he is unworthy of the title. Saying so, he turned and began to walk out, Shuhei following in silence behind him, deep in thought. There was one part of this saying that Kanami did not share with Shuhei. Justice without a great cause begets nothing more than slaughter. However, the same slaughter in the name of a great cause is justice. He believed in the justice Sosuke Aizen would bring to the Soul Society. No matter how many people were sacrificed on the road, it would be all worth it for they were just. Kanami Tozen. The single most hypocritical and pitiful character in Bleach. I really would have been happy if Kubo showed how Aizen twirled the dude around his finger. Anyway, the last arc of this volume is high on. Let's hope I don't fuck it up. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 150, CH 134, Election, 2. On this day, the Godi I-13 was abuzz with discussion and rumors flying around. After all, this was the day the new captain would be chosen. Byakuya Kuchiki was already the captain of the 6th Division after Jinrai Kuchiki stepped down and in fact had acted as captain way long before this. The election of Kuchiki as a captain had brought no controversy, not only because he was extremely qualified and even nominated by a captain, but more importantly because he had no concurrent. This wasn't the case today. The election of captain this time was a competition between Jin Ichimaru and Satoru Gojo. Jin was a powerful Shinigami who previously held the record of the fastest Shinigami to graduate from the academy, under 1 year rather than 6. Furthermore, after entering the Godi 13, it only took him a few months to reach the level of 3rd lieutenant. Finally, he became vice captain after Aizen became the captain of the 5th division. Since then, he had worked many times alongside other Shinigamis, and while he wasn't exactly the most well-liked, no one could deny his contributions. Satoru Gojo, meanwhile, was another genius or in fact, a true monster. The first thing he did was break the record of Jin to a level where any hope of someone breaking that new record was close to non-existent. As if that wasn't enough, he swiftly rose in rank and easily became 3rd seat. Furthermore, everyone knew that he could have easily become vice captain if he so wished, but he did not try to compete against Aizen Kotetsu, the current vice captain of the 4th division. As if even that wasn't enough, because of his fight against Saraki Kenpachi that had an unknown outcome, and his fight against Isshin Shiba along with the events that happened 5 years ago, he was publicly announced as someone at the captain level. In the end, be it Gojo or Jin, the two of them had a fair chance to become captain. Everything was about to be decided now. In the Soul Society, the 1st division was not necessarily the strongest, the 11th division was. They weren't the noblest like the 6th division, the stealthiest like the 2nd division, the best at healing like the 4th division, or the smartest like the 12th division. All in all, they had no particular trait by themselves. But all the members of the 1st division were under the direct order of Yamamoto, and that alone was enough to make them the most respected. 1st division, waiting room. How long has it been since I was ordered to wear my vice captain armband? Adjusting the insignia around the arm with the number 8 marked on it, Nanao muttered as she sat on the ground while placing her back against the wall. Same here. In fact, this is the first time I am forced to wear it. A tall man, wearing black glasses, spoke on the side. On his arm was the insignia with the number 7. He was Iha Tetsujiman, the son of the current 3 RD division's captain as well the vice captain of the 7th division. Looking at him, Nanao wondered how he felt. After all, his mother was stepping down because she was judged inadequate and his captain was at odds with one of the candidates for the post. However, Iha showed no feeling of tension. As a previous member of the 11th division while under Zaraki, he had long learned to not be flustered under any situation. Oh. Tetsu, Nanao. Nice to meet you here, I didn't see you at all during the Christmas party. Entering with spring under her feet was none other than Ranjika Matsumoto. You seem pretty calm. Nanao spoke with a surprised voice. If Iha had few reasons to be stressed, then it was completely different for Ranjiku. While it wasn't common knowledge, she knew that Ranjiku was childhood friends with Jin and also had an ambiguous relationship with Gojo. Though it seemed that the two of them had taken some distance as this day was approaching. Ranjiku showed a bitter smile at those words, there's nothing I can do. She couldn't stop Gojo or Jin from acting up. All she hoped was that the election stopped at a vote and that whoever lost did not try to take things further. Otherwise, it would become a fight and in such a case, killing would not be considered a crime. She did not want to see them hurt each other, but there was nothing she could do despite her feelings. Nanao understood then that it wasn't Ranjiku being cheerful but rather, forcing herself to act cheerful. After Ranjiku, the other vice-captains streamed one after another, until Aizen and Nimue entered the premises. Silence immediately fell as they understood that since those two were present, then the election was about to begin. Nanao could feel beads of sweat on her forehead and she couldn't help but lightly touch the bracelet around her wrist. It was a gift from Gojo. She remembered how serious he sounded that should she feel anything weird she should feel her energy in it. Please, please Gojo, don't do anything crazy. Man. I am going to do something crazy today. Gojo chuckled as he gazed at the tall gate with the insignia of the 1st division. The gate was so large, Gojo wondered if the one who created it had giants in mind, but he had to admit that it gave off a very oppressive aura. Behind him stood Toshiro Hitsugaya. He had been the one chosen to escort him. Toshiro showed a worried expression. Nisan, don't chuckle like that please, you look like an evil mastermind. Ha ha ha. Sorry. It's just that I am pretty excited about what is going to happen. Worry did not leave Toshiro's face. He had joked around earlier to relieve a little of the tension, but it wasn't enough. While not telling everything, Satoru had revealed enough to him to know that after the events of today, their life would be totally different from what he knew. Directing a look at the cat on his shoulder, he remembered that Gojo had asked Momo to spend the day with Senna. Furthermore, he also gave her the same bracelet he currently had around his wrist. Whatever you are about to do, is it the only way? Gojo grinned and shrugged, you are free to judge the situation with your own eyes. In the end, the decision will be yours. Toshiro's eyes wavered a little at the unexpected words but, for some reason, he also felt a sense of relief. He had been very conflicted earlier. But if Gojo had tried to convince him that what he was about to do had some grand reason behind it, Toshiro might have stopped believing in Gojo altogether. After all, while he was a fan of Gojo, he was still smart enough to see the situation for what it was. Whatever happens, I will believe in you. Gojo had saved his life twice. Without him, there would be no Toshiro Hitsugaya nor Momo Hinamori. Toshiro was ready to repay his debt even if it cost his life. Heh. Gojo murmured, what a good kid. He is. Will you take him with you? I don't really know. I will see how the situation evolves. Who knows? Perhaps Central 46 won't be assholes after what I plan to do. Do you even believe that? Puffed. Ha ha ha. Yeah, right. Better pray for peace in the world than hope in such a situation happening. Indeed. Hope for the best. But prepare for the worst. Ending his discussion with Kogo, Gojo gave a grin as he finally pushed the door open. Let's do it, shall we? He was sure that today would be a day to be remembered through the history of Soul Society. Okay, all the pieces are on the chessboard. I have given many foreshadowing, both obvious and hidden, and it's now time to start the final arc of this volume for real. It will be filled with fights and twists. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 151, CH 135, it's time for the duel. He is late. Blah blah blah, can you shut up already and take the stick out of your ass? Why are you always so uptight? I believe you went too far, Saraki. Oh shut, you too, masked face. Talk when you have the guts to show what you look like. *tisk**tisk how entertaining, I did well in listening to Nanao and coming soon. *cough** please don't joke around. Cough cough they look like they are about to come to blows. What a waste of time. Is this why I was forced to stop my experiment? *sigh** how dull, this is why men like you are no good. In a large conference room, the 13 captains of Godi 13 stood separated in 2 rows as they spoke to each other. It was extremely rare for all the captains to reunite at the same place and time. Because of this, many Shinigamis had disillusions about what the rare conference that gathered all captains looked like and how it went on. They would imagine a solemn moment full of grace and nobility as they discussed the future of the world as a whole. Unfortunately, this was after forgetting how different and headstrong each captain was and how most of them couldn't breathe in the same room without trying to fight each other. Thankfully. Silence. A simple word. A strong voice full of strength and authority. The moment that order was uttered, like a lie, all voices vanished and tranquility once again filled the room. The voice belonged to an old man with a long white beard. He was sitting on what could be described as a throne. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Creator of Godi 13 as well as the oldest and strongest Shinigami in the Seriidai. In all history, there was no Shinigami, not even Zaraki Kenpachi, who did not respect the power of the leader of the Godi 13. Once silence befell the room, Yamamoto nodded in approval. He wasn't really bothered by the noise. After all, this rowdiness was nothing compared to the past when he first brought the others and created the order known as the 13 Blades, which later became Godi 13. Back then, it wasn't just disputes but outright killing intent. Simply shouting at them to shut up would have been pointless and he literally had to take out his sword and beat them into submission every time they went on a rampage. Those were the good old times. Sadly, nothing was eternal in this world. His friends died one after another and nowadays, only a few like Tenjiro and Unohana are still alive. The Godi 13 managed to obtain peace as they wished and there had been no great war since the war that happened 1,000 years ago against Iwak and his Quincy. Yamamoto did not see the skirmish that happened 100 years ago against Quincy as a war. After all, without Yawatch, the Quincy of that time were simply too weak and this fight had been nothing more than a pure massacre. 1. Unohana, you are the one who put forth the proposal of promoting Satoru Gojo to captain. What do you have to say? Unohana showed her usual smile when she was questioned by Yamamoto. He will be here shortly. As if to affirm her words. Hello. The handsome and super talented Satoru Gojo is present. The large door opened as a silver-haired man, whose eyes were wrapped by bandages, entered the premise with great pomp and fanfare. Even so, no one seemed to bother with those words that lacked any sense of decorum. After all. Oh ho. Yamamoto raised the corner of his eyes as he stared at Gojo. I did not feel him. The same reaction could be seen on the face of all those present. After all, as captains, their senses were already at a level beyond what normal Shinigami could imagine. Even if Gojo had used Kido to hide his presence, it shouldn't have been so throughout. But at that moment, it was like his very existence had only appeared after he opened the gate. I see. So this is how he did it. Of course, as an experienced fighter, Yamato did not stay surprised for long as he understood what Gojo did. By using the dense reishi in the Siriitii, he cloaked himself in it and managed to become invisible to their senses. It was something impossible for a normal Shinigami to do. After all, they were unable to use reishi like Quincy, even more so in a place like Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. This reminded him of someone else. Someone he did not wish to remember, too. Still, Yamamoto couldn't help but let out a sigh of despondence. To think I am getting this old. My senses have dulled. You were late, Satoru Gojo. Sorry. This was not my intention. I was so nervous that I had the jitteries. My legs were shaking while I walked to this place. Bullshit. That was what all the people present in this room thought at the same time. But none of them spoke. After all, Yamamoto was still not finished talking to him. You are quite sassy. I have been told that my personality was lovely. This was perhaps the first true discussion between Yamamoto and Gojo in the 10 years since Gojo joined. If he had to be honest, Yamamoto did not like Gojo's personality. He did not like how frivolous the man was. But he was used to it. After all captains had quirky personalities. Thinking so, he finally turned his attention toward the only vice-captain present in the room. Another silver-haired man with a smile reminiscent of a snake, Jin Ichimaru. The man had been awfully silent since he entered, but Yamamoto saw no fear or unease on the face of that man. All he could perceive was a profound indifference to what was happening. Enough chit-chat. You know the rules. As he said so, he indicated to Jin to come and stand in front of him next to Gojo. 10 years ago, Jin Ichimaru alongside Byakuya Kuchiki showed us the first way and were accepted as possible captains. Byakuya Kuchiki is now the captain of the 6th division, whereas Jin should have become the captain of the 3th division. But he threw a glance at Gojo, who spoke with V and a cheeky smile. Satoru Gojo went through the second way. Even now, Yamamoto had to admit that he was in awe of what Gojo did. It was extraordinary since very few captains managed to obtain the title with this method. The 6 ones who endorsed him were Retsu Unohana, captain of the 4th division. Byakuya Kuchiki, captain of the 6th division. Shuinsue Kairaku, captain of the 8th division. Isshin Shiba, captain of the 10th division. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, captain of the 12th, and finally, Joshiro Yukitake, captain of the 13th division. As for the 3 out of the remaining 7 that accepted him, they were Soi Fan, captain of the 2nd division. Chikane Iba, 3, captain of the 3rd division. Zaraki Kenpachi, captain of the 11th division. Be it Satoru Gojo or Jin Ichimaru, they demonstrated the power necessary to become captain. Unfortunately, there is only one place available. As such. Sorry to interrupt Ji-chan. I do not wish to become captain of the 3rd division any longer. A grave silence befell the room at the sudden declaration of Gojo. Nearly everyone was shocked and had difficulty catching up with what was happening. Even Jin, who always showed an easygoing smile, was left speechless. Yamamoto, who was previously looking like a simple decrepit old man, began to emit a pressure so high the ground seemed to shake. Satoru Gojo. He pronounced those words with gravity and steel in his voice. Are you taking Godi 13 for fools? His grip on his walking cane tightened and his killing intent was so obvious that all those present felt as if a knife was upon their throat. It was evident that if Gojo didn't give a satisfactory answer, he would be severely punished. But Gojo showed no fluster at this sight and instead, gave a grin filled with confidence. Now, no need to go all murder hobo on me. I said that I did not wish to become the captain of the 3rd division. There were 3 ways to become captain. What I want is. The first one was the captain proficiency test. A test that required the ability to perform Bankai. Nearly all Shinigami became captains using this method. At least 3 existing captains, including the captain commander, have to witness the test. The second one was through personal recommendation. The one chosen needed to have personal recommendations from at least 6 captains and approval from at least 3 of the remaining 7. This was something close to impossible since it was very rare for captains to be all in accord. As for the third one, to become the captain of the 5th division. Which is why It was a trial by combat, where the candidate had to defeat a captain in one-on-one combat with at least 200 witnesses from that captain's division. Captain Sosuke Aizen, I challenge you for your title. And, he. How many of you saw this coming? Gojo isn't the kind to always wait passively. 1. I think I already repeated it, but the wars against Quincy happened 3 times in Bleach. The first was 1K years before canon, with Yoruichi as the helm. The second was the massacre that happened 150 years before canon. The final one is the blood war that happened 2 years after the start of canon. Of course, my FIC is currently 45 years before canon. 2. I am honestly still hesitating about adding SFWY in my novel. After all, the 8th Kenpachi, Soya Oza's hero, is broken. Furthermore, SFWY isn't canon. It's a fanfic. But, at the same time, his Bankai is very similar to Gojo, and since it was added in the game of Bleach, this means that it's at least recognized by Kubo. Man, I wish I could reach the level where my fanfic is added in the lore of the game. Though hope is slim. I even remember Kubo praising the author of SFWY because of how well he understood the plot and how he had guessed some points about Zaraki and his Zanpakuto long before the Blood War was published. Anyway, I left this one as a kind of foreshadowing. If I ever decide to develop this point, at least it won't be out of nowhere. 3. Just to say that she isn't an OC I created. She was the vice-captain of the 3rd Division before Jin became captain, and in the absence of a captain, the one who took the helm as interim if the vice-captain. Her captain was Rojuro Odoribishi, a Visored, and she briefly served as Jin vice-captain before being replaced by Azuru Kira. Chapter 152, ch 136, Mugen no Shiro. Captain Sosuke Aizen, I challenge you for your title. The cocky and prideful voice of the man still reverberated in the ears of the people present in the room. A challenge for the title of captain. Such a thing had not happened since a little over 100 years ago when Zaraki Kenpachi challenged and killed the 10th Kenpachi, Kiganjo Kenpachi. What disturbed them even more was the fact that Gojo had absolutely no need to go through such trouble. After all, no matter which perspective one looked at it from, he already had the title of 3rd Division captain in the bag. Why did he decide to challenge Aizen then? Shunsue lowered his hat to hide his expression, his eyes reflecting his deep thoughts. Because of what Shinji told him back then, he always had doubts about Aizen. Unfortunately, Aizen was spotless and there was nothing he could do. But now, Anohana, on the other hand, had a bitter smile visible on her face. So this is what you decided. She couldn't help but think about how he already told her that he would act a little recklessly. Soifan wore a complicated expression as she looked at Gojo. She knew very well, after today, things will never be the same. Flashback. Are you crazy? Even if you succeed, you would have broken so many rules that Godi 13 will have no choice but to treat you as a criminal. Even if I am the hero who brought down a criminal. Even then. Well, I don't really care, not like I wanted to stay longer anyway. But, why? Why, you ask? Simple, if there is one thing I learned when I was alive, it's that if you leave the bad guy alone, he will most likely screw you over with some secret scheme. This is how Kasuke and the others got done even though Shinji already had suspicions about Aizen. Soifan groaned, unable to refute. This is why. Sometimes acting recklessly is the best way to deal with smart people. If he wants to play chess with me, then I will just flip the table over and do things my way. Okay, but what about Captain Yamamoto? Him. Don't worry, I got that side covered. Flashback end. Soifan still remembered how confident he had been, which was quite infectious. She inwardly shook her head. She only needed to do her part of the job and believe. Yamamoto, like everyone else, was also surprised, but despite being unaware of all the undercurrents, he managed to calm down easily. I see. I will announce Jin as the captain of the 3rd Division and the date of the challenge will be decided at a later date. He was not interested in the reason that pushed him to take such a path. What he did know was that the challenges for the title of captain could not proceed without 200 Shinigami from the division of the captain being challenged to serve as witnesses. Aizen's opinion? It was irrelevant. The captain could not refuse a challenge without greatly compelling reasons. This was the rule, and rules were made to be respected. Things were proceeding smoothly. Gojo curled his lips further into a smile and threw another bomb. Why do we need to gather 200 Shinigami? Don't test my patience. Gojo was seriously beginning to get on Yamamoto's nerves. He just wanted to end this farce and go rest a little to calm his incoming wrath. I am sorry, but I cannot let anyone out of this room right now. Along with his words, a powerful spiritual pressure began to emit from his body. The pressure was so high that it dwarfed the average captain's. Yamamoto was not one to take things lying down. He was about to use his Shurikai. Other captains who were unaware of what was going on also began to take action. Even Jin Ichimaru, now the captain of 3rd Division, put his hand on his sword. In an instant, nearly all the Shinigami surrounded Gojo, ready to strike. They were so fast that it was mind-blowing, thereby blocking all ways of escape. It should have been impossible for anyone else in this place to go unscathed. This should have been the end of a completely incomprehensible act. But Rokugan. Slightly raising his bandages, his jewel-like blue eyes shone and seemed to reflect the sky while he gave a victorious grin. No matter how powerful they were, no matter how fast they were, in the world from the perspective of the 6 eyes, they were all simply too slow, so slow that it was yawn-inducing. The speed of his body would most likely never catch up to the speed of his thoughts. But that was all right. After all, right here, right now, he just needed one thought. Bankai, Tengaku Futego no Gikuza. First form, Mugen no Shiro, 2. Flash. In a flash, an intense light swallowed not only Gojo but also all the Shinigami in the room as well as the vice-captains stationed in the adjacent room. Siriiti. Hey, how do you think the summit is going? I mean, I am pretty sure that Gojo will win the contest. Well, Vice-Captain Ichimaru is no slouch either, but you are right. Such idle conversation could be heard all over the Siriiti as the clock ticked. Everyone was wondering who would be chosen, and some people were even placing their bets. It was a peaceful atmosphere, much like every day in the Siriiti, but this feeling of peace was suddenly replaced by one of suffocation and horror. As everyone looked in awe, a large black cube swallowed the entirety of the 1st Division headquarters. Even those who were far away from the zone belonging to the 1st Division looked up at the sky with questions visible in their eyes. The confusion was further accented by the absence of the captains and vice-captains of all the divisions. While the chain of command wasn't broken, it was hard for the 3rd seat of all the divisions to take control of the situation. Thanks to Ikaku and Rukia, the 11th and 13th divisions were the first ones to calm down the unrest before rushing toward the source of unease. But they were soon forced to stop. The reason? Hello. Everyone. Do you hear me? Here is Satoru Gojo, your handsome and friendly commentator. Sorry to disturb you, but there is something I need to announce. Rukia trembled, while Ikaku muttered under his breath. What is that crazy bastard doing? The reason for their bewilderment was obvious. They were not the only ones surprised by this situation. Be it in the Siriiti or all Rakangai, hundreds of screens could be seen floating in the sky. This situation was not foreign to them. After all, the same screens had been used a few days ago during the Christmas event. The face on the screen was foreign to some while known to most, Satoru Gojo. All they could see was him leaning back on his throne, his head resting on the palm of his hand, and an otherworldly beautiful woman sitting on another throne next to him. His bandages covered his eyes, but all of them experienced the feeling of being seen through. They trembled, listening to the words that truly shocked them to the core. This is a rebellion. His words sounded grave and the atmosphere became heavy. People gulped as they wondered about what would happen to them or the Rakangai. But haha. Just kidding. Everyone froze in their tracks as they looked at the jester on the screen. Their hearts had been through a roller coaster of emotions and some of them couldn't help but curse at the bastard in their heart. Unfortunately for them, they rejoiced too soon. The following words shocked them once again. This is not a rebellion. Do not worry. A few screens began to change as they showed the images of the captains and vice-captains dispersed in different places. From the images, one could see that the captains also had access to the same screens as them. In the end, 3 screens stood out more than the others. On them, one could see Jin Ichimaru, Kanami Tozen, and finally, Sosuke Aizen. This is just an execution. His words had been said so gently, so calmly that no one could feel any killing intent in them, and this, more than anything, was what brought chills to their hearts. 1. Twin Throne of Heaven, in. 2. Infinite Castle. Pretty easy to see what inspired me for that technique. And, this arc will be heavy in battle. Man, I believe it will be hard to top this arc once I end it. Chapter 153, ch 137, The Start. How shameful, how unsightly, how ridiculous. Standing alone in what looked like a traditional Japanese room, Yamamoto was sporting an awful expression as he watched the screens and heard Gojo's bold world. Thick veins could be seen pulsating on his forehead as flickers of light and fire surrounded him. He was angry. For the first time in 1,000 years, he was truly angry. He could feel that he was imprisoned in an alternate space, most likely the result of Gojo's Bankai. But Yamamoto didn't care. His sword could burn through everything, even space. Reduce everything to ashes. Ryujin. Why don't you stop, old friend? Just as Yamamoto was about to activate his Shurikai, he was stopped by a gentle feminine voice that he easily recognized. Anohana, what is the meaning of this? Yamamoto trailed cold murderous eyes on Anohana as he watched her enter the room. Anohana on the other hand was simply showing her usual unhurried smile as she walked at her pace. My friend, you have really grown old. Explain yourself, Anohana. Are you a part of this? He ignored her ridicule and asked the most important question. His grip, tightening on his sword in the process. Anohana would be a tricky opponent. She was both powerful and ingenious. But his sword would never waver. If Anohana was also a traitor, then the only outcome for her would be death. It didn't matter how long they had known each other and fought back to back. Traitors had to die. Stubborn old fool, I can see that whatever I say, you won't listen. I will listen once all of you troublemakers are imprisoned or executed. Anohana's smile slowly began to stretch and the motherly vibe she usually showed vanished, replaced by an eerie vibe filled with bloodlust. Her hair that was tied down in front of her untied and began to fly her. She took out her Haori. Yamamoto was expressionless. It had been so long since he had seen this appearance. The one in front of him was not Retsu Uninhana, captain of the 4th Division. She was currently none other than Yuichiro Anohana, the worst criminal in the Soul Society. How long has it been since we last fought? Slowly, he began to unsheath his sword. Flames were already covering his body and his Ryatsu was showing his burning aura. Anohana tilted her head. It was when you captured me and forced me to join the 13th blade. Indeed. I could subdue you then and I can still do so now. Hey, then, let's see if your old bones are still as strong. Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. Bankai, Minazuki. None of them began with a probing move. They already knew how powerful the other one was and they knew that pulling any punches would mean swift death. One was shining with the fiery light of justice and the other was covered in the darkness of sin. What followed was a clash between a black sword that could burn all creation and a red sword that could melt all creation. Ugh, those two old monsters are a pain. Sitting on her throne, Kogo couldn't help but groan as blood dribbled from her sparkling red eyes. The current form of the Bankai was a closed infinity type. Since Gojo still didn't have control over time, the Bankai was in fact still incomplete. Rather than trying to make it stronger, Gojo had decided to make it weaker. In this form, the control they had over the world was incredibly lowered. But in exchange, the amount of time Gojo could keep the Bankai activated greatly increased. Ha ha ha. Let's be happy that Anohana agreed to interfere with him. If that old bastard was allowed to run havoc, then the castle wouldn't last long. Kogo could only nod at Gojo's words. But there was something he was missing. Are you sure we won't use the reishi absorbing function? While Yamamoto could burn their castle, as long as they could absorb reishi fast and repair it faster than he could destroy it, nothing would matter. But if we do that, we will destroy the Siriidii, and might even kill many innocents. Gojo could watch innocent people die under his eyes while fighting against curses. But he would never kill innocent people himself. It was without a doubt an incredibly hypocritical way of thinking. But he didn't care. After all, he had always been a hypocrite bastard. After his grand introduction, Gojo began to set up the situation to his advantage. The main reason he had decided to show those pictures was because he wanted to capture the attention of most captains and stop them from rampaging. Now then, shall we deal with the first two? Gojo leaned on his throne as he looked at the ever-smiling Jin and Kanami Tozen. On the third screen, Aizen was keeping a completely calm and straight face, as if nothing was wrong in the world. Man, his face pisses me off. Nimue. Don't show the fight between Anohana and Yamamoto. Understood. The one who was controlling the screen was none other than Nimue and Mayuri. Mayuri had no interest in officially joining his side, but at least he could pull in favor like this since he had brought many samples for him to study. Well, it's showtime. It's time for me to move. What about that wolf head? Toshiro will take care of him. That kid. Are you sending him to die? Gojo chuckled. He had studied Kamamura's personality and knew that rather than sending someone strong, sending a child like Toshiro was better. At least it would be a very valuable experience. Anyway, I will be counting on you to bail him out should anything happen. Leave everything to me. Standing up, Gojo vanished while leaving the control of the castle to Kogo. In one room, Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake were standing together. Watching the screen, Jushiro showed a wry smile while Shunsui chuckled a bit. Your nephew-in-law is really bringing chaos to the Siriidii. Don't call him that. Little bastard is still making Nanao turn around without any clear promise. The two of them, while surprised at the current situation, were able to stay completely calm. One reason was that they believed in Gojo, and another one was that they always had suspicions about Aizen and Jin. The only hick was the presence of Kanami, but they had already speculated the presence of one or a few more traitors. What should we do now? Nothing. We will just watch. Though I am surprised Yamaji isn't already burning everything down. I think Anohana is taking care of him. They couldn't feel the clash of power since the room clearly seemed like an isolated space, but it didn't matter. Since the screen of Unohana and Yamamoto went dark, it was easy to guess. Behind them, the door of the room opened to another room where Nanao and Kane Shiba were standing. Well, I guess we can only watch the show. Hey, so you are the one who is going to face me. Jin smiled as he looked at the petite woman with 2 long braids behind her. Let's see if I am faster or if your sword is faster. Soifan showed no expression as she faced Jin. I always knew that a beast like you was untrustworthy. Ha ha ha. How funny for a traitor to say such a thing. Kanami Tozen frowned and gripped his sword tightly while feeling the vast presence of Zaraki Kenpachi. Ken-chan, do your best. Standing far away, Yachiru, was cheering with all her might. She could feel how happy Zaraki was. She hoped that he would have fun. This was the deal Gojo had proposed to them. The occasion to fight another captain in a fight to the death. How could Zaraki refuse such a proposal? What was brewing was a fight of unprecedented height in the Soul Society. 1. For those who forgot. There are 2 Yachiru in Bleach. Yachiru Unohana is the first. Then Zaraki, who is kinda her fan because they fought when he was kid, decided to give the name Yachiru to the little girl he adopted. Chapter 154, ch 138, Speed vs. Speed. I am surprised, really surprised. Gojo-kun seems like a really amusing guy. I am surprised about how nonchalant you are. You do know that you are completely trapped, right? Jin smirked at Soifan's remark. That was true. It wasn't the first time for him to see a domain-type Bankai, since Tozen also had one. But, comparing what he was currently witnessing to the sound and sight deprivation Bankai would be an insult. Gojo's Bankai was completely at a whole different level. Furthermore, since his own Shurikai and Bankai could not affect space, he couldn't escape. This wasn't all. He could feel it. This Bankai had other hidden abilities. After all, the same went for him. Ha ha ha. What a terrifying monster. I have no reason to be scared, truly. For one, us being outed as traitor don't surprise me. Captain Aizen already speculated that Gojo should be aware of the truth. Why? Soifan was baffled. In the plan, none of the 3 traitors were supposed to know that they were being monitored and shown to the world, but that shouldn't be hard to guess. Then why did Jin tell the truth without even being coerced to? It's as if he wanted everyone to know it. Well. Shall we fight now? Though, we are really ill-matched, don't you think? Not giving her the time to think more deeply about his words, Jin took out his short sword. What was worth remarking was that, in their base form, both Jin Shinso and Soifan's Suzumabachi were the shortest swords in the Soul Society, more akin to daggers. But in terms of Shurikai, the 2 took different yet similar roads. One sought to kill enemies with lightning-fast speed by coming as close as possible. One sought to kill enemies with lightning-fast speed by staying as far away as possible. Shoot to kill, Shinso, 1. Light flashed, but Soifan managed to avoid it thanks to her speed. Shunko. Landing, she wasted no time either. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumabachi. Jin laughed, and for the first time, opened his eyes wide. Shall we find out? Between you or my sword, which one is the fastest? The first fight to begin was the one between Soifan and Jin. Though the spectators were unable to feel the terrifying spiritual pressure, this didn't stop them from marveling at the incredible display of power. Unfortunately, most of them couldn't even marvel, since they were unable to follow what was happening clearly. Be it Soifan or Jin, their fight had long since broken the speed of sound. Not only the room they were in at the start, but many other rooms had been destroyed during their clashes. Jin used his weapon sometimes like a spear, sometimes like a gun, and sometimes like a whip. The wide arrays of movements available to him were simply mind-blowing. Soifan meanwhile was no slouch. No matter how Jin attacked, she always managed to avoid it. But she had a hard time closing the distance between the 2 of them. After all, the closer she was to him, the lower the time for reacting to Jin's attack would be. This way, Jin was slowly getting the advantage in this clash. Most of the people were interested in watching the fight unfold, but that wasn't the case for everyone. Some found them much more interested in the reason behind the fight. It can't be. A few moments ago, in one of the many rooms of the Infinite Castle, Ranjaku, who had been trying to escape the room, paused and looked at the screen with disbelief. Her face paled and her breathing accelerated, as her stress level kept rising. When Gojo had initially shown the screen, she had been ready to dash and find him before asking him to stop this craziness. But now, all she could do was stare blankly. No. It should be a lie. It cannot be. No matter how much she tried to deny, the evidence was all too clear for her. After all, Jin had admitted it himself. She didn't know exactly how he had betrayed the Soul Society, but this didn't change the fact that he admitted to being a traitor. The punishment for treason was at best life imprisonment and at worst, death, too. Either way, once Jin was captured, the outcome wouldn't be pretty. I need to find him. Thinking so, she immediately took out her sword and chanted, "Growl, hey Nico, 3. The long katana began to disperse into ash and slowly filled the room before destroying everything in the way. Jumping out, she began to run with ash trailing behind her. She didn't know where she was going nor what she could do if she managed to reach the place. But she wouldn't stop. She was about to continue running, when... "Stop messing around with my castle, old hag." "What dash?" A voice resonated strongly in her mind and a sphere of light surrounded her. "Where am I?" When she came to herself, she could see the building of the First Division. I am outside." She looked all around her before her gaze settled on the large black cube floating in the sky. At this sight, she couldn't even become outraged at the fact that she had been insulted. "Ranjaku, you are also out now." "Shuhei." Ranjaku was startled to discover that she wasn't alone outside. "Were all vice captains evicted?" Shuhei shook his head as he pointed at a certain screen with a worried expression. "Not all of them." The screen he was pointing at was showing Kanami Tozen activating his Bankai after being cornered by Zaraki. "You must be all right, Captain." Shuhei clenched his teeth when he saw the black sphere swallow all of them. He hoped that his captain would come out unscathed. 1. I think I already said this trivia but here again. Jin Shurkai means God's spear. Meanwhile, his Bankai means God's killing spear. Basically with just the Bankai name, Kubo had already spoiled us about what was the true goal of Jin. I really like subtle foreshadowing like this. 2. Aizen wasn't sentenced to death simply because he cannot die. But damn did he get a very big sentence. 3. One of the most OP Shurkai I have seen. But Kubo didn't do her justice. Her weapon is like a more broken form of Senbon Sakura, Byakuya's Shurkai. Like imagine, all the ash are tiny particle blades. She can easily make her opponent breathe part of her sword then kill them from inside. Or cut their eyes or cut their ears. Even when they speak the blades can enter their mouths or the gaps between the clothes. This weapon should have been one of the deadliest. Of course, the ashes need to be gathered for higher striking power. But imagine fighting while tiny blades cut your arteries and attack your heart and lungs or pierce your eardrums. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 155, CH 139, Zaraki vs. Tozen, 1. A few moments ago on Zaraki's side. The tension between Zaraki and Tozen was on a different level. From the very beginning, because of their conflicting views of the world, the two had always been at odds. Tozen believed that Shinigami should wield their sword for an ideal of justice. No matter how many atrocities were committed, as long as it was for the greater picture, sacrificing the few for the many was something he approved. This was why, what he hated the most in the world were meaningless fights and slaughter. Zaraki, on the other hand, thrived in such meaninglessness. For him, justice, morals, or whatever could go to hell. He did not fight to save. He only fought to have fun. For him, battles were like a drug and he was an addict willing to put himself in dangerous situations in order to get his doses. This was the reason he sealed his strength both consciously and unconsciously. Only fighting brought him joy and happiness. Tozen understood that, and loathed Zaraki all the more. After all, that man from the Tsuneyashiro clan was basically the same kind of man as Zaraki. If Zaraki found joy and pleasure in fighting a bloody battle, then Tokinada Tsuneyashiro found joy and pleasure in teasing and destroying the life of innocent people. Zaraki Kenpachi, even now I believe that letting you become captain was one of the greatest mistakes committed. Ever since you killed the previous captain of the 11th Division, I have had an uneasy feeling about your presence. This man is a demon, he fights to feed on the blood of the fallen, he is a being completely different from us. This is why I thought, we should not let him dwell in our world for too long because one day, this man will surely destroy the peace that the Godi I-13 fights to protect. Zaraki stared silently as Kanami continued speaking. The fact that you joined hands with Satoru Gojo and helped him bring chaos to our city is proof that I was right, and yet, all of this is probably only the result of your bloodlust. Am I right, Zaraki? Blah blah blah. You are noisy. You just want to say that you are the good guy, right? TCH, you are really wordy, aren't you? Zaraki laughed hard as he took out his sword. King Anjo became Kenpachi after he killed the 9th Kenpachi, and I became the 11th Kenpachi after killing Kaganjo. This is the rule of the 11th division. Nothing more, nothing less. If you aren't happy and hate me so much, then just hurry up and kill me with your Bankai. A mad light danced in his eyes as he provoked Kanami. His blood boiled and his pulse quickened. Thump thump thump. Feeling his crazy heartbeat, he laughed madly before dashing while swinging his sword at Kanami. There was no style, no technique, and no special skill, only pure unadulterated power. This was exactly what made Zaraki so dangerous. For Kanami, Zaraki was not a swordsman. He was a beast in every sense of the word. A mad beast that would seek its prey with no pity and would devour it down to the bone. Like a beast, he also fought by relying purely on his insanely large Ryatsu, quick reflexes, and high strength. I do not hate you. However, to protect our peaceful existence, there's no other way. Tozen did not try to avoid the devastating attack of Zaraki. He raised his sword straight and placed the palm of his left hand on a ring that was tied to the guard of his sword. Instantly, a sphere detached from the sword and grew until it was the same size as Tozen himself. Just as Zaraki's sword was finally about to cleave him, Tozen muttered, "Bankai." Zaraki was forced to stop and take a step back as he observed what was happening. The lone ring multiplied. From 1, it became 9, and those 9 large rings dispersed and placed themselves in a different side of the room. This was the last thing he saw. Bankai, Suzumushi Suishiki, Enma Kurogi, 1. The moment the ring covered the room, a dome of darkness spread in all directions. This is my Bankai. What do you think, Zaraki? No doubt you could have never dreamed of what you are seeing now. No. You can't see anything right now after all. What is this? I can't see anything, hear anything. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain over his shoulder. While he could neither see nor hear, his years of experience told him that he had just been slashed. Unconcerned about the flowing blood, Kanami continued to speak to Zaraki even though he knew that Zaraki couldn't hear him. You are in a lightless and soundless Mew Mew world, too. Terrifying, isn't it? My Bankai takes away your spiritual sense, your sight, your hearing, and your sense of smell, creating a miniature Mew Mew hell. The only person who can escape this situation is the one holding the body of my sword, Suzumushi. It's useless. Even if you try to guess my position from where you were attacked, you will not be able to catch me. Because no matter how experienced a fighter is, after he is stripped of light, he can't help but fear the darkness. No matter how slight that fear is. The fighter's movement will be slowed down. Against me who has lost the light since I was born, the only possible result is. His sense warned him of immediate danger and avoided a slash from a hairbreadth. This man. Kanami was appalled. Even though he could not see, he could feel that Zaraki's emotion had not the slightest tint of fear in them, only endless excitement and battle thirst. I see. It's understandable. You are a beast, a devil. You belong in the darkness. Of course, you do not fear it. Very well then, in this case, I won't give you the time to feel terrified. Like this, the fight between Kanami and Zaraki continued, but what should have been a one-sided fight changed into a pitiful farce. Huff huff huff. Kanami could not understand what was happening. How long had it been since he had felt tired during a fight? But he knew very well that the reason for his disorganized breathing wasn't the fight itself but the situation he was in. How? His sight, hearing, and sense of smell are supposed to be useless now. He shouldn't be able to sense spiritual pressure either. But how? Kanami rushed at full speed and swung his sword with all his might, but how can he still dodge? He couldn't understand at all. Even though he managed to wound Zaraki lightly, this hadn't been what he intended to do. At the last moment, in an unbelievable display of skills, Zaraki had moved in a way that prevented Kanami's sword from striking a vital spot. As if it wasn't enough. Kanami leaned down in a hurry and avoided a hit that would have pierced his throat had he stayed put. This was the most inconceivable. Not only was Zaraki able to dodge, but he could also counterattack with scary accuracy. Doing a backward somersault, he put enough distance between to avoid any possible further attacks. The counterattacks he launches are getting more and more accurate. He is really a monster. Cold sweat flowed as he once again realized just how dangerous the man named Zaraki was. He felt blood flow from his cheek and a slight sting. Clearly, he hadn't managed to completely avoid the hit. While fear was progressively growing in Kanami's heart, Zaraki on the other hand was filled with anger. I got him this time, but only with the tip of the sword. Even though he couldn't hear Kanami's explanation, he had already deduced the effects of the Bankai. At least, I can still feel my touch, so I can still use my sword. This was how he had been managing to avoid most hits. As soon as he felt his sword touching his clothes, he would dodge in order to avoid serious injury. Then, using his senses and reflexes, he would counterattack. This was an unbelievable display for anyone else, but Zaraki took this for a given, and this was why. How boring. At first, it was fun. The sudden darkness, the loss of all senses. Such a novel situation was a first for him, and he had been excited about the fight to come. But after a while, he became bored. It was boring because he couldn't land a good hit. He could not feel his sword tear into the flesh of his enemy. He could only get his location by getting hit. But he couldn't hear or see. He couldn't even use his spiritual sense. Though in this case, it wasn't really a loss since he was never good at sensing things with his spiritual sense in the first place. Damn it. Why do I have to think about this crap when fighting? This is a fight for spineless cowards. I want to fight head-on. He gritted his teeth as frustration began to build up. He wasn't dumb, but he believed that a fight should be a clash of power with nothing holding them up. Blood for blood, blow for blows. He thought quite a bit and even imagined what other people he knew would have done in his place. Ha. That's it. I can easily know where he is like that. A large smile formed on his face as he finally came to a conclusion. He is smiling again. I can feel it. Even in a situation like this, he is still enjoying the battle. Anger filled his mind as he attacked once again, this time with the determination to pierce his heart. You are too dangerous, Zaraki Kenpachi. Letting you live is way too dangerous. What dash? He didn't dodge. Was he so engrossed in this meaningless bloodshed that he got careless? This time his sword went through the body of Zaraki from one side to another. He hadn't managed to pierce his heart, but the wound would definitely be fatal if left untreated. He was about to pull back and prepare for a new attack when he suddenly felt his arms being grabbed. At the same moment, the Zaraki's pupils that had been unfocused because of the blindness moved and settled on Kanami in front of him. Hello. Long time no see. If Kanami could see Zaraki's expression, he would once again acknowledge that Zaraki was nothing more than a demon. This was not the expression that should be shown by a human being. Impossible. Slash. Blood splashed as Zaraki swung his sword mercilessly. 1. Cricket final form, Devil Cricket. 2. Mu Mu is a Buddhist term, ignorance is truth. Mu means none and Mu mean enlightenment. The Bankai of Kanami shows his twisted side of justice by bringing people in the same darkness he always lives in but worse. At the same time, the technique is based on Buddhist teaching, which means ignorance. The Bankai takes the form of a cocoon and the people in it are like insects waiting to become butterflies. Remember that it takes all sense aside from touch. You can only feel pain without knowing where it comes from, very twisted bastard. Basically, by going through the pain in his Bankai, you go through enlightenment and become a better person XD. Of course, this is my personal understanding of the meaning behind that Bankai. What is interesting though is that Kanami and Aizen's power are quite similar. The two of them have control over the senses of their enemies, and for the two of them, in order to dispel the effect, you need to touch their swords. This is why I personally believe that Aizen is always in Bankai. Or that his Bankai is like Byakuya and has no difference with Shirkai aside from increasing the power. Chapter 156, ch 140, What is Justice? The moment Zaraki slashed with his sword, all of Kanami's defenses were shredded to bits. Even his captain-level Ryatsu wasn't able to protect him from what was obviously a fatal wound. Just one hit. His pupils were shaking. He couldn't understand how Zaraki's power could be at this level. He had always known that Zaraki was powerful, but this went against everything he knew. His surprise was understandable. Ever since he fought against Ichiru Unohana so long ago, Zaraki had placed many unconscious and conscious means of restraining his own power so that he could enjoy better fights. If Tozen had fought Zaraki 10 years ago, even if Zaraki managed to get a clean hit, he wouldn't die. But, sadly for him, after his fight against Gojo, many of his unconscious restraints had vanished, making him far stronger than he had appeared after killing Kaganjo. Furthermore, since Tozen was truly a traitor, Kenpachi had absolutely no reason to limit restraint himself. This difference in base power brought the current result. Tozen was dying. He knew he was dying. He could already feel his Bankai breaking. Is this the end? He couldn't accept this. He refused to accept this. How could his justice simply end like this? Why had he fought so much and betrayed so many? I can't lose. I won't lose you to you, no matter what. Even as blood dribbled from his body and his senses began to shut down, Tozen still held a vehemence and a rage burning. He could still remember his friend. A gentle and warm woman. Her husband killed her. He killed a comrade over a petty dispute and then later killed her for scolding him about it. Her desire for a peaceful world that was stronger than anyone, Her sense of justice that was stronger than anyone. She chose to fight for her beliefs, but in the end, she died before she could even start. Was she lacking something? Was it not enough to have a strong will to fight for peace and justice? This was why he wanted strength. Strength to help him create peace. If it wasn't enough to believe in justice, then he would become justice itself. Aizen-sama, as you have guessed, I have reached my limit. Then, I have no other choice. Thinking so, he slowly began to stand up. Even though more blood was flowing, he showed no care about it. Oh. I have been letting you think all this while because I thought you would show me something incredible. It seems like I wasn't wrong. Zaraki, your greatest mistake was letting me gather the resolve to take the last step. Ha ha ha. Go on. Are you going to use your Bankai again? Zaraki laughed while taunting Kanami. But this time, Kanami showed no anger but rather, a sneer. Bankai. Don't make me laugh. Aizen-sama has graciously gifted me with a power far more incredible than Bankai. Suddenly, in a movement that Zaraki couldn't understand, Kanami placed his palm with his finger spread, in front of his face. The result was instantaneous. The flickering and dying bluish Ryatsu changed into a deep dark, as if he was being swallowed by shadows. The wind stirred and transformed into a veritable tornado as his energy level continued to increase unbelievably. When the transformation finally ended, what stood in front of Zaraki was a completely changed Tozen. His wounds had all vanished and his upper body was covered by a white armor. As for his face, it was covered by a smooth featureless mask. Even Zaraki became momentarily speechless at the sight in front of him. After all, he could not feel the power of a Shinigami coming from Kanami anymore. But rather, that of a hollow. Outside, a few moments after Kanami's Bankai broke and people were able to see the result of the fight, everyone had been on tenterhooks as they watched Kanami slowly dying. After all, even though Jin's words showed that they were traitors, he didn't explain in what way exactly. Now though, a grave silence fell as all the vice-captains gasped while showing unbelievable expressions. At the sight of Kanami's transformation, one word sounded in the mind of all the old vice-captains. Holification. Nanao muttered while Ranjiku's legs gave in as she fell down. Wah, what is happening? Why is Captain Tozen like this? Shuhei was becoming hysterical. He had only recently become vice-captain so he couldn't understand what was happening. Nanao showed a difficult expression as she explained to calm the poor soul, do you know about what happened about 70 years ago? You mean, when Captain Kensei and the others were branded as traitors? How could he forget? Even now, he didn't know why the one who saved him all those years ago had become a wanted fugitive. Back then, Captain Kensei and the others had been transformed into hollows and the culprit was, at least the one that had been accused was Kasuke Urahara. Nanao gulped. While Ranjiku continued with an almost broken voice. Captain Kasuke had claimed that he was innocent and that Aizen was the culprit. But the Central 46 refused to listen since Captain Aizen had so many witnesses to prove that he hadn't left the 5th Division on that day. But now, Shuhei paled as his face was drained of all blood. One didn't need to be a genius to make the connections. So, Captain Tozen became a hollow. The vice-captains outside weren't the only ones reacting. Even the captains were showing expressions of surprise as understanding finally dawned on them. Even the fight between Yamamoto and Anohana that was growing so strong that Gojo's Bankai was showing cracks on their side stopped. Anohana had not been privy to all the details of what would happen. But since she believed in Gojo, she had decided to give it a try and fought against Yamamoto in order to hold him down. Because of how dangerous their two Bankai were, a true fight between them would most likely result in one of them dying. Thankfully, the confession of Jin followed by the transformation of Kanami had been enough for even the stubborn Yamamoto to stop and observe. Slowly healing herself, as more than half of her body had been burned down, Anohana sneered as she looked at Yamamoto. What did I say, old friend? You are becoming old. Yamamoto stayed silent. Before muttering. How shameful. When he remembered how many Shinigamis had vanished silently in the last few decades and the execution order on those exiled captains, he couldn't help but feel a deep feeling of shame filling his heart. To think that he would be so helplessly manipulated by some young guys. Had he really become too old? Thinking so, his eyes trailed down to a different screen. Until now, Sosuke Aizen had been shown standing alone there. But now, something was happening. A frivolous man appeared. Whistle you really did a good job. So this is holification. Kogo, Annalie. I know. I have already begun doing it. Not only him, but I am also recording and analyzing the Bankai of all those who are currently fighting. Once this day end, our castle will evolve again. Good job. Satoru Gojo. I believe this is the first time the two of us talked like this. Aizen smiled as he looked at Gojo. Even though he was all but confirmed of being a traitor, he showed absolutely no expression of being flustered. You are quite calm. You know that I could simply end my Bankai now and leave you to the old men. I know you could, but you won't. You wouldn't stand for someone else to take away your prey, right? Hey, you are quite right. The two of them were talking as if they were friends, but the growing spiritual pressure the two of them emanated showed that they were ready to tear each other's throats apart. Pushing down the bandages covering his eyes, Gojo showed a full-toothed smile. Well, well, well. Are you ready to die? Oh. You took down your protection. Are you not worried about my Zanpakuto? Puffed. Ha ha ha. You think your illusions can trick my eyes? Hey. Gojo's eyes became devoid of light as he tilted his head. His usual happy-go-lucky atmosphere was nowhere to be seen and was replaced by an extremely unsettling one. Do you take me for a joke? Taking off his glasses, Aizen broke them before swiping his hair behind him. His atmosphere also changed as he showed a grin full of confidence at Gojo. Shall we test it out? Honestly sorry, the chapter should have been more focused on Zaraki but struggling with writing Zaraki's fight. The bastard uses no technique currently. Only swinging his sword. It's incredible in visual but it's such a pain in writing. I think I might reread Spirit or Forever with you, just to see again how to write Zaraki. Sigh. In fact, this entire arc is stressing me to hell. It's like the final arc of the first part of my story and it's very important. I feel like I am fucking up everything. I have to bring all the different plot points developed to a conclusion and everything is becoming a clusterfuck. Too many characters to show at the same time. Too many fights. Too many things happening. Damn, this reminds me of the final arc in Vol 5 of SHK. I was just as stressed back then. Chapter 157, CH 141, The Fastest. The fight between Gojo and Aizen began like lightning. The very moment their spiritual pressure collided, Aizen immediately understood. Gojo was strong. It wasn't just a question of him having a hacks like Shirkai, his basics were on another level entirely. If he had to give numbers to his own stats, Aizen would have reached 100 out of 100 on basically all stats, and even in those he wasn't at maximum, he was still close. Aizen could say without any doubt that he had reached the limit of what was possible as a Shinigami. He was nearly perfect. Even so, Gojo did not appear to be that inferior to him. He still has many shortcomings, but he should have entered the threshold of the limit of Shinigamis. It was both shocking and exhilarating to make such a discovery. How long has it been since Gojo entered the Suriitii? 10 years. For Shinigami, 10 years was nothing, even hundreds of years could pass in the blink of an eye. In those short 10 years, Gojo went from a Shinigami who couldn't even use Shirkai to one of the most powerful Shinigami in existence. Calling him a genius was an understatement. He was purely a complete monster. Smirk. Aizen felt a smirk tugging at his lips. He was in no way a battle junkie like the Kenpachi or some other Shinigamis. However, he appreciated the feeling of meeting people of talent and more than anything, from what he just witnessed with how Gojo was handling the situation, he wasn't a passive bastard like Kisukirahara. You seem weaker than I thought. Unlike Aizen, when their energy clashed, Gojo frowned and commented. From the expression on his face, it was clear that he wasn't trying to be mocking, but was genuinely surprised at the current situation. So he noticed. Aizen's smirk grew further but he refused to comment. Taking out his Zanpakuto, he was about to activate it. Whoosh. Before he could even do so, Gojo was already in front of him. I thought you didn't fear my Shirkai. Aizen avoided the uppercut and answered back with a punch on his own, stirring the wind around him. Blocking the punch, Gojo answered calmly. I don't. But that doesn't mean I am dumb enough to let you use it without interruptions. After all, Gojo only had speculation, and all the information he had received was from Yoruichi who didn't even witness Aizen use his power. In theory, with his eyes and the spatial awareness domain he had in his Bankai, he should be immune to Kyoka Suigetsu. But Kyoka Suigetsu affected all senses. He was sure that even if his vision was spared, his other senses could be controlled. This might make him lose a precious amount of time. After being sealed once when he was alive because of his carelessness and the intricate plan of his enemies, Gojo understood that one should never underestimate an enemy. Starry sky. Immediately, all the surroundings began to illuminate as if thousands of stars were lit up. Of course, those lights were none other than projectiles made out of reishi that Gojo conjured. Even as thousands of light arrows flew at Aizen, he showed no fluster. Bakudo number 81, Splitting Void. Immediately, 6 barriers appeared around him and formed a perfect cube, protecting him from all the attacks that rained on him. Not waiting for Gojo to continue, he pointed 2 fingers at him. Heido number 73. Soren Sakasui, 1. Blue flames gathered at the tips of his fingers before rushing towards Gojo like a mad torrent ready to destroy everything. Neither the ground nor the walls were spared since their sturdiness had decreased significantly after Gojo used the reishi in them for the previous attack. Facing an attack that would be powerful enough to obliterate a vice-captain, Gojo did not even bother mounting a defense as the fire simply split in two once it reached a certain distance from him. Oh ho. A space-time technique. Is it your Bankai? No, it doesn't seem so. One you created yourself. This time, Aizen was visibly impressed. Space-time techniques were forbidden for a reason. Their effects were always outside any expectations. Gojo did not even bother answering as he raised his index. Immediately, a red sphere of energy formed at the tip of his finger. See you. A grin formed on his face as he activated the technique. Curse technique reversal, red. Boom. In an explosion of light, Aizen coughed as he felt like the world itself was pushing away with a mighty shove. Like a cannonball, he pierced walls after walls and vanished from Gojo's sight because of the shockwave. Of course, it was intentionally done by Gojo to put some distance between them. Each room was in fact an independent space and it was impossible to move from one room to another without his express permission. Something isn't right. Even though he had the upper hand and acted cocky, Gojo was feeling awful. It felt like he was missing something important. This fight felt too easy. Gojo had met Kasuke personally. He understood how powerful that man was and knew that even at his current level, fighting him would be difficult. That man had been completely helpless when facing Aizen. It was also weird how Aizen still didn't activate his Shurikai. After all, as a captain-level Shinigami, he didn't even need to utter the activation sentence and could awaken it with just a thought. Did I overestimate Kasuke? It wasn't impossible. After all, he only superficially examined him. Since they didn't fight, all his understanding of Kasuke's level was based on speculation. Perhaps Kasuke was weaker than he thought, hence, Aizen was also weaker than estimated. As if. While this was a real possibility, Gojo would rather believe that something fishy was going on. It was clear that he wasn't the only one that had prepared some special cards. Well. Let's see who has the better hand. Smiling confidently, he teleported and appeared where Aizen landed. Shall we go for round 2? While Gojo was complaining about how much weaker Aizen was than he expected, what the others were witnessing was a true eye-opener for them. Compared to the beautiful display of power in the other fights, the one between Aizen and Gojo was at a completely different level. Be it Gojo's spacetime technique or the way Aizen threw high-level Kido one after another without even uttering any spells, this showed that the two of them were at a completely different level from the average captain. Aizen really had us fooled. Shunsui smiled bitterly. Back then, Shinji had shared his worries and suspicions about Aizen and Shunsui had personally gone to the 5th Division to keep an eye on him on the night those events happened. Unwittingly, he became a special witness that proved Aizen's innocence. This was further cemented by the fact that Aizen had never shown particularly high fighting prowess. Now though, the gentle Captain Aizen that was popular with all was gone and was replaced by an extremely powerful and ruthless Shinigami. Of course, the fighting power of Gojo also surprised him. In that case, Gojo was already known to be quite powerful since his fight with Isshin. However, what he was witnessing was something else. Shunsui wasn't sure he could win without using his Bankai. This day would without a doubt be a day never forgotten. Not even the Central 46 could cover up what was happening since everyone was able to witness what was happening. At the same time, Shunsui found that it was a pity. From now on, Gojo couldn't become a captain. The Central 46 should be hating his guts from the bottom of their hearts. It didn't help that Gojo had broken so many laws that were sentenced with the death sentence in normal time. I guess he never really intended to settle down here. What was important now was to understand how Aizen had managed to change a captain into hollow. Also, I wonder if Soifan will be alright. Drip drip. Soifan ignored the blood that was dripping from her side as she observed Jin Ichimaru carefully. Because of the restrained space, while Soifan had more chances to come closer to him, Jin could also reduce the necessity of stretching his sword to the full length, thereby increasing the speed. Of course, while she was wounded, Jin wasn't that well off either. All over his body, different butterfly tattoos could be observed. Clearly, Soifan had managed to mark him many times. As long as she touched any of those marks a second time, then it would be game over. Oh my, your Shurikai is really cheating. Despite the situation, Jin showed no sign of fluster and in fact, seemed to be rather happy. This made Soifan scowl. She hated the fact that she wasn't able to take any advantage of the current situation. She also hated his carefree smile. Jin was a more troublesome enemy than she initially thought. Because of her carelessness, she was wounded many times during the fight. Even so, the bastard seemed to have a sick pleasure in playing around with her and didn't pierce any of her vital points. I think I have been underestimating you quite a bit. I will not continue this mistake. Soifan decided that holding back wasn't an option anymore. She knew what would happen if she failed and she refused to accept such a humiliation. Mukio Shunko, 2. A burst of Ryatsu flowed from her body and changed into a veritable tornado. This was her strongest form, one in which she could reach her highest speed. Let's end this fight. Is that so? I would love to see you win. However, I cannot afford to die right now. For the first time, Jin's sardonic smile slipped from his face. The spiritual pressure he emanated roared crazily while his power reached a new level. Bankai, Kamishini no Yari, 3. After a flash of light, blood spurted like a fountain. 1. Twin Lotus Blue Fire, crash down. 2. Tireless Flash War Cry. 3. God-Killing Spear. And the arc is slowly coming to an end. I hope the different fights were entertaining. Chapter 158, CH 142, The Fastest, 2. And I wish to enter the top 20 this week. Don't forget to send Stone or better join Patreon. Cash is better than Stone XD. Mukio Shunko. For Soifan, this technique was one that allowed her to bring her highest speed and her most powerful hit. At this level, even without using her Shurkai or Bankai, she was already superior to an average captain-level Shinigami, and when combined with the boost provided by her Shurkai, she was without a doubt the fastest captain alive at this very moment. Unfortunately for her, the one she was facing, even though not officially a captain, was a monstrous genius that had already far surpassed the level of an average one. While his own speed was subpar, the speed of his Zanpakuto was at a completely different magnitude. Bankai, Kamishini no Yari. Jin's Bankai did not change the appearance of his Zanpakuto, unlike many others. However, once it transformed, both the range and the highest speed possible for the Zanpakuto increased tremendously. It rose to an almost transcendental level. Of course, only Jin himself knew how high the speed his Zanpakuto could reach was. The clash between the fastest captain and the fastest sword was over in a flash of light. Everything happened so fast that even the few captains who were watching the fight had a hard time capturing the scene. As blood splashed on the ground and an arm fell, the scene became clear for everyone to see. My, oh my, I nearly lost my little life here. With blood dribbling from his lips and a huge hole on the right side of his stomach, Jin still managed to keep his smile. His entire body was covered in more than 10 new butterfly marks, but none of them were hit a second time. To think that I was still a little too slow. Grasping her bleeding arm, or what was left of it, Soifan frowned deeply before closing the wound with her Ryatsu. While the earlier clash looked like one exchange, the two of them had exchanged several hits. While coming in close, Soifan had managed to greatly increase the number of marks and was about to end him, but, at the last moment, the speed of Jin's sword seemed to increase even more. In one swift movement, he managed to cut away the part of his body that was marked, thereby making her miss and using the opening she created because of how surprised she was by his self-mutilating move. He was about to divide her in two. Thankfully, while she had been briefly stunned, Soifan had managed to use the wind of her Shunko to move her out of harm's way. Though she didn't manage to save her arm. All of this had happened in less than 1 second. Everything played on one mistake. In this clash, the winner wasn't the fastest one, but the most ruthless one. After all, it was one thing to be ruthless on your opponent, it was another to be even more ruthless on oneself. Now then, I guess this is it. Aside from a pale tone, Jin's face showed absolutely no change as he tightened the grip on his sword. If he had used the full power of his sword, he wouldn't have ended in such an embarrassing situation. However, he did not know if Gojo was broadcasting everything or not. At least, if it was him, this would be what he would do. He couldn't afford to gamble and let Aizen see his final move. That would defeat the purpose of following the men during all those years. Soifan gritted her teeth in humiliation. She was about to answer. This is enough, Soifan. You did a good job. Out of nowhere, a voice sounded and soothed Soifan. A black cat. Gojo's cat. Jin was briefly surprised at the fact that a talking cat came out of nowhere. He recognized it as the pet cat that followed Gojo's adoptive daughter from time to time. He had observed the cat a few times from afar but and thought it was just an ordinary cat, but how could a normal cat release such a powerful killing intent? Yoruichi-sama, Yoruichi. Jin became a little flustered at the name he never thought he would hear in the Seriidii. Slowly, under his eyes, the cat transformed into a tall tan-skinned woman wearing a black bodysuit. Her naked feet threaded gracefully on the floor as she walked up to Soifan. The moment Yoruichi appeared, it was like an earthquake rumbled in the hearts of all those witnessing the fight. Soifan held the title of the fastest captain now, but the one who held the title before her was none other than Yoruichi. In fact, far from simply being the fastest captain, she was considered as the fastest Shinigami alive currently. That was the Flash Goddess, Yoruichi Shihoin. The first woman to become the leader of the Shihoin clan. The princess of the Soul Society. There were too many things associated with her name. For those who were aware of what happened all those years ago, they knew that she held no hesitation in sacrificing her position and title in order to save the friends she held dear. Some thought of her as stupid for doing that. However, now that they knew that she had in fact saved innocent and loyal Shinigamis, many of them could only feel ashamed of their thoughts. Neither of those present on the battlefield cared about the storm the sudden appearance of Yoruichi caused. Soifan could do nothing but fall in self-loathing. She had never felt so humiliated in her life. Compared to simply losing her arm, the fact that she had shown such an unsightly display to her most admired princess gave her the urge to kill herself. She felt like she was on the verge of crying as she looked at the one and only lord she would ever serve. I am ashamed. Yoruichi smiled helplessly as she crouched next to Soifan. Don't be. You did your best. As for your arm, I am sure Satoru will fix it for you later. She understood just how much duty-bound Soifan was to her. She could imagine how mortified Soifan was currently. Don't wallow in sadness. Use this experience as a learning lesson so that you can come back even stronger. Ah, Yoruichi-sama is as sublime as always. Understood. Those words from Yoruichi were like heavenly decrees to Soifan. She felt so pumped up that the pain from losing an arm didn't even register anymore. Jin, who felt quite weird at being so blatantly ignored, scoffed. Hey, to think that Gojo colluded with the fleeing princess. I guess you are the one who informed him about the truth. Aizen is as scary as always. He remembered that Aizen had mentioned how his suspicions about the black cat of Gojo and how it should be related to Yoruichi. 1. Of course, not even Aizen could have guessed that the cat wasn't just related to Yoruichi but was Yoruichi herself. I guess Gojo is also quite scary since he managed to bring her incognito here. Yoruichi completely ignored Jin and patted Soifan on the back. From the start, Satoru had placed her to act as a backup should anything happen. Ideally, she wouldn't even have to appear, but it seemed that they had underestimated the power of Jin. Shunko, Reijin Senki 2. BZZZZ. The roar of the thunder and the crackling of the lightning instantly filled the battlefield. The lightning emitted from Yoruichi's back changed into circles of electrical energy in the shape of Reijin's drums behind her. Tell me, how do you want to die? This form of Shunko was different from all her other ones. In this form, she did not seek to move at higher speed, but would literally throw powerful lightning bolts at her enemies. Jin gave a wry smile. He could feel goosebumps on his skin at the powerful killing intent of Yoruichi locked on him. He had no doubt that even if he used his strongest move, while he would certainly kill Yoruichi, he would also be killed. It isn't yet the time for me to die. He did not fear death. He knew that a sinner like him would surely die in a miserable and pitiful way sooner or later, mourned by no one and shunned by the world. Nah, I guess only one person would mourn my death. The smile on his face stretched further. With a sigh, his spiritual pressure fell down until it was barely emanating. Releasing the grip on his sword, Jin raised his hands in the air. No need to continue fighting. I surrender. 1. Happened in Ch. 2. Thunder God War Form. Chapter 159, Ch 143, Zaraki vs. Tozen, 2. I will never surrender. Ha 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 ha. Yes. This is it. Let's fight to the end. The fight between Kanami and Zaraki reached a new crescendo after Kanami transformed into a hollow. At first, he did indeed get an overwhelming advantage and thought that he would finally be able to crush Zaraki, but... Why? Why? Why are you so strong? Tozen roared like a wounded beast as he was being mercilessly beaten down by Zaraki. He couldn't understand it. It made absolutely no sense. All it had taken for Zaraki to surpass him was to take off his eye patch. Just that alone had been sufficient for that monster's power to skyrocket to new heights he couldn't even hope to grasp. Kanami felt so much hatred and jealousy he felt like he was about to go mad. Why was the world so unfair? Why did a selfish monster like Zaraki have so much power while selfless people like his deceased friend could do nothing more than become playthings for the wicked? Where was the justice? Why did such a world exist in the first place? I hate it. I hate it so much. Kanami snarled as his arm was sent flying by a swing of Zaraki before he was kicked away like a cannonball. Ha, I am going to lose. Deep down he knew it, he could see it, and even though his heart refused to admit it, the facts were laid bare for him to see. He was no match for Zaraki Kenpachi. The moment this realization hit him, his raging feeling surprisingly calmed down. I see. Standing up he looked in the direction of the Zaraki. I will use one last technique. Zaraki, who was about to rush madly again in the fray, stopped. He could feel it. The aura that was covering Kanami was changing. This wasn't the aura of some mad bastard speaking about worthless justice, but that of a warrior ready to put his life on the line. Without a doubt, what was about to happen was the last act of this long fight. Was Zaraki scared? Ha! Bring it on. Kanami smiled sadly. His spiritual pressure went up to another level as his body began to transform completely. Whoosh. Even as the transformation continued, Kaname could feel his life force slowly drain out of him. What he was doing was a transformation that was still in the experimental stage. When hollowifying him, Aizen had warned him that because of the incomplete state of the Hogyoku, that power was still unstable and once he used it, whatever the final result was, he would die. However, Kaname neither hesitated nor did he regret. At this moment, right here and right now, he wanted to make a stand. Even if he was not but a shooting star that would vanish from everyone's memory. At the very least, my transformation should give some important data to Aizen-sama. He gave one last smile as his human form completely vanished after being swallowed in darkness. When he emerged once again, Kaname Tozen as known by the Seriidii was no more. His entire body was covered with black fur and he possessed 4 insect-like arms with clawed hands. On the hunch on his back were 2 long, spiraling horns, each adorned near the points with 2 rings with chains hanging from them. His head resembled that of a cricket, with a bilateral line running down the center, large bulbous eyes. At the bottom of the head was a small opening with jagged teeth that served as his mouth. His long bushy tail swayed while he floated thanks to the insect wings on his back. Resurrection, Suzumushi Hayakushi, Griller Grillo, 1. If before, there was some ambiguity, the large hole in his torso left no argument. Kaname Tozen became a hollow. That is quite the disgusting form you have here. Kaname ignored Zaraki's mocking words as he looked around him. It's unfortunate that the first thing I can finally see is your face. Thanks to this transformation, his blindness was cured and he was now able to see. Do you know, Zaraki Kenpachi, I hate this world from the bottom of my heart. As he felt the end was upon him, Kaname felt like the bitterness in his heart could finally find a release. Even though he was speaking to Zaraki, he was more so speaking to himself. We live in a society where those who should uphold justice are corrupted beyond redemption and live in depravity. We live in a world where the weak strive to survive while the strong tear at each other's throats. Karma and the promise of a better world are nothing more than lies the weak use to comfort themselves because of how helpless they are in the face of reality. He looked around as he continued. No matter how I think about it, this world is a dark, disgusting place full of pain and misery. A place that has no worth in being saved and should simply be destroyed. But, even so, in her eyes, the world was without a doubt a beautiful place. Kaname clenched his fists and released a sigh. Be ready, this will be my last attack. He crouched down, light began to gather in front of his eyes while his own blood mixed in that light. Seeing this, Zaraki spoke no words and held his sword with 2 hands for the first time in this fight. Back then, Yamamoto had tried to teach Zanjutsu to Zaraki so that he could bring even more power. But Central 46 had forbidden such an act since they feared the potential of Zaraki. Even so, what Yamamoto had already taught him was enough to make his power reach a completely different level. However, Zaraki never used Zanjutsu. After all, it was too boring. What kind of enjoyment could there be in a fight that ended in a flash? But now. A mad grin formed on his face. Silence fell on the battlefield for an instant as the tension continued to rise. Grand Rei Siro, La Murata, 2. Siro, a technique unique to Minos-level hollows. By mixing his own blood, Tozen had managed to create a variation of the technique and brought it to an even higher level. As the light traveled mercilessly towards Zaraki, the very fabric of time and space seemed to twist around it as Gojo's Bankai, already weakened because of the many fights, showed signs of crumbling. Facing the light of destruction, Zaraki did not try to avoid it nor did he prepare any defense. Yellow Ryatsu covered his body and the pressure caused the ground and the walls to tremble under his might. Raising his sword above his head, when the light finally reached him, all he did was swing his sword down. Boom. The explosion was so huge that it covered everything in the large room. For a few seconds, all those who were witnessing this epic showdown could only cover their eyes because of the blinding light. When the light finally dissipated, the only one left standing was a bloody Zaraki. As for Kaname Tozen, he laid down on the ground, in his original form, but his body mangled beyond recognition. Even as death slowly took over his consciousness, he felt no sadness but only had one regret. I really wish I could see the sky. As if answering his wish, the cracked ceiling slowly began to turn transparent, allowing him to see the beautiful blue sky devoid of clouds. For Kaname, who had always been blind, this sight was like the call of heaven. He could feel his very soul being cleansed and he could now see what his friend always talked about. Unknowingly, tears began to fall from the corner of his eyes. Indeed. The world was a rotten place filled with sadness and misery. But how truly beautiful. He was glad that this was the last thing he got to see in this world. 1. Bell Cricket 100th Style, Insane Fettered Cricket. 2. Hollow King's Lightning, The Gaze. I won't lie. I hate Kaname as a character. But his fight against Komamura and Shuhei was beautiful and full of meaning. It wasn't just about explosion and power-up but different ideologies and feelings clashing. About love and about justice. Honestly, Espada arc was the peak for Kubo. The fights in Blood War were super badass and epic, not gonna lie. But, they lacked something. They were never so beautiful and meaningful as in the one in the Espada arc. Like the fight between the two scientists and the meaning of perfection. Or Okuiora trying to understand what was a heart. Like damn. Anyway, coming back, I tried to give a certain beauty to the fight between Zaraki and Tozen, even though I know it can never be as beautiful as the one between Tozen and Komamura. I honestly hesitated about killing Tozen and perhaps have him fight Komamura and Shuhei later like in canon. But I decided to stick with my decision. Chapter 160, ch 144, Heido hashtag. TCH. Looking up at the sky as Kanami's body vanished, Zaraki clicked his tongue before walking toward his eye patch. Ken-chan, how was it? A door opened and Yuichiro walked out of it. From the start of the fight, Kogo had taken her away and placed her in a different zone to protect her. Wiping away the blood from his face, Zaraki moved his aching body while showing a grin. That blind dude was a strong bastard. For Zaraki, this was the highest compliment he could give to someone. I see. Yuichiro smiled. Crack. The two of them looked up at the fissures in the wall that were slowly growing. Well, it's almost time. We should move. Let's go. Like this, the two of them vanished from the room. Crack crack. I cannot hold much longer. Don't worry. We already did more than enough. We should wrap up everything soon. You can begin evacuating them. Currently, Gojo stood unblemished as he looked down at a bloodied Aizen. The fight between the two of them held no suspense as he completely dominated Aizen from start to finish. Even so, Gojo showed no happiness. No matter how he looked at it, this wasn't a matter of him being too strong, but rather Aizen being too weak. He was much weaker than he expected. Something fishy is really going on. He hated how he couldn't place a finger on what was wrong. It was then that he received an update of the situation from Kogo. As such, he decided to share the information with Aizen. It seems like Tozen died and Jin was arrested after surrendering. You are the only one left. Aizen, unconcerned about the bloody wounds on his body, stood up and dusted himself before commenting. I see, too bad. Tozen was someone quite useful. Gojo felt no fluctuation of emotions in his voice. Clearly, Aizen couldn't care less about the life and death of his subordinates. He couldn't help but laugh at how pitiful Kanami Tozen was to have believed in a man like this. Ha ha ha. You are really one cold son of bitch. Even I could see that he admired you a great deal. I guess in the end he was only a chess piece in your eyes. Admiration is the furthest thing from understanding. I had no intention of deceiving anyone. From the beginning, I have always told them to never put their trust in me. Then again, I guess it's only natural for inferior beings to ride on the coattails of their superior counterparts. If they wish to keep their lives, they have no choice but to obediently comply. Heh. So this is how you see the world. That's right. It's a never-ending chain, as the ones who are burdened with that trust, in order to escape that burden, seek to find someone even greater than themselves. These greater beings then seek others even greater than themselves to shelter them. This is how gods are born. Oh. Then what about you? Are you also searching for someone higher? At those words, the ever-composed face of Aizen broke for an instant as hatred and disgust flashed in his eyes. Had you seen the higher being in this world, that thing, you would never ask such a question. So he has also seen the Soul King. Gojo now knew the history and the original sin of the Soul Society. Perhaps in a long-forgotten past, Aizen did believe in the Soul King. But having witnessed what he really looked like, all this faith changed into hatred. Make no mistake, Satoru Gojo. I believe in no one, and one day, I will become the god they have no choice but to believe in. It was a bold statement, a crazy statement. But it was delivered with such confidence that no one listening to it would feel like he was crazy. Instead, they would believe that it was natural. That this was the truth. This was how high the charisma of the man named Sosuke Aizen was. He lived with an absolute and unshakable confidence in himself and in his power. Even as he stood there, bathed in his own blood and on the verge of defeat, Aizen's will still shone as strong as ever. Realization finally dawned on Gojo when he heard those words. Oh ho. So this was your goal all along. Becoming God. Gojo had seen many crazy bastards in his life, but Aizen truly took the cake. The worst was that in a world such as the one they were in, becoming a god was in no way impossible. Aizen did not care about the mockery Gojo was throwing at him. Since the beginning, no one has ever stood in the heavens. Neither you nor me, not even God himself. But that unbearable vacancy in the throne of heaven should be filled. That's why I swore that one day, I will stand in heaven. Gojo laughed. What a grand goal. Truly admirable. I almost feel a little sad about killing you now. Not like it will stop me though. Even as he said this, he focused and began to condense 3 half-black and white spears in the air. This was the same attack he had used back then against Isshin. Gojo did not want to leave anything to chance. He was ready to completely wipe out Aizen from the face of the world. Well, any last words? Either way, this is it for you. You should repent in hell or wherever Shinigami go when they die. Hell, is it? You cannot understand how terrifying that place is. Even so, I believe you are making a little mistake. After saying mysterious words about hell, Aizen smiled. It was a smile full of derision. One that should not be on the face of someone who was about to lose but on someone who had nothing to fear. I am my own master and my end will be in the way I wish to. Immediately, his entire body became covered in words. At first glance, Gojo could recognize some of them. This was an incantation. The incantation of a frighteningly powerful Kido. Not only was the Kido powerful, but it was clear that Aizen wished to fuel it not only with his Ryatsu but with his life itself. Even as Aizen spoke, his body began to crack, fissure, and break down in a mode of dark purple light. The world itself seemed to shake under the might of this technique and time and space began to twist as if distorted. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. From everywhere, words seemed to resonate in the air as the incantation on Aizen's body came to life. Gojo tried to teleport away but his instincts screamed at him that was a very bad idea in the current situation with how twisted the flow of time and space had become. At this rate, perhaps not even Limitless could block this. As such, he only had one way. Kogo. Understood. Kogo immediately dispelled most of the Bankai that was keeping the other captains imprisoned and focused all the power in one place. While she couldn't separate the space between Gojo and Aizen, she did her best to increase his defense to the highest level possible. Crawling Queen of Iron. Eternally self-destructing Doll of Mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Farewell Satoru Gojo. Fighting you had been quite entertaining. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. Gojo and Aizen were thus swallowed in unending darkness. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 161, CH 145, Farewell. BZZT. The images on the screens that filled the Siriidii were full of static. After a while, all the other screens vanished until only one was left. Everyone couldn't help but gulp in fear. Of all the fights they had witnessed, the one they had just seen was the most catastrophic. It was even more so since after most of Gojo's Bankai dissipated, it was unable to completely shield them from the fluctuations of energy. This allowed them to feel and understand just how truly frightening Aizen's last attack was. Will he be alright? Someone couldn't help but ask. Most of them weren't interested in politics and the like. To them, it didn't matter how many rules Satoru had broken. What mattered was that he had helped unmask someone who would have become a cancer for the Soul Society and was the cause of many deaths. After seeing the Kanami's transformation, there was no doubt about the kind of research Aizen did and the simple thought of it was frightening. Not only did Gojo unearth a terrifying traitor, but he also helped redeem the honor of the captains who fled from Soul Society. It wouldn't be a mistake to call Gojo a hero now, and this was why they were worried, wondering if their hero would die before even getting to celebrate his victory. Some of them, like Nanao, were so worried that they tried to enter the remaining part of Gojo's Bankai but were stopped by the others. When the screen stopped buzzing, all they could see was devastation as far as the vision was possible. It wouldn't be unreasonable to call it a scene from hell. Crack crack. Bang. In the end, even Gojo's Bankai completely broke down. You are really a dummy. Appearing in the conference room of the First Division, Yoruichi gave a complicated glance as she approached a bleeding Gojo. Behind her was Soifan as she held onto Jin, who was cuffed with special restrictions. And next to them was Zaraki and Yuichiro on his shoulders. Satoru-sama, are you alright? A worried Nimue suddenly appeared as she approached Gojo but couldn't help but stop herself as she didn't know what to do with her hands. Whistle that bastard got you good. Even Zaraki showed a worried glance at Gojo. The reason was clear. Gojo wasn't just bleeding from all pores of his body. His body was literally cracking down with clear fissures all over him. As if that wasn't enough, many parts of his body were missing, such as a good half of his chest. It was as if he could explode apart and disperse at any moment. I am alright. Almost died but alright. Gojo's voice sounded in the space as he used a simple spell to convey his intentions. He would have loved to speak but his vocal cords were currently charged, so it was impossible. What a truly fascinating specimen. To think you are alive even in such a state. Gojo ignored Mayuri's mutter. The attack Aizen had thrown at the last moment was no joke. Calling it equal to a nuclear bomb would be putting it lightly. The black coffin was a Kido in the 90. Anyone who mastered such a Kido was already strong enough to put down an average captain who wasn't careful. Of course, that wasn't all. Had it been any other spell in the 90, Gojo wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation. But the black coffin in particular, when brought to its maximum, was no different from a black hole affecting gravity, space, and time, twisting and crushing everything around it. For Gojo, whose defense relied on space and time, this was a hard counter. However, not only did Aizen use an ingenious way to finish the incantations by marking the words on his body, but he also activated it by sacrificing his life and entire Ryatsu. The result was clear to see. I was really fucking lucky. Gojo would have cold sweat on his back if not for all the blood already on it. The only reason he managed to survive was that he had already strengthened his body with slow and careful modification, and the fact that thanks to his method of healing, as long as he wasn't completely blown to smithereens in one blow, and was in a place rich in reishi, he was functionally immortal since he could pull the reishi and heal. If this had happened on Earth, for example, there would be no Satoru Gojo anymore. The others watched in amazement as his body slowly began to mend itself. Though it was difficult and slow, there was no doubt that he was healing. Once they made sure of it, Yoruichi asked. Now what? Aizen was dead, Jin was captured and Tozen died. Gojo could feel the complex emotions in Yoruichi's voice. Well, the situation is pretty simple. Either we stay and let ourselves captured in order to face a fair trial under Central 40's judgment. Gojo and the others chuckled as they said it. What they did was basically reveal how utterly incompetent the Central 46 had been all those years ago to the entirety of the Soul Society. It wouldn't be a mistake to think that right now they were going bonkers while screaming to have their heads. Even if Central 46 couldn't kill them, they would still most likely end in prison for a few centuries or millennia if they accepted judgment. Or we do as we planned and get the hell out of here. Of course, not all of us have to run. Gojo looked at Mayuri, who scoffed. I already paid my debt to you with this, there is no way I am becoming a fugitive. Too bad Mayu, I will miss you. Gojo wasn't surprised at Mayuri's choice. Even though he helped him in the back by activating and controlling the screens in the back, Mayuri himself never fought, so no one could guess they were involved. Gojo had done this intentionally in order to keep someone who could inform him of the movement of Soul Society once he left. Mayuri grew irate at the infuriating nickname but didn't comment further. Since they were about to part, he could magnanimously accept it. What about you, Zaraki? You promised me I would not be restrained and could fight as much as I wished. That's right. Be it on Earth or in Hueco Mundo, we will meet a bunch of powerful guys. Hey, then the choice has already been clear since the beginning. Haha. I guess so. What about Ikaku and Yumichika? While not of the same kind, Ikaku and Yumichika's loyalty to Zaraki could be compared to Soifan's loyalty to Yoruichi. You already prepared everything, didn't you? Soifan muttered. She knew about the failsafe Gojo had put so that they could take other people with them when they left. Everything would be left to them to decide whether to follow or not. Even his daughter, Senna, had already been sent away to Earth. Then, I guess we should move on already. I can feel the powerful aura of the captains you ejected nearing this place. I don't think Yamamoto will be kind when handling us. But, what do we do about him? Yoruichi put an end to the matter, then looked at the shackled Jin. I say off we go with his head. Mayuri moved his thumbs across his neck, making his message pretty clear. Even though they were talking about his death, Jin seemed pretty calm, as if it wasn't something that mattered to him. Gojo hesitated a little as he thought about a certain blonde woman with large breasts and sighed as he walked close to Jin. I will put the same restriction I put on you back then and leave him here. Gojo said as he addressed Soifan. Back then he had put a heavenly restriction around her heart to make sure she could not talk about him. If she did, she would die. He planned to do the same now. Once that was done, Gojo and Jin looked at each other for a few seconds before he stood up and turned around. What their gazes conveyed to each other was something only they could know. I guess it's time for one last show. BZZT, test, BZZT test. The screens finally came alive, and a bloody but alive and well Gojo appeared on the screen in all the Soul Society. Whoa. It was hard to tell who started it first, but the cheering was like an avalanche as people were swept in the mood and all cheered at the fact that he survived the ordeal. This is the end of the execution. I, Satoru Gojo, am happy to announce that I have handled the traitors of the Soul Society. The cheers increased in crescendo, but of course, not everyone was in the mood to cheer. All the captains that had been teleported far away were rushing toward the center as fast as they could. So, I am sure that some pretty scary people will come to capture us. However, we believe we have done no wrong and as such are unwilling to subject ourselves to the flawed and subjective justice of Central 46. Gojo continued to talk as he grinned. His utter lack of respect for all regulations was all too clear to see, but no one could do anything about it. Before I leave, I want to precise that all the wealth I have accumulated over the years should be dedicated to the betterment of Rakangai. I have already written and distributed the clear account to all the division's offices. You know, just in case some authorities, Central 46 decided to take everything for themselves in the name of justice. Gojo giggled out loud, clearly happy with himself. Then, all smiles vanished from his face and he gave a deep bow. Those last few years in Soul Society have been the best for me. I have learned many things and have met many incredible people. The Soul Society may be filled with flaws, but I have really come to see this place as a sort of home, which is why I tried to fill those flaws and change it into a much better place. I believe I did my best, and this is why it's now time to walk away. Raising back, he smiled. One pure smile filled with a rare gentleness. To all my comrades of Godi 13. Farewell. After those words, all the screens turned black and vanished. A few minutes later, when the captains reached the place where Gojo and the others previously were, all they could see was a shackled Jin. This day was marked in the annals of the history of Soul Society. And Gojo became a veritable legend. And this may be the best arc I have written yet. Give me your opinion about it and perhaps how I could have improved it. Anyway, all opinions are welcome. Honestly, this arc is a pretty important milestone in my story. It's basically book 1. At least his life in Soul Society ended. The next chapter will be the start of the last arc of this volume. Chapter 162, CH 146, Promised Battle. Bam. Jin Ichimaru, in the light of your crimes and the fact that you may have been indoctrinated as a child by the criminal Sosuke Aizen, you are hereby sentenced to 2,000 years of imprisonment in Mukon. 1. Of course, should you give any information about Gojo Satoru's movements and words before he fled, your sentence may be lightened. Standing up in a completely dark room with his body restrained by 10 of seals, Jin Ichimaru listened calmly as his punishment was announced. I have nothing to say. He answered with his usual smile. He indeed had nothing to say. While surviving 2,000 years of prison would be hard, it wouldn't be impossible with his power level. But if he snitched on Satoru, he would really die. The members of the Central 46 grew slightly irate but didn't push on. In any case, they didn't believe that Gojo would have shown any sensitive information in the presence of Jin. Dismissed. After Jin was taken away by a guard, silence filled the room before one of them shouted. We need to find that bastard. Even though raising their voices in such a way was unbecoming of them, no one berated the men who did so. After all, they were sharing the same feeling. The events of a few weeks ago had been a complete humiliation for the Central 46. The influence they wielded had been irreparably affected and dropped sharply. Even Yamamoto, who had never resisted their orders, was showing signs of rebellion, making them more restrained in the way they acted. All of this was because of the instigator of that event, Satoru Gojo. What about Retsu Unohana, is she talking? She said she knew nothing about his plans. Retsu was the proof of their waning authorities. They had initially ordered for her to be imprisoned but had to change their orders because all the members of Godi 13 nearly rioted. In the first place, the influence of Unohana was no joke. Nearly 80% of Shinigami owed her their lives, whether it be directly or indirectly. Furthermore, she had also healed many nobles. The worst was that even the Shihoin family had expressed their support to her. Now all they could do was interrogate her, but that was proven to be another fruitless endeavor. As if it wasn't enough, the Kuchiki family as well as the Ise family were also acting. Even the Shiba family that had stayed quiet in Rakangai was rallying support. In short, everything was going to hell. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the actions of Gojo Satoru had brought a complete revolution. They had tried to take down the curtains Gojo created but were impeded in all the ways. Gojo's money was also divided under the name of Captain Jushiro, Captain Byakuya, and Captain Unohana, and they were the ones using it by investing in Rakangai. Every day, Central 46's power was dropping. There was even some talk about changing the way the members were elected and opening the admissions to people outside of nobility under a voting system open to all. How could such craziness be allowed? My, oh my, it seems like you guys are in quite the bind. Who's there? The door of the conference was opened and a black-haired man with a sardonic smile entered. Ha ha ha. Did you already forget me? I am Tokinata Tsuneyashiro. The council members gasped. Tokinata Tsuneyashiro was a nasty man by all standards. Back then, they had waived his sentence because of the influence of his family, but even for them, the way he killed his wife and had no remorse over it was bone-chilling. Even so, shouldn't you be under house arrest? Even though Tokinata had escaped prison, he had still been put under house arrest by the leader of the clan. Heh. Don't mind the small details. I am here for a deal. A deal? Yep. Godi 13 should be understaffed, right? Understaffed was an understatement. They had suddenly lost 3 captains and had no one to replace them. If Gojo and Jin were added, it would be 5 captains. As if it wasn't enough, over the day following Gojo's departure, some high-grade Shinigamis had also vanished, clearly following him. How about having a new captain? Tokinata's smile as he said this was like one belonging to a devil. 4th Division. While Tokinata was enticing the members of the Godi 13, in the 4th Division, the atmosphere was hard to explain. While the Shinigami there didn't know all the details, none of them were against the fact that Anohana had helped Gojo. Satoru Gojo was without a doubt the most popular member of the 4th Division and his popularity could even faintly surpass Anohana herself. He may act a little arrogantly and in an infuriating way, but he always did his job well and had saved many people from assured death. Currently, even though Anohana hadn't been sentenced to prison, she had still been put under house arrest until further notice. I believe that is all. After finishing her report of the day, Aizen Kotetsu, the vice captain of the 4th Division, looked up at Anohana while fidgeting. You are doing a wonderful job. When the report ended, Anohana praised Aizen. During Anohana's absence, the one who had been commanding the division was none other than Aizen. It must have been hard. Aizen sniffed a little to hide her tears and shook her head. No. Not at all. The reason Aizen cried was that she could feel that the moment of parting with Anohana was coming closer. She could feel it in her gut. Currently, Anohana didn't even have her hair done in the usual front braid. The one standing in front of her wasn't Retsu Anohana, but rather Yuichiro Anohana. I see. Yuichiro smiled again and stood up before taking her blade next to her. I have taught you everything I know in the art of healing. Yes. Even without me, the 4th Division will still proudly work and heal all the soldiers fighting and risking their lives for the sake of our justice. I will not disappoint you. Then, I guess this is a farewell. Kneeling on the ground with her forehead hitting the floor, Aizen cried. Thank you for everything. Thank you for taking care of me all those years. A soft light shined in Yuichiro's eyes as looked at Aizen. After she left the 11th Division and became captain of the 4th Division, Aizen had been her vice-captain ever since then. More than 1,000 years of service. For her, Aizen was both a little sister and a daughter she was proud of. Since 10 years ago, the moment she began training Gojo, she had also prepared Aizen to take her place as captain. Unbeknownst to most, Aizen had already reached a level near that of Bankai and it would just take her a few more years to awaken it. Take care of yourself. With those last words, Anohana walked away. Looking up at her back vanishing, Aizen muttered through her tears. I believe in you, Satoru, don't disappoint me, please. When Anohana appeared once again, she found herself in a large cave underground. Facing her was none other than an infuriating silver-haired man with the upper part of his face covered in white bandages. Yahoo! Yuichiro ignored his frivolous greeting as she opened her mouth. I thought that you forgot our promise. Gojo grinned in response. How could I? It's just that moving had been quite time-consuming. But now, I am here to do it. We promised to fight all out once I officially became captain, right? He chuckled. I have challenged Sosuke Aizen, captain of the 5th Division, and won under the witness of more than 200 Shinigami. Officially, I am now Satoru Gojo, captain of the 5th Division. Yuichiro tilted her head before letting out a quiet laugh. She had never thought of it, but he was indeed right. You became a fugitive the same day, you became captain. I guess you broke another record. What can I say? I am special. The light banter stopped abruptly as soon as he began and the tension quietly rose. You know. This place brings back a nostalgic feeling. Indeed. This is the cave where I brutally destroyed you and allowed you to access your shurikai. Ha ha ha. That's right. You know, while I was lying down and bleeding back then, I thought that one day, I would beat you up as brutally as you did one day. Do you believe that you have the skills to do so now? Anohana quietly unsheathed her sword as she asked. Why don't we give it a try? Gojo smiled as he took off his bandages. This will be the last clash between the two of them. 1. Aizen was sentenced to 18,800 years of prison in the canon. And, when you think the action is finished, time to bring up at another level. Chapter 163, CH 147, Fighting Unohana. Earth, Karakura Town. Ken-chan, are you worried? Lying down on the floor next to Zaraki, Yuichiro was holding a picture book when she asked suddenly. She could feel that Zaraki had become quite restless and she knew why. Which was why she couldn't help but ask. Zaraki scoffed a little. Worried? I am just jealous that he is the one that got to fight her. For Zaraki, Yuichiro Unohana was a very special woman. She was the one who allowed him to understand the true pleasure of fighting to the death against someone. Before meeting her, everything had been dull. All he did was simply mindlessly kill people in the Zaraki district, from which he took his name. For him, Yuichiro was a source of worship and the standard he looked up to. She was an idol for him, and that was one of the reasons he named the little girl he found after one of the massacres he committed, Yuichiro, in homage to Unohana. This was also why he couldn't help but become restless. The fight between Gojo and Unohana carried deep importance this time, and he felt like he might lose one of them. It would be an honorable death, but a death nonetheless. Something that couldn't be argued against. He didn't know how the fight would end, but he hoped that there would be no regret. Soul Society, Siriitii. The moment the fight officially began, Gojo's body, fully encased in blinding white light coming from his wings and halo, immediately took a few steps back from where he previously stood. This decision proved to be a good one, as the ground in front of him was immediately gouged open by a blow so powerful and so fast it was mind-blowing. You have grown. In the past, this attack was enough to kill Gojo or at least severely injure him. But it was clear that Gojo wasn't the newbie he once was. Instead of replying, Gojo summoned 2 additional pairs of arms made out of light, each of them with a sword in hand. Sword God, Ashura. This was a way of fighting that Gojo created to face powerful and more skilled opponents in one-on-one fights. This mode was inspired by the golden hands of Senjomaru. Thanks to his computing abilities, moving 6 arms at the same time was not complicated for him. Oh. Senjomaru would be interested if she saw this. As experienced as she was, Unohana easily understood the current mode but didn't care. In fact, she could feel her blood surge as passion drowned everything. Sporting a grin filled with madness, Unohana rushed forward and immediately engaged in a quarter combat. What followed was a fight so beautifully deadly, anyone who witnessed it would be left breathless. Be it the rhythm of their attacks, the power and speed behind them, or the very way they moved, it was as if a sublime choreography was being orchestrated. Left, right, up and down, attacks whizzed from all sides with no respite. Any opening would mean a splash of blood, any mistake could mean the end of this fight. Boom, boom, boom. Even though no Kido attack was exchanged, destruction reigned, and the earth trembled. This was a fight between 2 powerful captains, just the clash of their spiritual pressure was enough to kill lesser Shinigami. The more they fought, the more valiant Unohana became. But even so, she didn't think it was enough. It was far from enough. If this continued, this would be no different from a simple spar. She wanted something more blood-curdling. Blocking 3 attacks at the same time with the flowing movement of her sword, Unohana jumped away with a slight twirl, looking as if a butterfly was flapping its wings. Her captain cloak had already been shredded because of the intensity of the fight, but she didn't care at all. More. More. This could very well be her last fight. How could she not enjoy it to the fullest? After taking enough distance, Gojo released a sigh of relief. Even with 6 swords, he had been unable to suppress Unohana. He knew that he was still somewhat inferior to her, but it had been quite the surprise. At the very least, despite her petite body, in terms of physical might, few could match her. In fact, she was even stronger than Zaraki. Furthermore, it wasn't just a question of strength. Be it in terms of skills and experience, she was simply at a completely different level for any enemies he had faced until now. This huge disparity between them made Gojo quite stifled. But thankfully there was one ray of grace. He wasn't specialized in close-quarter combat after all. Gojo, after all those years, you should have quite the idea about my Bankai, right? Gojo frowned as he felt that Unohana was about to bring out the big gun. While this world didn't have the ritual that allowed skills to become stronger when explained, people in here really loved talking to the enemy before acting. If this had been against an enemy, Gojo would have never given them so much time to prepare. He had already learned this lesson when he was alive. As for her question, you melt everything. Unohana's Bankai was pretty overbearing and powerful. It allowed her to melt not only the physical but also the conceptual. More precisely, she could use her Bankai to create a separate domain where the concept of death itself was meaningless, where 2 adversaries would fight again and again eternally as long as they had the willpower to fight. Once that willpower vanished, someone would die. It was a very scary power. Gojo did not doubt that falling in that domain would be a death sentence for most. Until now, the only one Gojo had seen with the same love of fighting and the same willpower was Zaraki Kenpachi. Perhaps only that men can walk out of that power. While Gojo was thinking, Anohana didn't stay idle. Bankai, Minazuki. The moment Anohana activated her Bankai, the atmosphere immediately changed. Be it her Bankai or Shurkai, the two modes had the very same name but had aspects so different it was startling. Minazuki, 1, the Shurkai, had the power to heal large groups of people. Meanwhile, Minazuki, 2, the Bankai, had the power to kill large groups of people. Death and life. Creation and destruction. Two contrasting yet deeply linked powers. The sword, which was previously nothing more than a normal-looking katana, became blood-red as a reddish liquid began to drip from the blade. Sizzle. The moment that drop touched the ground, a reaction began as it began to swiftly devour it. "You Bankai is as frightening as always." Anohana replied with a smile oh so beautiful it was difficult to think that such a gentle looking could emanate such a deep killing intent. Gojo briefly debated about using Limitless but in the end, discarded the idea. Even if he won in such a way, he would feel no satisfaction. Furthermore, if she pulled him into the realm of willpower, there was nothing Gojo could do. "If possible, I would love for our fight to last all eternity." Gojo smiled. "If possible, I would love for our fight to end now." Anohana smiled at his answer. This was a clash of opinion and a clash of goals. In this fight, the winner of the fight might not necessarily be the winner and the loser might win something else. It would all depend on the two of them. If Gojo was asked, was it worth it? Should he invest so much in someone whose greatest goal in life was dying under the blade of someone stronger? The answer would be yes. For him, Anohana is worth any price. It didn't matter that he was butting in matters that didn't concern him. In order to wake her up, Gojo was willing to beat her up. 1. Flesh drops gorge. 2. All things end. And the fight ends in the next chapter. Let's see how it will be. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 164, CH 148, Fighting Anohana, 2. How long has it been now? Gojo wondered as his arm was sent flying by a cut of a sword before immediately regrowing. The action had been so mechanical that he didn't even think deeply of it. As for the question he was asking himself, the answer was something difficult to come by. Has it been a year? A month? A day? Or only a few minutes? He didn't know and was sure that he wouldn't be able to focus much longer on that question. The fight between Anohana and Gojo had been without a doubt one of the most brutal in the history of Soul Society. It was neither because of the great display of power nor because of the great display of skill. However, it was something much more primal. Be it Gojo or Anohana, the two of them were fighters who specialized in healing, self-healing to an incredible degree. What would happen when two such fighters face each other? The answer was the gruesome sight that would greet anyone witnessing this fight. Flying limbs, crushed bones, melted skin, and ruptured organs. The only word that could describe the current scene was hell. A hell of mad Asuras locked in a seemingly eternal fight. Whenever Gojo suffered injuries, he would heal himself and the same went for Anohana. Then, could they be said to be equal? The answer was, of course not. Two factors were currently at play. One was the will to continue fighting, which obviously fell in Anohana's favor. For her, this moment was the best in the world. It was, far from hell, a paradise she could only dream of on a normal day. Meanwhile, for Gojo who wasn't a battle junkie, this was a truly troublesome situation. The second factor was the energy reserves that fell in Gojo's favor. Be it in this world or previous one, the one Gojo always lacked the least was energy. Thanks to his eyes, his reserves of Ryuryoku were nearly limitless. At the same time, since he could absorb Reishi, this would mean he had quite literally an infinite amount of energy in Soul Society. Meanwhile, no matter how powerful Anohana was, keeping her Bankai active and constantly healing herself was not the kind of feat that could be easily done. Slowly but surely, even if her mental stats could still keep up, her body would fail her and he would win. Unfortunately, Gojo felt no elation at this fact. Anohana had yet to use her trump card. Once she stopped focusing on the physical and created a battle of willpower, would he be able to win? Of course, Anohana isn't the only one who can attack the mind. Gojo was still holding a trump card, one that could potentially end this whole fight in an instant. But would Anohana be satisfied if he used such a way? This fight wasn't just about winning or losing. What really mattered was how they fought. I guess I have no choice. A lull fell amid the fight as Anohana reigned in the power of her sword. What are you preparing? She knew about the skill Gojo used in his fight against Ikaku. A skill that allowed him to completely render Ikaku helpless. Unlimited void. Would she be able to take it on? She didn't know. As Anohana was running a simulation in her mind, Gojo's voice entered her ears. It's not what you are expecting. Let me show you the results of my research. Over the long period he spent in Soul Society, Gojo had examined different special physiques. He studied a part of Hogyuko. He studied humans, hollows, and Shinigami. He studied a hollow with the power of a Shinigami. He studied the special bones of the members of Division Zero. Finally, Kogo even observed and recorded the data from Tozen's transformation into a hollow. All that research, all that knowledge, culminated into something special. I originally prepared it for Aizen, but there was no need to use it. He could hear his heart beating loudly as a grin broke on his face. The muscles on his body bulged slightly and his frame grew a few centimeters. A deep darkness replaced the white of his eyes while his pupils turned into slits. Mysterious patterns appeared over his skin that had whitened. Even the aura surrounding him began to give an ominous vibe. Whoa. The cave began to tremble faintly, despite the powerful curtain both Gojo and Anohana had placed here over the years. All this while, Anohana stayed put as she observed the transformation. She could faintly feel her body tremble. The reason for the trembling was not fear, far from it, it was excitement. Her blood was curdling in excitement. How long had it been since she felt pressured by someone else's Ryatsu? How long had it been since she felt like her life was being threatened? When the transformation finally ended, Gojo was hardly recognizable. At that very moment, all excitement vanished from Anohana's mind, and her pupils constricted as if trying to take in more light to properly and accurately grasp the change. If before he had a slightly effeminate form, now he was sporting a more powerful appearance that appeared wild. However, that wasn't what astonished Anohana the most. Impossible. The pressure she previously felt completely vanished like it was a lie all along. Earlier, she was thrilled by the monstrous aura Gojo was emitting, but now the thrill was increasing even more as she could not feel even a hint of that scary aura. All she could feel now was a mere fragment of the terrifying Ryatsu. How? She asked in a hoarse voice. There were only two situations where a Shinigami couldn't feel the Ryatsu of another one. Either the Shinigami was far stronger than the one he was trying to sense, or the Shinigami in question was far weaker. Anohana was a Shinigami whose power stood near the peak of what was possible for their race. For her to only be able to barely sense his Ryatsu could only mean one thing. The current Gojo was at a completely different level of existence. The large grin on Gojo's face was all the answer she needed. It's still somewhat incomplete and it's only temporary, but, yeah. Let's call it Transcendence. Whoosh. Before Anohana could even answer, the air stirred and Gojo stood so close to her she could already feel his breath. Acting on her instincts, she swung her blade in order to slash his chest but. Clang. She felt her hand and her sword vibrate as if she had hit a block of metal with a normal sword. I can't hurt him. The only trace of her attack on his body was a faint sizzling, the effects of her acid. This completely astounded Anohana. It was the first time she was put in a situation where her sword couldn't cut someone. What followed was a complete one-sided beatdown. Gojo's current stats had broken the theoretical limit of what was possible for a Shinigami. Anohana could do nothing in face of such a difference of power. She knew that Gojo's current state was only temporary, but it wasn't as if she could hold on for much longer. Her reserves of energy had already hit rock bottom and she could only barely heal herself. At this rate, her loss was absolute. Of course, all hope wasn't lost. Eternal battlefield. Her trump card was something that was not fettered by a mere difference of power. In the battlefield of willpower, spiritual and physical power held no meaning. No matter how much more powerful than her he had become, the outcome would be decided purely based on willpower. In that zone, as long as someone had a weaker willpower than her, then death was the only outcome that awaited them. Even a god would be no exception. And for all his power, Gojo was no god. However, should I really use it? In the end, as her eyes looked at his hand piercing her heart, a smile filled her face and she closed her eyes. She would not use it. This was already enough. Gojo had already surpassed all expectations she had. She could now feel life slowly leaving her. She knew that she didn't have for long anymore. Her life swiftly flashed in her eyes. From a lady of a noble house to a criminal on the run, and to now a respected captain of the Godi 13. Her life over those 2,000 years had been filled with many moments, both sad and joyful moments. She had accomplished everything she ought to. She had no regrets. When she thought so, the image of Gojo flashed in her mind. Ah. Who would have thought that the slightly arrogant young man she had met 10 years ago would grow so fast and reach such height? Fufufu, it seems like I do have one last regret. Sadly, I will never see you at your peak. It was her one and only regret. But she could die happy with the thought that she did play her part in his growth. Even at deathbed, you are still a battle junkie. Gojo gazed at his dying mentor with a gentle smile that did not have a trace of madness from before. But you know, who said you could decide your life as you wish? A sigh unknowingly escaped his mouth. This was going to be a long night. An Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 165, ch 149, You Are Mine. Anohana had a dream. It was one of her greatest regrets in life. The day she fought the young Zaraki Kenpachi and ended up stifling his potential because of her own weakness. Even so, she was not worried. The thought of a cheeky silver-haired young man even more monstrously talented than Zaraki reassured her. With such a target, Zaraki would surely be able to reach even greater heights. She smiled inwardly as she felt her sense of self become weaker. Faintly, she could feel her body being dragged down by a heavy chain toward a gate full of malevolence. Even though she didn't know what it was, she could instinctively understand. This place was hell. Once she entered that place, the person known as Yuchiru or Retsu Anohana would vanish completely. How fitting. Surely, only a place like hell suited a criminal like her. The fact that she ended up protecting the world for more than 1,000 years would not magically make her crimes vanish. The gates slowly began to open, as if ready to welcome her in eternal torment. However, a ray of light filled the world unexpectedly and erased everything in its path before changing into white chains. The chains then wrapped around her tightly and slowly dragged her up. Her mind, which had grown blurry, slowly began to wake up as warmth filled her heart and spirit. Then. Gasp. Laying down on the ground in the cave, Anohana's eyes snapped open abruptly as she took a deep breath and air filled her lungs. Huff huff huff. Her heart was beating wildly while she continued gulping air greedily like a fish out of water. When she finally calmed herself, she looked curiously at her chest and traced her finger over the part where there should have been the scar given by Zaraki as well as a gaping hole after Gojo pierced her heart. It was gone. Awake. Turning her head, she could see Gojo smiling cheekily while sitting on a chair. Interpreting her curious gaze, Gojo shrugged. It was uncomfortable to stay standing up, so I created a chair. He spoke nonchalantly about a feat that was impossible to most. In the end, Anohana simply sighed and looked up at the ceiling of the cave. How am I still alive? Anohana couldn't understand. She was one of the greatest doctors in all the history of the Soul Society, and she was well aware of her state back then. There should have been no way of saving her from the wound she had been inflicted. More importantly, why did you save me? She felt no elation about her situation and in fact felt like Gojo had robbed her of something important. Oh. You are misunderstanding something. I didn't stop you from dying. You truly died. Ha ha ha. You are looking at me with a "what the hell is that bastard saying" face. This was indeed the case. What Gojo said was something she could not comprehend. If what he said was true, then he didn't heal her to save her from death. He literally resurrected her. The difference between those two realities was something that she couldn't make light of. Seeing Anohana was still in disbelief, Gojo explained with a smile. Are you aware of what happens when a Shinigami dies? I do. When one of us dies, the same way that humans decompose and become physical matter, we decompose and become spiritual matter, flying back in the atmosphere of the Soul Society. Buzz. Wrong. What? It was something I found while searching in the Great Library. There is a completely different power system called Spirit Class. It seems like only high-class nobles used it to indicate the density of Ryatsu within the Reishi. A normal Shinigami would be at 20th class, a vice-captain at 4th class, and a captain is between 3rd class and 1st class. Pretty simple, right? When those with low spirit class die, their body is indeed reclaimed by the Soul Society. However, it's different for those belonging to a high class, mainly people at the level of captain. Anohana frowned. I am one of the oldest captains. You think I don't know this? For a captain, when they died, it was necessary that they had to go through a ceremony known as Kanso Raisai because they were too dense to simply be absorbed normally. Heh, right. That is the common knowledge. But did you know, Reishi which is 3rd class and above can never return to the soil of Soul Society? But then, what happens to the Reishi that stays? It would be detrimental for the Reishi that cannot be absorbed to stay in the atmosphere. That's why they are cast into hell. Anohana shivered when she heard those words. The concept of hell was not foreign here. However, she felt immense disgust when she realized what had happened to the souls of all those who died before. Well, hell isn't really a problem now. Coming back to our situation. You died by my hands, but using the absolute control Kogo had over time, space, and spiritual matter, I brought you back from the dead. Gojo was of course underplaying the whole matter. What he did was a feat he could only accomplish while in Transcendence and in a place filled with Reishi like Soul Society. Furthermore, there was a very short time limit to the action and if he missed it, all hope would be lost. That is because you still have not grasped control over time. If you did, we would be more complete. Oh well, not everything can be perfect, let's take our time. Anohana, do you understand what this means? He did not wait for her to answer and continued as a white chain materialized from her chest and into his hand. I bestowed you a new life, therefore, from now on, your life is mine for all eternity. His lips curved into a smile, completely in contrast with the eternal verdict. And, this is the last chapter of this volume. Hope you enjoyed it. Chapter 166, Epilogue 6, Revelation. Even Anohana left in the end. Sitting on the main chair as he listened to Jushiro report the situation, Yamamoto threw a look at Aizen who was taking the place of Anohana as the representative of the 4th Division in the current conference. The fact that his oldest friend had left him in the lurch brought much bitterness to Yamamoto. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, it was her own choice. His thoughts were interrupted by Shunsui. Yamaji, there is something we need to take care of. What is the status of those who left the Godi I-13? Yamamoto frowned before shaking his head. We will consider them as deserters to be captured and judged if captured. Yamamoto lazily waved his hand. All of this was nothing more than a way to placate the Central 46. Deserter or not, it was impossible for the current Godi I-13 to face Gojo's force for two simple reasons. On one side, most of the members who left with him were respected captains in their own squads, and the way Gojo handled Aizen and his two accomplices made him a hero in the eyes of the Shinigami. But more importantly, the current Gojo's cards were simply too powerful. Gojo Satoru. Retsu Anohana. Zaraki Kenpachi. Soifan. Yoruichi Shihoin. Just those 5 alone, all of which were comparable to high-tier captains at the least, were enough of a headache. As if it wasn't enough, from the presence of Yoruichi, it was clear that Gojo was linked to the Shinigami who went through holification, out of which 4 were once captains, as well as Kisuke Urahara who was also a captain, and Tessai who was the commander of the Kido Corps. A grand total of 11 captain-ranked Shinigami and a few more vice-captain level ones. In a way, this was no different from the recreation of the 13th Blades of yesteryear helmed by Yamamoto himself. If they really went on war against them without enough legitimate reasons, all it would bring would be useless bloodshed and the weakening of the Shinigami as a whole. It didn't help that the current Godi I-13 was at its weakest ever. Commandant, I believe this is the perfect occasion to accept my Shinigami substitute proposal. Yamamoto raised an eyebrow before asking, do you have someone already in mind? No, and even if I did, I would take my time to ensure their trustworthiness and place measure. I sincerely believe that this will be a new way for us to ensure peace in the human world and reduce the number of cases of humans and plus being devoured by the hollows. If no captain is against the proposal, then it will be accepted. Silence greeted his question, which Yamamoto took as approval. Very well, you can now make preparation for your plan. Understood. I wonder if I am becoming too old. Yamamoto sighed inwardly at the clear happiness on Jushiro's face before giving another look at Shunsui. Until now, Yamamoto had never considered retiring because he considered that no one could replace him. But now, after the previous events, a subtle feeling of tiredness grew in his heart. Perhaps it was time to prepare his own substitute soon. Human world. Now what's the plan? Nothing. Lazily lying down in the back of Kasuke's house, Gojo answered Soifan without looking up, prompting her to frown. Be serious. I am being serious. He changed his position to look at her directly. Think about it, in the 100 of years you lived, was it ever so peaceful? Why not enjoy it for now? Soifan shook her head. You can't be serious. Oh, I very much am. In fact, this is an order. For the next 20 or so years, I forbid you from doing anything related to fighting. What? What do you want me to do then? I don't know. Ask Kisuka Jigai and live your life. Become a teacher, a sportif, go on an adventure and explore the world. In short, live the way you want to. Soifan fell silent as she thought deeply about Gojo's words before she stood up and left. I will think about it. Smiling at her departing back, Gojo once again closed his eyes and bathed under the sun. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like he was simply sunbathing, but the truth was that his brain was currently going on overdrive. It had been a few days now since he took Anohana with him and everything should have been all right. However, his instincts keep screaming at him, as if he had missed an important detail. Something extremely crucial that he might have missed in the heat of the moment. The fact that he couldn't find exactly what he was missing was bothering him so much he couldn't even sleep for the last few days. Perhaps, is it Aizen? He generally stopped caring about people he already killed since a dead enemy was of no importance, but, now that he thought about it, there was something that really bothered him. Aizen had been too weak. On that day, Jin nearly killed Soifan and Kanami showed incredible prowess with his hollow-like transformation. Out of the three, Aizen was supposed to be far much stronger than them, but such an individual lost so badly against him. Gojo knew he was strong. But it should have been impossible to corner a top-level captain like Aizen without even suffering a wound. If one did not take into account the last explosion. The explosion. Gojo's eyes widened in shock. The measure of engraving the spell of that Kido on his body meant that Aizen was already prepared to kill himself from the start. But would someone who plans to become a god really be so humble and suicidal? Furthermore, putting such marking meant that Aizen already had an inkling that something would happen during the election. But then, why would he even bother to come at all? Would someone as smart as Aizen not prepare safety measures? Finally and most importantly, during all the fight, Aizen never used his Zanpakuto. Not even once. Following those clues, Gojo conjured a bold conclusion. Such an idea should be outlandish and completely unreasonable. However, with Gojo's experience in the past, he knew that evil bastards like this never went into a bad situation without a failsafe. He was sure of it. That bastard was alive. I wonder how long it will take them to realize what they fought was a fake. Looking at a horde of hollows as they worked on breaking the mask of another one, a brown-haired man clad in white murmured as he gently traced the eye patch that was hiding his now missing eyes. Aizen-sama, it was another failure. Aizen hummed nonchalantly. I guess Erinjero Eraruri was really the result of a freak incident. It's impossible for a normal Jillian to reach such a level. Neither Jin nor Tozen even knew that the Aizen they went back to the Soul Society with was not the real one. At the same time, it wasn't an illusion either. Erinjero Eraruri. An interesting hollow who was born with an uncanny ability called gluttony. Unlike normal hollows who only receive a limited amount of power from what they ate, Erinjero could not only absorb all the ryatsu of those he devoured but also obtain all their skills and even their appearance. That hollow was a special hollow that could reproduce the power of those he ate. In terms of pure potential, he was the highest Aizen had ever seen and could have without a doubt become a Vasto Lord given enough time. It's such a shame that I had to sacrifice him. Since Aizen had an inkling that things would go wrong soon in the Soul Society, he sacrificed his eye and had Erinjero eat it. Even though with only an eye the amount of power he could bring was quite limited, it was still enough to pass off as a fake and play the kamikaze. Of course, Aizen did not think this would be enough to dazzle them for long. He was sure that Kisuke would deduce that he was alive sooner or later. The same was possible for Gojo since he had quite abnormal eyes. Still, that didn't matter, he had already managed his goal. Now that the only one who can potentially see through my illusions is gone, the Soul Society will once again become my back garden. Gojo thought that he could trap him, but how could he have imagined that his victory wouldn't be as complete as imagined? Well, then. This first game of chess ended in my win, I guess. Aizen smiled gleefully as he walked back into Las Noches. It was time for him to prepare a new plan. Sooner or later, he would reach his goal and absolutely no one, not even Gojo or Kisuke, would stop him from succeeding. And, thus end this volume. Hope you liked it. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14 plus 14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold 14 plus 14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 167, CH 150, A New Day. Senna. Wake up, it's time to go to school. As the sun rose in the sky and illuminated the city with its warm ray of light, a normal scene was taking place in a not-so-normal household. Hugging herself, the young purple-haired girl mumbled and refused to move despite the repeated call of the buxom black-haired woman. In the end, the woman sighed and said, "I will have to call Anohana-san if you stay lying down." Nimue, wait. Don't tell auntie. The effect was immediate as Senna jumped out of the bed in a flurry. She knew very well that this smiling aunt of hers could become quite unforgivable depending on the situation. Senna, you know you are going to be late at this rate. He. Sorry. I just don't understand why father is insisting that I go to school. I mean, I already have my university degree. You mean the one you obtained illegally after asking Kasuke to forge one for you? Senna chuckled, I already learned all the courses even if not through school. Having that diploma was my right. Shaking her head, Nimue pulled Senna out of her bed and began to work on tidying the room. You know your father is doing it for your own good. You basically became a recluse recently. Senna pouted. It isn't my fault. Be it father, Urahara-san, or Aunt Anohana, all of them are always busy with different experiments. Meanwhile, Zaraki is always fighting against the Visored or exterminating hollows. Big sis Soifan is exploring London and mother is always with father. The same goes for you. Nimue winced a little. Gojo and those close to him were basically all scientists in a way and those who weren't were battle junkies. It indeed wasn't easy for Senna to spend time with people she cared about. This is why Satoru wants you to go to school and make friends with people your age. Arg. I am 25 years old, you know. If I had to make friends with people my age, it should be with the teachers and not high school students. All of this is because of this stupid body of mine. Senna pouted. Like all Shinigami, her body growth was extremely slow and didn't reflect her real age. But the problem with her was that, since she could freely switch between a spiritual and physical body, she was unable to use Jigai. She could only use her true appearance while on Earth, and after 20 years since they came on Earth, she simply went from looking like a 13-year-old to looking like someone in her 15 or 16. In the end, Senna simply stopped whining and did as she was told. She knew that while Nimue pampered her quite a bit and was pretty lax with her most of the time, she would never oppose an order from her father. No matter how ridiculous it was. Well, might as well try to enjoy it. After a hearty breakfast with Anohana, Yoruichi, and Nimue, Senna walked in the car and was driven toward her school. I hope Senna will adapt well. Nimue murmured as she watched the back slowly leave the mansion. You pamper her too much. Nimue smiled bitterly at Anohana's words. The irony of this situation was that the one pampering Senna the second most was none other than Anohana herself. But Nimue didn't dare to say that to her face. Sometimes Satoru can be quite enigmatic, but I believe there's no one who wants what's best for her more than him. Nimue nodded at those words. In terms of pampering Senna, Gojo was at the top in this house. The proof was that, unbeknownst to Senna, she wouldn't be the only one to go to high school. I wonder what Senna will think when she discovers it. Anohana chuckled a little before swirling her tea. By the way, about that substitute Shinigami, what do you think? Nimue shrugged. She held little interest in what was happening in Soul Society. Still, she knew that at the rates things were going, it might end pretty badly for all those concerned. Satoru already said that we wouldn't deal with the problems of the Soul Society anymore. So it doesn't matter. Indeed. While sitting in the back, she couldn't help but think about how fast those 20 years went past. For one, after picking up Anohana, Gojo refused to live like a hermit the way Kasuke and the Visor did. After cozying up with some high-placed people by using his power, he easily became known as the leader of a noble and rich family. Since then, the Gojo family became known all through the town and had some connections in the capital. Meanwhile, Anohana became a famed surgeon while Soifan surprisingly became something of an archaeologist. Back then, Senna couldn't understand why Gojo was acting so high-profile even though they were technically fugitives in the Soul Society. But she later understood that Gojo simply never cared about this. The Soul Society would never antagonize them openly as long as they didn't create any problem. In fact, she could sometimes feel powerful Ryatsu visiting the house when she was in her room. Some of them she recognized while others were foreign to her. Still, this showed that in a way, the Soul Society, more precisely the Godi 13, accepted them, albeit reluctantly. Father is truly impressive. Senna sighed as she praised her father who had now been absent for quite some time. One would think that someone who could teleport everywhere and anywhere would be more present, but that wasn't the case. She didn't know the details, but it seemed that there was a weird activity going on in Hueco Mundo, and this was related to why Soifan had to visit London. In the end, Senna discarded all those thoughts. It didn't really matter what was happening. She knew that her father would deal with it beautifully as always. All she had to do now was to focus on high school. It would just last 3 years after all. For a Shinigami like her, it was the equivalent of just a few days in her life. Thankfully, the school Gojo had chosen for her was a pretty high-end one. If she was forced to go to school, might as well go to the best one in town. Like this, Senna stayed lost in her own thoughts until the car reached the school. Senna-sama, we reached the school. Thanks. Senna nodded. The driver and all the people working in their home were born from a fusion between artificial souls and artificial bodies. In a way, they were no different from robots with a set of actions already decided and limited, but Senna was always polite with them. In theory, while the chances were extremely low, an artificial soul could evolve into a modified soul by obtaining its own sense of self. Well, it's time for a boring day. She had just passed through the gates of the door when... Sorry. Senna moved to the side by reflex and managed to avoid being crashed into by a girl coming from behind. I didn't sense her. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Even though she looked like a kid, as someone born from Gojo and Yoruichi's spiritual power, Senna was no slouch. Her current power level had already far surpassed what should have been normal for someone her age. Turning around, she looked at the beautiful orange-haired young girl and her eyes narrowed. What an impressive amount of spiritual power. But this power, a Quincy. She could now understand why she didn't feel this girl initially. After all, the nature of their power was totally different from Shinigami. Hello, how are you? Ha. I am so sorry. I nearly hurt you. The girl stood up hurriedly and bowed with a flushed face. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I know it wasn't intentional. By the way, my name is Senna Gojo. What about you? Ha. Look at my manners. Blushing, the girl straightened herself and gave another bow. Hello, my name is Masaki. Masaki Kurosaki. Happy to make your acquaintance. Senna smiled. It seemed that those 3 years of high school wouldn't be as boring as she thought. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 168, CH 151, Legend of a King. For Masaki Kurosaki, today was a weird day. Not only did she get remonstrated by her guardian, the leader of the Ishida family, because of her unkempt clothes and manners. Because of this, a day that should have gone smoothly was already off the rails from the start. To make up for it, she decided to forego the car today since for her, running by herself was definitely faster than simply sitting in a car. After all, Masaki was no normal human. She was what people called Quincy. More precisely, she was an Ect Quincy, one of the few rares remaining. Furthermore, while she was pretty unskilled when it came to certain basic skills of Quincy's, when it came to her physical skills such as, Blut, 2, and, Hirankyaku, she was pretty confident in herself. Still, just as she reached school, she nearly crashed into a beautiful young girl that was about her age. For Masaki, who was moving at high speed, if they really crashed, the opposite girl would have been reduced to meat paste on the ground. Just thinking about this horror vision made Masaki shudder in fright. She could never forgive herself if someone lost her life because of her own carelessness. Even as she bowed and apologized, Masaki couldn't help but be a little lost. Such a situation shouldn't have happened to her since she always kept her senses fully open when running at high speed. However, she only managed to feel the girl just as she saw her. I should really train more. It was while thinking like this that the two girls introduced each other and went to class together. The rest of the class was pretty standard aside from the fact that Masaki found out that she was in the same classroom as the girl she nearly crashed into, Senna Gojo. Even for Masaki, who didn't really care about such a thing, the Gojo name was quite renowned and Senna should be related to the mysterious Satoru Gojo. Anyone in her place would have tried their best to fawn over Senna, and this did happen in the class since everyone tried to speak with her. However, this identity of hers didn't really impress Masaki. After all, no matter how powerful a normal family was, it could only affect the normal world. For Masaki, rather than Senna's identity, what really intrigued her was Senna's power. She couldn't be sure, but there was a high chance that Senna was someone with high spiritual power. Though it seemed to be just a little above average. That was exactly why Masaki was worried. People who had high spiritual power compared to the normal but not high enough to use special power were the second favorite targets of Hollows. Of course, their first favorite targets were +3. The problem Masaki faced was that she didn't know how to bring the problem. I can't really go up to her and say, "Hello, the girl I only met today, you have a high chance of getting eaten up by monsters that are invisible to most people. But don't worry, because I will protect you, yeah." Masaki facepalmed as she cringed inwardly. Everything aside, Senna would really think she was crazy if she came and spoke about all the supernatural stuff. This wasn't Middle Ages anymore. People had long since stopped believing in the supernatural. I guess I will just find a way to place a tracking charm on her. She didn't want to spy on the girl, but it was necessary. The activities of Hollows in the last few days had been on the rise, and if no measure was taken, the beautiful Senna would simply become another strange death statistic in a few days. Let's do it. Clenching her fist, Masaki begins to prepare herself. How was your first day at school? Father. It was a few hours later, once school ended, that Senna came back to school. For her, this first day had subverted her expectations and she had found it way more interesting than she thought. Watching through all day as Masaki tried to place a talisman on her bag had been incredibly funny. At the same time, it warmed her heart because she could understand why Masaki was doing that. If it wasn't because she had no permission to disclose her personal information, she would have told Masaki that she didn't need protection at all. In fact, it was the Hollows who needed protection from her. After coming back home, she had thought she would share how her day went with Unohana and Nimue, but she was once again pleasantly surprised. Her beloved father was finally here. Satoru had been vanishing more and more during this year, and it was becoming harder for Senna to spend time with him. This was why, seeing her father appearing here, Senna let go of all the ladylike manners she learned over the years and jumped in the wide-open arms of her father. I missed you. Yeah, I also missed you, Senna. Gojo hugged his daughter tightly under the warm gazes of the people in the house. Hey, it seems like Senna only has eyes for her father. Mother. Senna raised her head shyly as she looked at the black cat on Gojo's shoulders and extricated herself from the hug before taking the cat in her arms. Senna was bursting with happiness. The rest of the night went calmly in a warm and welcoming atmosphere as the small family dined together. In the end, Senna went to sleep, leaving the adults alone. She wasn't particularly sleepy, but she knew that Satoru had something to discuss with them and she didn't want to impose. Since he was here now, she didn't have to worry about him vanishing anytime soon. The moment Senna left, the warm atmosphere subsided a little. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue. But they knew that Gojo hadn't come right now for a simple reason. I plan to enter Hueco Mundo soon. I will go with Saraki and Yachiru. Gojo started from the get-go, but no one was surprised. They knew that Gojo's growth had faced a wall recently. 4. Of course, from the perspective of a normal Shinigami or even vice-captain and captain, Gojo was already a complete monster at the peak of what was possible for a Shinigami. But that wasn't enough for Satoru. He didn't just want to reach the top as a Shinigami. He wanted to transcend the limit. For this, not only Gojo needed to finally obtain the power of time and complete his limitless, but he also needed to study the bodies of people who had reached the peak in their races. I have already completely understood the body of a Shinigami at the limit. All I lack is to understand Fullbringer, Quincy, and Hollows. For Gojo, who was surrounded by captain-level beings, the first requirement wasn't a problem, and thanks to the Visored, Gojo had been able to somewhat study the body of peak-level Hollows even if their situation was pretty different. Finally, about Quincy's, with his own power being incredibly similar to them, he had been able to somewhat make up for it. But at the end of the day, all those measures were nothing more than half-assed ones. Only by studying the real thing could he really become complete. Therein lay the problem. Peak-level Hollows were deep in Hueco Mundo, Fullbringers were basically impossible to find, and Quincy's were also nearly extinct. Gojo could still manage for Hollows, and that was why he had been making plans to visit Hueco Mundo. However, for the rest, he had been completely lost until he received some unexpected news. Soifan, during one of her travels in Europe, found an interesting folklore that caught her attention and sent it to Gojo. One might have dismissed it, but because of the origins of that folklore, he had decided to take it more seriously. This was one of the reasons why he decided to definitely settle in Karakura and also the reason why he asked Senna to become a student in that particular school. Gojo was honestly a little worried. Because if the legend told the poem was true, then it would bring nothing good to the world. That legend was one propagated through Quincy's community. It was one that was nearly 1,000 years old and spoke about the return of a sealed king. After 900 years of being sealed, he would regain his pulse. After another 90, he would regain his intellect. And after 9 more years, he would absorb the power of every impure Quincy to make their abilities his own. 1. Pure blood Quincy or real Quincy. The opposite are gemished Quincies, which basically mean mixed breed Quincy. 2. Masaki in canon was able to tank the attack of a captain-level hollow with her blood. So yeah. Girl was already broken as a teen. Though I believe this wasn't initially planned. Ichigo's mother's death was pitiful since she died against a weak hollow. So the author had to explain many things. Basically, everything is bad timing. I won't go into details, but in short. When Iwak took back his power, he judged her impure because of the hollow inside her, then took her power. Then Grand Fisher appeared and the whole drama came to be. 3. Basically a wandering soul that didn't enter the soul society. 4. Not everyone is born part human, Quincy, Fullbringer, Shinigami, hollow like a certain shonen hero. Gotta work hard to transcend. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 169, CH 152, 2 girls. The Sealed King. Anohana muttered while everyone focused on her. After all, out of everyone here, she was the oldest by far and the only one who had lived through the war. It's hard for me to say. In the first place, Quincy's king, Yawach, is someone who seemingly came out of nowhere. Back then, his past was something all of them were curious about but none could grasp. By the time Yawach became known to all, he was already revered by a large group of Quincy and his influence on the mortal world was unprecedented. Unlike Quincy's recent extermination, the war that happened 1,000 years ago was not our goal nor were we the perpetrators. Yawach was the one who led the attack on the Shinigami and thereby lost. Sadly, I was unable to observe his fight against Yamamoto. She shrugged. There was very little she knew about Yawach. The man was simply too mysterious. However, there was one thing she did know. Still, even if this Yawach is really alive and is about to come back, then it wouldn't be a problem. The war between the Quincy and the Shinigami back then was one of the reasons as to why the Godi 13 became weaker. After all, most of the original members died then and there. But this generation was different. Not even counting Gojo, people like Saraki, Isshin, Jushiro, Shuinsue, and so many others were already very strong. Meanwhile, the Quincies in general were actually far weaker than they originally were 1,000 years ago and they had even lost many of their powerful heritage. As such, the new war wouldn't make as many waves and would simply end with the total extermination of the Quincy. Gojo mused, not really in line with Anohana's thoughts. Her opinion came from an absolute truth in Yamamoto's power and many other reasons. But from Gojo's experience, when one dude that was supposed to be dead came back, it meant that the bastard had already prepared for basically everything and only really unexpected things could shake their plans. His arrogance when he was alive led to him being sealed for a great part of the final fight in the culling game. If not for Yuta and Yuji as well as Megumi's help, then everything would have been game over. Gojo did not want to take any risks this time. There was already Aizen who was working in the dark. He didn't need another shit like this. Well, I will talk about this with Kasuke. Even if this tale is right, we still have 11 years or so before Yawach absorbs the power of every impure Quincy to make their abilities his own. I believe it will be enough to come up with a plan. 10 years, huh? Gojo felt slightly melancholic. When thinking about it, it had already been 30 years since he entered this world. This would mean that the time he had spent here was already slightly superior to the one in his previous world. After all, he died when he was 28 years old. Already, his memory of his life when was alive was becoming blurry, even more so the feelings behind them. He wondered if it was a good or bad thing. While Gojo was lost in thought, the women in the house exchanged a glance between each other and Yoruichi left with Nimue, leaving Gojo alone with Anohana. Lately, whenever the topic shifted toward time, Gojo would become melancholic and lost in thought. For Anohana, this sight was nothing new. She knew that many Shinigami who were still attached to their past life tended to suffer from this. This generally happened when they reached the same age they had when they were alive. The vast majority would shrug it off after a few years. But some would end up falling into the abyss of depression. She had no worries about Gojo becoming one of those few pitiful souls. But she would rather not bet on it. Because of this, the few of them who lived with Gojo had decided to entertain him in different ways, and today, it was Anohana's turn. As for the way she would entertain him, Anohana licked her lips in anticipation while her eyes shone with lust in them. Ishida's manor. How was your day? Different from the Gojo mansion, which was situated in the city itself, the Ishida manor was situated more on the outskirts of the city. A measure that was taken by the head of the house for obvious reasons. Currently, at the dining table, only 3 people could be seen. A middle-aged woman who had a stern face. On her right was a silver white-haired young man wearing a pair of glasses, and on her left sat an orange-haired young lady. Ryukin. It was interesting, and I even met this girl. She was so pretty. But mind your manner when at the table. Masaki's excitement immediately died down at those words from Ryukin's mother. In the absence of Soken, this woman was the head of the house, and for Masaki, who had been taken in by the Ishida as the last members of Kurosaki's house, she had no wish to antagonize her. Rather than speaking about mundane things such as school, I would rather know how your practice is going. While she didn't want to go in her bad book, she knew she already was. Masaki lowered her head in embarrassment. I am making progress. Despite being an Ect Quincy, she wasn't well suited for intrinsic techniques the Quincy's generally used. She found them incredibly boring. It may be weird, but rather than fighting from afar, she liked close combat way more. Of course, there was no way she was going to say that to this woman. Masaki may be slightly simple-minded, but she wasn't dumb. Mother. Please. Most likely anticipating an outburst from his mother, Ryukin spoke softly and calmed her down before focusing once again on Masaki. So, you said you had a friend? Masaki threw a furtive glance at Ryukin's mother, but seeing her not interject, she decided to not hesitate. She is a very beautiful and kind girl. Her name is Sena Gojo. Gojo. Both Ryukin and his mother were slightly taken aback. Not just because of the name, but also because Gojo was an investor in Karakura's hospital. The said hospital had always been under the control of the Ishida family. Furthermore, a woman related to him, Retsu Anohana, was a well-known and very skilled doctor, and she also worked in the hospital. This is an interesting coincidence. Ryukin smiled. He knew that sooner or later he would become the director of the hospital, so having a good relationship with Satoru Gojo was a must. Hearing this, Masaki's eyes began to sparkle. She had been worried about how she could take care of Sena. After all, she couldn't really follow her every day. However, with the help of the Ishida family, things could change. Ryukin. Masaki began to explain the situation around Sena. She didn't know what would be the results, but she would always regret it if anything was to happen to Sena, even though she could have helped. Somewhere, in the basement of a house, a young black-haired girl sat as she looked at the moon through a small window. Despite how young she was, the girl clearly had the making of a future great beauty. Sadly, most of those features were hidden because of her slightly emaciated body. Clang. The sound of a door opening raised the girl from her lethargy. Standing up, she looked at the man that had entered the basement with a smile on his face. Aura. I have incredible news. Father. I have rumors about a man named Kugo Jinjo. He claims to be able to extract the power of Fullbringers from them, thereby making them normal humans. This is our chance. The more the man spoke, the more excited he became. Normal. Aura tilted her head curiously. What did it mean to become normal? She did not know. All her life, she had been imprisoned in this small basement since her father feared what could happen to her after the death of her mother. If she did not have a window, Aura would have convinced herself that the whole world was only composed of this small room. This was why she could not understand the excitement of her father nor share it. Tenchiyo Agata, Aura's father, was not surprised by the lack of response from his daughter. He knew that this was the fault of his fear and deep desire to protect his daughter from all dangers and mainly hollows. However, all of this would end soon. Hugging his daughter, Tenchiyo smiled while thinking about everything they could do together once she became normal. Surely, the two of them could become a normal family. He was sure of it. Aura is a character that appears in CFYOW. A crazy badass character with godlike power. Won't say more. She is one of the main reasons I made that huge time skip. Chapter 170, ch 153, Easy Life. Soul Society, 3rd Division. Captain Hitsugaya, Vice Captain Hinamori, an urgent report. Sitting in the office of the 3rd Division, Toshiro Hitsugaya and Momo Hinamori were busily working on their paperwork when someone busted open the door and rushed in. In the 20 years since Gojo left the Soul Society, many things and many people have changed. Be it their appearance or their positions. The first thing to note was that Momo Hinamori left her position in the Kido Corps and joined the 3rd Division as vice captain under the order of Toshiro Hitsugaya, who became captain himself not long after Gojo left. The two of them had been torn between following Gojo and leaving Soul Society or stay in. In the end, they decided to stay. For one, they could visit Gojo anytime they wished thanks to a special portal made out of his shadow he created. That portal allowed them to enter and leave Soul Society as they wished without getting found out. Another reason they decided to stay was that the two of them thought that they would be far more useful by working in the Soul Society and keeping Gojo up to date on everything that was happening. One could say that they were traitors in a certain way, but neither of them thought so. After all, Gojo would never hurt the interest of Soul Society. Toshiro, who now looked a little more mature though he still had hints of childishness, looked up at the intruder and asked. Calm down and explain. Toshiro wasn't worried because even though it seemed quite urgent, it shouldn't be too much yet. If the situation was truly grave, the message would have been sent through the use of a hell butterfly. We have observed a sudden spike in hollow activity in Karakura's town. We believe that Mino's class hollow might appear. The man paled as he spoke hurriedly. He was just a new normal recruit and he never even fought against a true hollow in his life. The most he ever did was help in sending Plus to the Soul Society. In Soul Society, all divisions had different districts they had to take care of and protect. It was hard to eliminate all the weaker hollows since they were nearly undetectable, but the stronger ones had to be swiftly eliminated. Still, Minos class hollows, even if it was just a Jillian or Minos Grande as they were called, wasn't something a normal Shinigami could deal with. A seated officer was necessary to face such a monster. Karakura Town, you say? Toshiro and Momo showed weird expressions between holding back their laughter and pure dumbfoundedness. Whatever hollow tried to invade that town was certainly a very unlucky fellow. After dismissing the confused soldier, Momo and Toshiro discussed the situation. While they knew that any powerful hollows who entered Karakura Town would get destroyed, they couldn't exactly just sit and do nothing. After all, it was the job of the Godi 13 to deal with the situation. Momo combed through the never-ending paperwork and sighed. Shiro-chan, I guess I will have to sacrifice myself and do it. You. Toshiro threw a helpless look at Momo. The two of them hadn't been able to openly visit Gojo and his family since the events that happened 20 years ago. After that event, most of the members of Central 36 ended up leaving office, giving place to younger members. Even then, it couldn't be helped that, despite having helped the Soul Society tremendously, Gojo's name became a sort of taboo. The only grace was that thanks to Captain Shuinsue's and Captain Jushiro's relentless efforts, all the charges on Gojo had been dropped. Though Toshiro was sure that the new members of Central 36 only took that decision because they knew no Shinigamis would even bother to try and capture Gojo. Alright, you can do it. Toshiro allowed bitterly. It was impossible for a captain to move out of the Soul Society for just a Minos Grande. It was even more so in Toshiro's case. He knew that his election as captain had brought quite the controversy. After all, he did fight Captain Komamura on that day and was clearly a supporter of Gojo. The one who kept the pressure off of his back was none other than Yamamoto himself. So Toshiro had to always appear at his best in order to avoid giving them any ammunition. Yeah. I will also use this occasion to play with Sena-chan. Momo laughed and left the office while humming. It was only a few seconds later that Toshiro realized that she had fled and left all the paperwork to him. Momo Hinamori. Karakura's town. Opening her eyes, Anohana turned her head and looked down at the man still sleeping underneath her. She tried to stand up, but the movement seemed to stir something inside of her, reminding her that Satoru was still in her. Her face slightly flushed out of embarrassment at the situation, though she also felt a little uncomfortable since that part became a little dry because of all the liquids of suspicious nature. We should really bathe after doing it. It was something Anohana kept telling herself but never managed to accomplish. Sex between the two of them was never a normal affair. Even on their first time together, it had been more of a battlefield where one tried to take down the other. Even though Satoru had managed to obtain the power known as Transcendence, without it his physical attributes were still lower than hers. What he lacked in strength though, he made up with regeneration. In the end, the two of them would always end up too tired to do anything else and fall asleep. The first few times they even ended up destroying the bed they were using. So Satoru had to create a new bed and enhance it himself so that it could take all kinds of impacts. To think I would become such a lascivious woman. She laughed softly at the reality that was now her. She was living a life she would have never thought she would have. A calm and beautiful life surrounded by a warm family and a caring lover. Even the peace she enjoyed in Soul Society after joining the 4th Division could never compare to what she was feeling now. Sometimes, Anohana would wake up at night and look at her hands while wondering if she was really worthy of such happiness. She did not regret any of her past actions because regretting them would mean rejecting everything she once was. Still, she always asked herself if a woman whose hands were drenched in so much blood like her had the right to be so happy and blessed in life. Sometimes, she feared that everything was just a lie and that she would wake up alone in a cave with her body covered in the blood of her enemies as always. I must have become old. Anohana couldn't believe that such stupid thoughts could keep her awake at night. A penny for your thoughts. Anohana looked once again at Satoru. Though this time he was fully awake. I was just thinking about how helpless you were while asleep. If I had any nefarious thoughts, you would be long dead. Satoru simply chuckled and kissed a surprised Anohana. Don't be silly. I would wake up at the slightest killing intent. Anohana gave him a dumbfounded look before exploding in laughter. Indeed, this was the Satoru she knew. He knew when to use sweet words and when to state facts. She was sure that even if everything she was going through was a dream, he would find a way to come back to her and bring her with him. Tucking her hair behind her ears, Anohana leaned down and kissed him on the lips. Shall we go for another round? Gojo grinned, your words are music to my ears. Thus began another day in the Gojo's household. Chapter 171, ch 154, How To Break the Limits. For Senna, the following week had been like a dream. She felt like she went back to the time when they were still living in Soul Society. Every day, she would wake up to Nimue or Anohana making breakfast and Gojo discussing with Yoruichi. She would then sit on her father's knee and have him feed her, then she would get scolded by Anohana for her manners or pet Yoruichi who liked to stay in her cat form and once again get scolded by Anohana. Oddly enough, she liked getting scolded by Anohana. It made her feel warm because she knew that Anohana just wanted to raise her well and really cared for her. Also, it was always funny to see her get angry at her and then fidget as she took care of her as if she feared hurting her. She knew Anohana's past, but for Senna, both Anohana and Zaraki were two big softies and she liked teasing them. Speaking of Zaraki, sometimes Zaraki and Yachiru would also visit them for breakfast. Generally, Zaraki would then challenge her father or Anohana to a fight. Senna found those fights always incredible to watch. It always humbled her and made her understand that she still had a long way to go. Of course, she would sometimes participate in their training. Though it would be more exact to say that she was simply getting beaten up by them. Anohana was never lax during training, and while she would profusely apologize later, she would be absolutely unforgiving during the training itself. Kisuke and the Visored would also visit sometimes. Senna always relished those moments. Kisuke was a funny man and the Visored treated her like a princess. Though she wouldn't stay long when they came. After all, when Kisuke visited, it meant that her father had something important to discuss with him. The two of them would go into the basement and do some weird secret experiments, and Anohana would sometimes help them. This was one of the reasons why Senna studied so much. She wished to have more part in the life of her family and didn't wish to be seen as a burden eternally. With how excited Zaraki had been lately and the frequency of Kisuke's visit, Senna summarized that something big would happen soon and her father will most likely be the center of whatever it was going to be. It was clear that once again, he would leave her for a long while, and she sadly couldn't complain because she knew that whatever problem her father had, she wasn't even close to the level required to take part. That was why she decided to enjoy the days with him as long as possible and play around as much as she could without care. Home matters aside, Senna surprisingly liked her school quite a bit. It had only been 1 week, but she was already one of the most popular students in the school. She always found it weird why those students were more interested in futility like this rather than studying, but she would be lying if she said she didn't like the attention. Because of Gojo's influence, Senna had learned that humbleness was useless. She did not seek recognition, but she did not reject it either, for this was something granted. Her only friend in that school was Masaki. Another funny girl who seemed to have taken the mission of protecting her. She could feel Masaki follow her whenever she left school and even leave a thread of energy on her. If this happened in Soul Society, Senna would have been furious. But she knew that here, Masaki only thought of her as a normal girl with slightly higher spiritual energy. She was clearly only doing it out of the goodness of her heart. Of course, Senna's control over Reishi was much superior to Masaki, and she could take control of the thread easily to avoid letting Masaki obtain any information she shouldn't. Her father had never asked her to keep her power a secret, but she did not plan to divulge it as long as it wasn't necessary. Senna. Today and for the remaining days, I want you to be careful. There might be an attack from a hollow soon. If it happens, you have to take care of it. Today was supposed to be a day like any other, and breakfast was going on pretty well when her father suddenly announced this. Father. It wasn't as if Senna had never hunted down hollows. But they had all been pretty minor overall, and in Soul Society she was mainly a healer, so she didn't even go out on the field that much. But, from her father's tone, it was clear that this one wouldn't be a normal. Even then, Senna felt no fear but rather a kind of excitement. The fact that her father allowed her to fight that hollow meant that he believed she was able to do so. It also meant that he was willing to give her more responsibilities. Will you be able to do it? Don't worry. I will take care of it. Are you sure it's all right? Watching Senna leave the house, Anohana asked worriedly. If you really thought it was dangerous, you would have stopped me before I even finished. The day before, he had received a message from Momo about the appearance of Aminos. Gojo wasn't worried about such a weak hollow but rather the meaning behind it. The reason Minos class hollow visited the human world so rarely was because it was just a waste of time for them. Hollows needed souls to sustain themselves, but from the level of Minos onwards, only devouring another hollow could help them. The energy present in just one soul was completely insufficient. If so, what had attracted that hollow here? Gojo would say that it was their spiritual energy or that of the Quincy, but he wasn't so sure. Something attracted that hollow. I wonder what. Gojo was curious, extremely so. With how bored he was lately, resolving that mystery would be a great way of passing time until he had to leave for Hueco Mundo. Anohana shrugged. She was indeed not worried about Senna, but it was mainly because she knew that as long as Gojo was in this city, nothing could happen to Senna. It would be better to spend time more meaningfully instead of worrying over pointless stuff like that. So did you find any leads about what I asked you? Anohana threw a serious glance at Gojo as she asked something that had been weighing on her heart. I did find something in the records of the Shiba family. Anohana's eyes glowed. Lately, what was obsessing her was a way to break through the limitations inherent to Shinigami. But she was unwilling to use external ways such as the Hogyoku. For hundreds of years, Anohana had thought that she had reached her full potential and the peak of her power. She was sure that whatever she did, there was no way for her to really become stronger. But now her thoughts changed completely, and Gojo was of the same opinion. The sole problem was how to do it. This was where Gojo managed to find a way. The technique I found is really incredible and it would really suit people like you and Zaraki. But, there is a little problem. Which is? When you use it, you can reach the level of Transcendence, but it's at the cost of all your power as a Shinigami. In a way, it's a power not unlike the Let's Still of Quincy. Anohana frowned for a while before smiling. I know. There is no way you would have told me this if there was no other way. Well. Gojo grinned, for Anohana perfectly understood him. I still need some time for completion, but I am sure I can perfect this technique and make the effects more temporary in nature. Anohana's eyes glowed in anticipation. What is the name of that technique? Well, I still didn't complete it yet, but how about Beyond Bankai? Chapter 172, ch 155, Simple Life. What is a Zanpakuto? What is the origin of their existence? This was a question Gojo always asked himself and naturally found out the answer once he learned about Division 0. Zanpakuto, or rather, Asashi, were weapons with infinite potential that needed a part of the soul of their wielder in order to continually evolve. That wasn't all. By absorbing a shard of the wielder soul, the Zanpakuto will give birth to a new entity capable of thinking by itself and with its own feeling. From the moment both the Shinigami and the Zanpakuto spirit acknowledged each other, they would give birth to a new power known as Shirkai. Then when the Shinigami showed his dominance by beating the spirit, they would reach Bankai. But what then after that? The Shiba clan were crazy enough to think outside the box and go back to the origin. By fusing oneself with the spirit of the Zanpakuto, it was possible to reach an unimaginable level of power. But it had problems. Fusing with the Zanpakuto meant essentially killing them. Furthermore, even after killing them, the power obtained would only be temporary, and the one who did this would not only lose his Zanpakuto but even all his power. In fact, there were high chances for this to end in death, since the user would lose so much of his spiritual power he would barely be able to function. Because of this huge drawback, the Shiba family gave up on developing the technique and put it on the shelves. But Gojo had different ideas about this. What he had to do was to find a way to induce a partial and temporary fusion of the between Shinigami and Zanpakuto. The principle of the initial technique was to consider the two as one and make them go back to the origin. But Gojo thought this was stupid. The moment a spirit was born, it stopped simply being the alter ego of the Shinigami. They were their own person. Fusion would only result in the death of one or the two, but there was something that could be possible: resonance. Soul resonance. Resonance. If I had to explain this in mundane words, then you can compare it to the usage of an electric guitar and an amp. While the sound, Ryatsu, that comes from an electric guitar, Shinigami, by itself is rather faint, it gains a lot of power when connected to the amp, Zanpakuto. My goal is to make the stats where a Shinigami enters the mental space of a Zanpakuto constant, which would bring an increase in the power the two can bring while fighting. A positive loop of energy. The result would be of course inferior to a complete fusion, but this would be the next step. Gojo had to admit that he had a hard time really explaining his thoughts since they weren't straight themselves. In the end, scratched his head helplessly. Honestly, this will be really hard to implement. This isn't just about knowing the name or subduing the Zanpakuto. The very first step is a deep trust in each other to a blind degree. For most Shinigami, it's impossible because, for them, Zanpakuto are just weapons to be used. Pft. Ha ha ha. Gojo looked bewildered at Anohana as she suddenly began to laugh crazily. What's so funny? No pft. It's just, when I think about how you had such a hard time to even awaken your shurkai. I literally had to kill you 100 times before you got it. Ahem cough cough, let's forget those times. Gojo could not show his usual shameless face in this case. This was indeed a dark stain in his history. Back then he was simply obsessed with recuperating Limitless and severely underestimated how powerful a Zanpakuto could make him. More than that, he had ignored someone who would become, and was currently, very important to him. Humph. Flattery will not get you anywhere. Ha ha ha. Gojo simply laughed it off. He knew that no excuse could change what already happened. All he could do was to show his trust in her and make her understand that he would never put her aside and make amends for his past mistake. Well, even if we deal with the relationship, there are still too many obscure points. While it works in theory, I have no doubt that it will be different in the field. Anohana wiped a tear that had formed because of her laughter and nodded. There's no problem. I will work on increasing my synchronization with Minazuki until then. Smiling, she stood up and left the room. Anohana wasn't one for chit-chat and she had other things to do. Speaking of Zanpakuto, why don't you use yours? Gojo turned towards the lazy black cat and asked. Well, just because I am stronger without it. Yoruichi shrugged, which felt a little weird since she was in her cat form, and continued, not all Zanpakuto's power are ideal for their wielder. It's like how Soifan's Bankai, while extremely powerful, is, in fact, useless in the hand of Soifan since it completely breaks her fighting skill. Some Shinigami created their fighting skills around that of their Zanpakuto. Some Shinigami were lucky enough to have the power of their Zanpakuto match their styles, and finally, some simply decided to keep to themselves and give up on the power of their Zanpakuto. The same happened with little Byakuya. I was his teacher, so I know. His Zanpakuto and the way I taught him are completely different. Senbon Sakura itself is extremely fast and has a wide attack range. But to use it effectively, the user must become rather static. It is a shame since he had such a talent in Shuinpa. Though I perfectly understand his choice. That sword is honestly insane. Gojo nodded and didn't comment further. In his case, he was lucky that Kogo's power had such a good compatibility with Limitless. So he had nothing to add. By the way, Nimue, what about Soifan? She is still in London. She was hired by the Western branch to help them deal with the problem. Oh. I hope the pay is handsome. Gojo wasn't worried about Soifan. Not only was the girl an ex-captain, it seemed that coming on Earth and exploring the world really did her good. She became somewhat stronger and had a less uptight attitude about everything. Furthermore, even if everything else failed, Gojo had also put many failsafe on her body to protect her if she was really in danger of death. Still, sometimes I feel there isn't enough of me. Dealing with London, Karakura Town, Waco Mundo, Aizen still at large and some sealed king seemingly coming from the dead. All of this was such a pain and Gojo wished he could simply go sleep for a few decades and wake up to not have to deal with the hassle. However, he couldn't. Not when he had more than half of the Godi 13's power around him. He wasn't a hero nor a savior, but he couldn't ignore the responsibility that fell on him because of his actions. Man, I miss the days when I was just a healer in the 4th division. Heal people about to die, get frisky with some cute nurses, fight to the death against Anohana or go tease Nanao. This was the life he wanted. I would have never thought that I would long for such boring days. Time was really something magical. Do you regret your actions? Me. Regret? Ha ha ha, please. I do miss those days, but the current ones are even better, you know. I am my own boss. I am rich, I am handsome, I am powerful, and I am surrounded by beautiful and competent women I care for and who care for me. I am living the dream. Gojo laughed out loud like a crazy man, but neither Nimue nor Yoruichi were surprised. While they had never discussed with her, they did know about Kogo and knew Gojo liked speaking with her inwardly. Well, let's hope nothing else adds itself to our plate. Gojo spoke and was about to stand up and leave when he suddenly saw a hell butterfly enter the room before landing on Nimue's hand. Looking at Nimue's impassive expression, Gojo couldn't help but hope that it was nothing important. Sadly, once the butterfly flew away, Gojo could only facepalm at the news he received. The substitute Shinigami, Kogo Jinjo, betrayed the Soul Society after killing 20 Shinigami. He is officially wanted, but his whereabouts are currently unknown. Though, he is suspected of advancing toward Karakura Town. As of now, Captain Jushiro Yukitake was temporarily stripped of his title and put under house arrest. Meanwhile, Captain Tokinada Tsuneyashiro was sent down to chase the wanted individual. Message over. Chapter 173, CH 156, Senna's Fight, 1. Soul Society, 1 day ago. In the outskirts of Rokundai, Jushiro Yukitake, captain of the 13th Division, sat with his eyes closed in a house surrounded by Shinigami whose faces were completely veiled. He was busy thinking about the reasons that put him in his current situation and wondered how he could have made everything better. He knew that the point of no return had already been crossed and all he could do now was wait while the situation was resolved. Why didn't you wait for me to explain the situation? Jushiro sighed inwardly but knew that blame didn't lay solely on Kugo but also on him and the Central 46. When Jushiro created the system, the Central 46 intervened by insisting to prepare measures to secretly observe Kugo Jinjo in fear of what the men could do with the power if left unchecked. For Jushiro, who had observed Kugo for years, the notion of him abusing his power was absurd. But when they used the argument about Aizen's past actions, he was left with no choice but to accept those measures. Like this, as he thought, Kugo acted as the perfect Shinigami substitute for years. But suddenly, for some reason, he suddenly discovered that he was being listened on and observed. How was this even possible? Everything aside, how did Kugo discover that he was being spied on? Even if it was so, how did he meet a bunch of Shinigami and go on a killing spree when he wasn't even in Soul Society when it happened? What were those Shinigami doing on Earth? It was fishy, so much that it smelled disgusting. Speaking of detecting presence. What do you want? Feeling the presence of an intruder in his house, Jushiro opened his eyes and looked at the said intruder. Though it wasn't necessary since he already knew who it was the moment the man took a step in his sensing range. Ha ha ha. Hello senpai. Why the long face? I am not the one who sent you here. Jushiro looked impassively at the men, Tokinada Tsuneyashiro, and went back to his meditation. What do you want, Captain Tokinada? Oh. So cold. Ha ha ha. Tokinada laughed and plopped down near Jushiro with a wide grin. Did you know, Captain Jushiro, that I received a new interesting mission? I was ordered to capture your little protege, dead or alive. I even have the permission to use my full power. Jushiro frowned, feeling something weird. He wasn't surprised that a kill order had been issued. No matter how doubtful he felt, the current situation was that Kugo was a fugitive and a murderer. What intrigued though was that sending a captain was completely overkill. What is your destination? Tokinada shrugged, Karakura town. Ha. I see. So they decided to send you in the end. Everything immediately clicked in Jushiro's mind. At the very least, he knew that chasing after Kugo was just a side mission. Are you going to face Gojo? Tokinada grinned, as expected of my senpai. He was surprised to see Jushiro laugh. You think your Zanpakuto will be useful against him? Tokinada simply shrugged at the snide remark. Should I remind you that even Captain Kuchiki suffered from it? Not long ago he had challenged and fought against Kuchiki Byakuya and ultimately won in a most unexpected way for all those who observed the fight. Ha. Well, you are right in saying that your Bankai, or rather, the Zanpakuto of the Tsuneyashiro family, is really incredible. But Jushiro closed his lips and shook his head with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha. Well, do as you like. It's your life after all. Well, I guess I will have fun. Putting his smile back, Tokinada stood up and walked away as mysteriously as he appeared. Jushiro, now alone, sighed. He might have appeared calm but he was in fact really worried. Tokinada might get a nasty surprise, but the fact was that two captains fighting in the human world would be a disaster. In the end, all he could hope for was that Gojo would set up his special barriers in order to protect as many civilians as possible. I guess I was a fool to honestly think the Central 46 changed after the new members were chosen. Humming to himself, Tokinada walked calmly under the moonlight. While he might have appeared angry in front of Jushiro, the fact was that he was simply fishing for information, and while he didn't get as much as he hoped, it was still plentiful. At least I confirmed his position. While Gojo did nothing to really hide, Godi 13 had always been suspicious about the real whereabouts of Gojo. After all, he was simply too flashy. Would someone on the run really act like this? It seemed that the answer was yes. Satoru Gojo, what an interesting specimen. He is perfect for Enreikyoten. Tokinada smiled. His personal Zanpakuto had been locked away ever since he was punished for the murder of his wife. But it wasn't a problem for him and in fact, was a boon. After all, the ancestral Zanpakuto of the Tsuneyashiro family was not only one of the oldest Zanpakuto in existence, it was also one of the strongest. Then again, I will have to kill Kugo first. Poor Kugo. Ha ha ha. It's so fun. Laughing while imagining how he will break his next toy, Tokinada Tsuneyashiro vanished under the night. Back to the present. Silence fell in the room after the message was delivered. Who is that dude again? Gojo asked at the mention of Tokinada. Tokinada Tsuneyashiro. The current leader of the Tsuneyashiro family, one of the 4 great noble families. He is also the current captain of the 5th division. So he is a big deal, like our princess here. Gojo joked, but he wouldn't underestimate that man. From his meeting with Isshin, Byakuya, and Yoruichi, he knew that one could never underestimate someone who was chosen as the leader of one of the great noble families. Still, he didn't put his mind on the men for too long. They really arrested Jushiro. Gojo chuckled a little, though he felt quite angry. While their relationship had a rocky start, Gojo had really come to respect the man known as Jushiro Yukitake. A man who would always put the good of others before his own. This man was a true silent hero who never asked for anything in return. The reasons Jushiro had proposed the substitute program was to help save even more plus and lighten the load on Shinigami. But because of such an endeavor, he was being punished. To the point of being arrested. Crack. All the walls in the house cracked slightly, like a broken mirror. His emotion made his control slip for an instant before he took control of them again. Standing up, Yoruichi walked toward him in her cat form before jumping on his head. Don't worry. You know that this is the most they can do. Jushiro isn't someone they can mess around with. Gojo nodded before his eyes flashed coldly. Let's deal with that cug. Equals. Everyone in the room turned their head abruptly in the east of Karakura town. There, high in the sky, a black gate was slowly opening. It was a Garganta. Gojo nodded at Nimu's mutter and stood up. The problem of Soul Society can wait. I will go see how Senna will operate first. With those words, Gojo teleported. And, in terms of bad guy, I sincerely think that Tokinada is the most uninspired. Kugo was even worse, but I don't even consider him worthy of being a bad guy. Like Aizen and Yoruichi before him, the man is another dude who is after the throne of the Soul King. A guy whose sole personality trait is being sadistic and evil. Like, even his power is pretty uninspired. Compared to Aizen and even Yoruichi, this is really a shit bad guy. But what can we do? Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 174, CH 157, Senna's Fight, 2. A few moments ago, Senna was sitting in the back seat of the car absent-mindedly. Her eyes staring at the road. Rather than school, she was more interested in what kind of hollow she would fight and when it would happen. Despite the fact that she was trained since she was a kid by many strong and skilled fighters, her own fighting experience was pitifully low. So it was an occasion she couldn't miss. The better she was during the hunt, the more chances she would have to fight again. I need to go all out. It was when she was thinking that she felt it. A sudden heavy pressure filled the world and what looked like the jagged maw of a beast opened wide and appeared in the sky. For normal humans, they would only feel discomfort and chalk it to a bad day or a brewing cold. But for people with knowledge and the power to see the world beyond, all they could see was darkness leading to a world beyond. Garganta. The gate to Hueco Mundo. For most people spiritually aware, the sight of this gate was just a cause of fear. But for Senna, all she could feel was excitement. I am going. Send an artificial soul in my stead at school. Understood. Once she received the answer, Senna grinned, and with just a nudge of her mind, her body went from physical to spiritual. This was Senna's peculiarity. She wasn't a soul, but neither was she alive. She was something different. Something in between, and that was why she could freely transition without having to give up on her physical body. Now clad in her Shinigami uniform, she immediately jumped through the door of the car, and in an incredible display of speed, reached the highest building in the surrounding area, giving her a clear view of what was happening. Haha. It's finally time for you to shine, my friend. Laughing out loud, she took her sword. Was it because of Yoruichi's influence during her birth? Or was it because of Gojo? Roar against the raging heaven, Susanoo. Senna didn't know. What she did know though was that her shurikai was different. Ruhar. Lightning spread and the wind howled. The sword in her hand dissipated into motes of light before reforming into what looked like a 2 meters tall white tiger with clouds below its feet. This was Senna's shurikai. A rare living type. In the whole Soul Society, only Anohana had a living type shurikai. Let's go Susanoo. Jumping on the back of the tiger, Senna shouted and showed the direction of her target. While Senna was rushing for her kill, she did not see Gojo appear not far from her as he inspected the situation. When he saw her directly summon her shurikai, he nodded in approval. Senna's shurikai was very powerful and he awaited the day she would complete her Bankai. He had no doubt about the victory of Senna and in fact, would be pretty disappointed if she failed after all the training she went through. He had 3 reasons to come here. The first one was obviously to see his daughter fight. The second one was to ensure that no dangerous external factors would come to disturb her. As for the last one, it was curiosity. Why did that Minos come here? No matter how you looked at it, it was really strange. Looking as 3 Minos Grande came out of the Garganta, Gojo simply rose an eyebrow. Though he was soon disrupted by something else. Huh. His sense caught someone running towards the place. Well. Would you look at that? Gojo grinned when he saw who was the incoming intruder. He debated slightly between stopping her or not, but in the end, his curiosity won and he decided to let things go their course. Let's see how it will go while I search for the goal of those hollows. What is happening? Jumping around while being careful to keep her skirt from fluttering too much was an orange-haired young girl clad in a high school uniform. On both her hands and legs, blue veins made out of light could be seen as they traced complex forms on her body. It was Blut, the secret technique of Quincy, and the one using it was none other than Masaki Kurosaki. Today should have been a day like any other. She had been worried about Senna getting attacked, but it seemed that those worries had been superfluous. Everything changed when she suddenly felt that Ryatsu and saw the opening of the Garganta. She was lost about what to do then. When a Shinigami killed a hollow, they in fact simply purified them. Meaning that the overall number of souls and the balance between the 3 worlds always stayed the same. But when a Quincy killed a hollow, it was an absolute and total extermination. There was absolutely nothing left, and the more hollows Quincy killed, the greater the difference between the 3 worlds became, thus creating an unbalanced situation. Back then the Shinigamis had asked Quincy's to stop hunting hollows, but they refused. This was what sparked the war. At least this was the official version Masaki knew of. Whether this was the truth was another matter, but what she did know was one thing. Quincy did not have the right to hunt hollows anymore. This was the rule that had been established after the Quincy lost the war 130 years ago and were nearly exterminated by the Shinigami. It would be one thing if she simply were to kill a minor hollow. The death of such hollow even when killed by a Quincy would not affect the universe. But what about Minos? Even the weakest of Minos, the Jillian, were the result of hundreds of souls gathered together. Meaning that killing one would be the equivalent of erasing at least 100 souls from the universe. As for killing 3, Masaki shuddered then and there. If she dared to do this, the Shinigami would hunt her down without a doubt. She was the last Kurosaki. One of the last pure Quincy. While she had never really cared about things such as purity, she knew very well how important it was for the others. Could she selfishly put herself in danger like this? Masaki had hesitated. So why then was she running at full power towards those hollows? The reason was pretty simple. She was dumb and she knew it. Notions such as honor, future, and pride were too complicated for her to understand. For her, taking proper care of herself meant making sure she did what she could here and now. Because if she decided not to take action because of rules and customs and somebody died because she did nothing, she didn't think she would be able to forgive herself for that. Masaki didn't think of herself as a hero. She had no intention to uphold justice. She just wanted to do what she wanted to do. As for the outcome, haha. Let the future Masaki agonize about that headache. Laughing like this while letting out such outrageous words, Masaki accelerated even further and jumped from a high building before beginning to walk in the air. I knew that putting those short would be useful. She couldn't even imagine how embarrassing it would have been if she had to move like this with her panties out to sea for the world. It was when she was about to reach the Minos that she heard it. What are you doing here? Masaki immediately stopped short, her eyes widening as she recognized this voice. But, she shouldn't hear it here. Senna. Turning around, Masaki opened her eyes wide when her suspicions were confirmed. There, riding on a ferocious-looking white tiger with small clouds under its feet and clad in the same uniform as her, was the girl Masaki had come to consider a friend. While Senna didn't have the usual black kimono, there was no doubt about it. Senna was a Shinigami. Move. Senna's shout woke up Masaki immediately then, using Herenkyaku, a high-speed movement technique belonging to the Quincy. she moved out of the way of a powerful ray of light. A Siro. Whoosh. Oh no. The city. Masaki immediately regretted her reflex. She would have been able to tank this hit if she focused on her blood, but now the city would pay for her mistake. At least that was what she thought. TCH. As if I would let that happen. Bakudo number 39, Round Lock Fan. Bakudo number 73, Inverse Mountain Crystal. In one instant, two powerful Kido spells were activated at the same time. The first one, the number 39, was activated by Senna herself. But with a twist. The normal Round Lock Fan was only large enough to cover one person. But, in Senna's hand, the spell transformed into a large yellow shield that was as large enough to cover a few kilometers. Boom. The power of the Siro was no joke, but the result as it crashed against the shield was that it did not leave even the slightest crack on it. Of course, it didn't stop there. If Senna was the one to throw to Kido number 39, the Kido number 73 on the other hand was activated by none other than Susanoo. This was one of the abilities of her Shurkai. Susanoo could use all the spells Senna knew herself and use them to the same level of power and skill as herself. Immediately, three large inversed pyramids formed around the Minos and sealed them, making it impossible for them to cause any more damage. Masaki was completely astonished by what she was seeing. The display of skills was simply that overwhelming. But Senna did not stop there. Susanoo. Let's finish this, it would be shameful if father saw me struggle against those weaklings. The usual calm and gentle Senna was nowhere to be seen. As the daughter of Gojo himself, there was no way she did not have her own sense of pride. It was just that she never showed it outside of battle. Ruhar. Howling toward the sky, dark clouds filled with lightning began to cover and hide the sun, casting shadows all over the city. Bzzz bzzz bzzz. Masaki gasped and felt like she was unable to breathe in the presence of Senna. The ryatsu she was emanating made those Minos Grande seem like a joke. Lightning gathered more and more in the sky to the level where she could feel it prickle her skin. Looking indifferently at the three imprisoned Minos, Senna huffed. She initially wanted to play around with them a little more, but, since Masaki had appeared, she knew just wanted to finish them fast and discuss the truth with her. Meanwhile, the Minos understood the gravity of the situation and tried to do everything in their power to free themselves, but there was nothing they could do. In front of the overwhelming difference in power, all resistance proved futile. How useless. Senna sighed and pointed at them. Her words, the final verdict that would decide their destiny. Vanish with the roar of thunder. And their destiny was death. Boom. Meanwhile, standing in the basement of a house, Gojo finally knew what had attracted the hollows towards this zone. But he was not happy in the slightest. Who are you? Looking at the emaciated girl that had been starved for days, Gojo gave a bright smile despite what he felt inside. I am an angel. He grinned at the way she looked at him as if he was crazy, but then widened her eyes in surprise when he showed his wings. At the very least, the girl was not completely dead inside. Crouching down so that he was eye level with her, Gojo asked gently. What about you? My name is. She seemed to hesitate. Either because of the dryness of her throat or the fact that he was a stranger. But in the end, the girl that had never seen the outside world finally gave her name. Oramichi Bane. Chapter 175, ch 158, Real Sky. Boom. While the thunder fell and utterly decimated the three Minos, all Masaki could do was stare in awe. It was so beautiful. The blinding light of lightning, the roaring of thunder, and the helpless cry of the hollows. All of this compounded with the dark sky and a beautiful young woman floating in the air with a mighty tiger at her side. Masaki felt her heart skip a bit and she averted her gaze from Senna, her face, completely flushed because of a heat she did not know the origin of. Are you all right? Snapping out of the daze induced by the earlier breathtaking scene, Masaki shook her head hurriedly before nodding. Then, her eyes swam in her head as she was lost about to say in the end, all she could do was give an awkward laugh, and scratch the back of her head. I am all right. Puffed. Why are you asking me? Masaki blushed even more before coughing to clear her throat and gather her wits. She felt like she was acting like a bumbling fool. I mean, yeah. I was able to avoid that Siro. So I wasn't hurt. Ignoring her words, Senna approached in Masaki's personal space and inspected her briefly before nodding. Good. You are quite fast. All this while, Masaki felt like her heart was about to burst out from her chest. She didn't understand why she felt like this and was quite confused. Your face is quite red. Ha. This is nothing. Ha. Perhaps I am a little winded up, you know. Running and everything. Senna tilted her head in confusion. Would something like this be enough to tire a Quincy? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Thinking so, she took a few steps back and watched Masaki quietly. Meanwhile, Masaki also fell silent as her heartbeat slowed down to a normal rate. The gentle and friendly atmosphere between the two chilled a little. In the end, the first one to break the silence was Masaki. "So, are you a Shinigami?" Senna gave a quiet smile. "Well, it's a little more complicated than that, but indeed. You could say that I am." She could have explained that she technically wasn't even a soul. But, she didn't want to. She was not ashamed of being a Shinigami because her beloved father and mother were ones and it would be impossible for them to stay friends if she hated her kind. Masaki nodded. She could feel many complications in Senna's short sentence, but Masaki knew that this wasn't important. The important thing was, "Thank you for protecting the city." Masaki bowed deeply. Did she hate the Shinigamis? Masaki did not know. She wasn't born back then and didn't live through the war, so it was impossible for her to explain her exact feelings. But there was one thing that was sure. If you weren't there, many people would have died. Masaki had no doubt about her ability to dispatch those 3 Minos given enough time. But she admitted that the victory would have brought much collateral damage. Thanks to Senna though, all those risks were non-existent. She perfectly bombed and destroyed them without even causing the slightest destruction to her surroundings. Also, you were super awesome. You. Senna was speechless. She had to admit that Masaki once again really surprised her. The girl seemed to be way different from those she was used to. Is it what father describes as the hero type? Her father once mentioned that he was really bad in dealing with this type of person and she couldn't understand why. There was this itchy feeling when you had to deal with such people, moaning at their naivety but at the same time respecting their selflessness. She could see no hatred, nor disgust in Masaki's gaze. All she could see was pure thankfulness and excitement. How intriguing. Well. You really did a good job. The conversation was cut short when a silver-haired man suddenly appeared not far from the two of them. Who? Masaki tried to move instinctively but she felt herself weak on the knee. Wah. She could feel the reishi she had gathered loosen and escape her control. Senna. Masaki didn't know who the man was, but he was without a doubt someone dangerous. She wanted to shout at Senna to tell her to flee but... Calm down, Masaki. She felt someone hug her from behind and the sudden warmth allowed her to calm her beating heart. Also, father, don't bully my friend. You scared her to death. Gojo gave a helpless chuckle before looking approvingly at Masaki. You certainly made a good friend. He had clearly seen Masaki's reaction when she felt that she was in danger. How many people could react like her? How many people could put the lives of others ahead of themselves? Masaki was no soldier after all. She was just a slightly normal high school girl. So, father, who is it? Senna asked while eyeing the young scrawny girl that was being held in Gojo's arm in a princess carry. Her? Well, she is a new addition to our little family, I guess. Oh. Senna's eyes sparkled. She wouldn't be the youngest of the group anymore. Hello, my name is Senna. Even though Senna introduced herself quite excitedly, she received no answer from the girl. In fact, all the girl could look at were the gray clouds in the sky. So, this is the sky. She muttered under her breath and seemed a little disappointed but... You are wrong. This. With a smile, Gojo looked up and chased the clouds with a simple look. The dark cloud above the sky slowly parted and a ray of sunshine peeked and landed perfectly on both Gojo and Aura in his arm. Then, a vast hole opened in the middle of the dark clouds, making it seem like a halo of light was bathing the world. Is the real sky nearly as beautiful as me? Aura did not answer. All she could do was look up at the scene that was being imprinted in her heart. All her life, she had never felt attached to anything nor had she ever loved anything. She had always been apathetic toward her situation for she felt no sadness nor pain. But now, for the first time. Thank you. Tears streamed down her face as she quietly thanked Gojo for showing her something she would never forget. Something she would cherish all her life. You really are an angel. He was her angel. The one who saved her from her world of darkness and showed her the true beauty of the world. This time, Gojo did not joke around. The girl did not thank him even after he saved her life. This went to show just how important the current scene was for her. In the end, looking up at the sky, Gojo chuckled lightly. You should not thank me too fast. Trust me. I will show you even more wondrous sights in the future. This was a promise that he would not renege on. Since he had decided to take her in, he would go all way and help her as much as he could. It seems like I have picked up another stray. Smiling inwardly, he gave one last look at Senna and teleported away. The girl was smart and she had proven that he didn't have to worry about her. He could leave her alone with her friend. Though, would they stay friends? Or become something more? Gojo did not know and couldn't help but wonder if Masaki would become the second Soy Fan. Only time would tell. And, whelp. Ichigo died before even his birth. Rip. Anyway, the volume is nearly complete. This was really more of an interlude/slice-of-life volume to lower the tension. Some little more events than the next volume will be Hueco Mundo. Chapter 177, ch 159, Taking a Side. Ho. I am here again to my greatest displeasure. Somewhere on the roof of a high building in Karakura town, a man wearing a white cloak over a black kimono walked out of the Senkamen. How filthy. Sniffing derisively because of the lack of spiritual energy in the air, Tokinata took a look at the city before walking towards a clear destination. Let's see if the fruit that I have planted is ready. He hummed as he continued to walk in the air. Something is wrong. When he finally reached the place he was targeting, he couldn't help but scowl because of the absence of all living in the basement. Did she already leave? Tokinata put a finger against his temple as he thought hard about it. He remembered clearly having spotted the existence of an extremely talented Fullbringer in this house when he sneaked in the human world a few days ago. At that time, he had killed a man prying too much into the information about the substitute Shinigami. Just to be sure, he had visited the man's house in order to erase everything, and what was his surprise when he discovered that young girl. For him who had made so much research on Fullbringers, he knew then and there that she was at a totally different level from the rabbles that he usually found. The best thing was that it seemed she had yet to have linked with a Fullbring. She was basically a huge source of untapped potential begging to be used. Having her on his side would have been perfect. So he decided to leave her alone so that she could become as miserable as possible before appearing and saving her like a knight in shining armor. Did she leave by herself? Oh my. Who do we have here? Tokinata's expression did not change as he turned to take a look at the new intruder. It was a blonde young man wearing a shirt and brown pants as well as a French hat that hid most of his expression except his large grin. The said man was floating upside down as if it was the most natural thing in the world, and perhaps for him, it was. Shinji Hirako, ex-captain of the 5th Division. Oh. From your attire, it seems that you are the current captain of the 5th. What a pleasant surprise it is. Don't you think? You think so? Ha ha ha, but I do not. After all, being associated with monsters that need to be put down is quite unappealing, you see. Hey, is that so? If Hirako was hurt by those words, he showed no sign of it. It has been nearly 100 years since what happened to him, and now he was quite satisfied with his life. Even more so since Gojo took down Aizen and showed the truth to the Soul Society. Taking a normal position, he gently landed on the ground and looked around the house. He knew that Gojo had been here not long ago since he had felt Sena's Ryatsu from where he was. There was no way that overprotective father would have left her alone even though the girl was already quite powerful. But then, why was that bastard present here? There was no residue left of Gojo and Sena's Ryatsu. This would mean that he had come here with a goal in mind. So, mind telling me why you are here? Tokinata Tsuneyashiro. Inwardly, Shinji Hirako was grumbling like no tomorrow. Although Hirako had escaped to the human world mid-career, he joined as a member of the current Godi 13 as a relative old-timer. It was precisely for this reason that Hirako firmly understood the absoluteness of the 4 great noble houses. He was fully aware that they were neither completely good-humored like Yoruichi nor were they all the type who would devote themselves to duty with an unwavering loyalty like Byakuya Kachiki. The Tsuneyashiro clan, in particular, existed as if they had condensed all the negative aspects of nobility in Siriidi. Shinji felt that he didn't want to get involved with them at all if possible. Before all of that, he had heard that the Tsuneyashiro clan had used the incident surrounding the murders of their comrades several years ago as an opportunity to establish a distance between themselves and the Godi 13. Not good, I smell nothing but trouble. Having said that, he couldn't well give a wave of his hand and ignore the men in front of him. Shinji continued to chat in a friendly manner in order to extract further details. Tokinata gave a snake-like smile. Since when does a captain of the Godi 13 has to inform mere monsters about what he does? Then, looking down on him as if he was nothing more than trash, know your place. In those words, Tokinata simply used a shuinpa and left the place. He knew about Shinji's Shirkai and Bankai, and while they were powerful, the fact that Shinji couldn't use his Bankai in a 1 versus 1 situation made it worthless. He knew very well that the day his ambitions were exposed, they wouldn't send an army of weaklings at him, but rather one single powerful being. Well, even though I lost the Fullbringer kid, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that I have fun until the very end. Since the history of Soul Society had proven that malice was justified, he wished to enact malice against the world until the very end. It wasn't about enacting a necessary evil, but rather, laughing away at this world through a completely unnecessary evil. Ha ha ha. Everything is so fun. So the Central 46 is trying something again. After Tokinata vanished, Shinji immediately went to meet Kasuke. The man was the best when it came to shady characters like Tokinata. Currently, they were in the underground basement below Kasuke's shop. Though calling it a basement was an insult. With the artificial sky on the ceiling and the impression of boundlessness, one would think they were outside if they didn't pay attention. While speaking to him, Kasuke was working on creating a gate to Hueco Mundo. He could have left this to Gojo, but Kasuke liked doing little things like this. It helped him spend time and relax from more complicated problems. Of course, if scientists in Soul Society were to learn that opening a transdimensional portal was nothing more than a way to waste time for Kasuke, they would once again realize how unfair the world truly was. Shinji did not bother commenting on the ridiculousness of that statement, for he was already used to such from Kasuke. Well, Satoru should already be aware of his appearance the moment Tokinata appeared. Since he didn't take action, it means that there is nothing to worry about. Shinji accepted Kasuke's words. Satoru Gojo's senses could easily cover the entire city and inspect every nook and cranny. Of course, it wasn't as if the man was omniscient, but he should have easily felt a disturbance in the dimension wall. Scratching his head, Shinji sauntered before sitting next to Kasuke. So, why did you refuse the proposal of Godi 13? Kasuke grinned. So you already received one? Yep. I was pretty surprised. But you still didn't answer my question. Kasuke simply shrugged. I had no reason to. I was never really attached to my role of captain, and in fact, I felt that it was stifling me more than anything. What about you? Shinji looked up at the fake sky and thought for a while. You see, when we were at our lowest, only you guys helped us. But the Godi 13? The Soul Society as a whole? Nothing. It didn't matter how much we contributed nor how long we fought for them. The moment we became a liability, we were ruthlessly discarded and would have died if not for Yoruichi's help. It would be a lie to say that we aren't bitter. Shinji showed a bitter smile. When we received the demand to come back and receive our rank again, I was honestly elated. All our glory would come back. We wouldn't have to hide like rats anymore. But then, I had a doubt. Is this really what I want? If they discarded us once already, what stops them from doing so a second time? The others had the same doubts, and then we decided to ask Gojo what he thought. After all, it was thanks to him we got back our honor. Do you know what he said? This time Shinji laughed. Do whatever you want, he said. If you want to become captains again, do it. If you don't want to, don't. Either way, I got your back, and if anyone bothers you, then I will beat them up for you guys. So nothing to worry about. After all, I am the strongest. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Indeed. I can totally imagine Satoru saying that. The two of them laughed for a while before calming down. We don't want to be betrayed again. Once bitten, twice shy. Rather than going back to the Godi 13 like tamed dogs, we decided to join him. At the very least, this will prove to be far more interesting. Don't you think so? Kasuke's lips curled upward. Indeed. You won't have the time to get bored. Kasuke knew that he wouldn't get bored anytime soon. This will be fun. Hello guys, I totally revamped my Pat Rayon by adding 6 new tier. Now the lowest tier isn't bronze but special. It's for those who don't want to pay for 2 different stories and are only interested in one of my story. Here it's Gojo. You can visit my Patreon and see for yourself if you are interested. That's all from me. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. New, Special Gojo, 4 chapters of Gojo. New, Special SHK, 4 chapters of SHK. New, Special LP, 4 chapters of LP. Tier 1, 4+4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4+4 chapters of SHK plus LP. New, C tier, 4+4 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Tier 2, 12+12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12+12 chapters SHK plus LP. New, B tier, 12+12 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Tier 3, 14+14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14+14 chapters of SHK plus LP. New, A tier, 14+14 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 178, CH 160, Should We Take Her IN? The good news is that, while a little malnourished, she shows no sign of abuse. Standing up in front of a ward, Anohana spoke to Gojo while looking at the soundly sleeping girl. Even though the girl should have been about 12 years old, at first glance one would think that she was only 10 or even lower. Still, that was all there was to it. She had no wounds nor signs of sexual abuse. Whoever imprisoned her there at least didn't want to hurt her. She wasn't mentally abused either, which is also a relief. But because of her circumstances, her emotional development has been severely affected. Anohana continued her diagnosis. The girl that Gojo had brought was a very interesting case. Physically speaking, the girl seemed to be just a normal human. But of course, that wasn't the case. She survived one entire week without any water nor food. If not for the fact that she was a Fullbringer, she would have died. Anohana muttered to herself, Fullbringer was an interesting type. In the human world, there existed 3 types of humans with special abilities. The first one were high-spec humans. Those humans generally had nothing particularly special about them aside from the fact that they could see hollows. Some of them could become a little stronger than normal, but that was generally as far as it went. The second type were Quincies. Humans who for some reason had the power to erase hollows and Shinigami to nothingness and control Reishi. In Anohana's opinion, rather than saying that Quincies were humans with special power, it would be more accurate to say that Quincies were a race of beings with a genetic makeup nearly identical to that of humans. For her, Quincies were to humans what humans were to monkeys. A form of evolution. Finally, the last type were Fullbringers who for all intent and purpose were humans but who, for some reason, had the Ryatsu of hollows in them. Anohana never really researched their kinds because there were simply too few of them. To get a better understanding of Fullbringers, I guess Kisuke or Mayuri are the ones to ask. Gojo agreed. One of the reasons he was so interested in Fullbringers was because of the power they had to manipulate souls and through it, control physical matter. Out of the 4 special races, the 2 spiritual races, Shinigami and Hollows, used their power by directly manipulating the energy inside them. Meanwhile, the 2 physical races, Quincy and Fullbringers, used their power to manipulate the world around them. And at the center of all of this were humans who could become either of the 4. This world was really fascinating. I wonder what race the Soul King is. Gojo thought about this before shrugging. If he had stayed and become a captain, he could have visited the Soul King Palace once he joined Division 0. But things were what they were. He was sure that he could enter the palace all by himself, but by using the canon of the Shiba family for example, no matter how strong he was currently, Gojo didn't feel like fighting against those royal guards for no reason. At least now wasn't the time for it. Well, let's focus on the girl. Now that I have taken her in, I will go all out. Nimue. I have already checked. Ora Michibane. The name Michibane comes from the side of the mother. She died in childbirth. From here on, there are no particular records about Ora. No school. No hospital. Nothing. It's clear that she has been imprisoned her entire life. The relatives on the mother's side are still alive. Nimue took another file and continued. No particular information about the father aside from the fact that he worked in the underworld. I believe that he is a Fullbringer. But there is no definitive proof. His body was found in another city. There are no wounds on him nor any signs of poisoning or trauma. Cause of death, unknown. Did you inspect the body? Yes. From the residual energy around it, I believe what he received was a fatal wound to the soul. Was he killed by Shinigami? How intriguing. Should we ask the girl if she knows anything? Anohana proposed calmly, but Gojo shook his head in denial. Let's give her some time first. She needs to rest and understand that we wish her no harm. Anohana smiled at the obvious care Gojo was showing. It seems like you really have a thing for taking in strays. Is it a habit from when you were alive? I guess so. All Gojo could do was give a bitter smile. After all, it wasn't wrong. He always ended up taking in people with special circumstances and cared for them in his own way. Well, in her case, there isn't much we can do. If she wishes to go back to her family, we will send her back. You think a girl so young with basically no knowledge of the world can take such an important decision alone? It doesn't really matter. We can't keep her against her will after all. Furthermore, taking the file about the maternal family of Ora, her family seems to be composed of good, normal folk. The problem is, she isn't normal. While it's still dormant, I feel a ridiculous amount of Ryuryoku in her. So much that I wouldn't be surprised if it surpassed that of an average captain. She is only 12. It was clear that Ora was destined to become a powerhouse of the likes never seen before. At least this was what would happen if she didn't get killed first. A girl like her is a delicacy amongst delicacies, for Hollows send her to a normal family. Scoff might as well sentence her and her entire family to death. I shouldn't need to tell you all that. Well, let's deal with one thing at a time. He pinched his eyebrows and waved his hand in order to change topics. He didn't want to dismiss Anohana like this, but the case was hard enough. He knew logically that the best for Ora was to stay with them, but one shouldn't try to rationalize the feelings of a young child. Either way, this isn't black or white. If she chooses to live a normal life, I could simply seal all her power or protect her with different seals. There is always a solution. Nodding to himself, he suddenly thought about something. Where are Senna and that Quincy girl? Gojo generally avoided spreading his sense too widely when it wasn't necessary. Senna wasn't a little girl anymore after all. It would be quite awkward if he saw things he shouldn't. They are in the garden. Masaki seems to be awed by the different flowers. Fufufu. This girl has good taste. Anohana laughed. She was the one who took care of the garden, so she was quite happy to have it praised. Well, let's meet them then. It seems like little Masaki wants to enter the Gojo family in a different way. Ha ha ha. Watching a blooming pink spring was truly interesting. Chapter 179, ch 161, Fleeing. Sitting in the garden, Senna couldn't help but feel weird. Why is she looking at me like this? The garden of the Gojo family was a true state of art. Thanks to the different artificial souls serving as gardeners, Anohana's love for flowers, and Soifan regularly bringing new seeds whenever she traveled, the garden was filled with exotic and beautiful flowers. When she wasn't busy, Senna liked visiting this place and resting. It was also the favorite place of Kenchan and Yachi. That was why she brought Masaki here. She wanted to help her stay calm so that they could have a fruitful discussion. But, ever since they entered, Masaki had been throwing veiled looks at her as if she really thought Senna wouldn't be able to catch them. Sighing, she decided to advance the discussion. Masaki, I am sure you must have many questions. I am willing to answer most of them, so feel free to ask. Most. Snapping out from her daze, Masaki raised an eyebrow and asked. Yes. Most. Masaki nodded and entered deep in thought. My first question, are we still friends? She never fails to surprise me. Masaki should have been quite confused, but that didn't stop her from asking such a thing. Senna had to admit that she was quite happy. This was why her answer was evident. I always considered you as a friend. The two girls smiled at each other, giving an even more vibrant color to the garden. Their smiles rapidly transformed into laughter, and any feeling of estrangement between them vanished like smoke. Like this, the discussion became way smoother as Masaki asked a bunch of questions while Senna answered to each of them patiently. It had to be said that while Masaki had many questions, most of them were harmless. It was clear that she wasn't really interested in knowing the secret of the Gojo family. By the way, is that man really your father? He looks so young. How old was he when he got you? Masaki asked excitedly. Gojo was a fatal attraction for girls at her age. Even more so after the stunt he pulled with the sky and the clouds. But for Masaki, rather than his looks, what really interested her was his power. She could partially feel it. For a moment, she had the feeling that she was facing a very powerful Quincy. The way he manipulated the reishi around him was something that she had never seen. In terms of pure skills, even Soken Ishida, the current patriarch of the Ishida family, and an edge Quincy like her seemed to be supremely inferior. But how could it be possible? Since Senna was a Shinigami, her father should also be one logically. My father is. A few minutes later, Masaki already regretted asking this question of her. In her mind, Senna had always been a somewhat mysterious and taciturn young girl. But this Senna was nowhere to be seen now. For more than 30 minutes straight, Senna did nothing but speak about her father. About how awesome he was. About how cool he was. About how strong and caring he was. And so many other things. Listening to her, one would be led to think that Gojo was the ultimate, supreme, and a perfect being. Someone with no fault who can make no mistake no matter what happened. You must really love your father. Using the small interval during which Senna stopped to wet her lips, Masaki intervened. Indeed. Father is. Senna went on fire with another long tirade. But this time, Masaki did not stop her. She could see that Senna was a huge father-con. This made her even more curious about the man named Satoru Gojo. Of course, her curiosity was satiated pretty fast. A few hours later, after leaving Gojo's house, her head was filled with many new things. But the most important thing was, I should tell Uncle about this. Gojo had given her the permission to inform her family about what really happened. It was clear that he did not care about what they thought and that he had no reasons to hide. Masaki wasn't dumb either. From what she had seen, she knew that Senna alone would be enough to beat all of them if a fight happened. As for Gojo and the other women in that house, she simply shivered at the thought. It was important that she made them understand that Gojo and the others weren't enemies. I already have a headache. Huff huff huff. Jinjo. Jinjo. Can you hear me? Please speak. Under a collapsed bridge, a young black-haired boy with a long scar running above his left eye was frantically shaking another man. The said man seemed to be completely comatose. His body was covered in blood and wounds and his clothes were nearly torn apart. It was clear that the men had just escaped a bloody fight. Jinjo. I am all right. Help me up, Tsukishima. We need to leave now. Opening his eyes, the man, Jinjo, spoke with a feeble voice but with enough force to calm down the young boy. All right. Speaking hurriedly, Tsukishima wiped his tears before lifting and placing Jinjo on his back. Jinjo's heart ached at the sight of the trembling. But his heart ached even more at the feeling of betrayal. Why? He couldn't understand it. All his life, he wished for nothing more than to help others. Since he was a Fullbringer, he knew very well the pain of losing those dears to you because of a Hollow's attack, and he wished such things for no one. This is why he was so happy when someone came to his door and said that he was selected to play the role of a Shinigami substitute. During all the years that followed, he had been the perfect soldier. Never abusing his power, never slacking off, always giving his all. But, it seemed that it wasn't enough for them. They had never believed in him and had put him under surveillance all those years. Still, even if it was all, he was willing to forgive. He could understand why they doubted him, and while it hurt, he was able to accept it. This is why he had wished to discuss it with Jushiro Yukitake, the initiator of the program and his mentor. Jinjo didn't wish for much, just some excuse from the men would be enough. He had used the badge to contact him for a meeting. But what did he get when he went to the meeting? Nothing but a trap. A surprise attack was orchestrated by a bunch of Shinigami. If he hadn't been strong enough, then the only result would have been his death. No trials. No way to defend himself. Just direct death. The only one who knew about their meeting was Jushiro, so the culprit was evident. He now understood that he could really believe in no one in this world. I will make them pay. Gritting his teeth, Jinjo focused again on Tsukishima. Use the bringer light, as I taught you. I have a safe house not far from here. Understood. Bringer light was the result of the high-speed movement technique unique to Fullbringer. By using the souls in the ground and in the air, it was possible for them to greatly increase their speed to a level not inferior to that of Shuinpa or its equivalent. Green light formed around Tsukishima before he suddenly vanished with Jinjo on his back. His speed was simply too high for anyone normal to follow. Unfortunately, the one that was following behind them was in no way normal. Chapter 180, ch 162, Normal. At Gojo's house, the atmosphere was currently warm as they were eating together. Next to Gojo and company was a slightly lost-looking Aura as she watched the interaction between them. She didn't know why she was eating with them now, but she didn't refuse since she did feel quite hungry. They are strong. Even though Aura had yet to awaken her power, she could still feel that none of the people here were weak. In fact, compared to her father, it was like comparing a candlelight to the sun. No, even that was insulting to them. That's how strong they were. However, for some reason, Aura did not feel intimidated. She did not have the feeling of inadequacy she always had when facing her father. For the first time in her life, Aura felt like she was in her own element. Is it what father meant when he wanted me to become normal? She did not know. What did it mean to be normal in the first place? Was she really the abnormal one, or was it her father? Once again, she did not know. There were so many things she did not know. She could hear the discussion flying. Father, what do you think of Masaki? Hey, she is a good girl. A little headstrong, but I like that type of people. So he is a father. She was surprised. The picture of a father in her mind had always been that of a gloomy and desperate man with few words. Compared to that, the man who introduced himself as an angel was completely different. Even now, she could remember the warm breeze on her face and the light of the sun temporarily blinding her eyes. Under this beautiful picture, it was like a halo of light had formed behind Gojo. When coupled with his jewel-like blue eyes, she felt like she was facing something otherworldly, sacred. In her heart, something akin to faith bloomed, but she could not understand this feeling yet. All she knew was that she trusted the silver white-haired man more than she should. But she did not care. Tenchi-sama, 1. She muttered, and immediately everyone fell silent. They had not ignored Aura. In fact, whenever they spoke, they would pay attention to her to see if she was uncomfortable. But they had to admit that the words she just threw were quite shocking. Yoruichi coughed as the food she was eating went the wrong way. She wanted to laugh out loud, but she forced herself to calm down. Aura was currently in a fragile phase and could take badly to being laughed at when she finally took the courage to open her mouth. Gojo, on the other hand, wasn't embarrassed. He was a Shinigami. A god of death or an angel of death depending on how it was interpreted. Why would he be embarrassed then? What's the matter, Aura? Aura hesitated a little. She would have never dared to ask this to her father, but she wanted to know, and she felt like this angel would give her an answer. What does it mean to be normal? Gojo's smile didn't slip off. Well, I have an answer for you, but firstly, could you tell me why you want to know? Aura nodded and explained what her father said that day. She still remembered it very well. Hearing the name of the Shinigami substitute from her mouth, Gojo had to fight the frown that was forming on his face. Thank you. Now about your question. There is no such thing as normal. He laughed at the visible confusion on Aura's face. Still, Gojo thought that the concept of normality was nothing more than an illusion born from habits. For Shinigami, normal people were made out of spiritual particles, while for humans, normal people were made out of physical matter. For someone who lived in a war-torn country, peace was not normal. Meanwhile, for someone who lived in a peaceful country, it was war that was abnormal. The word normal is used by people who refuse to change the status quo for one reason or another. You are not abnormal, Aura. You do not and should not need to change yourself in order to please someone. Your life, your decision. As long as you do not hurt anyone, no one has the right to judge you for your decisions. Gojo knew that what he was explaining might be hard for Aura to totally grasp, but he didn't want to coddle the girl too much. Being young did not equate with stupidity. Aura ruminated on those words for a while before lowering her head. Is father all right? Gojo sighed, stood up, and gently patted Aura on the head while ruffling her hair. Your father loved you. He did not hide the truth. A small light in Aura's eyes seemed to dim. Like Gojo thought, Aura was in no way stupid. In fact, she was far smarter than average. That was why she immediately understood the hidden meaning behind those words. No matter how bad her father was, Aura knew that all he wanted was her own good. His methods were questionable, but the intent behind them never changed, saving her. He wanted her to become like a normal human. He did not like their inheritance as Fullbringer. Was she sad about the loss? She did not think so. Was she happy then? She was not. She could not put a finger on her feelings, but the closest emotion she could understand was melancholy. She felt melancholic about someone she cared for dying in a place she couldn't reach no matter what. Gojo, on the other hand, decided to hold a memorial for her father. Even if it was small, it might be helpful for Aura. After all, funeral ceremonies had the double goal of pushing souls toward the other side, but also comforting the living. It was then, when he expanded his sense in order to find the body and teleported to a different place, that he was startled to find 3 active signatures at the edge of his spiritual sense. He could not recognize them since he was pretty sure that they never met, but he recognized that there was one Shinigami facing 2 enemies. Gojo couldn't help but grin. Finally, something fun is happening. Anohana, Yoruichi, take care of the house. He waved at them before crouching down in front of Aura. I am sorry our discussion was cut short, let me deal with some lame guys. I will come back. Standing up, he gave a thumbs up to Senna while showing a large smile on his face, and he left in direction of the Ryatsu he felt. 1. Tenchi equals angel, though I am pretty sure 90% of my readers already knew that lol. Remember that she is a 12-year-old girl who never saw anything outside of her basement and her father. Pretty impressionable. Chapter 181, ch 163, Dangerous Night. Somewhere else in the city, in the garden of Kasuk's house, a tall man with an eye patch could be seen swinging his sword repeatedly. Looking at Zaraki training, Kasuk took a swing of his bottle of alcohol while wondering just what kind of monster both Anohana and Satoru were trying to create. Zaraki Kenpachi, though, now that he wasn't the captain of the 11th Division anymore, it was weird to still call him Kenpachi, was a man with the potential to break the inherent limitations of Shinigami without having to use external means. The only reason he didn't manage to do so until now was because of his weird obsession with limiting himself in order to enjoy fighting more. Anohana had once told him that her one greatest regret had been facing Zaraki and not being strong enough. Even though she won the fight back then, it was only because of the great difference in experience and skill. The simple fact that Zaraki as a kid could shred apart her defensive Ryatsu and left a scar on her body showed that his Ryatsu wasn't any weaker than her back then. In Anohana's initial plan, once she judged that the Soul Society didn't need her anymore, she would fight Zaraki to bring him to the brink before finally falling to his blade. Only then would he break all through the conscious and unconscious limitations he put on himself. But now, her plan had changed. Anohana didn't tell him what caused this change, but he had his own inkling. Clearly, her relationship with Satoru made her less willing to throw her life away. Love truly changes people. The years of training that followed hadn't been in vain. Slowly, Zaraki was becoming more monstrous, and Kasuk even wondered now if he could win against the current Zaraki if he didn't use his Bankai. Kenchan is the best, right? Kasuk chuckled and looked at the pink-haired girl sitting close to him while munching on sweets prepared by Nimue. What a surprise it was when Gojo revealed to him her true nature. This revelation was followed by weeks of research as he tried to understand what might have made her existence possible. But the only answer he could come to was that it was the kind of Zanpakuto she was. It wasn't a Zanpakuto that could materialize themselves to the real world were rare. What made Ichiro so special though was the fact that even as a Zanpakuto, she was able to obtain her own Zanpakuto. Indeed. He is very incredible. He was about to continue the discussion when Aloha. None of them seemed surprised to see the silver-haired man appear while floating above them. Humph. Zaraki ignored the new arrival and continued to swing his sword, but Gojo wasn't offended. He knew that Zaraki was just a little miffed since he didn't have any new challenges lately. No matter how much he loved fighting, doing so against the same people every day would become boring with time. That was exactly why Gojo came here. Don't worry, Zaraki, I believe you will like what I got for you. What do you say about fighting a new captain? Zaraki immediately stopped swinging his sword and looked at Gojo suspiciously. Captains are sealed when they come to Earth, right? He had no interest in facing weakling. I promise you that he is in no way sealed. This made the suspicion of Zaraki increase further. Do you want to destroy the town? If, as he said, the captain in question didn't have 80% of his power sealed, then if the two of them were to fight, the town would be totally erased from the map and the victims would be countless. Zaraki had no hang-up about such a thing, but he found it weird that Gojo was willing to do so. You forgot about my Bankai. Gojo shrugged, causing Zaraki to nod in acceptance. So, what do you say? The bloodthirsty smile on Zaraki's face was all the answer he needed. What about you, Kisuke? Are you interested? Kisuke looked at both Zaraki then Satoru, then prayed for the poor men that would face them. They say to not kick a man while he is down. Of course, I am going to follow you. Kisuke liked kicking bastards when they were down. Tsukishima was holding a sword while his hands were trembling. Behind him was a bleeding Jinjo, and facing him was the man who put them in such a situation in the first place. Concentrate, concentrate. His power, known as the Book of the End, was very complex. It allowed him to mess with the very history of the world, changing the past to affect the present. I just need to touch him once. He gulped. If he could enter the memories of the men, he would be able to make him believe they were friends or even family. This was how potent this power was. Of course, since the men was a Shinigami, it meant that he would have to navigate through hundreds of years of memories. If he wasn't careful, he might lose himself in them. But, it didn't matter. If I do nothing, we will die. Doing nothing meant death. But acting meant a slight chance of living. So the choice was evident. Even then, it wasn't easy. His lack of experience compounded with the clear difference in power between the two sides made him feel like nothing he could do would work. For Fullbringer that depended on their will to bend the world around them, mindset was very important, and Tsukishima knew that his current mindset would bring them nothing. Tsukishima, get behind me. Jinjo. Tsukishima screamed in shock when he felt a hand on his shoulder pull him back. Looking up, he could see Jinjo giving him a weak smile. Let me deal with it. All this while, Tokinada had stayed silent, but watching this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. My, oh my, what a touching scene. I am nearly in tears at this sight. Ha ha. A mentor sacrificing himself to protect his prized student. I would nearly spare you. Heh, then why not do it? I would be grateful if you did. Just take us as bereaved dogs on the road. Jinjo gave a low laugh as he made the proposal. He had no illusions about his chance of survival, but any seconds he could stall him would give one more second for Tsukishima to calm down. Surprisingly. It isn't as if I need to kill you. Jinjo's eyes opened wide in surprise, before becoming thoughtful. What do you want in exchange? He wasn't a fool. Even more so after the recent events, he now knew that there was nothing free in this world. Tokinada gave a devilish smile. Weren't you searching for a way to take away the power of Fullbringer? I want you to continue doing it. Do it until you reach a level that will allow you to take revenge against the Soul Society. Like the sweet words of a devil, they slowly entered his ears and his heart. Why hesitate? Don't you already hate the Soul Society that used and discarded you? I am offering you the chance to take the revenge you so desperately want. Jinjo gritted his teeth. He knew that the proposal was too enticing to refuse. He wanted to object. To say that he didn't need it. To spit on the face of that son of bitch. But, so what even if he did so? He was betting everything on a poor kid who couldn't even hold his sword properly. Rather than burdening Tsukishima more with the weight of their life, wouldn't it be better for him to take the proposal? Why? Ha. You are asking why I am letting you go even though you wish revenge. It's pretty simple. Tokinada's smile stretched further, watching a worm like you struggle and struggle futilely for years and centuries only to finally realize how impossible your goal is will be a delight to witness. Ha ha ha, and in the often unlikely chance that you do succeed, I will be able to witness a sight I always dreamt of for hundreds of years. Isn't it beautiful? Jinjo's pulse quickened. He could see it. In the eyes of this man, this world was nothing but a joke. A huge spectacle he watched from afar while laughing at the people struggling below. There was no deep purpose, no subtle plan, only pure entertainment. I will make you pay one day. He gritted his teeth. Despite his bleeding wounds, he wished for nothing more than to rush and destroy the smug bastard. But he held back. Oh damn. What a sick bastard you are. You remind me of a dude that liked to play with souls. 1. Very dangerous bastard. Very sick bastard. Jinjo looked up as 3 people appeared above in the sky. Each one of them seemingly stronger than the other. He did not know why, but he felt like the night would end very differently from what he previously imagined. 1. He is speaking of Mahito for those who didn't watch Jujutsu Kaisen. You should search for the dude on Wiki. Really sick bastard. Though he isn't human, so yeah. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Special Gojo, 4 chapters of Gojo. Special SHK, 4 chapters of SHK. Special LP, 4 chapters of LP. Tier 1, 4 plus 4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4 plus 4 chapters of SHK plus LP. C tier, 4 plus 4 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Tier 2, 12 plus 12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12 plus 12 chapters SHK plus LP. B tier, 12 plus 12 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Tier 3, 14 plus 14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14 plus 14 chapters of SHK plus LP. A tier, 14 plus 14 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 182, ch 164, Deus. Looking up at the intruders, Tokinata seemed unperturbed as he spoke. Oh my, what are 3 rejects of the Godi 13 doing here? I am about to kill a traitor, you see. Would you mind giving us some space? Heh, I thought you just gave this so-called traitor the option to continue fleeing for your own enjoyment. Oh ho, whatever you may have heard, those were just jokes, now would you please go away? Even though he appeared quite calm, Tokinata was anything but. He did not mind a good challenge, but fighting 3 people of such a high caliber would prove to be quite difficult. Even more so since he was hiding the true power of his Zanpakuto for now. The ultimate plan of the Tsuneyashiro clan was still too far from completion. In fact, it wasn't even at the first step. If we are going to fight anyway, then isn't speaking a waste of time? Cleaning his ear with his little finger, Zaraki asked. Clearly, he was finding those veiled words to be a waste of time. My, Zaraki. You should know by now that Satoru doesn't act for no reason. Gojo closed his eyes, indeed he had a reason as to why he didn't begin the fight until now. I only have one question if I have to be honest. It's only a hunch, but, are you the one who killed Tensho Agata? 1. At the mention of this name, Jinjo, who had stayed silent until then, flinched. A reaction Gojo did not miss but had no time to care about for now. If he was surprised by the question, he showed no such expression. This name sounds vaguely familiar. Why the question though? What a snake you are. Lying through your teeth without the slightest change of expression. Pretty admirable if I must say. Gojo spoke calmly. He clearly did not care about the life and death of a man he had never met. Still, since the man was Aura's father, the killer had to pay. Tensho Agata was the name of Aura's father. His death was clearly unnatural, so Gojo had been wondering who could have caused it. But now it was clear that he found the culprit. Zaraki, do as you like with him. Bang. Like a lightning bolt, Zaraki rushed toward his opponent, a bloodthirsty grin filling his face. Gojo knew that in this situation his friend was no different from a madhound that would not stop until it died or destroyed his opponent. Kogo. Help me contain the fight. Kogo immediately seized control of the surrounding space and covered it with a veil. A zone of 3 kilometers was rather small for a fight between 2 captains, but it didn't matter. He just wanted to avoid affecting the human world negatively. Once he saw Tokinata barely block the Zaraki's attack, Gojo immediately lost interest in him and landed in front of the 2 Fullbringer. The young boy beside Jinjo interested him quite a bit, and even Jinjo was pretty special. After all, Fullbringer were human with a hint of Hollow's power in them. Then said Fullbringer had received Shinigami's power. Just what would be the result, too? Oh ho, I knew that following you was the right decision. Kasuke marveled. Clearly, even though he didn't have something as broken as the 6 eyes, his instincts as a scientist made him see the peculiarities of those 2. On Tokinata's side, after narrowingly avoiding Zaraki, he grunted and asked. So the proud Zaraki Kenpachi is now the hunting dog of Satoru Gojo. He tried to goad and provoke Zaraki, but all he got was another swing of the sword. Not wishing to test his Ryatsu against Zaraki's sword, he used Shuinpa to put some distance between them. TCH, this stupid veil was activated. Even after all those years, the principle behind Gojo's veils was still not totally understood. It wasn't as if the Kido expert and master couldn't create curtains. But the two styles were totally different. Still, he knew that he couldn't break this veil without putting in tremendous power, and he doubted Gojo or any of the other two would watch as he fled. What should I do? Had it been any other opponents, Tokinata would have immediately surrounded. He was no fighter. He took no pleasure in pushing through adversities. He just wanted to play around. Sadly, once again, Zaraki was not the kind of person such a tactic would be useful against. As if it wasn't enough, falling in the hands of a mad scientist like Kisuke was not something he wished for. Stop dodging like a rat and fight. The spiritual pressure of Zaraki increased suddenly, but Tokinata was not to be outdone. Despite how he looked, he was still the leader of one of the four houses. His spiritual pressure did not lose out to people like Byakuya Kachiki or Yoruichi Shihoin. But he knew that he couldn't continue like this. Sigh. I guess I have no choice. The plan of his house could be damned. He didn't mind dying, but not now. The world began to tremble as a captain truly began to release his spiritual pressure to its full extent. If Gojo didn't activate the veil, people a few kilometers away would already begin fainting while others had a high chance of dying. Clashing with Zaraki, he put strength in his hand and began to recite. Sip from the four seas, the heavenly shores entwine. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Zaraki took a step back and observed him. Equally duplicate 10,000 and sharpen. Tokinata knew that he would have only one chance at this. He had to act in a way without revealing the true power of his sword while at the same time fleeing from this place. Thankfully he had the perfect solution. Enreikyoten. His sword shone with a blinding light, forcing Zaraki to squint a little, but when the light vanished, there was no one. Seeing this, Zaraki's eyes opened wide before he screamed in rage. Fucking damn it. He had finally found a fun opponent after all this time, but the bastard tucked his tail and fled. This was unacceptable. Don't worry. He won't flee far, I already marked him. Kisuke walked while waving his fan, a smile on his face. He wanted to tease Zaraki a little but knew better than to piss off an enraged beast. Do you recognize the mean he used? I saw him plunge in shadows, but it was different from the shadow I use. Kisuke pursed his lips a little. I have some knowledge about Enreikyoten, but I need to make sure. Still, if I am not wrong, then he might be quite the tricky opponent. Forget about him, sooner or later Zaraki will have his fight, even if we must invade Soul Society for that. Gojo nonchalantly spoke about invading Soul Society, but he indeed had no reason to fear. As long as he didn't hurt anyone, he knew that Jushiro and Kairaka wouldn't intervene. Mayuri wouldn't even bother, and Ishin might look the other way. The only one who would pose a problem would be Yamamoto, but, if he had to be honest, Gojo wished to face the Bankai of the old men. This would truly be an epic fight. Taking a deep breath, Zaraki forced himself to calm down. He would fight against the Visored after this to relieve his bloodlust. Anyway, Kisuke, the fact that this guy intruded shows that the Soul Society, or rather Central 46, has indeed no intention to let us go. Now that we have the confirmation, I guess we need to complete our preparation. So, you are finally ready to go. Indeed. I believe I idled enough in the human world. It's now time to complete my transcendence, and for that, I need to visit Hueco Mundo. Furthermore. Hehe, I guess we will find our old friend there. Sosuke Aizen. Yep, Gojo laughed. Compared to the men who just fled, Aizen was a much more dangerous opponent in Gojo's mind. Someone they couldn't afford to underestimate. Should I call Shinji and the others? Gojo thought for a bit before nodding. This is as much their revenge as it is my fight. I think they will be happy to at least witness his demise with their own eyes. Even better if they can participate in it. By the way, you never did give a name for the new organization you wanted to create. I didn't. Huh, well. For now, how about we call it? Gojo thought for a while before smiling. Since we all want to break the limits and transcend, let's call ourselves Deus. 1. It's his true name. Had to reread CFYOW to find it. Also was reminded of how broken Shuhei's Bankai is. Too bad there's low chance he will show it in my story. 2. In CFYOW, we know that there was 4 possible replacement for the Soul King. First one was Ichigo, the second one was Jinjo, third was Yawacha's corpse. This is what they used in the end. Fourth was a character that would have been created by Ora and Tokinata with Gremmy's brain as the basis. Hikone, fucking broken kid, basically an artificial Ichigo. Chapter 183, CH 165, Bleach is back. And, LOL, the title has nothing to do with the chapter. I am just excited to see it back. Though I will have to wait a while before the most exciting fights are introduced. Asterisk cough damn. I nearly died there. Walking out of the shadow, Tokinata laughed lightly while inspecting the wound on his stomach. It seemed that even while blinded, Zaraki had managed to instinctively strike him down. If he had been a little slower, fleeing wouldn't have been an option. The only reason he managed to escape was thanks to his sword, but it was also the reason he nearly died. The ancestral Zanpakuto of the Tsuneyashiro family was a powerful one. In fact, depending on who was wielding it, it could be called the strongest one. The role of his clan was to observe history and, like his clan, his sword could do the same by witnessing the history of Zanpakuto. All Zanpakuto observed were recorded and the wielder could use their power as he wished, and even many of them at the same time, creating an incredible combination. Of course, there were some limits. The first one was that the power of the copied power depended on the wielder. If Tokinata used the ability of someone weaker, then in his hand the same ability would be greatly enhanced. If on the other hand, he used the ability of someone stronger, then the power would be lowered accordingly. Thankfully for Tokinata, as a member of one of the four great families, he was born with a large amount of Ryatsu, and since he was pretty talented even for a member of his family, his level didn't lose out to the high-level captains. Perhaps the only Zanpakuto he couldn't reproduce at full power were those belonging to monsters like Yamamoto, Anohana, Gojo, or Aizen. The same applied to a lesser extent to Kairaku and Yukitake. The second limitation though was the true problem. How much lifespan did I lose this time? Well, not much I guess. All-powerful Zanpakutos always came with a penalty or a restriction, and the price to use his sword was his own lifespan. Each time he used the full power of his sword, his soul would be eroded a little more. This is why, despite how powerful the sword was, the past leaders of his clan never used it. Only someone as crazy as Tokinata would wield this sword without any worry. Well, this mission is a bust. Can't stay. Once again, Tokinata was not a warrior. He would never hesitate to flee when he needed if he deemed it necessary. I wonder what the face of those captains would be when I say that Gojo attacked me for no reason. Ha ha ha. It will be fun to see. The Central 46 indeed wanted him to get rid of Gojo, but there was no proof, right? He couldn't hide his jubilation at the thought of the incoming tornado. Perhaps, in this chaos, the plan of the Tsuneyashiro family could be implemented. That was, creating their own Soul King. Back to Gojo, after Zaraki left to torment the Visored, for which Gojo could only mourn, he began to think about what to do about the two rescued Fullbringers. In the end, he decided to leave this to Kasuke. While he was interested in Jinjo, he knew that Kasuke was the best equipped to deal with the men. It would be rather helpful if he could create a new Hogyoku or something of the like. Gojo already had too many projects without even having to add the incoming visit to Hueco Mundo. There was too much to do and not enough time to do it. Perhaps I should learn how to stop time. Gojo did not think it was impossible. At least in his own world, he was a god. The more his abilities expanded, the greater the skills he would be able to bring. Once his skills in manipulating time increased, he would be able to tweak it as he wished. Thinking about this, he slowly began to float in the air, his eyes shining as he observed the sky and the moon. The blue of his eyes reflected the white orb in the sky, while his snow-white hair seemed to glow under the moonlight. During those 20 years, he had been peacefully living. While it was boring, it was also satisfying. Being with people he loved, not having to fight deadly threats every day, nor having to see the dead bodies of his friends and students made his current life so much better than what he had in his previous world. This is exactly why he couldn't stop his thirst for power. He was strong now. But he still wasn't the strongest. It means that in this world, there still existed people that could bring danger to the people he cared about. People who could make his peace vanish. This is unacceptable. Of course, Gojo wasn't a naive boy who thought that just being strong would guarantee happiness. He was the strongest in his previous world, but he wasn't omnipotent. At the end of the day, no matter how strong he was there, he was nothing more than a human. But he wasn't a human anymore, was he? So you want to become a god? In this world, even God was reduced to nothing more than a husk. I want to become something more than a god. Ha ha ha, you sound like the bad guy in the story now. The crazy psycho with the goal of godhood that eventually gets defeated by the chosen hero and their power of friendship. Gojo laughed. This is not a book. There will be no chosen hero, and even then, the power of friendship is bullshit. If screaming and thinking about your friends were sufficient to win a battle, there would be no tragedy in this world. Stretching his hand toward the sky, Gojo muttered. What do you think will happen if we fuse? The method he prepared to help Anohana break the limit. The beyond Bankai. I don't know. Gojo nodded and did not ask further. He wanted power but would never chase after it by sacrificing people he cared about. The current method was still not up to par with what he wished. Only by allowing a perfect soul resonance without assimilation and destruction of one would this be perfect. Gojo had an inkling though. If after perfecting his Bankai he managed to perfect the beyond Bankai, perhaps he might be able to create a world with a redshift. I laugh whenever I realize all three big villains of Bleach had something to do with Soul King. All three of them wanted to kill the Soul King for different reasons. Aizen wanted to replace it himself. Yoruichi just wanted to bring back the world to the time before the separation of the realms, and Tokinata wanted to place a new Soul King that he could control. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Special Gojo, 4 chapters of Gojo. Special SHK, 4 chapters of SHK. Special LP, 4 chapters of LP. Tier 1, 4 plus 4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4 plus 4 chapters of SHK plus LP. C tier, 4 plus 4 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Tier 2, 12 plus 12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12 plus 12 chapters SHK plus LP. B tier, 12 plus 12 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Tier 3, 14 plus 14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold, 14 plus 14 chapters of SHK plus LP. A tier, 14 plus 14 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 184, Epilogue 7, Reminiscence. Is there something that you wish for, Kanami? I would like to extend my gratitude to you for being my greatest loyalist. So, if there is something that you want, just name it. Within Aizen's mind, this memory arose. He had asked his confidant Kanami Tozen this question a long time ago. By your leave, yes, there is indeed something. Just one. Oh. Interested to know what kind of personal desire this man in front of him sought, Aizen waited curiously to hear those words. However, the words that tumbled out of Tozen's mouth were far from what one might consider a reward. My wish is a precept against sin. Encouraged by his listener's silence, Tozen pressed on. Should there come a time when I change, should there come a time when I begin to accept the world of the Shinigamis, rather, should there come a time when this a world without evolution begins to provide me with something like peace of mind? At that time, I would like you to erase my existence from this world, leaving behind no fragments. The words sounded strange, so Aizen asked again, in order to confirm the other party's intention. Surely, Kanami, should there ever come a time when you need to halt your progress, the Shinigami's lot will forgive you. However, I do not think you will accept that forgiveness, will you? If there is one thing that is absolute, then it is you, Aizen-sama. But you, who taught me what justice is, and you, who instructed me on how the world ought to operate, are also a part of the world that I detest. I see. So, the root of the very justice that drives you, is a double-edged sword that can also destroy your justice at the same time. Kakio. Yes, that was the name of the woman who was Kanami's best friend, recalled Aizen. Tozen continued to speak. If I were to accept the world of the Shinigamis, then it will be a denial of my own justice. Should such a time ever come, what I will have done, will no longer be justice. It will just be murder. Clenching his fists in remembrance of a cruel past, Tozen let his next words out with difficulty. That would mean, the defilement of Kakio's death and her way of life. Since I am standing here, already betraying her wishes, going against my own justice would be equivalent to murdering her twice. But if she were alive today, would she have forgiven you? Yes. She would have. That's why I want you to have mercy and make me disappear from this world before I degenerate into the non-existent goodness that she saw in this world. Mercy, you say? If my justice turns out to be false, then I must never be forgiven. I want you to crush and destroy every last bit of my soul before my heart gets filled with false salvation. That's my one and only wish. Tozen uttered a wish that was not in accordance with his justice but according to his feelings. Aizen, who respected Tozen's resolution, questioned him once again in order to see whether Tozen really grasped the depth and meaning behind his own desire. Anticipating the answer, Aizen asked. If I stand atop the heavens and create a new world, what will you do then? That new world is a world where someone like me, who is forever trapped by vengeance, must never exist. Therefore, once you stand atop the heavens, Aizen-sama, I must commit suicide for the purpose of complete purification of that world. So, then, whatever happens, I will inevitably end up losing my only confidant. Forgive me. Please forget what I just said. Tozen realized that Aizen, too, was trapped by emotions. Aizen spoke to Tozen, who looked like he repented his choice of words. It's fine. Those were words that came out of your true heart. It is my immaturity that still makes me unable to cast off the justice that my friend Kakio sang praises about. No, it's not. Knowing one's own weaknesses becomes the foundation for climbing to greater heights. Aizen looked down at the incomplete Hogyoku held in his hands, and spoke softly, a fearless smile playing upon his lips. Sometimes, fear is also necessary for evolution. And so, Aizen spoke to his close subordinate with absolute firmness. Approaching Tozen, Aizen made a promise to him. I swear to you, Kanami. Before you suffer from the forgiveness of the Shinigamis, I will make sure to erase all traces of your existence. The darkness of the Hueco Mundo seemed to waver ever so slightly. Kanami, I hope you obtained the death you really wished for. What Aizen embraced in his chest once the memories from the past were swept away from him, whether the fragments of memory roused his heart, that was never meant to be understood by anyone. The recollections from the past that seamlessly flowed by, seemed to merely melt away into the endless darkness. Aizen-sama, what might be the matter? Standing beside him was a man of rather average height wearing a nearly entirely white attire with a streak of black. Half of his short messy black hair was covered by what looked like a broken horn helmet made out of bones while his throat had a black hole in it. His green eyes gave a melancholic appearance while green-teal lines which descend from the lower part of his eyes made it look like he was crying. What looked like green tears? Ulquiorra, what brings you here? Aizen did not bother answering Ulquiorra's question and Ulquiorra did not bother insisting. After all, he had not been particularly interested in the first place. Bowing he explained, the reason for his presence. The disturbance in space is becoming greater. We believe that soon, intruders will appear in Hueco Mundo. This perked Aizen's interest prompting him to smile, it seems like the time of reckoning is coming near. Aizen had not been idle during those 20 years. Using the Hogyuko, he had managed to bring a forced evolution in many hollows, changing them into a new race called Arankar. In fact, the man in front of him, Ulquiorra was one of the rare natural Arankar that existed in this world. Evolution. Truly what a fascinating thing it was. Shaking away all lingering memories, Aizen adjusted his eye patch and began to move. Gather the espada. We need to prepare to welcome our new guest. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of surprise Gojo and Kasuke would bring him. I pleasurably look forward to the moment when his progress will irradiate my way. This promised to be marvelous. And, the part about Aizen flashback is canon by the way. At least in CFYOW. Basically, it explained why Aizen killed Tozen during the Espada arc personally. I believe this was just Kubo and whoever worked with him, trying to make Aizen seems less a bastard by showing that he saw Tozen as something akin to a friend. But well, it's well written enough so can't argue. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Special Gojo, 4 chapters of Gojo. Special SHK, 4 chapters of SHK. Special LP, 4 chapters of LP. Tier 1, 4 plus 4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4 plus 4 chapters of SHK plus LP. C tier, 4 plus 4 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Tier 2, 12 plus 12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12 plus 12 chapters SHK plus LP. B tier, 12 plus 12 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Tier 3, 14 plus 14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold 14 plus 14 chapters of SHK plus LP. A tier, 14 plus 14 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 185, CH 166, Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo, the world of hollows was a world greatly different from Soul Society and the human world. An unchanging night covered the sky while an endless white desert covered the ground. Tree-like objects that looked like plants, but rather were quartz-like minerals littered the ground. A world of death. A world of pain. That was the Hueco Mundo. But even in such a world, while rare, some hollows who managed to regain their consciousness liked to gather and create settlements where they lived in semi-large or small groups. Neutra, I do not understand. Executing the residents of this settlement, what purpose did it serve? Why go beyond our directives? In one of those settlements, 2 people stood under the moonlight. One of them, the one who complained, was a beautiful curvaceous and well-endowed adult woman with long waving green hair and hazel eyes. She wore a customized uniform that is a tight-fitting long-sleeved shirt with shoulder pads and puffy cuffs that was entirely white aside from a thin black line going from the chest of her shirt to her hips. The only thing that differentiated her from a normal adult woman was the white goat mask that seemed to be stuck at the top of her head. Fuck off, Neliel. Nothing was said about sparing any lives. The man she was speaking to, Neutra, was a very tall man with a thin and lanky body. His black hair hung past his shoulders, concealing the left side of his face and a large white eye patch with one exposed dark gray eye. In his hand was a weapon that looked like a spear, though rather than a pointed head, the blade was in the form of a crescent moon. Like Neliel, Neutra was clad in white from head to toe with a hint of black on his eye patch. The only problem was that his clothes and weapon were entirely covered in fresh blood. Proof of the horror that had just been committed by him. Aizen-sama explicitly told us to locate Vasto Lords. I don't remember anything about causing a massacre. Neutra shrugged. You know there are still people who wish for Aizen-sama's demise. I was under the impression that this place was filled with rebels. I did Aizen-sama a favor by cleansing this place of their kind. Beside. He spat on the ground and swung his weapon to get rid of the blood on it. The way they fought back, I doubt any of them had the potential to become Vasto Lords. So spare me your incessant whining. Because no one's gonna miss a few hundred insignificant peons. Neliel's eyes narrowed as anger brewed in her. Despite her power, ever since she regained her rationality, she had always been a pacifist at heart, and what she had just seen disheartened her. She wished she could have come a little sooner to avoid this tragedy. You think too highly of yourself, Neutra. You and I are from the same origin as them. We are here only because of a fortunate set of circumstances. You would be wise to remember that. All Arankars, even the natural ones, were once hollows after all. He sneered and put his little finger in his ear. I don't like the tone of your voice. If you got a problem with the way I do things, why don't you come here and do something about it? Sigh. You amuse me. Despite joining the rank of Espada, you still act like a baby sucking on his mother's teat. Neliel gave one last look at the settlement that has been burned to the ground and sighed regretfully at the life lost before turning to walk away. At the end of the day, she was still a hollow. It wasn't as if she would begin crying for their deaths. What the fuck did you say? Her words made Neutra blow a fuse, and even as she gave her back to him, he moved with rage evident on his face while swinging his weapon at her, well intent in killing her. Sadly for him, Neliel was very different from the helpless hollows he had just exterminated. Sidestepping his attack with a sonido like it was nothing, she retaliated with a series of attacks so fast that he had no time to react, sending him spiraling. Not giving up, he came back again, but whatever he did, he was simply beaten back to the ground again and again. The difference between the two of them was simply too high. Let's end it here. Once she made sure that the blood on his clothes was his own this time, Neliel sheathed her sword back. It's good that I finished it before lunch. If I am late, those might start to worry. Wait. She stopped and looked down at him. Neliel, I have been rather adamant about my utter disdain for you. So why are you still sparing me? Simple, because you are weak. You. Finish me off now. He screamed like a wounded beast. The wound her words made to his pride was far more painful than the wound she inflicted on his body with her sword. In his opinion, death was better than such a humiliation. Sadly for him. I refuse. Neliel's answer was merciless. There was a time, we ceased to be human and became beasts. Now though, as Arankars, we have regained our sense of reason. She shook her head, sending him a look full of pity as if looking at a stupid child. Beings with reason need a true reason to fight one another, and this is something you lack. Neutra screamed, well, I have one. You pissed the fuck out of me. Even then, she did not break her stern facade, treating him as the child she saw him as. That is not a purpose. It's nothing but instinct. She looked up at the sky, her mind full of thoughts only she could know, before walking away and giving one last sentence, you are a beast. I do not acknowledge you as a fellow warrior, and thus, I do not feel like burdening myself with the life of one who is not a warrior. Looking at her departing back, powerless to stop her, Neutra gritted his teeth, his eye filled with hatred and determination. I swear that I will make you regret this. He growled under his breath, but suddenly. What? His mouth clamped shut and his head swiveled to the side, and he looked at a direction opposite to that of Neliel. Beads of sweat formed on his face as he felt the wall of the dimension break and open in a place not far away from where they were. This sensation was followed by a dreadful feeling of pressure the like he had never felt. What the hell? Neutra wasn't the only one to have felt this, since Neliel also stopped and looked in the same direction as Neutra. Her expression grew cloudy when she remembered the orders the Espada had received about an incoming invasion. Putting a hand to her sword, she moved and appeared next to Neutra. Go warn Aizen-sama and the others. I am going to scout the situation. And with those words, she was off. Of course, Neutra and Neliel weren't the only ones who felt this pressure. Somewhere not far from the place in a castle. A tall muscular man with blue spiky hair wearing a ragged white jacket and white pants was drowning himself in alcohol when he felt it. But unlike Neutra and Neliel, he recognized this Ryatsu and this brought a shudder from the very depth of his soul. That man is here. Images of the day all his friends were exterminated like bugs flashed in his mind, causing his body to begin trembling. Ever since the day he nearly died at the hand of the silver white-haired devil as he called him in his mind, Grimjow had always been tormented. In the end, though, one thought kept him from shutting down because of the fear. I am Grimjow. I am a king. And I will fight for my companions. He was stronger now. Thanks to the Hogyoku, he had evolved and cast his hollow shell to become an Arankar and he was now the number 5 Espada. There was no need to feel fear anymore. He forcibly stopped his trembling and gritted his teeth. Today was the day of reckoning. Meanwhile, the source of the flurry of activity, a silver white-haired young man, looked at Hueco Mundo with wonder in his eyes. So this is Hueco Mundo. A grin formed on his face as his eyes began to analyze the structure of the world and he knew then and there that he would finally complete Limitless in this world. Hee, this will be fun. The others who stood behind him could only give a wry smile at this declaration. 1. Remember what happened when Gojo activated his Bankai for the first time. And, the Espada arc in Bleach had much hidden information. Mainly about who came first and so on. I do know that Barragan was one of the first and I know the timeline for a few others but yeah. Anyway, my story has taken a very different turn from canon. So the Espada of Aizen will be a little different from the original. As such, the number of some of the Espada members will be different. For example, Ulquiorra is number 2, rather than number 4, here since Aizen has yet to find Stark. Thus making Grimjaw number 5 rather than number 6. Also there will be a mix of Primera Espada and Espada since some of the Primera has yet to be expelled. Espada. Barragan Luzenbaron hashtag. Ulquiorra Cypher hashtag. Neliel 2 Odelschwank hashtag. Neutra Gilga hashtag. Grimjow Jaeger Jaquez hashtag. Zamari Ruros hashtag. Dordoni Alessandro del Sacaccio hashtag. Sailaporo Grands hashtag. Sirachi Senderwichi hashtag. Yami Largo hashtag. Chapter 186, CH 167, Espada. When Gojo stepped on the first time in Hueco Mundo, he felt a kind of jubilation he hadn't felt in quite a while. As if all his cells were finally coming alive once again. The concentration of reishi between Hueco Mundo and the human world was night and day. It was like he had been walking on a mountain with a thin amount of oxygen and now he was going back to normal. This realization made him once again understand that the human Satoru was long dead. Well guys, are you ready? I can feel 3 rather powerful presence coming toward us. Kasuk waved his fan as he shrugged, 2 of them are Vasto Lord or at least feel like ones. Hard to say. He then frowned a little, I feel a little bit of the Hogyuko power in the ones coming toward us, as well as the power of a Shinigami. At those words, all the visored frowned, remembering quite clearly why they were in this situation in the first place. So he really created Shinigami-like hollows, heh? Gojo nodded to himself, well, let's do as we said beforehand. Zaraki goes alone with Yuichiro and is free to do whatever he wants. Ideally, cause as much havoc as possible and if you find interesting hollows, bring them to me. Yoruichi, Shinji, Lisa, and Hachigen you come with me and finally, Kasuk and the other will go explore Hueco Mundo and establish our base as well as a stable entrance. Nimue was waiting for them on the other side and Unohana had decided to sit this one out while she took care of the home and also Aura. After all, it wouldn't end well if Tokinada decided to attack their home while all of them were out. Soifan was also on her way back to the house and as such the situation was doubly ensured. Gojo had many goals in mind when he decided to come here and one of those was to take absolute control of Hueco Mundo. After all, a queen needed to have a kingdom, didn't she? Inclining his hat, Shinji his usual small smile, and asked, what about the incoming ones? Give me one or rather, I will take at least one. It was clear that he would be more than happy to take on all 3 if possible. Zaraki spoke quietly and confidently and the other gave bitter smile, they knew that Zaraki was still angry about missing his previous fight with Tokinada so none of them were crazy enough to oppose him currently. Well. Gojo's eyes flashed as he examined the scene a few kilometers away from him. He already judged the woman coming first was stronger than the one behind and was about to leave her to Zaraki but then he remembered that they needed information. No matter how human they looked, hollows would never bow to someone weaker and the stronger they were, the more information they should have. Do whatever you want with the last 2. I need the first one to answer some questions. Kasuk laughed a little, well, on our side we are going. You have the communication device I created so warn us if you get any interesting information. Also, Zaraki, please try to leave at least one alive. I may need to inspect them. I am quite curious about what Aizen did to them. Ha ha ha. I promise nothing. His eyes were already blazing in anticipation at the incoming fight. This is. Neliel stopped when she felt a sudden overwhelming killing intent from the direction of the intruders. Another beast. She recognized easily that this man was not unlike one of her companions. The kind of men who fought not for honor but only for pleasure. No, an even more dangerous and bloodthirsty beast. Compared to the hunger she was currently feeling, the one Neutra emitted was clearly lacking. In fact, she briefly wondered if she was about to face a Vasto Lord rather than a Shinigami, but there was no doubt. The energy signature of a few of them was not unlike that of Aizen-sama. Though a large chunk of them had rather strange signatures. One similar to the Erankar but different at the same time. She barely had the time to respond when a gust of wind flashed past her and continued on its road toward Neutra. How? Her eyes opened wide in astonishment when she realized that the one who flashed past her was one of her targets, a face she easily recognized since Aizen had drawn the portrait of the few people that might become their enemies. Zaraki Kenpachi. The men who ended the days of Kanami Tozen. The problem. He shouldn't be so strong. From the information they had, Zaraki was a captain without a shurikai. But from what just happened, it was clear that she would have no chance to face him if she didn't use her resurrection. The worst was, there are supposedly 2 or 3 people as dangerous as that man. She shuddered a little but get hold of herself fast. Now she needed to decide what she would do. Whether she would help Neutra or send the information to the Espada like Neutra was supposed to have done. Sadly, she was not given the time to find an answer to those questions as she felt a hand on her shoulder. Hello. Neliel jumped in fright and turned around to observe the cause of her situation. If Zaraki going past her nearly faster than she could react was one thing, then this man simply made a joke out of all her defense. He passed a hand through her throat. Had he wished to, it was clear that she would have died without even understanding how. She could sense it. As Exiled, a beast made of pure instincts, all the cells of her body were revolting at the mere thought of opposing the men in front of her. The difference in power was simply too great. It reminded of what she felt when she first landed her eyes on Aizen after he made her into an Erankar. Oh. Gojo raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had seen her put her hand on her blade before finally lowering it. You do not plan to fight back. Neliel gave an apathetic smile. I am at your mercy. Struggling vainly would only lower my chances of survival. Nothing more. Such an irrational act would be nothing but utter stupidity. How intriguing. For Gojo, hollows had always been nothing more than beasts that needed to be put down. But this one here was showing the ability to think for herself like a human. Should I think of her as the equivalent of a special grade curse? He thought back to entities like Mojito and other such curses before nodding to himself. Change of plan. You will follow me and you are going to tell me everything you know. Gojo was sure that speaking with a hollow would be a very fruitful experience. While Neliel was getting abducted, Neutra, who refused to listen to her order and followed her, was caught by someone he knew very well. Scaredy cat, what are you doing here? He looked a little surprised at the fact that Grimmjow appeared here. In the Erankar army created by Aizen, all Espada, the top 10 most powerful of them all, had what was known as a fraction. The group is formed by their own subordinates. Grimmjow was one of the odd ones since he never formed his own fraction. As if it wasn't enough, Neutra had always looked down on lower-level Espada since they didn't reach the level of Vasto Lord before becoming Erankar. The only reason he didn't outright spit at the men was that Grimmjow had proven that he was still in a different league compared to the others. Grimmjow growled a little at the nickname and was about to answer when. Well. What do we have here? The two Espada's expressions tightened when they felt the monstrous Ryatsu that followed them in uttering those words. Like the scythe of a grim reaper from hell, they could feel his battle thirst seemingly ready to tear them apart to shred. But did they feel fear? No. Of course not. Why would they feel fear because of just one strange man? Neutra was confident in his defense and Grimmjow feared no one aside from Gojo. This was why they said that ignorance was bliss and knowledge was suffering. Be it Grimmjow or Neutra, the two of them were about to get this lesson taught to them deeply. And, sometimes, I wonder if I made Gojo too strong too fast. He honestly won't have much trouble against anyone outside of Division 0 and a few broken Quincy with hacks as well as Yawatch. Then again, the story is currently at CH 167. Never expected I would go so far with this FIC. About Neliel, remember that this is her pre-betrayal by Neutra and turning into a child. Her initial personality while kind was pretty cold and rational. Patreon perk. Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/hikarugenji. Join my Patreon. You can get up to 57 advanced chapters, 19 of SHK and 19 of Gojo, and 19 of Lustful Paradise. Special Gojo, 4 chapters of Gojo. Special SHK, 4 chapters of SHK. Special LP, 4 chapters of LP. Tier 1, 4 plus 4 chapters of Gojo and LP. Bronze, 4 plus 4 chapters of SHK plus LP. C tier, 4 plus 4 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Tier 2, 12 plus 12 chapters Gojo plus LP. Silver, 12 plus 12 chapters SHK plus LP. B tier, 12 plus 12 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Tier 3, 14 plus 14 chapters Gojo plus LP. Gold 14 plus 14 chapters of SHK plus LP. A tier, 14 plus 14 chapters of Gojo plus SHK. Legend, 17 chapters of SHK, 17 of Gojo, and 17 chapters of LP plus illustrations of SHK. Overlord, 19 of SHK, 19 of Gojo, and 19 chapters of LP plus illustrations. Can also ask or vote for special chapters once each month. Supreme, same benefits as Overlord plus right to ask for the creation of an OC, name, gender/race, power, that will be added to the story. Chapter 187, CH 168, Zaraki vs Neutra. Las Noches. Sitting on his throne, with Ulquiorra on his right and Barragan on his left, Aizen looked at the Espada. The elite team he had created here in Hueco Mundo. There was still much work to be done and he wasn't satisfied with all of them, but this would do for now. So we are currently lacking 3 members. One of them noted idly, looking at the seats that should have been occupied by Neliel, Neutra, and Grimmjow. There is no need to wait for them. Since they engaged the enemy, I believe only Neliel has a chance of escaping. As for the others, even Neutra. While Neutra wasn't the strongest Espada, they were all in accord that he had without a doubt the strongest defense. But from what Aizen was saying, it seemed that even that wouldn't be enough. At this question, Aizen gave a humorless smile while looking in a certain direction with his remaining eye. When 2 beasts meet each other, the only outcome is the death of one of them. He chuckled a little then, prepare your Frachi ones and all the numeros. We are in a war. Outside of the top 10, all the Arankars ranked from 11 and up were called numeros and were ranked not by strength but simply by time of birth. In Aizen's mind, outside of Wonderweiss Margila, the 77th ranked Arankar that he had created especially to deal with Yamamoto and a few others of this type, all the other numeros were nothing more than cannon fodder. Outside of those cannon fodder, some of the numeros were part of the personal group of the Espadas. Those were called Frachi ones and while the members of such groups were still weaker than the Espada themselves, all of them were all more or less equal to vice-captain level Shinigami or a little below and they attacked in groups, could even put a captain level in danger, thereby making them more useful than the rabble. He doubted that Gojo came with the Soul Society so his ally should be the previous experiments that managed to flee with Kasuke and Yoruichi's help. This will be interesting to observe. A group of Shinigami turned hollows against a group of hollows turned Shinigami. Back in the outskirt of Hueco Mundo, both Grimmjow and Neutra were facing Zaraki. The tension between the 3 was steadily rising and they knew that the fight would happen at any moment. For Zaraki though, this moment was the paroxysm of happiness. He wanted to fight powerful warriors and right here, right now were 2 great targets. How long had it been since he could truly move his sword with the intent to kill at all cost? The first one to break the silence was none other than Neutra as he asked with a haughty expression. He hated how his body had trembled, even if slightly, because of Zaraki. In fact, he was utterly livid and the only way to wipe away this stain was to wipe out the Shinigami. What is your name, Shinigami? Zaraki Kenpachi. Then, remember this name for I will personally erase you. I am the Espada number 4 Neutra Gilga. Neutra began to laugh maniacally as he blasted his Ryatsu at full power, causing even Grimmjow that stood not far away to grunt slightly. Taking his scythe-like weapon with 2 inverted crescent moons as blades, Neutra used Sonido, the equivalent of the Shinigami Shuinba, and reached Zaraki in but a blink of the eyes. Fall. Bringing his weapon down with all his might, he could already imagine Zaraki being crushed or split in 2 by his power. At least, this was what he thought. Groaning a little, Zaraki blocked the attack with some apparent difficulty, causing Neutra's grin to stretch like there was no tomorrow. What followed was a series of blows and the sound of steel as their weapons clashed again and again against each other. The strength of the 2 fighters were clear to see for Grimmjow who stood away, but even then, there was a feeling of incongruity. Something that he couldn't quite place in his mind. But then, when he finally looked down at their feet, he realized where that problem came from. Neutra. After taking a few steps back from his relentless onslaught, Neutra threw an irritated glance at Grimmjow. What? You better not fucking ask to help me, or I will slaughter you. If it was in a normal situation, Grimmjow would have taken offense at those words but now he was too shocked to do so. Look at his feet. Neutra was speechless at first and was about to throw a barrage of insults before he looked down by instinct more than anything else. You fucking. He swore while growling out like a wounded beast and for that he was. Even all his defeats combined against Neliel had never angered him so much. After all, from start to finish, despite his onslaught and all the power he used, Zaraki never took one step. Well, it seems like you caught me. Though it's a little disappointing, I wondered just how long it would take you to realize. Are you bored, Ken-chan? Zaraki ignored the murderous glare of Neutra and cleaned his ear with his little finger. Yeah, that I am. I gave him so many advantages but even then he is lacking. The current eye patch of Zaraki was one specially created by Kasuke. He had become so much stronger compared to his past self in Soul Society that only Gojo and Unohana, as well as Kasuke when he actually accepted to fight him, could give him a feeling he was truly fighting. This was why Zaraki asked Kasuke to create an eye patch even more effective than his previous one in suppressing his power. Even then, his opponent had proven to be sorely lacking. Goodbye. Lifting his sword up, Zaraki swiftly brought it down, almost nonchalantly. This attack of his caused Neutra to laugh gleefully so much in fact that he did not even bother escaping from the attack. He might not have the strongest attack but he undoubtedly had the strongest defense. Do not bother. My Hi-Ero is the strongest in the history of all Espada. There's no way the swords of Yushinigami could ever fucking cut me. Huh. This was as far as Neutra got before he feel the painful sensation of his body being nearly cut in two. Splash. Huh. My Hi-Ero. Ryatsu could be used as a sort of armor so that people with weaker Ryatsu couldn't hurt the ones with higher. The Hi-Ero was a technique that pushed this reality by having it done consciously, thereby increasing massively the defense for the same amount of Ryatsu. But, Neutra could only watch in disbelief as the body he was so proud of was nearly reduced to nothing in one strike. Damn, you were saying something about me not being able to cut you. Heh. I guess your Hi-Ero or whatever ain't so tough after all. Zaraki grinned before turning around. Now that Neutra was down, he held no interest in Grimmjow since the man was obviously weaker. At least, the current fight had been a good way to warm up a little. Wait for a little you dipshit. Zaraki stopped when he heard the unexpected voice. Oh. Still alive. You are stronger than I thought. Currently, Neutra's right part of his body was nearly completely destroyed, blood poured like there was no tomorrow but Zaraki could see that his opponent's wounds were already slowly closing, causing him to click his tongue in wonder. Do not fuck with me, fuckhead. I am Neutra. And I will not let a bastard like you mock me any longer. His eyes blazed with fury as he uttered those words with all his hate and thus, he finally used. Let me show you the strongest technique of us Espada. His power bellowed even as he focused on going all out. Resurrection, 1. Pray. Santa Teresa. 2. He would kill that bastard. No matter what. Even if it was the last thing he would do on this earth. Thus swore Neutra as he used his final form. 1. Returning Blade. 2. Praying Mantis. And, the fight will be fast. Also Espada arc is nearing the end. Join me on Patreon. Chapter 188, CH 169, Zaraki vs Neutra, 2. Pray. Santa Teresa. 2. The moment Neutra felt that he might really lose, he didn't hesitate to go all out by releasing his sword. Resurrection. Is it something like Bankai? Zaraki tilted his head in wonder, not even trying to stop Neutra's transformation. He had been quite disappointed by the earlier fight and wondered if he should go elsewhere and chase down some other hollows but now, it seemed that there was still some surprise to be had. Sadly, when Neutra's transformation ended, the smile on his face slowly slipped off. Sigh, this ain't it. This can't make me hard at all. He shook his head and put his sword on his back before beginning to walk away. Yachiru, let's go. Perhaps we will be lucky elsewhere. Wah. Neutra, who was filled with a feeling of exhilaration at the feeling of power that coursed through his body. His body had changed as 2 more arms appeared below the previous ones. Furthermore, each of his arms was equipped with a scythe, giving him quite a threatening appearance. Bastard. Neutra couldn't accept being disregarded in such a way. The Resurrection was the greatest expression of power for an Espada. He was currently in his strongest state and was ready for the fight of his life but his opponent was turning his back on him. Just how much disdain did this show? Not even Neliel underestimated him in such a way. He didn't even try to protect his companion. Neutra growled before sending an attack to the pink-haired midget, intent on killing her and bringing down Zaraki a notch. Let's kill that bitch first. This was the last thought Neutra ever had. Back on Gojo's side, Neliel flinched when she felt the aura of Neutra extinguish. Heh. It seems like Zaraki finished playing around. Then again, to think that dude attacked Yachiru. He really had a death wish. Neliel shuddered, she knew that the shadow that went past her while she was running toward this place was the so-called Zaraki. To think that even after Neutra used his resurrection he was down on so fast. Do we really have a chance? She couldn't help but ask herself this question for the situation seemed quite bleak. Don't worry. We aren't really interested in mass murder. Even for your friend, if he hadn't acted like an idiot, Zaraki wouldn't have bothered with him much more if that dude didn't act like an idiot. Though, there is something that caught my interest. Even while discussing with Neliel, Gojo had been observing Zaraki and his fight since they were still in his perception range, and the Bankai-like transformation had surprised him quite a bit. Will you let me go if I answer to all your question? Neliel released a sigh before asking quite calmly. There was no fear nor trepidation evident on her face. She didn't fear death, she just feared dying in a futile way. Like I said, I have certain specific goals, and killing you isn't one of them. Then, let me explain everything. After the other joined him, they sat around while listening to Nell. Gojo had asked if she was alright with that nickname and she didn't refuse. The story Nell told was quite surprised, but it allowed Gojo to get a better understanding of the situation. Before even leaving Soul Society, Aizen had used his Hogyuko to induce evolution in hollows that only a select few could reach naturally, even between Vasto Lord. Arankar were hollows who took off their masks, be it naturally or artificially, and became a race that was close to that of Shinigami. Gojo had blinked hard at this. After all, knowing that the natural evolution of hollows was something close to Shinigami was surprising, but in a way not so much. After all, both hollows and Shinigami were souls. They were linked one way or another, and this was just further proof. Nell then proceeded to explain the system Aizen had established, causing Gojo to laugh since it was clear that Aizen had created a system close to that of the Godi 13, and the so-called Espada were the equivalent of captains. So you are the third strongest of those Espada? Indeed. You are quite strong, but this isn't enough. He could see it. Nell was without a doubt vastly superior to the stupid idiot that got offed by Zaraki. In fact, she was so much stronger than it seemed weird, and he could see that she still had room for growth. Still, even now she seemed to be no weaker than a high-level captain. Incredible. What if Aizen manages to perfect his system and bring even more Vasto Lord? Vasto Lord weren't dime a dozen, but there should be still quite a bit of them. Aizen could really bring even more power to his army and cause serious damage if he was allowed to grow for 20 or so more years. Sadly for him, this was what would have happened if Gojo didn't exist. Another thing that caught his attention was the Zanpakuto of those Arankars. The Reshirishin was an interesting system, though it was utterly useless to him. He could perhaps study it to give a greater control to the Vizards. What if he could help them seal the hollow power in their sword rather than their body? One of the reasons they were so unstable was because the hollow's power and the Shinigami's power in them were clashing continuously. If he could fuse them in the sword and create a mix between Shurkai, Bankai, Reshirishin. And here he goes again. Shinji chuckled when he saw Gojo fall deep in thoughts. He knew that this means that Gojo was going all out in studying the problem, and he didn't wish to disturb him since from some of his mutterings, he knew that Gojo was working on something for them. What should we do now? He asked while looking at Yoruichi, who simply shrugged. No hurry. Zaraki didn't kill the second one, but he didn't bring him either. Though it doesn't matter since we have this one here. What if she feeds us false information? Lisa proposed, causing Nell to furrow her brow. Please do not insult me further. Nell already felt quite humiliated for having surrendered so fast, but now this was pushing it. Well, as you can see. While it's somehow hilarious to think about, it seems like this hollow here has some kind of honor. I believe we can trust her words. Yoruichi seemed pretty nonchalant, for she knew that whatever the deal was with those hollows, all that mattered was that Aizen died. Shinigami never really cared about the hierarchy of Hueco Mundo, and as long as hollows stayed where they belonged, everyone would be happy. Furthermore, she knew very well that Gojo was about to undergo another startling transformation. She was present when he first unlocked his Limitless, and she would damn well be present once again for any other new power-up. Watching him break all common sense was one of the most interesting things in her opinion, and she was sure he wouldn't disappoint her. And Neutra got destroyed hard. Oh well. The next few chapters will be dedicated for some exploring and Gojo power-up. Once this is done, it will be the final arc against Aizen, then I will see what to do about Yawatch. Edit. This volume is near the end on Pia Trian. Last fight finished, now need to wrap it up. Chapter 189, ch 170, time. What in the world? It has now been a few days since Nell had been captured by Gojo and his team, and what she saw during those few days completely changed her view of the world. When Gojo entered Hueco Mundo and asked her for information about Las Noches, Nell had been sure that he would storm there with his teammates and fight a deathmatch with Espada. But she was wrong. Completely wrong. The first thing she noticed was that all of them were now wearing a sort of special black cloak that completely covered their emotion of spiritual energy. Hueco Mundo was as large as a world, if not more. At the very least, she had never seen the end. This means that it was nearly impossible to find someone who could hide their tracks so thoroughly without an unordinary level of luck. Then, as if such a wonder wasn't enough to have such a technological wonder, Gojo proceeded and completely destroy her common sense. Ha. We became used to it, but it's funny seeing this face on other people. Lisa laughed thinly while holding a book of dubious content in her hand as she rested on a reclining chair. This was the problem here. The chair. Is he a god? She couldn't help but ask this question while gulping with difficulty. On that day, after Gojo finished interrogating her, he proceeded to teleport them to another place simply. Since she had northwest memory of that place and couldn't even feel the Ryatsu of any hollows, she could only guess that this place was quite far from the base of operation of the Espada. Teleportation was already something unheard of in her opinion. But Gojo then proceeded to smash everything she knew again. With just a few waves of his hands and after a few minutes, in a place where there was once nothing now stood a gigantic castle that covered a few hundred square miles. 1. All spiritual being could use their own Ryatsu and the ambient reishi in a certain limited manner, but that was it. Gojo meanwhile seemed like an almighty god as he brought things from nothing in her opinion. Lisa snickered. She could guess what Nell was thinking and knew why she was so awed. At their level, destroying such a castle was simply too easy. But this wasn't the problem. Creating was always more difficult than destroying. His action proved that Gojo stood on another plane. A level that was simply absurd to glimpse at. Even though Lisa knew that Gojo wasn't creating things from nothing but rather was converting and transforming the spiritual matter, it was a no less impressive feat on Earth. Gojo was a very powerful Shinigami. In a place like Hueco Mundo or Soul Society, he was simply a monster whose limit couldn't be understood. Lisa knew that Gojo needed in no way their help to deal with Aizen and only brought them to get a closure on that matter. Well, either way, I guess he is about to become even more of a monster. So, what do you need me to do? Hachijin Ashoda, a rather heavy warrior wearing a green suit, asked Gojo, wonder evident in his eyes. Before becoming a visored and now a member of Deus, Hachijin was the vice-captain of the Kido Corps. It went without saying that Hachijin was an incredibly skilled Kido user. His greatest achievement was to create his own system of Kido. Spells that were not classified nor numbered but were no less useful than the highest-ranked Kido. His mastery lay in two things mainly. Barrier and time-type Kido, which incidentally were forbidden in Soul Society. Because of those two specialties, Gojo and Hachijin hit off really well. Gojo taught his veil and other barrier technique he knew to Hachijin while Hachijin introduced his mastery of time to Gojo. Because of his specific nature, Hachijin's time Kido was focused on his barrier and allowed him to rewind the time of things in the barrier he created. He mainly used this as a way of healing technique. 1. Gojo of course wasn't interested in such healing. His own healing techniques were no less powerful. What interested him was the aspect of time since he wished to implement it in his skill set. What if he could rewind the time of his enemies? It has to be said that Shinigami and Hollows didn't become weaker with time but rather became stronger. But the opposite means that the younger they were, the weaker they would be. Of course, there were some exceptions such as Zaraki. But Gojo didn't think that it was something common. I almost completely grasped it. Hachijin taught him how to bring time backwards thanks to Tessai, who was once the captain of the Kido Corps. He knew more or less how to stop time in a given zone. It was because of the use of that time-stop Kido that Tessai was also considered a criminal alongside Kasuke back then. Past and present. The only thing he lacked was the future. Initially, he thought that he would have to learn it by himself, but thanks to the information he got from Nell, he knew that it wouldn't be necessary. So your next target is Baragon? Yoruichi asked nonchalantly. She remembered what Nell said about Baragon. The man was one of the oldest hollows alive and was once recognized as the king of Hueco Mundo. She would have scoffed at that, but if Nell wasn't exaggerating the power of that person, then his power over time was indeed something to look out for. A power that could bring death to everything. Nell speculated that the only reason Aizen beat Baragon so effortlessly was only thanks to his Zanpakuto power. But she also added that even without it, she was sure that Aizen would have won. Just in a somewhat more difficult way. 3. Still, this proved that the ex-king of Hueco Mundo was no pushover. Gojo also had to be careful because even in an infinite distance, time still existed. His, infinity, was the ultimate shield but it could still be affected by space-time-based attack. This was the case with the Heido number 90 that Aizen used last time and it should be the same with that skeleton. Even then, Gojo had no fear. Many things could change in 20 years, even Shinigami, and Gojo wasn't at the same level as he was 20 years ago. Let's complete Limitless first. Sitting on a chair he created with his eyes closed, Gojo led his security to Yoruichi, while he delved into the soul world of his sword. Appearing on the throne, next to Kogo, Gojo looked at the world that was slowly becoming complete and grinned. Since he had already re-obtained the strongest shield, Infinity, it was time for him to get back his strongest spear, 4. Meanwhile, as Yoruichi watched Gojo fall in trance, she took out a marker with a mischievous smile on her face. Let's draw on his face. Hachijin could only laugh with a speechless expression. 1. Imagine Elsa and replace snow and ice with spiritual particles. 2. Initially, people thought that Inoue's healing was time-based so Hachijin decided to teach her for a bit. Though later we found that Inoue wasn't rewinding time but rewriting reality, or negating it. Still pissed at the waste of such a potentially OP character. 3. In Bleach, Jin affirmed that Aizen wasn't the boss of Espada just because of Kyoka. But also because he simply surpassed them all. Since Jin spent more than 100 years observing Aizen in order to kill him, I think he knows what he is saying. 4. Those who knows jujitsu should easily guess what I am talking about. For those who don't, no need to worry. It will be explained next chapter. N. Finally completed volume 8 on Patreon. Really took a long while. But I am basically writing 2 chapters every day for SHK recently, so sorry if I can't give more time to Gojo. Chapter 190, CH 171, Yami and Ulquiorra. Las Noches. How I am bored. When will those so-called enemies appear? Hey. Be careful with what you are saying. Aizen-sama ordered us to keep guard. In front of the gate of Las Noches, 2 Arankar of a rather low rank were busy discussing. The problem of the matter was the current high tension that was getting on their nerves slowly but surely. I mean, it has already been 2 months, right? Aside from attacking Lord Neutra and Lord Neliel, nothing much happened. Huh. You forgot those rumors about the so-called sword demon that had appeared in the south. The Arankar that was complaining shut up. Indeed, while nothing much happened, every now and then the number of Arankar would go down. At first, no one understood what was happening, but with a few survivors there and here, they were able to piece some clues. A crazy man. A man with bells in his black hair. A man that was more terrifying than a Hollows. A man that was more bloodthirsty than a Vasto Lord. Such a man. It's only a rumor. I don't believe that this guy exists. But what about the dead then? How would I know? Perhaps they were eaten by some other Hollows. The 2 of them were about to enter another heated discussion when they suddenly felt a chill on their back. Straightening their back and adjusting the hold on their swords, the 2 acted like proper guard but were completely ignored by the 2 men that were walking out. Espada. Their breath hitched when they recognized the 2 of people. Espada number 10 Yami Largo. Espada number 2 Ulquiorra Cipher. Did they hear us? They heard us, right? Are we fucked? The 2 guards spoke with their eyes, but thankfully for them, until the moment those 2 left, they never spared a glance at them. This was the first time those 2 guards felt how good it could be to be ignored by those in power. Why did you stop me? Like what the 2 guards thought, they really were near death. If Ulquiorra hadn't stopped Yami, then nothing would have been left of them. Killing them is not only a waste of time but would only reinforce the unease in the hearts of the soldiers. This is an extremely bad way of using those resources. Highly inefficient. Well, if you say so. Yami snorted but didn't insist. Amongst all of the Espada, the only one able to tame Yami like this was Ulquiorra. Not even Aizen inspired this much respect in him. In his opinion, Ulquiorra was the ultimate form of what a warrior should be. Either way, don't you think we should do something? Simple, kill the rumor. No rumors, no unease. Even for Yami, who hated to think too much, the solution of Ulquiorra was clearly a little too simple. But, a wide ferocious smile formed on his face. I have eaten more than enough during those 2 months. I am bursting with energy. What do you say? Let's hunt that sword demon or whatever. Ulquiorra stopped for a few seconds as he considered the implications that would follow and finally nodded once he was sure that nothing would go wrong. Let's kill that sword demon. There was nothing to fear. No matter how strong the enemy was, could he be stronger than the 2 of them? It was with such a mindset that the Espada number 2 and number 10 rushed toward the place where their target had last been sighted. They held supreme confidence in their power and could in no way see how they could lose. Weak. The sound of splash sounded while the white desert of Hueco Mundo was dyed red. Standing up not far behind, Grimjow looked as Zaraki dispatched another Arankar. Hey. Cat face. I believe I asked where I can face strong opponents. Grimjow grimaced but did not complain. Ever since he had been captured by Kenpachi, he had been sending the bastard to different danger zones in the vain hope of destroying him. But all of this had proven to be fruitless. I already told you to capture Espada if you want to fight so much. I can't. Espadas are like super rare food near extinction. Gotta savor them carefully. Grimjow groaned. As a battle maniac himself, he understood where Zaraki was getting at, and this was why it was all more the more confusing. Grimjow remembered the day of Neutra defeat. During the fight, Zaraki had been rather frightening, but that was all. Still, the moment Neutra tried to attack the pink-haired little girl that seemed to be stuck on his back, Grimjow swore that even the most frightening Hollow would pale in comparison to that man. Like a Shura from hell, he moved at a minute-boggling speed and crushed Neutra as if the high-ranked Espada was but a child facing the wrath of a bear. It was brutal. With the face of an Ashura, Zaraki tore apart, slashed, crushed and reduced Neutra in nothing but a bloody mess. After witnessing this, Grimmjow had given up on life totally, for he knew that he had no chance of ever winning. Still, he did not give up and tried to transform to at least die an honorable death, but it was there that Zaraki surprised him. "Follow me and guide me." Grimmjow did not know what took him over then. Was it the chance of survival? Perhaps so, but Grimmjow didn't fear death as such. It wasn't the complete reason. If he had to be honest, it was because Zaraki was strong. Not an incomprehensible strength like Gojo and Aizen, but rather the kind of strength that made your blood boil and wish to fight even if a little more. Grimmjow recognized this strength and admired it. This was why he accepted. Of course, if he was asked, Grimmjow would only snort and proclaim to have been coerced. Nothing more, nothing less. Anyway, with all those you killed, some Espta are bound to come after you. Hey, as long as they are stronger than the previous one, everything is all right. Zaraki looked at the horizon with hope etched on his face. He truly hoped that he wouldn't get disappointed. Meanwhile, a little further in Hueco Mundo, after a few months of meditation, Gojo was finally opening his eyes again. I am participating at a contest. Fantasy Festival. The story is called Midnight Prince. Some of my old readers might know it as Netary Prince previously. A story I had in mind for 2 years now. Give a try. I hope you will like it. Here link. https://www.webnovel.com/book/midnight-prince_24908760405236305 would appreciate it if you could give reviews and put it in your collection. Chapter 191, ch 172, Powerful. The moment Gojo opened his eyes, light seemed to gather in his pupils as the world as he knew it began to change. The flow of time and space seemed to become completely visible for an instant before the vision vanished. Even then, he could feel that he became different. Completely different. His entire body was seemingly filled with unending strength, but more than physical strength, what he cared for was the use of his spiritual energy. Gather. Under his immediate command, light gathered at his fingertip and began to move erratically before transforming into a candy. Manipulating matter was something he was already able to do, but never so easy. He felt like he could command the reishi as if it was his own limb and could make it do anything he wanted. In the past, he needed to know and understand the structure of what he wanted to create in order to bring it into reality, and even then it was hard to be perfect. But now, he did not need knowledge and understanding. Only imagination. This was in a way a realm close to that of a god. How incredible! Gojo marveled. This was truly inconceivable, and he could feel that it still wasn't the end. There was still one aspect of time he did not understand. Once he did, Gojo was sure that he could create even life. But this wasn't enough. Time, space, and matter. Thanks to his limitless being complete now, it wouldn't take long to have full control of space. He already had near full control over matter now. Finally, he already mastered the past and the present, so he simply needed to control the future. Once he obtained those three, he would be able to manipulate even reality. It seems like we are on our way to truly become above the heaven. Hey, did you ever doubt it? The two of us together are unbeatable. Gojo smiled at the proud words of Kogo but did not refute them. Alone they were strong. Together, they were the strongest. Gojo wanted the world to know and accept this truth. Well then, guys, thanks for guarding me all this while. Yoruichi and the others who had stayed silent when Gojo woke up nodded. But it was hard for them to hide the shock in their eyes. In the past, they could still barely feel Gojo's Ryatsu. But now they felt nothing. And this could only mean one thing. Soul King Palace. Ichibe Hyasub, known as the monk who calls the real name. He was a mighty man, and if the Soul King wasn't added, he was the oldest living being in existence in all the worlds. For someone like him who has lived for a few millions of years, he had been able to witness the entire history of the universe and named all things that existed in the Soul Society. To him, even someone as old as Yamamoto was simply a baby chick. Furthermore, he was well and truly immortal in a way, for even if he died, he would not truly die and could come back to life as long as someone called his name. He was old. He was strong. He was immortal. Because of this, Ichibe had always been one who could keep a calm smile no matter how dire the situation. Even if the whole Soul Society was erased, as long as the Soul King was not affected, he wouldn't even blink. But now, such a man was staring agape at the Soul King. What did you do? For the first time in millions of years, Ichibe spoke informally to the Soul King that was imprisoned in the green crystal. The Soul King meanwhile did not respond. Sealed in the crystal, with no limbs and no organs, not even a heart. He was a pitiful being that was kept in stasis, neither truly dead nor truly alive. His only companion was eternal pain. This king, who had never once moved, never once smiled, nor even once blinked since the time he was betrayed and imprisoned by his closest allies. The king who, despite all his power, was nothing more than a sad prisoner. The king whose title was but a shame to hide his identity as a slave. That very king, for the first time in a very, very long time, smiled slightly. For some reason, Ichibe felt a chill go down his spine at this expression. But in the end, he simply sighed and began to walk away. What the Soul King did, in the end, did not matter. His only goal, his only duty, was to protect the Soul King, to keep him alive so that the universe would stay stable. He had never hated nor despised the Soul King. If all it took to ensure the lives of billions of people were the suffering of one man, then Ichibe would accept it with no remorse. 2. The moment he walked out, he met an old friend of his that was hurrying toward him. Yo, Ichibe. Something happened. Otsu Nemea, known as the God of Sword and the creator of all Zanpakuto. Nemea was a dark-skinned man with thick, black hair that was shaven and dyed green on the sides of his head. He wore a variation of the Shinigami uniform, featuring instead a green undergarment, and a shortened hakama that exposed his lower legs. Worn over this was a white, sleeveless puffer jacket with the Royal Guard emblem on its back, as well as the alternating circle and diamond pattern of a captain's haori along the bottom. Since Senjimaro was the one who created the uniform, she always hated the way Nemea wore his but could do nothing in front of his stubbornness. What bring you here, old friend? Well, you know how you told me to always keep track of that dude's sword. As the creator as all Asuchi, Nemea was in a way linked to all of them and knew the position of absolutely all of them. No matter where they were. Usually, he didn't use this power. It was impossible for his mind to keep track of thousands of swords. But it wasn't difficult to focus on a few dozens. Until now, he had kept the position of Gojo's sword always in mind. But just now, I suddenly lost track of it. Nemea was truly surprised. This was the first time this had arrived since he created those Asuchi. Not even Ichibe could hide his Zanpakuto from his perception. Hearing this news, Ichibe simply shook his head. Let's call the others. What? Ichibe had a serious expression as he walked away. We need to discuss how we should act. This was perhaps the most important decision he would have to make in millions of years. 1. Gremi can also create life by the way. He created 2 Quincy if I remember well. But this skill should be limited, otherwise he could have created more of them. Of course, this is only a supposition. Perhaps he couldn't be bothered to create more of them. Bleach has many power. But the greatest in my opinion are the visionary of Gremi. B the balance. A the antithesis. A the almighty. 2. In CFYOW, we learn that if Yawacha's body couldn't have been used to replace the deceased Soul King, then he would have sacrificed Ichigo with Northwest hesitation and place him as the new Soul King. And I am currently focusing on my 2 original stories. But I will do my best to post at least 4 chapters a month from now on. Come take a look at my new story called Midnight Prince, Empire of Sin. Chapter 192, ch 173, Ulquiorra. The moment Gojo awakened, Ichibe wasn't the only one to notice his presence. Sitting alone on the throne of Las Noches, Aizen felt the spiritual pressure that was completely different from what a Shinigami should be able to release. So he succeeded. Aizen mused silently. Ever since their fight in Soul Society, Aizen knew that Gojo was an ambitious man who would not tolerate stagnation. He was sure that, like him, Gojo would follow the path of transcendence. Did he use the Hogyoku? Aizen immediately denied this idea. In this world, only Kasuke had more knowledge than him about the Hogyoku and he could not feel any kind of resonance. This could only mean that Gojo had found his own path and was already near success. For a moment, Aizen couldn't help but be deeply impressed. It took him hundreds of years of careful scheming to even create a Hogyoku that was in fact incomplete, but Gojo found his own path in just 30 years. At this moment different kinds of feelings fought in his heart. He was elated to see someone walk such a path. He was sad that it wasn't him taking the first step. He was envious because of the incredible talent Gojo had shown. In the end, Aizen sighed and stood up, taking his part of Hogyoku with him. In an ideal world, he would have obtained the 1 belongings from Kasuke and then fused them to obtain a perfect form. Sadly, such a reality did not exist. He had to make do with what he had at hand. Aizen knew that it wouldn't be long before Gojo came looking for him. As it was, while he was sure they were more or less equal 20 years ago, now the difference between them was a little too much. His chances of winning were awfully slim. Aizen was not the kind of man who would helplessly wait for death. He would fight and struggle in order to survive if necessary. Aizen hadn't been sitting and doing nothing during those 20 years. He had prepared a failsafe and it was time to bet on it. For an instant, he thought about those mysterious people who had come in contact with him but dismissed the idea from his mind. They thought they had hidden well, but since he was also a participant in the event that happened nearly 150 years ago, he could never mistake that special power for anything. Aizen could accept losing if he was outmatched. But he would never beg for help. Well then, let's go. While Aizen was making his last preparation and Gojo was getting used to his power, Zaraki was having the time of his life. Fighting and killing so many Arrancar had reminded him of the good old time when he was living in the Zaraki district. The district from which he took his current name. Saying that life there wasn't easy would be the understatement of the year. This was why, even back then, something had always disturbed him. It was during one of his fights that he met Yuichiro, who was then a baby. But, how did a baby manage to survive in the 80th district? In the first place, how could a baby stay unscathed and without a stain of blood even staying in such a slaughterhouse? How come a baby wasn't afraid of his murderous spiritual pressure? Those were questions Zaraki was asking himself continuously for some time now. In fact, there was already a growing hunch in his mind. But Zaraki did not want to acknowledge it. So this hunch would stay a hunch for as long as possible. At least that was the plan. Hey, Grimjow, do you feel it? Grimjow, who had become pretty used to his life with Zaraki, stood up with a concerned frown. He recognized the spiritual pressure of the guys coming at them. Ulquiorra and Yami. Grimjow did not bother saying anything about fleeing. Nor did he bother giving the number of the approaching Espada. He knew that even if Zaraki knew how strong Ulquiorra was, it would simply make him more excited. Grimjow always thought that he was a battle maniac, but compared to someone like Zaraki, his thirst for battle was very mild. How ridiculous. To think I would find myself in such a situation. There was no doubt that he was now a traitor. But nothing was set in stone yet. He had two options. Betray Zaraki and join Ulquiorra in helping him take down Zaraki, or stand aside and watch Zaraki fight. This choice would determine his life. But weirdly, he wasn't worried at all, nor did he hesitate even one moment. Zaraki, I choose you. Hey Zaraki, I recognize the two incoming Espada. Of two, there is one who isn't particularly strong and another who is basically at the top. Will you take one or the two? His question was clear. He was wondering if Zaraki wished for him to take care of the weaker one to let him deal with the main plat. Zaraki grinned malevolently. Isn't the answer already evident? Haha, let's them come. As I thought. Grimjow nodded and looked down at the weird little girl. What about you, Yuichiro? Do you want to take shelter? The fight might be incredibly destructive. Yuichiro stayed silent for a while before pointing forward. I will stay and watch Ken-chan. Grimjow frowned. Here again. Most of the time, Yuichiro acted like a kid full of joy and energy. But, whenever Zaraki would fight, she would change and would eagerly watch him fight. As if she was waiting for something to happen. He didn't know what she was waiting for and didn't want to know. But, it didn't matter to him. Since even that fragile little girl decided to stay, then he couldn't exactly flee and leave them, right? Either way, he should be strong enough to protect the girl should anything happen. Now that everything was ready, they just had to wait. Thankfully, the wait wasn't long. The moment Zaraki's eyes landed on Ulquiorra, he shivered. His mouth even began to water and he gulped down with difficulty. He could feel it. Ulquiorra was strong, very, very strong. So strong in fact that he couldn't help but wonder how good it would feel to cut down such a formidable foe. Ha ha ha, I can't wait. This fight promised to be something worth remembering.